reborn into the magical world of Harry Potter, armed with the ability to acquire random powers from opponents through dueling. Chapter 1. First, Sean gazed at the shattered desk before him, a look of bewilderment on his face as he turned to his parents standing in the doorway. If he was not mistaken, the expressions on their faces conveyed not only shock at the unexpected event, but also an indescribable mix of envy and elation. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that they had long harbored disdain for my desk? Did they harbor such deep-seated animosity towards it? Wait a moment. How did this desk come to be broken? In his previous life, Sean had seen Harry Potter, yet he never anticipated that after traversing realms, he would actually find himself within the very world of Harry Potter. Now, it dawned on him that he was indeed in the same world as Harry Potter, coincidentally entering Hogwarts at the same age. This clicked scenario posed an unprecedented level of danger. Seated on the sofa, Sean cradled a cup of warm milk, momentarily halting his incessant complaints. If given the choice, Sean would have preferred to avoid the magical realm altogether and continue along the path he had meticulously planned for himself. However, in this world, there exists a phenomenon known as murmur, the specifics of which eluded Sean. He only recalled that children with magical abilities, if not properly guided, could potentially give rise to this irrational entity, and the resulting chaos could ultimately lead to their demise. Although Sean believed he was unlikely to manifest such a phenomenon, he was not willing to gamble with his life, even if the odds were a mere 1,000,000,000 to 1. Moreover, it was evident that his parents were fervently hoping for him to enter the magical world, especially considering that both were cast out as squibs by their respective families. Having a child with magical prowess would not only allow them to hold their heads a bit higher, but could also pave the way for their reacceptance into their families. This, it seemed, was the insidious manipulation that pure-blood families exert upon their squib members. It appears that squibs cannot even maintain direct contact with their families. Sean's feelings towards this family grew increasingly indifferent, of course. These were merely Sean's speculations. He had not inquired with his mother, as such matters essentially involved reopening old wounds, rendering the inquiry futile. Lifting the cup in his hand, he found the milk at a suitable temperature. As he sipped slowly, the sound of a knock echoed through the house just as he reached the bottom of his cup. His father, appearing somewhat agitated, promptly rose to answer the door. As the door swung open, Sean's father cautiously accompanied 3 middle-aged individuals clad in robes into the room. Among them, the elderly man at the center completely disregarded Sean's father's attempts to speak and his mother's greetings, fixing his gaze directly upon Sean, who remained seated on the sofa. This scene extinguished any lingering curiosity and the faint vestiges of familial affection Sean had harbored for this so-called family. "You are Sean?" Sean burst. Rising from the sofa, Sean regarded the elder with a slight bow, stating, "I am indeed Sean Burst, son of Yad Burst and Martha Carter." No sooner had Sean finished speaking than a slightly overweight young man, standing behind the elder, scoffed, the car driver." The surname Carter also connoted car driver. Ordinarily, such an implication would pose no issue, but spoken from the lips of another, it carried a derogatory connotation of lowly status. Martha hailed from a Muggle wizarding family and was, after all, a squib. To those who prided themselves on their noble lineage, Martha's origins were deemed utterly contemptible, even inferior to that of a Muggle in certain respects. Witnessing this, Sean's expression hardened while he believed in maintaining decorum. There was no need for politeness in the face of an insult directed at his mother. The elder's authority was unassailable. Even though the plump middle-aged Burrell did not perceive any fault in his previous remarks, he still bowed his head to his father, acquiescing to the reprimand. After punishing his own son, the elder turned to Sean and inquired, "Are you satisfied with this punishment?" Gazing at the items in his hand, Sean nodded slightly and replied, "I understand that in a family, rules must be adhered to, otherwise the family cannot endure. However, these possessions are what the family has bestowed upon me. As my grandfather, what do you intend to offer me?" Upon hearing this, fear and concern immediately washed over Yad and Martha's faces, while Borrell's countenance displayed disdain and mockery. Yet constrained by his father's recent reprimand, Burrell suppressed his desire to retort. Gavin, observing the child before him, noted that despite his tender age of 10, Sean possessed an unexpected maturity. Such composure was rare for one of his years. Gazing at him, Gavin felt an uncanny resemblance to his younger, self-equally mature and composed. A faint smile crept upon Gavin's lips as he slowly crouched down, meeting the astonished gazes of Burrell and the other middle-aged woman. He regarded his grandson, someone he had previously had little interaction with, and said, "I appreciate intelligent children. As a reward, I have 3 items for you to choose from. These are my early gifts for your entrance into school." Chapter 2. The Upgrade. "Could you enlighten me as to what these 3 items are?" Sean inquired, gazing at Gavin. "That is for you to determine," Gavin replied. "If you're uncertain of their nature, allow your instincts to guide your choice." At times, a wizard's intuition can illuminate the correct path. Instinct, Sean murmured, extending his hand toward the three objects. However, at that moment, Burrell, his expression slightly grim, interjected, "Father, the pure white pocket watch was promised to Millicent. Is it appropriate to bestow it upon this mute fool's son?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Gavin's countenance, yet he remained silent, merely directing his gaze toward Sean. "Choose one. Based on your feelings," he urged. "Father, Millicent, get out." With Gavin's sudden outburst, the lights in the room began to flicker, and, simultaneously, the windows and doors swung open. A gale, accompanied by the crackling of electricity and flashing lights, surged through the room, sweeping Burrell away as if he were a mere wisp, expelling him from Sean's home. As Gavin regained his composure, the peculiar phenomena subsided, the lights returned to normal, and the windows and doors closed once more. The earlier commotion left both Yad and Martha pale, evidently shaken. Sean, too, was taken aback by Gavin's reaction, observing the now tranquil expression on Gavin's face, and he discreetly swallowed hard. Is this truly the world of Harry Potter? It seems, perhaps, somewhat dissimilar to my recollections of wizards wielding short wands in static displays of power. Sean, do not fear. Select what you desire. Sean glanced at the notebook. Perhaps it was the influence of his instincts, or perhaps the impact of the narrative wherein Harry Potter received Snape's notes, but he found this notebook particularly captivating. Gavin rose, his demeanor devoid of any visible emotion, and regarded Sean with calm intensity. In a month or two, the Hogwarts owl will arrive. At that time, simply follow the instructions in the letter for your enrollment. However, before that, I wish to impart a few words of wisdom. Although you did not grow up in the Burst estate, you bear the Burst name and will attend Hogwarts. Thus, you must understand that your actions at Hogwarts will reflect upon the Burst family. I do not intend for you to conform to the expectations of a proper pure-blood aristocrat. Even if I demanded it, you might struggle to comply. Therefore, my only request is this. Do not bring shame upon the Burst family. Can you fulfill this? Gavin scrutinized Sean as though he could see into his thoughts and subtly shook his head. I do not concern myself with petty matters. You may cheat, provided you are not caught. You may daydream in class, but you must pass your exams. You may engage in fights, even duels with others, but you must emerge victorious. Do you understand? Sean's brow arched slightly, and a smile crept across his face. Understood. Very well, then I look forward to your performance in the upcoming semester. As the conversation reached this point, Gavin turned and approached the front gate of the house. Before departing, he glanced back at Aide and said, in the future, should there be any matters concerning Sean, you may communicate with us via owl. Additionally, your mother truly misses you. Do write to her often. Upon hearing Gavin mention his mother, Aide's eyes glistened with emotion, and he nodded gently, choosing not to speak further. With the conversation concluded, Gavin took his leave alongside the middle-aged female wizard, exiting Sean's home. Watching his departing father, Aide's face finally illuminated with joy. He scooped Sean into his arms, disregarding Sean's protests, and showered him with affectionate kisses on his cheeks, prompting Martha to playfully admonish her husband for his unseemly behavior in front of the child. The atmosphere in Sean's household remained joyous throughout the day. Even at bedtime, Aide and Martha lingered in conversation before gradually succumbing to sleep. Had they not had work the following day, they might have conversed all night long. Sean closed the door to his room and lay in bed, gazing at the starry sky through the window. The day's events had overwhelmed him, and his mind was still racing. After lying awake for some time, he finally began to feel drowsy. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to sit up abruptly. On his very first day in this world, Sean had discovered a unique interface in his mind, allowing him to visualize his various skills. Through this interface, he could also earn points by competing in examinations, which he could then use to enhance his abilities. This was the source of his confidence in gaining admission to a private school. Previously, Sean's skills had primarily revolved around subjects like mathematics, literature, and music. Now that he had awakened the power of magic, he was eager to see if this interface might reveal any surprises. However, when he activated the panel as usual, instead of the familiar interface he had used for a decade, a notification appeared before him. Due to special circumstances, the system will undergo an upgrade. The duration is uncertain. Please be patient. How disappointing. Laying back down, Sean closed his eyes. Although the notification did not specify the reason for the system upgrade, Sean was well aware that it was likely due to his surge of magical power. Consequently, he eagerly anticipated what capabilities the new interface would bestow upon him after the upgrade. Chapter 3. The Wand seated at his new desk. Sean perused the notes he had received from Gavin, growing increasingly furrowed in concentration. With a sigh, he closed the notebook and pinched the bridge of his nose. This collection of notes contained numerous insights and academic achievements from Gavin's school years. The knowledge encapsulated within was quite remarkable, as it documented the majority of Gavin's scholarly pursuits from adolescence to young adulthood. However, this notebook had one significant flaw. The notes inscribed within are excessively profound, lacking a systematic structure, and may even be deemed chaotic. It seems that during the recording, the author jotted down thoughts as they came, for at that time, Gavin possessed a considerable depth of magical knowledge, which rendered him aware of the significance of his notes, believing that brevity would suffice. However, this approach has rendered it exceedingly challenging for Sean to engage with the notes, as he finds himself beset by difficulties, while the earlier passages are relatively comprehensible. The latter sections likely require Sean to undertake a structured study at Hogwarts and acquire a foundation in magical knowledge to grasp their meaning. While those who traverse dimensions before attending school can readily master numerous spells, I find myself unable to comprehend even a single notebook. Truly, I must be a false traveler. After indulging in a moment of self-deprecation, Sean temporarily closed the notebook and prepared to venture out. Yesterday, a messenger owl from Hogwarts delivered a letter confirming Sean's admission. While Sean himself remained unfazed, his parents were elated, as though they were the ones destined to embark on their journey to Hogwarts. In truth, Sean understood their sentiments. They lacked magical abilities and had long yearned to enter Hogwarts. Now that he had received the letter, it indirectly fulfilled their aspirations. Thus, their exuberance was entirely justified. After donning his attire, Sean descended to the living room, where his parents, Yade and Marcia, awaited at the door in their finest garments, appearing even more impatient than he. Familiar with the location of Diagon Alley, the couple exerted little effort in reaching the leaky cauldron, where, with the assistance of the staff, they entered the alley through a nearby passage. Diagon Alley teemed with people, a considerable number of whom were Muggle families accompanying their children to procure school supplies. Naturally, there were also wizarding families present, albeit in fewer numbers. This does not imply that there are fewer children from wizarding families. Rather, many wizarding households have prepared their supplies well in advance, requiring only to purchase a few books before the term commenced. Shopping is an activity that elicits joy, and wizards are no exception. After exchanging the gold tickets that Gavin had provided at Gringotts, the trio eagerly immersed themselves in the delightful shopping experience. Marcia held the robe she had purchased for Sean, while Yade carried his books, as they all entered the establishment Sean had most eagerly anticipated, Ollivander's wand shop. Situated on the southern side of Diagon Alley, Ollivander's appeared as a dilapidated and diminutive shop. Through the windows, one could glimpse a myriad of wand boxes tightly packed within. As the family stepped inside simultaneously, the space felt somewhat cramped. Standing before the counter, Sean cleared his throat and softly inquired, "Is anyone here?" A sprightly elderly man with keen eyes and somewhat disheveled hair emerged from the back of the shop. He regarded the family standing at the counter, nodding in acknowledgement before speaking in a gentle tone. New student from Hogwarts, I presume?" "Indeed, sir. I am in need of a wand." "Certainly, every new student arriving at my establishment, Hogwarts, requires a wand that is befitting of their unique essence, does it not?" As he spoke, Ollivander retrieved an object resembling a ledger from beneath the counter. Seizing a quill from the edge of the counter, he inquired, when acquiring a wand, "It is essential to register. May I ask your name?" Sam Burstead." Upon hearing the surname Burstead, Ollivander glanced up at Sean before inscribing his name in a ledger-like object before him. "Please extend your dominant hand." Ollivander extracted a measuring tape, meticulously assessing the dimensions of Sean's right hand with precision akin to that of a tailor crafting a garment. He then procured an elongated box from the shelf behind him. Each wand crafted by Ollivander is singular and irreplicable, thus to assist his clientele in discovering the wand that resonates with them. He meticulously measures their physical attributes as a reference to select the most suitable wand. Wizards entering Ollivander's wand shop invariably find the wand that is most harmonious with their being. As Sean observed Ollivander, who was simultaneously opening the box and engaging in a somewhat verbose monologue, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even without my inquiry, it seems I must endure this discourse. This self-aggrandizing talent has indeed been etched into the very soul of the Ollivander lineage. Silver lime and unicorn tail hair, 12 inches. Wizards wielding this wand typically possess exceptional aptitude in divination and memory spells. No, it is suitable yet not entirely so. We must continue our search. After scanning the shelves, Ollivander mounted a ladder and extracted a dusty box from the topmost shelf. Descending, he wiped away the dust while proclaiming, "This should suffice. I believe it will suit you well. Blackthorn and dragon heartstring, 11 3/4 inches. This wand belongs to the warrior, imbued with formidable power, destined to forge its wielder into a formidable sorcerer. As Sean grasped the second wand and gave it a gentle wave, the shelves erupted in chaos. Wands cascading from the shattered racks, littering the floor. With a slight grimace, Sean carefully placed the wand back into the box before Ollivander, awaiting the next selection in silence. Ollivander appeared unfazed by the destruction, his gaze fixed on Sean as if he had encountered an intriguing conundrum, a gleeful smile illuminating his face. He seized Sean's right hand, examining it closely, murmuring, "Fascinating, fascinating. I relish discerning customers. I shall surely find the wand that suits you." Ollivander then turned to continue his search for the perfect wand for Sean. At that moment, Sean found himself idly surveying his surroundings when his attention was captured by a box of wands that had fallen near the counter during the earlier tumult. It was one of the many wands that had plummeted when the shells had exploded, fortuitously landing not far from his right hand. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ollivander, who had just discovered a new wand and was preparing to let Sean try it. Chapter 4. You Dare Not. This is in a state of astonishment. Ollivander set aside the wand in his hand and approached Sean, scrutinizing the wand he held with a sense of wonder. "Mr. Ollivander, does this wand possess any particular qualities?" "Sanin. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This wand is crafted from ebony and a phoenix feather, measuring 13 3/4 inches. It is suitable for all forms of magic. It significantly enhances combat spells and transfiguration. As for its uniqueness," Ollivander gazed at Sean, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. "This wand is the last my father, the esteemed Mr. Ollivander, ever crafted. The ebony and phoenix feather used in its creation were among the finest materials he preserved during his lifetime. The ebony is sourced from the heartwood of an ancient tree, while the phoenix feather boasts a long and storied history. This wand is exceptionally discerning and has never chosen a wizard as its master. I believe it would remain without a rightful owner forever, yet it has chosen you." With a blink, Sean found himself perceiving Ollivander as reminiscent of elderly street vendors peddling heirlooms from a bygone era. He resolved that should Ollivander demand an exorbitant price, he would discard this wand and seek another, convinced that among the multitude of wands, there must be one more suited to him. Clearing his throat, Sean addressed Ollivander. "Pray tell, Mr. Ollivander, what is the cost of this wand? It is indeed special and carries extraordinary significance. However, it remains merely a wand. Here, at Ollivander's wand shop, a wand is simply a wand, and its value is confined to its intrinsic qualities. Thus, the total comes to 11 galleons. Thank you for your patronage." Sean instinctively touched his nose, a habit he resorted to whenever he felt embarrassed or awkward. He paid promptly and departed Ollivander's wand shop, grasping his lustrous black wand. "Sean, what shall we procure next?" At his father's query, Sean pondered. The substantial sum indicated on the gold note given by Gavin promised ample purchasing power, despite Gavin's assurance that it matched the allowances of magical children from their family's outer circle. Consulting his shopping list, Sean glanced at its contents before surveying the surrounding shops. "I require a cauldron, a set of stationery, and, on a whim, I shall also acquire a pet, an owl." "Sean, I recall the list stipulated that only one pet may be brought," his father reminded him. "The owl is intended for home," Sean explained. "This way, you can correspond with grandmother, and you may also utilize it to contact me. An owl from home, even if kept in the dormitory, will not raise any objections." In truth, had he not feared that a pet, an owl confined in a cage for too long, would become restless while they shopped, Sean might have opted to procure the pet, an owl first. After a prolonged excursion, the family of three decided to take a moment's respite at the Florin Ice Cream Parlor located at Diagon Alley. Each indulged in a scoop of ice cream, seeking to rejuvenate their weary bodies after a day of fervent shopping. In that tranquil moment, they savored the delightful interlude. However, a dissonant voice interrupted the serenity. As a youth, seemingly of similar age to Sean, remarked disparagingly about the establishment, suggesting that a noble lineage should not partake in such mundane offerings. With a slight furrow of his brow, Sean turned to identify the source of the discord. Standing before him was a boy clad in ostentatious robes, accompanied by Boreal, someone Sean recognized from a past encounter. In that instant, Sean discerned the identity of a youth who had addressed his father. He was likely Sean's cousin by blood, Millicent Borst. Indeed, Boreal had fathered his child before Sean's father, Ad, despite the mere 3-year age difference between them. Boreal had married and procreated earlier, resulting in a child born just months prior to Sean. Martha glanced anxiously at Ad, who comfortingly squeezed her hand, assuring her that there was no need to engage in disputes with them. They should simply focus on their own comportment. For Ad, such derogatory remarks had been a fixture in his life since childhood. particularly after he was labeled a squib. It was not until his departure from the family that he began to escape that oppressive atmosphere, with Sean now possessing magical abilities and destined to re-enter the family fold. Ad held steadfastly to the belief that he must not burden his son with strife. Let those individuals speak as they pleased. Yet, while Ad sought to maintain peace, Boreal, emboldened by his own son, was not inclined to let the matter rest easily. The sight of his squib brother's stoic demeanor only fueled Boreal's ire. His frustration from a prior encounter, where he had been reprimanded for visiting Sean, simmered within him, and upon meeting Ad, he felt compelled to voice his grievances. Year after year, Hogwarts seems to decline, squandering the resources of our 28 families while fostering a plethora of lowly Muggleborns and squib offspring who tarnish the magical community. Boreal spat, equating Sean with the pejorative term he had used for Muggleborns. This blatant insult, aimed directly at Sean, was intolerable for Ad. Though Ad had endured such provocations for the sake of Sean's future, he could no longer protect his son's present. Rising abruptly, he disregarded Boreal's hand, inching toward his wand, and stepped forward, quietly yet firmly challenging. Boreal, do you dare draw your wand? Are you prepared to risk the ire of the Aurors, the Ministry of Magic, or even your own father by casting spells in this place, surrounded by Muggle parents? Do you truly have the audacity? Yard's words instantly halted Burrell's attempt to draw his wand. As Yard had articulated, he lacked the courage. Observing Burrell's hesitation, Yard continued, You dare not draw your wand because you cannot bear the weight of responsibility, unlike me, who is capable of bearing that burden. And thus I am bold enough to strike you. With that declaration, Yard's fist connected squarely with Burrell's face. Chapter 5. The Panel. Yard had long been plagued by a sense of impending crisis. This anxiety stemmed from his lack of magical abilities, which escalated to a peak after he had taken a wife and fathered children. Growing up in the magical realm as a mute, he had witnessed countless formidable and unfathomable spells, leading him to believe that without magic, he would be unable to protect his family. Consequently, Yard sought every means to strengthen himself, engaging fervently in physical training and martial arts, all in the hope of safeguarding his loved ones when the need arose. That punch landed directly on Burrell's face, the sudden assault flooring him and leaving him in a state of bewilderment. As Burrell regained his senses, the humiliation of being struck transformed into a surge of fury that filled his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the wand at his waist. But before he could aim, Yard swiftly stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Burrell's wrist, sending the wand flying from his grasp. In a seamless motion, Yard then struck again, this time targeting Burrell's abdomen. With a pained cry, Burrell doubled over, his mind clouded by agony, rendering him incapable of casting even the simplest of spells, particularly as he was unaccustomed to wandless and silent magic. Witnessing his typically domineering father being subdued by a mute was a surreal experience for Millicent, leaving him momentarily stunned and questioning reality. However, he quickly regained his composure, drawing his wand and aiming it at Yard, ready to incant. Thornbind. As he neared the completion of his spell, a hand suddenly covered Millicent's mouth, thwarting his attempt to cast against Yard, while a fist struck him in the abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in pain, much like his father. Seizing Millicent's wand, Sean tugged at his father, prompting them both to retreat hastily. The bruised Burrell, seeing Yard's withdrawal, scrambled to his feet and grasped the wand that lay nearby, intent on casting a spell against Yard. Just then, two figures appeared beside Burrell and Millicent, blocking their path to casting. Mr. Burrell, casting spells on a non-magical person here is punishable by imprisonment in Azkaban, and I doubt your esteemed father, Mr. Burrell, would condone such actions against a wandless individual. The Auror's words momentarily quelled Burrell's fury. At this moment, he comprehended that should he truly employ magic against Yade, he would inevitably face his father's wrath, even if his father wielded the family's influence to spare him from the confines of Azkaban. The punishment he would endure from the family would likely be no more palatable than imprisonment. Having grasped this realization, despite Boral's intense desire to eliminate both Yade and Sean a dozen times over, he reluctantly lowered his wand, refraining from uttering another word, and departed the floor and ice cream shop alongside Millicent, who seemed to have much to express. As the Borals exited, the two Aurors approached Yade's family and stated, "Please adhere to the laws of the magical world while in Diagon Alley, and we shall not intrude further." With that, the two Aurors took their leave. Once outside the ice cream shop, the younger Auror, puzzled, inquired of the elder, Corey, "Why do we not extend a courtesy to the heir of the Burst family? Might our actions lead to complications?" The elder Auror, contemplating internal matters of the Burst family, remained silent. Suddenly, the younger Auror recalled a recent piece of gossip regarding the Burst family, and he swiftly grasped his superior's intentions, choosing not to speak further. Sean observed the departing Aurors. From their decisive demeanor and distinguished presence, he could discern that they were undoubtedly elite, akin to exceptional soldiers among ordinary folk, qualities not possessed by the average person. It was evident that these Aurors were not the ineffectual types often depicted in films. When the conflict with Millicent transpired, Sean noticed a notification on his panel. However, he had no time to investigate it then. Now that he had a moment, he was eager to discover what had occurred. Victorious in duel. Random ability of the opponent acquired. Extraction complete, acquired. Thorn curse. Upon seeing these consecutive notifications, Sean raised an eyebrow. Prior to the panel's upgrade, during his school days, victories and examinations would yield knowledge corresponding to the subjects of his opponents. It appeared that this capability had been retained, now transformed into a magical context. Examinations were replaced by duels, which felt considerably more perilous. With this in mind, Sean proceeded to examine his character panel. Sean Burst. Occupation, Wizard Apprentice. Affiliation, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Skills, Lumos, LV0. Thorn Curse, LV0. Equipment, Ebony Phoenix Wand. The Lumos spell was one he had tentatively learned after acquiring Gavin's notes, yet he had never succeeded without a wand. Upon viewing his upgraded panel, Sean realized he had indeed mastered this magic. It seemed that as long as he held his wand, he should be able to cast the spell effectively. Dismissing the panel, Sean let out a slight sigh of relief. With the assistance of the panel, he felt a newfound confidence in establishing himself at Hogwarts and, in due course, within a magical realm. Individuals like Burrell might currently seem insurmountable to Sean. Yet with the panel support, he believed that by the time he reached the 5th or even the 4th year, he would possess the self-assurance to contend with wizards of Burrell's caliber, safeguarding himself and his parents in the process. Chapter 6. Culkern. Following the earlier incident, the family lost their enthusiasm for continuing to enjoy ice cream. After leaving the ice cream shop, they headed to the Ela Owl Emporium. Since it was a family pet, all three made their selections. Sean desired a snowy owl for its striking appearance. Martha wished for a tawny owl, while Adder opted for a barn owl. Ultimately, after a game of rock, paper, scissors, Adder emerged victorious, and they concluded their purchase of a barn owl named Rob. In Diagon Alley, owls were not sold alongside other pets. The Ela Owl Emporium specialized exclusively in owls, while other magical creatures had to be procured from the Magical Menagerie, which housed the majority of pets permitted for sale in the wizarding world. Thus, the final destination of their journey through Diagon Alley was the renowned pet shop, the Magical Menagerie. Perhaps all the shops in Diagon Alley shared similar characteristics. Like Ollivander's wand shop, the Magical Menagerie was bustling with activity. Irregularly sized cages were stacked throughout the store, each containing a different creature. Remarkably, the animals within appeared neither cramped nor confined, suggesting that the cages were enchanted. Welcome to the Magical Menagerie, where you can find any pet you desire. The proprietor, a plump middle-aged witch clad in a simple cotton robe, approached warmly upon noticing Sean and his family enter. Hello, I wish to acquire a pet, though I am yet undecided on what to choose. Could you perhaps recommend a suitable companion? The rotund witch regarded Sean with a slight nod, replying, Are you a new student at Hogwarts? In that case, I would advise against acquiring a pet that requires extensive care. I do not recommend larger creatures or those like the hound that require significant exercise. Instead, I suggest considering cats, rodents, or reptiles, which are more suitable for keeping within Hogwarts. However, I am curious about your preferences. As Sean listened to the witch's words, he intended to explore the cats, but was suddenly captivated by a flash of white in the corner. Turning his gaze, he was instantly drawn to a small creature nestled within a cage. How exquisite, was Sean's immediate thought. There, coiled in pristine white without a hint of blemish, lay a snake approximately 1 meter in length. Its proportions and graceful curves resembled a beautiful artifact, evoking delight. Particularly enchanting were its eyes, glimmering like rubies, which added an alluring charm. Even though Sean had little inclination towards amphibians, he found himself entranced by its stunning appearance at first sight. It must be said that it is indeed beautiful. However, in stark contrast to its stunning exterior, Culkin possesses one of the most notorious tempers among all the pets in the shop. It has bitten 5 individuals, including my husband, who wish to adopt it. Therefore, I would not recommend purchasing it. Culkin is not a creature that a budding young wizard like you can manage. Sean, perhaps you should consider another option. Did you not previously express a desire to have a cat? Upon hearing his mother's words, Sean hesitated. As the plump, which had mentioned, while the snake was undeniably striking, its potential for aggression made it unsuitable for life at Hogwarts. With a hint of regret, Sean shook his head and prepared to follow the witch to explore the cats available. Just then, Yad chuckled and said to Sean, "Since you're interested, why not take a look? Perhaps you might be the exceptional one suited to it. If you don't like it, then so be it, but if you do, don't give up easily. At least have a look, so you won't regret it later." Sean was momentarily taken aback by his father's words, but he quickly smiled and strode over. Crouching before the cage, he observed Culkin, the white snake. Judging by its size, it could easily slip through the gaps in the cage, yet it remained obediently inside, confirming Sean's earlier suspicion that these cages indeed contained some form of magic. As Culkin noticed Sean's approach, it coiled its body, raised its head, and fixed its ruby-like eyes upon him, its forked tongue flicking menacingly, clearly preparing to strike. Witnessing this, Sean contemplated backing away. While he held a fondness for the creature, the evident danger and the potential for injury made it unnecessary to pursue the matter further. Just as he was about to rise and leave, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. "Culkin challenges you. Will you engage in a duel?" Sean stared in astonishment at the prompt, looking back at Culkin in the cage. The appearance of this notification indicated two things. First, dueling was not limited to humans. Any sentient magical creature could trigger such a prompt. Second, Culkin was clearly not an ordinary white snake devoid of intelligence, but possessed a level of awareness comparable to that of typical magical creatures. What could I gain from winning this duel? As this question surfaced in Sean's mind, he made his decision. Turning to the plump witch, he smiled and inquired, "Is this snake non-venomous?" The witch's expression shifted slightly, and she hesitated before responding. "Do you wish to make contact with it? While it is indeed non-venomous, that does not mean a bite would be without consequence. Rest assured, as long as it is non-venomous, I will take full responsibility for any issues that arise. Moreover, given its small size, a bite would not pose a significant threat, merely a bit painful," Sean replied confidently. "Sean, please don't act rashly," Martha interjected, approaching Sean with concern as she gazed at the white snake Culkin. Upon witnessing this, Yade approached Sean and squatted beside him, regarding him intently. "Sean, are you certain?" With a nod, Sean replied, "Of course, I am quite certain. Besides, I may not even get bitten. Allow me to give it a try." "Very well, but if you are bitten, you must not cry out in pain." "Rest assured, that will not happen." The plump witch observed Yade's affirmative gesture and, despite her hesitation, did not waver. She retrieved her wand and lightly tapped the cage, which immediately sprang open. As the cage unlatched, the white snake Culkin emitted a hissing sound of intimidation. Chapter 7, Apology. Sean gradually extended his hand into the cage, uncertain of how to emerge victorious from this challenge. But he knew he must not kill his opponent. Otherwise, it would cease to be a challenge. As Sean's hand inched closer, Culkin's vigilance heightened to its maximum. Just as Sean's hand was nearly halfway into the cage, Culkin lunged like a bolt from a crossbow, instantly snapping at the hand that had entered its range. Culkin's speed was astonishing, despite Sean's preparedness. He could not evade the snake's strike and fell to bite down on the back of his hand. Drawing a sharp breath, Sean gritted his teeth. Instead of retreating, he extended his other hand and grasped the sides of Culkin's head. In response, Culkin coiled around Sean's wrist, tightening its grip on Sean's hand. Rather than exerting force, Sean continued to hold Culkin's head, suppressing its movements. As time passed, concern was evident on the faces of Yade and Marcia, while the plump witch could scarcely contain her urge to intervene, fearing repercussions should Sean's hand sustain serious injury. Just as the three adults prepared to intervene in this contest of wills, a smile unexpectedly graced Sean's face. Victory in duel. Randomly acquire one ability from the opponent. Drawing. Drawing complete. Acquired. Serpent Affinity LV3. The moment Sean attained Serpent Affinity LV3, Culkin, who had been biting Sean's hand, gradually released its grip. It gazed at the wound on Sean's hand, gently nudging his finger with its head, conveying a sense of closeness and apology. Sean extended his hand to softly stroke Culkin's head, allowing the snake to slither up to his shoulder, coiling around his neck like a necklace and gently brushing against his cheek. Initially, Sean had hoped that his victory might grant him the ability to speak Parseltongue, yet acquiring Serpent Affinity was also commendable. After all, Sean had merely desired a pet. The ability to converse with snakes seemed rather superfluous, welcome if obtained, but not essential. At worst, he could seek out more snakes in the future to trigger additional duels, or perhaps find opportunities to duel Harry Potter multiple times. Surely, he could eventually unlock the ability to speak Parseltongue. You truly managed to tame it. This is astonishing. The plump witch had originally intended to intervene and separate Sean from Culkin, yet to her astonishment, Sean had successfully tamed Culkin, the white serpent that had resided in the shop for many years. The gathering brought Culkin to the counter. with a plump which utilized potions and spells to tend to Sean's wounds. As Sean and his family paid and exited the magical menagerie, only 4 small dot-like scars remained on the back of Sean's hand, which would soon vanish entirely. Have Sean, Rob, and Culkin been fed? Well then, let's also dine, Sean's mother suggested. Sean, Hogwarts commences on September 1st, and there are merely around 2 weeks left. Have you prepared everything you need? After taking a bite of his mother's roasted beef, Sean wiped his mouth and replied, I'm all set, mother. You need not worry. Even if I forget something, Rob can bring it to me. He is a carrier owl and can transport quite heavy items. Indeed, Hogwarts has house elves, so I'm not concerned about your daily needs. However, you must cultivate good relationships with your peers. Do not repeat the mistakes you made at your previous school. The students at Hogwarts possess magic, and you cannot guarantee they will not cast spells against you behind your back. Although Sean's parents were non-magical, they were not muggles but rather squibs, having lived in a magical environment since childhood. Although they had never attended Hogwarts, they possessed a certain understanding of it and the wizarding world. While many muggle parents worried about certain matters, Yad and Martha did not share those concerns. Conversely, many issues that muggle parents were oblivious to were the primary worries for the couple. As dinner progressed, Martha brought out 3 servings of dessert. The dessert was apple pie, which Sean had initially found unpalatable. However, as he matured, he gradually developed a taste for it, and it became one of his preferred sweets. Suddenly, while enjoying the pie, a knock echoed at the living room window. The 3 turned to see a brown owl perched there, clutching a small package in its talons. A wizard's owl? Who could be delivering us something? Yad rose to open the window, and the brown owl promptly hopped inside, allowing Yad to untie the parcel from its grasp. Just as Yad intended to fetch some food or drink for the owl, it swiftly flew out the window without lingering, departing from Sean's home. Truly well-trained, Sean thought, having already surmised the identity of the package's sender. However, he refrained from stating it outright, allowing Yad to open the parcel. Inside was a small box, from which Yad retrieved a letter and a pure white pocket watch. The moment Sean laid eyes on the pristine watch, he knew his guess had been correct. The package was indeed sent by his grandfather, Gavin. Observing the letter in hand, Yad furrowed his brow slightly before handing it to Sean, saying, Sean, this package is from your grandfather. You should take a look at this letter. Since the eruption of Sean's magical prowess, Yard has sensed a marked maturity in his son, whose perspectives on various matters have become notably sophisticated. Consequently, Yard finds joy in sharing numerous experiences with Sean, eager to hear his insights. Sean, however, did not open the letter. Instead, he took possession of the pure white pocket watch. It is likely that the letter contained an apology from his grandfather regarding the previous incident in Diagon Alley. This pristine watch must also be a token of reconciliation from his grandfather, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Yard nodded slightly and affirmed, Indeed, you are correct. Well then, I understand. I will accept this pure white pocket watch. Rest assured, both you and mother can be at ease. At present, I am merely a child who has yet to set foot in Hogwarts. No matter the circumstances, my grandfather harbors no ulterior motives towards me, so you need not worry. Very well, as long as you are aware. Setting aside other matters, the pure white pocket watch is truly an extraordinary magical artifact. Sean almost began to believe that his grandfather genuinely wished to compensate him and his father. Chapter 8. A minor conflict on September 1st. The family arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30 a.m. Sean pushed his car to the third pillar situated between platforms 9 and 10. Numerous officials from the Ministry of Magic were stationed there, ensuring that muggles remained oblivious to any anomalies and that young wizards could board their trains without hindrance. The trio engaged in casual conversation until Sean spotted a family with red hair approaching the barrier for platform 9, followed closely by a frail, bespectacled boy with black hair and green eyes. Realizing that time was of the essence, he knew it was time to enter. It's nearly time, I'm going in, Sean announced as he organized his belongings on the cart. Yard glanced at the clock, aware that the moment of parting had arrived. However, unlike Martha, he did not feel particularly sorrowful. With a smile, he advised Sean, travel safely and heed the professors at Hogwarts. Remember to write to us often. Observing his father's beaming face and his mother's red-rimmed eyes, Sean embraced them and assured, I will write. You two can take this opportunity to enjoy some quality time together. I wouldn't mind having a younger sibling. With that, before his parents could fully process his words, Sean swiftly pushed the cart into the barrier. At the instant he entered, he seemed to hear the playful reprimands from his father and mother, prompting a knowing smile as he gazed at the Hogwarts Express awaiting him on the platform. Seizing the chance to board an empty carriage, he maneuvered his belongings inside. Once he had settled his luggage, Sean took a seat by the window. With little else to occupy his time, he retrieved the Beginner's Guide to Transformation and began to read. Having perused this book and others in his curriculum numerous times, he had committed much to memory. However, without a teacher's guidance at home, he felt hesitant to experiment extensively, aside from a few of the most fundamental spells. Perhaps it was the aura surrounding him, or perhaps it was due to Sean's seat being at the end of the carriage, but until the train set off, no one came to seek a place in Sean's compartment. To this, Sean found solace in the solitude. After all, he was not a true 11-year-old child, for his psychological maturity belied his age. Additionally, he preferred tranquility. Having a kindred spirit to converse with would be delightful, yet he could also endure 7 years in solitude. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts between saviors and noseless creatures. The best outcome, in his view, would be to be sorted into Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, where he could remain inconspicuous. As the train gradually accelerated, the scenery outside blossomed into vibrant life. Accompanied by the middle-aged vendor pushing a cart laden with snacks throughout the carriage, the Hogwarts young wizards within began to stir with excitement. In a short while, 3 or 5 little wizards dashed past Sean's compartment. Some of them, upon noticing Sean seated inside, expressed a fleeting desire to make his acquaintance. However, upon catching sight of the book he held, they immediately retreated, for at their tender age, books were indeed formidable objects. "Here you are," a voice laced with anger echoed at the door of the compartment. Sean lifted his gaze to the figure standing at the entrance, Miller, with a slight arch of his brow. He remarked, "It appears you intentionally sought me out within this compartment. What is it that you desire?" "My pure white pocket watch." "Return my pure white pocket watch to me, and I shall pretend as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, you shall pay the price." The words were rather brusque, yet Sean remained unfazed. Observing Miller's demeanor, he surmised that the boy's search for him was likely not under anyone else's directive, but rather stemmed from a child's possessiveness over something that rightfully belonged to him. As for the pure white pocket watch, while it was indeed an exquisite object, its underlying implications were somewhat sinister. As one of the 28 pure-blood families, the Burstead family boasted a rich history and extensive connections. Although they could not rival the Malfoy family, the wealthiest in the magical world, they certainly possessed considerable assets. Surely, such a family would not rely solely on a single magical artifact, such as the pure white pocket watch, for the benefit of their younger generation? Certainly not. The head of the Burstead family, Gavin, lent the pure white pocket watch to Sean under the guise of an apology for one reason alone. It was originally intended for Miller. However, even with this knowledge, Sean had no intention of relinquishing the item. The pure white pocket watch was effective and appealing to him. He had no plans of parting with it. "I cannot give it to you. It was a gift from my grandfather. You should be aware of this." Myerson gazed at Sean, his eyelids slightly lowered. As a pureblood, he had wielded immense power since birth, and it was precisely this that endowed him with greater knowledge and audacity. Observing Sean, who had turned back to his reading, Myerson felt entirely capable of subduing this mute scion, effortlessly seizing the pristine white pocket watch. At most, he would refrain from causing any harm. As long as Sean remained unscathed, even if the deed were to be discovered, it would amount to little more than a trifling matter. With this thought, Myerson abruptly drew his wand, aiming it at Sean to cast a spell. Yet at that very moment, Myerson was horrified to discover that Sean had already unsheathed his own wand, its tip shimmering with a radiant light directed towards him. Petri Ficus Totalis. The ashen glow swiftly enveloped Myerson's entire being, transforming him into a statue that gradually toppled to the ground. This sudden turn of events immediately captured the attention of others nearby, and soon, several upperclassmen rushed over to dispel the petrification charm afflicting Myerson. As the spell was lifted, Myerson sprang to his feet, wand raised, intent on retaliating against Sean, shouting, "You wretched mute, I shall make you pay." However, his actions were swiftly intercepted by the older students. Just as he was about to utter more, he caught sight of a familiar figure. His unfinished words swallowed in an instant as he obediently stepped aside. When the individual approached, Myerson timidly spoke, "Oh, Oliver, what brings you here?" Chapter 9. Oliver Freely. For pure-blood wizards, the choice of marriage partners naturally fell upon other purebloods. Historically, the 28 pure-blood families frequently intermarried, resulting in a web of familial ties among them. And the Burstead family was no exception. Oliver Freely hailed from the Freely family, one of the 28 pure-blood lineages. His father currently served as the head of the Freely family, and he was also Myerson's maternal uncle. Additionally, Oliver's mother originally came from the Burstead family, being the sister of Yade and Burrell. In other words, Oliver and Myerson shared a remarkably close blood relationship. They were nearly akin to brothers. Thus, Oliver had often taken Myerson under his wing since childhood. Apart from his grandfather and parents, Meyerson feared his cousin more than anyone else, for Oliver had the authority, sanctioned by Meyerson's parents, to impose genuine punishment. Sean, of course, was oblivious to the dynamics between Oliver and Meyerson, and even if he were aware, he had no time to ponder such matters now. Following his recent confrontation with Meyerson, the system once again declared his victory in the duel. Victory in duel. Randomly selecting one ability from the opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Acquired. Thorn Curse. Sean had once more obtained the malevolent curse, the Thorn Curse, learned by Meyerson. Furthermore, the LV0 designation associated with this curse on the panel transitioned to LV1, and knowledge pertinent to this minor hex, along with information congruent with LV1, surfaced within Sean's mind. It appears that drawing a magic spell that one already possesses can elevate the spell's level. Just as Sean was reveling in this newfound discovery following the upgrade of his panel, a figure suddenly descended before him. Greetings, I am Oliver Freely. You may address me by my first name. Furthermore, in terms of our lineage, my mother is your father's sister, making her your aunt. Therefore, we are, strictly speaking, cousins. Sean lifted his gaze to meet Oliver's eyes. He was a remarkably handsome individual, with sharply defined features and hair that curled softly like spun gold. He exuded a commanding presence. Despite his smile, his gaze remained fixed on Sean's eyes, akin to a hawk eyeing its prey, compelling anyone of lesser resolve to avert their gaze, thus diminishing their own stature. After a moment's appraisal, Sean regarded Oliver with a smile. I am Sean Burstead. Should I refer to you as cousin? Oliver furrowed his brow slightly, evidently displeased with the designation. He looked directly at Sean and stated, as blood relatives, I have always believed that we should not be at odds. For instance, the pure white pocket watch you possess was originally intended for Millicent. Perhaps a misunderstanding led to your acquisition of it. Nonetheless, in the spirit of familial unity, I must ask you to relinquish the watch and return it to Millicent. Very well, that poses no problem. As he spoke, Sean retrieved the pure white pocket watch and placed it on the table to his right. Millicent, who had been waiting at the door, looked on with envy and could not resist stepping forward to grasp the watch. However, before her fingers could touch it, Sean continued. However, this watch was a gift from my grandfather, and it is only right that I have his permission before parting with it. As soon as my grandfather consents, I shall gladly hand it over to you. Upon hearing this, Millicent's hand halted just before the watch. She glanced at Oliver, who was gripping her wrist, a look of surprise crossing her face. To her, Sean's words seemed superfluous. She merely needed to seize the watch, and any subsequent matters could be addressed later. As she presumed her grandfather would not object, Oliver, noticing the confusion on Millicent's face, refrained from offering any explanations and instead directed his attention back to Sean. San, this is already your possession, is it not? You should have the authority to decide to whom it is given. Indeed, as long as my grandfather permits, I shall bestow the pure white pocket watch upon you. Sean, you. Oliver's sentence trailed off as he observed Sean's cheerful demeanor, who reiterated like a parrot, as long as my grandfather permits, I shall immediately hand over the pure white pocket watch. The expression on Oliver's face darkened significantly. He now comprehended that Sean was no mere naive youth. Perhaps it was the bloodline of the Burstead family or the teachings of that taciturn uncle. But this cousin of his was proving to be more obstinate than some heirs from pure blood families, rendering him exceedingly difficult to contend with. If only his father were not a mute, then Oliver would surely choose to befriend him. Unfortunately, both of his parents are mute, rendering him incapable of becoming the heir to the Burstead family. Consequently, coupled with today's events, they could only become adversaries. With a subtle gesture towards Millicent, Oliver nodded slightly and addressed Sean. I comprehend your sentiments. I hope you find joy at Hogwarts in the future. Undoubtedly, Oliver's words carried an undertone of menace. However, Sean remained undeterred, disregarding the improbability of entering Slytherin due to his mute parents. Even if he possessed the qualifications to join Slytherin by virtue of the Burstead lineage, he would resolutely oppose it like everyone else. Based on Sean's previous life experiences with the Sorting Hat, he knew it to be rather accommodating. Millicent, though reluctant, was not a fool. Upon seeing Oliver depart with his entourage, she followed suit, casting a venomous glare at Sean before turning away. With the situation seemingly resolved, others gradually exited as well. The compartment fell into a tranquil silence, and Sean, stretching languidly, resumed his reading. In truth, the pure white pocket watch was merely an ordinary magical artifact. Sean would not mind relinquishing it for the sake of studying peacefully at Hogwarts. Yet, this particular magical item was anything but ordinary. In critical moments, it could even save his life. Such an object was one he could not part with. Pure white pocket watch, a magical artifact that allows the user, upon sustaining a lethal injury, to actively reverse the damage, restoring their body to its state prior to the injury, usable once every 7 days. Chapter 10. The Fairy and Harry. The train came to a halt at the station. Following the guidance of an announcement over the loudspeaker, the new students donned their robes and took their wands, leaving their luggage behind as they disembarked and followed the towering Hagrid towards the lakeside. The path was relatively smooth, but as dusk descended, the air grew damp near the lake, leaving the young witches and wizards shivering as they queued at the dock. Standing amidst the crowd, Sean could distinctly see Millicent mingling with Malfoy and Pansy. These youngsters hailed from pure-blood families and were staunch supporters of blood purity. Their shared stench of arrogance, not surprising when gathered together. However, as Sean observed them, Malfoy and his companions turned to regard him in return. Malfoy sneered, and though he remained silent, the meaning behind his expression was unmistakable. After a brief stretch, Sean prepared to patiently await the arrival of the boats. The number of new students at Hogwarts was not particularly large, and it wasn't long before Sean's turn aboard came. Everyone was advised to be mindful, as each boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals. Once the numbers were sufficient, no one else should board, lest they risk falling into the lake and succumbing to the cold. Sean was the first to board the boat. Just as he settled into his seat, a sudden exclamation erupted behind him, followed by a head crashing against his back, causing him to stumble precariously close to the lake's edge. As Sean turned to ascertain who had collided with him, Hagrid's robust voice rang out. "Harry, are you all right? Is everything fine?" The individual who had bumped into Sean straightened up, offering an apologetic nod before addressing Hagrid. "I'm fine, Hagrid. I just tripped and fell a moment ago, but I'm all right now." "Harry, be careful not to fall into the water," Hagrid cautioned. "All right, Hagrid, I understand." Harry rubbed his head, then turned to Sean, apologizing earnestly. "I'm sorry, I tripped and accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right?" As Sean observed the contrite Harry and glanced at Ron, who had just hurried onto the boat, he found himself pondering when he would meet the destined child of this world, only to realize that moment had arrived sooner than expected. Shaking his head gently, Sean replied, "I'm fine. It was merely a bump, nothing serious. But you all should be cautious not to fall into the water." "Thank you. I'm glad to meet you. My name is Harry. What is yours?" Harry, newly introduced to the magical realm, retained a certain innocence. Despite having encountered the likes of Malfoy, a pure-blood snob, his amiable nature led him to wish for a friendly acquaintance with Sean, especially since they would be sharing the same boat. "You may call me Sean." Sean had no intention of forming a deep bond with Harry. Given the tumultuous times at Hogwarts, where accidents had become alarmingly frequent over the past decades, he believed that forging a close friendship would inevitably lead to perilous entanglements. A nodding acquaintance sufficed for him. "I'm Ron. I just saw Malfoy glaring at you. Did you provoke him?" The Weasley family and the Malfoy lineage were both pure-blood families, yet their allegiances differed significantly. Naturally, Ron and Malfoy harbored mutual disdain. Having witnessed Malfoy's hostility directed at Sean, Ron felt compelled to inquire about the situation. "I'm not certain. Perhaps he looks down on me because he thinks my parents are muggles," Sean responded. Ron's face reflected surprise. He noted Sean's calm demeanor as he did not exhibit the anxiousness that others often displayed. He assumed Sean's parents must be wizards. Observing Ron's astonishment, Harry glanced quizzically at Sean and asked Sean, "What is a muggle?" In the wizarding world, only a handful of wizards could genuinely regard non-magical individuals as equals. In truth, the majority of wizards harbored an innate belief in their superiority over those without magic. While many did not exhibit the overt disdain of purebloods, they nonetheless often regarded muggles with a degree of condescension. Noticing Harry's contemplative expression and Ron's evident shock at his words, Sean chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he sat quietly in the boat that had now set sail, gliding towards the majestic Hogwarts castle. A fleet of small boats, each adorned with oil lamps, gradually docked at the shores of Hogwarts Lake. Under Hagrid's guidance, the first-year students disembarked, traversing the modest boathouse before ascending the somewhat slippery staircase. They passed through the entrance hall and arrived at the sorting waiting room. Here, they beheld a stern witch standing on the staircase, reminiscent of the most austere teacher found in every school, instantly silencing the chattering newcomers, who awaited her words in hushed anticipation. "Welcome to Hogwarts. You may call me Professor McGonagall. A feast is about to commence, and prior to its beginning, you will be assigned to one of the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin." At this juncture, Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the somewhat disheveled students and paused briefly before continuing, before the sorting ceremony. "You have time to tidy yourselves up a bit." It was evident that Professor McGonagall was not one for excessive conversation. She merely addressed the essential matters before turning to prepare for the sorting ceremony, prompting the young wizards waiting there to erupt into chatter once more. Sean stood beside Harry and Ron, listening to Ron's incessant prattle. He glanced over at Neville, who was cradling a toad in his arms. Sean vaguely recalled that during Professor McGonagall's speech, Neville must have found his lost pet toad. Yet, it had not occurred at that moment. And now the toad lay nestled in Neville's embrace. Had the presence of an additional new student at Hogwarts instigated some shifts? Some occurrences had transformed, while others remained unchanged. The alteration pertained to Neville's toad, while the inevitable confrontation between Harry and Malfoy unfolded anew, albeit this time Sean found himself unwittingly caught in the crossfire of Malfoy's ridicule. Chapter 11. The first encounter at Hogwarts, it turned out that the rumors were indeed true. The illustrious Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy, pale of complexion and with a sharply defined chin, approached Harry step by deliberate step, scrutinizing him as if he were a master inspecting his slave. Only when Harry exhibited signs of impatience did Malfoy continue in that slow, irksome tone. However, I have a question. Is your mother a witch or a muggle? Observing the unmistakable anger brewing within Harry, Sean appraised Malfoy before him. In stark contrast to the cinematic portrayal, the real Malfoy lacked any semblance of the endearing arrogance one might find in films, instead radiating an air of pure-blooded disdain and decay that was utterly unappealing. Of course, for someone like Sean, who aspired to join either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, the question of Slytherin's likability was of no consequence, even amidst the daily school life. Gryffindors would often clash with him, yet he merely needed to focus on attending classes, living well, and engaging in duels, quietly navigating through the 7 years. Once Harry Potter vanquished the Noseless Fiend, he could proceed with his plans to venture into the entertainment industry in Hong Kong. Harry and Draco continued their heated argument, while Sean contemplated withdrawing to avoid the confrontation. However, before he could retreat, Draco unexpectedly turned his ire towards Ron and Sean. Potter, there are certain wizarding families that consider themselves superior. If one seeks companionship, it should be with those of our standing, not with individuals clad in tattered robes, resembling the lower-class wizards with their unruly red hair. Draco's gaze fell upon Sean, his expression rife with disdain. And then there are those like you, no different from the mudbloods, born of worthless parents, who, despite bearing a noble surname, can never be regarded as esteemed. This provocation was intolerable. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Sean stepped forward to confront Draco. At that moment, Draco looked down at Sean with an expression of contempt and threatened. This is Hogwarts, and my father is a board member here. What do you think you can do to me? I could easily have you expelled. With a smirk, Sean replied, So, according to your logic, because your family has a connection to the board, you believe you can act with impunity? Indeed, Draco grinned. Having encountered many like Sean before, those sycophantic wizards who, upon learning of his Malfoy lineage, would immediately adopt a fawning demeanor, particularly those from mudblood families or those with one muggle parent. In Draco's mind, Sean would be no exception. Sean regarded Draco with a sudden smile and said, So, if having a family member on the board grants you carte blanche, then by your reasoning, I too can act as I please at Hogwarts. For my grandfather is also a board member, correct? That mudblood spawn, even with the surname Bester, is still nothing. Before Draco could finish his retort, Sean launched a punch that landed squarely on Draco's face. With a resounding thud, Draco stared in shock at Sean, instinctively reaching to touch his nose, from which 2 streams of blood began to flow. His once proud nose now bent awkwardly to one side, flushed crimson. Had he been struck by this mudblood? It took Draco a moment to grasp the situation, before he clutched his nose and began to shout in distress. Observing Draco's predicament, Goyle and Crabbe rushed towards Sean. Their families were allied with the Malfoys, and having received prior warnings before arriving at Hogwarts, they felt compelled to defend their own. With their hefty physiques, Sean knew he would be at a disadvantage in a brawl against Goyle and Crabbe, unless he resorted to magic. Yet, Draco's earlier assertion rang true. He could indeed act freely at Hogwarts. Sean, however, could not. He could resort to physical violence against Malfoy, which could be deemed merely a minor altercation among young wizards. However, if he were to initiate an attack using magic, it would assume an entirely different nature. Goyle and Crabbe, with their imposing physiques among their peers, possessed no significant fighting experience, much like other young wizards. In a purely physical confrontation, Harry's cousin Dudley could likely defeat all 4 of them single-handedly, while Sean, though unable to take on all 4, could easily manage 2. This was not due to Sean's superior physical prowess, but rather his cunning nature. Swiftly repositioning himself, Sean confronted Goyle, effectively blocking Crabbe's approach. Stepping forward, he feigned a punch, distracting Goyle. At the moment Goyle's attention was fully on Sean's fist, Sean delivered a powerful kick to Goyle's groin, causing the previously formidable Goyle to collapse to the ground, akin to a duck having its neck stepped on. Crabbe momentarily froze in shock at the sight of Goyle's sudden downfall. Just as he contemplated lunging at Sean, Harry and Ron tackled him to the ground, leading to a chaotic scuffle among the three. This unexpected assistance momentarily caught Sean off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, laughing as he charged towards Malfoy. Malfoy, clutching his nose, was helpless as blood and tears streamed down his face. Initially, he had anticipated that Goyle and Crabbe would overpower Sean, but he was astounded to see Sean advancing towards him without hesitation. Realizing the futility of trying to outrun Sean, he shielded his nose and fled towards the grand hall where the banquet was being held. Just as Malfoy was about to push open the door to escape, Sean delivered a swift kick to his lower back, propelling him into the grand hall, where he fell face first onto the floor, losing 2 bloody teeth that bounced upon impact, landing at the feet of Professor McGonagall, who was preparing to usher the young wizards inside. In an instant, the previously bustling grand hall fell into silence. Chapter 12. Your house awaits. Malfoy lay on the ground, covering his nose and mouth, weeping profusely, particularly distressed upon realizing he was now in the grand hall. Professor McGonagall observed the sobbing Malfoy on the floor, then glanced at Sean, who stood awkwardly at the entrance, alongside the entangled Harry and Ron, their scuffle still ongoing. Anger surged within her, causing her voice to tremble as she spoke. This is unprecedented. I merely stepped away for a moment, and you all resorted to fighting. Mr. Malfoy has sustained such injuries. This is before she could finish her admonishment. McGonagall suddenly recalled that these young wizards had just arrived at Hogwarts and had yet to undergo the sorting ceremony, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Dumbledore and the other professors hurried over. Dumbledore stood beside Professor McGonagall and said, "Minerva, I believe our foremost priority now is to escort the injured students to Madame Pomfrey. As for the rest, we can discuss that later." While Dumbledore spoke, Severus Snape, a close friend of Draco's father, knelt down and used magic to staunch Draco's bleeding. However, Draco's 2 missing front teeth and his crooked nose had yet to mend. Snape half-dragged, half-carried Draco towards the hospital wing. As they exited the Great Hall, Snape cast a cold, emotionless glance at Sean, who stood by the door. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall had finally composed herself. She swiftly approached and intervened in the struggle involving the 3 on the ground, observing their torn robes and the bruises on their faces. McGonagall entrusted Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, to take Harry, Hermione, and the semi-conscious Goyle to the hospital wing, while she turned her attention to Sean. The events that transpired did not signify an end. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, the repercussions would reflect in the points of the respective houses. Gazing at Professor McGonagall, Sean inclined slightly and remarked, "I apologize for disrupting the pleasant atmosphere, professors." This statement, though somewhat veiled, was clear to Sean. He bowed slightly to McGonagall and refrained from further comments. It must be acknowledged that Madame Pomfrey, the sole nurse at Hogwarts, possessed remarkable expertise in healing magic. In just about 5 minutes, Draco and Harry's injuries had been completely healed, particularly Draco's injuries, with his nose having been broken and his front teeth knocked out, had miraculously restored to their original state in a mere 5 minutes. The efficacy of healing magic in treating non-magical injuries was truly astonishing. Everyone, please line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Wait. Professor McGonagall directed a puzzled look at Snape. Seeing her gaze, Snape wasted no time and stated directly, "Professor McGonagall, I believe it is essential to clarify this matter before the sorting. What do you think? I have no objections regarding the others, but Mr. Burst is the one who initiated the altercation, although Draco may have been somewhat impolite in his words. Resorting to violence is a breach of school rules. Therefore, I recommend deducting 50 points from Mr. Burst. It is important to note that each house's base points for a semester total only 500. Thus, a deduction of 50 points amounts to a significantly harsh punishment." McGonagall held reservations about this, as she surmised that Sean had a considerable chance of being sorted into Gryffindor based on his recent actions. However, upon observing the resolute expression on Snape's face, she quickly realized that her dissent would be futile. "Very well. The others will lose 20 points, while Mr. Burst will lose 50, regardless of which house they enter." With that proclamation, McGonagall ceased further discussion and turned to lead the young witches and wizards back into the Great Hall. The recent incident in the Grand Auditorium was witnessed by the young wizards from the 4 colleges. The news of Malfoy's defeat brought unrestrained joy to every member of Gryffindor, with some even whistling as Sean and his companions arrived. One only needed a glance at the two red-haired heads to discern the source of the whistle. Conversely, on the Slytherin side, Malfoy's affiliation was a foregone conclusion. In other words, their prospective member had been bested, a disgrace that reflected upon the entire Slytherin house. A gathering of students stood before the sorting hat as Professor McGonagall retrieved the list, initiating the annual sorting ceremony. At this moment, Sean cast a curious glance towards the sorting hat, eager to witness a classic event unfold. Hannah Abbott. Sean watched as the girl stepped forward, renowned for her steadfastness. Following Hannah, the young wizards took turns approaching for their sorting. Sean's surname was Burstead, and soon it was his turn. Sean Burstead. Upon hearing his name, every professor turned their gaze towards him, particularly the heads of the four houses, who regarded Sean as a walking 50 points, anxious about where he might be sorted. Unsurprisingly, the level of concern varied among them. Snape was the least worried, convinced that such a brash and rude individual could never end up in Slytherin. Seated, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Sean's head. At that moment, the hat began to murmur in his mind. Ah, a thirst for power, a yearning for knowledge, pure blood, and a courage uncommon among the ordinary. This is indeed a challenging decision. Listening to the hat's musings, Sean silently chanted in his mind, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." Not Slytherin? Are you certain? I am certain, not Slytherin. Very well, I comprehend. Your house is. At this instant, the sorting hat announced Sean's house. Slytherin. The smile on Sean's lips and the one on Snape's face froze in disbelief. What? Slytherin? Sorting hat. Are you jesting? Wasn't it promised that the sorting hat would respect personal choice? Evidently, this so-called respect is reserved solely for Harry Potter. At this moment, Sean wished to seize the sorting hat and shake it furiously, demanding to know why it possessed two faces. As Professor McGonagall, with a hint of a smile, removed the hat from Sean's head, he found himself under Snape's cold, hollow gaze and the silent scrutiny of the Slytherin students. As he took a seat at the Slytherin long table, utterly disheartened. Before long, Millicent approached the Slytherin table, standing directly across from Sean. Sean, if you return my belongings now, I might still. I'm not in the mood. If you wish to end up like Malfoy, then feel free to continue your incessant chatter before me. Miri-san was momentarily taken aback, wanted to utter something, but ultimately refraining, letting out a cold snort as she moved to sit beside other Slytherin students. Meanwhile, Sean was feeling somewhat troubled, though not due to his placement in Slytherin. The unexpected sorting into Slytherin had indeed caught him off guard, and he was somewhat vexed by the situation. However, he did not dwell on it too much. For this was Hogwarts, a place where dire incidents were unlikely to occur. With a bit of caution in his daily life, most problems could be avoided. Sean's distress stemmed from the hidden attributes of Slytherin's Death Eater Reserve. Initially, he had hoped to leisurely spend 7 years at Hogwarts, but it now seemed virtually impossible. Furthermore, in order to avoid being crushed as mere cannon fodder in the future, Sean felt compelled to devise a plan to bolster his self-preservation capabilities. Contemplating self-defense, Sean suddenly recalled the altercation he had previously engaged in with Malfoy, Goyle, and their ilk. According to the panel's peculiar nature, having triumphed over them, he should stand a significant chance of acquiring some skill from Malfoy and Goyle. With this thought, Sean promptly activated the panel and indeed saw the corresponding notifications. Challenge Draco Malfoy to a duel. Victory in the duel results in a random skill acquisition from the opponent. Acquisition in progress. Acquisition complete. Pure blood aristocratic table etiquette. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Sean's mouth as he continued reading. Gregory Goyle challenges you to a duel. Victory in the duel results in a random skill acquisition from the opponent. Acquisition in progress. Acquisition complete. Wizard chess cheating techniques. At that moment, Sean rolled his eyes heavenward, realizing that these two were even inferior to his own little useless brother. What a farce, considering Malfoy was the sole heir of the Malfoy family. As the sorting ceremony drew to a close, the Gryffindor hourglass lost 40 red stones, while Slytherin's hourglass instantly lost 110 green stones. The deductions for Gryffindor were due to Harry and Ron, who, having participated in the brawl, each lost 20 points. As for Slytherin, 60 points were deducted from Malfoy and his two lackeys, while 50 points were taken from Sean, the trailblazer of brawls on Hogwarts opening day. In response, Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, did not feel any regret over the loss of points for her house. Instead, she took a pleasurable sip from her goblet, relishing the thought that although she was unfortunate, others were faring even worse, taking delight in their self-inflicted predicament. Conversely, the Slytherin Serpent King, who walked with an air of confidence, displayed a complex expression in his previously vacant eyes. Neither regret nor anger, but rather a perplexing mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Heaven knows how a brash and crude individual like Sean found himself sorted into Slytherin. Even the well-versed Slytherin Serpent King could not fathom how such a character had come to be part of their ranks. After much effort, I believed I had dug a pit for Gryffindor, only to find myself ensnared within it, resulting in a rather embarrassing fall. The clatter of my cutlery resonated unpleasantly against the plate as I clumsily sliced my steak, my hand heavy with the weight of the moment. As Dumbledore concluded his speech, a bountiful spread of food materialized upon the long tables of the four houses. The atmosphere among the other three houses reached a crescendo with the arrival of the feast, as wizards, both young and old, eagerly set to devouring the fare. In stark contrast, the Slytherin table remained notably subdued. This was undoubtedly due, in part, to the 110 points deducted from the house at the very start of the term, but it also stemmed from Slytherin's inherent formality, which rendered it less casual than the other houses. Aside from a few newcomers like Goyle and Crabbe, who displayed a complete lack of decorum, the Slytherin students maintained a considerable degree of etiquette during their meal. It is through such distinctions that the supposed nobility of pure bloods is manifested. Samuel, how do you find this year's new students? One of the fifth-year students inquired. Both the Malfoy and the Burst families are represented, and their demeanor is quite commendable, considering they hail from some of the most renowned pureblood families. While their potential remains uncertain, we can be assured that their baseline will not fall short. The speakers were two fifth-year students, newly appointed as the house prefects. At Hogwarts, each house selects one male and one female prefect in their fifth year, who will serve until graduation in the seventh year. Thus, at any given time, each house boasts 6 prefects concurrently. By the time of seventh-year graduation, it is the moment for the new fifth years to elect their successors. Prefects are typically the most distinguished students within their houses, though the definition of most distinguished is subject to the discretion of each house's head. Otherwise, Ron Weasley would never have attained such a position, as he truly lacked the requisite qualifications. The selection process for Slytherin prefects differs slightly from that of the other houses. Snape, disinterested in such trivial matters, allows for a modest internal selection process, after which the outgoing prefect submits the names of the chosen candidates to him. Once Snape grants his approval, the selection is deemed complete. Consequently, Slytherin prefects tend to either hail from affluent backgrounds or possess exceptional talents, or, in some cases, embody both qualities. At this moment, the two fifth-year prefects of Slytherin exemplify this duality. Samuel, the male prefect, is a tall, handsome individual of mixed heritage, emerging from a moderate pure-blood family. In an era when nearly half of the 28 pure-blood families have experienced decline, his family stands as a rising star among them. Coupled with his amiable nature and commendable abilities, his ascension to the role of prefect is indeed a natural progression. The female prefect, Irina, comes from a smaller pure-blood family, which does not wield significant influence. However, her personal capabilities are remarkably exceptional, even among Slytherin's female witches, particularly in the field of charms. Irina joined the Charms Club in her second year, and during the prefect selection, she faced challenges from peers in her year, ultimately triumphing in 3 consecutive contests, thereby solidifying her position as prefect. Samuel and Irina may possess advantages in both family background and personal capabilities. Yet the interplay of these aspects also bestows upon them significant advantages, rendering them exemplary figures of dual excellence. In contrast, the most renowned example of someone attaining the position of head solely through lineage is Draco Malfoy from the 5th year. As for those who ascend to leadership purely by virtue of personal merit, the most notable instance is the infamous Voldemort, who once lacked a nose. In essence, within the perspective of Slytherin, 2 factors reign supreme, the first being family background, a term that encompasses wealth, power, and networks of influence. The second factor is capability, which is rather straightforward, signifying one's excellence. As long as one is sufficiently remarkable, respect and admiration will undoubtedly follow within Slytherin. Irina's inquiry into Samuel's intentions reflects this very sentiment. The connections among pure-blood wizards are typically forged from a young age, and it is only during their time at Hogwarts that these relationships begin to solidify. Once they depart the school, these networks become increasingly robust. Much like the brotherhoods and sisterhoods in the realm of ordinary society, these alumni connections in the Western world often facilitate the resolution of myriad future matters, a truth that holds in the wizarding community as well. Consequently, many pure-blood wizards take it upon themselves to invest in newly admitted young witches and wizards during their time at Hogwarts, offering assistance or companionship, which proves to be immensely beneficial for their future endeavors. At this juncture, Irina and Samuel are unable to discern the personal potential of the new students. Thus their focus lies predominantly on family lineage. It is evident that Draco and Millicent, hailing from the Malfoy and Burstead families respectively, have caught their attention. Samuel muses aloud. The Sean Burstead who confronted Malfoy is also from the Burstead family, isn't he? Between Samuel and Irina, there exists a subtle hierarchy in which Irina's opinions hold sway, a dynamic that has emerged following their private assessments since becoming fifth-year prefects. Upon hearing Irina's words, Samuel promptly responded, before the school term commenced. The affairs of the Burstead family were the subject of considerable gossip, which you may not have heard due to your aversion to such trivialities. Mr. Burstead has 3 offspring. The eldest daughter and the youngest son are perfectly ordinary, yet the middle son is mute. According to Burstead family tradition, a mute heir may retain the family name, but will be cast out upon reaching adulthood to fend for themselves. If this were all, it would merely signify a routine change, hardly worthy of gossip. However, there is more to the story. Nodding at Irina, Samuel took a sip of pumpkin juice and continued. Indeed, it is said that Mr. Burstead is exceedingly fond of this Sean Burstead, to the extent that he gifted him a magical item that was originally intended for Millicent, inciting her and her father's displeasure. Nevertheless, Mr. Burstead quelled their discontent, indicating a true affection for his grandson Sean. Irina set down her fork, contemplating briefly before murmuring, I find myself feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Sean Burstead. His impulsive and reckless demeanor suggests a lack of cunning. If he genuinely believes that Mr. Burstead's favoritism is genuine, it could spell disaster for him. Samuel raised an eyebrow and inquired softly, What do you think? A son, once cast out from the family, and a grandson whom Mr. Bester had never laid eyes on since his birth. If he truly cared for the boy, how could he have remained absent all these years, only to reappear when the child awakened his magical potential and then bestow upon him the magical artifact that another grandson so desperately desired? Samuel, the Phillips family is hardly a minor clan. Surely such matters cannot escape your notice? Momentarily taken aback, Samuel glanced at Mirison, who was seated nearby, indulging in food, then shifted his gaze to Sean, who sat at the far end, exhibiting impeccable manners. Suddenly enlightened, he nodded slightly and remarked, if that is indeed the case, then Sean Bester is rather pitiable. Shaking her head, Irina sighed, choosing to refrain from further discussion. Changing the subject, she acknowledged that Sean's affairs were merely transient gossip, lacking the depth for extensive conversation. After all, in their view, investing in Sean seemed unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to invest in Mirison, the rightful heir to the prestigious Bester lineage. Although Mirison's father still stood in the way, the early bird catches the worm, does it not? Just as Sean savored a piece of steak and contemplated reaching for a chicken leg, he suddenly spotted Harry sitting across the Gryffindor table, waving lightly at him. Observing the faint hint of regret and confusion on Harry's face, Sean returned a gentle smile and nodded slightly, preparing to focus once more on his meal. At that moment, a young wizard approached, balancing a plate as he settled across from Sean. With a smile, he remarked, I saw you greet Harry Potter. Are you a fan of his as well? Taken aback, Sean turned to the boy and responded, I truly did not expect anyone to take a seat across from me at this moment. Chapter 15, Blaise Zabini. Why not? You seem like a fascinating individual, and I will be delighted to make your acquaintance. Sean took in the sight of the boy before him, a brown-skinned youth, notably tall for his age, with strikingly handsome features that exuded an air of confidence and nonchalance unusual for someone so young. Sean sensed that this boy, too, was likely quite intriguing. Extending his hand for a shake, Sean introduced himself, Sean Bester. May I ask your name? Blaise Zabini. You could just call me Blaise. What trouble could they possibly stir for me? Place a snake on my bed? Or perhaps a frog? We are Slytherins, after all, of course. If someone fancied themselves a master of magic, believing they could evade scrutiny while casting spells from behind, such a scenario was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Yet, it was certainly unlikely to occur among the younger years. Blaise was indeed a rather engaging individual, witty, humorous, and possessing a maturity that far surpassed that of his peers. For Sean, who shared a similar maturity, or perhaps even surpassed it, Blaise represented an excellent choice for friendship. Hearing the hissing sound emanating from his bosom, Sean gently tugged at his collar, and Corkin slithered out, wrapping itself delicately around Sean's neck, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Is this your pet? Indeed. Sean reached out to gently stroke Corkin's head, prompting the serpent to nuzzle his hand affectionately. This sight ignited a pang of envy in Blaise, who yearned to caress Corkin's head as well. However, the moment Blaise extended his hand, Corkin instantly reared up, eyeing Blaise with suspicion, its forked tongue flickering in readiness to strike. In an effort to soothe Corkin, Sean remarked to Blaise, when I first acquired Corkin. It took considerable effort to earn its trust. I still bear the marks of its fangs on my hand. Blaze gazed at Corkin with admiration for a wizard of Slytherin. The creature's appearance was undeniably captivating, a rare white serpent, seemingly tailored as the perfect pet for their house. Although Sean and Blaze were seated at a distance, they remained at the Slytherin table, and Corkin, coiled around Sean's neck, naturally caught the attention of others. For some boys, the white serpent was indeed beautiful, but not particularly noteworthy. They could easily procure a similar one through their families. However, the girls were undeniably enchanted by Corkin. Yet, before they could approach, Dumbledore tapped his glass, and the remnants of the feast were swiftly cleared away, except for Goyle, who clutched a turkey leg in one hand and a piece of cake in the other, and Crabbe, whose face was smeared with grease as he held a pig's trotter. The rest of the Slytherins had finished their meals and sat quietly on the benches, awaiting the conclusion of the banquet. As the great hall gradually fell silent, Dumbledore rose from his seat, cleared his throat, and began, "While you still have the energy to listen, I must address a few points of importance. Firstly, whether you are a newcomer or a returning student, you are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. Should you be discovered trespassing, appropriate consequences will follow. Secondly, I must caution everyone. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." It was evident that as Dumbledore began to sing the school song, not only did the older students of each house display expressions of resignation and distress, but even the professors at the faculty table wore stiff, uncomfortable faces, clearly averse to Hogwarts' anthem. Nevertheless, with the headmaster's command, there was little recourse. And as Dumbledore led the way, various melodies of the school's song echoed throughout the Great Hall. Most of the students at the Slytherin table merely moved their lips in silence, producing no sound at all. Instead, it was Goyle and Crabbe, their faces smeared with grease and cream, who had just resolved their food predicament while Dumbledore was speaking. They bellowed the school song, resembling a funeral dirge in its tone, causing Malfoy to question his existence and eliciting expressions of despair from the first-year students seated nearby. Sean believed that had this occurred outside the Great Hall, and absent the watchful gaze of Headmaster Snape, at least 17 or 18 Slytherin students would have cast spells upon Goyle and Crabbe, rendering them mute. As the exasperating school song concluded, Sean exchanged a glance with Blaze. Both wore expressions of resignation, evidently affected by the reverberations of Goyle and Crabbe's cacophony. He found himself pondering how these two had been sorted into Slytherin. Did the sorting hat truly focus solely on bloodline, disregarding all else? He mused that perhaps Goyle and Crabbe were more suited for Gryffindor. Listening to Blaze's remarks, Sean shook his head and chuckled. "I believe this is the most egregious defamation of Gryffindor I have ever encountered." With the school song at an end, the heads of houses rose sequentially, ushering their students from the Great Hall to their respective common rooms. First came the newly elected 5th-year prefects, followed by Oliver and the other 6th-year prefects, and finally the 2 7th-year prefects. Notably, one of the 7th-year prefects was the female president of the student council, representing all female students, and she was indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 16, The Common Room. Having started the term with a deduction of 110 points, a situation unprecedented for Slytherin, a significant portion of this predicament lay at Sean's feet, compelling him to bear responsibility. The female student council president regarded Sean, ensuring he was not speaking idly, before nodding slightly and stating, "I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain. For these 50 points, I will restrain the upperclassmen from troubling you. But should you fail by the end of the term, even if I have graduated by then, rest assured, I still possess the means to make your 2nd and 3rd years, and indeed your future, quite difficult." The Slytherin Common Room is situated in the dungeons, one level below Hogwarts. Sean and Blaze stood at the rear of the line, gazing at the slick, barren wall ahead, aware that this was the entrance to Slytherin's Common Room. "Everyone, remember that this is the entrance to our Slytherin Common Room. The password changes every 2 weeks, so please keep an eye on the notice board, where the updated password will be posted. Currently, the password to enter the Slytherin Common Room is Serpent's Fawn." As the 7th-year male prefect's voice echoed, a round archway emerged from the seemingly slippery stone wall, automatically swinging open. The prefects led the cluster of first years through the stone door, revealing a slightly narrow, low-ceilinged common room, crafted from a large block of rough stone, exuding a Gothic aesthetic, adorned with numerous bizarre sculptures upon its walls. In the common room, for tall, magnificent windows allowed a lake green light to spill in, illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. Upon entering, Sean was pleasantly surprised to find the atmosphere not overly humid, but rather dry, a testament to the efficacy of magic in humidity control. Though sunlight was absent, the environment's dryness and aesthetic charm were agreeable to Sean. The The Slytherin common room was spacious, accommodating many descendants of pureblood families. Consequently, its design and construction ensured that each individual had a private chamber, smaller than the larger shared dormitories of Gryffindor, yet affording solitude and intimacy. Both Sean and his fellow Slytherins were quite content with such arrangements. Blaise, where is your room? Seaning Guayeth, turning to face his friend at the door of his own chamber. Same as yours. If the door is ajar, feel free to enter. I shall tidy up my room and prepare for rest, Blaise replied. Very well, good night. Sean's belongings were modest yet substantial enough to require considerable organization. After some time, he settled at the desk by the window, gazing at the aquatic life gliding through the verdant waters outside. He withdrew his pet, Culkin, from his embrace and placed it on the desk to acclimatize to its new surroundings for the next 7 years. When Sean awoke, it was already the next morning, and he had enjoyed a restful slumber. Collecting the books needed for his morning classes, he sought out Blaise, and together they made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Upon arrival, they found Draco Malfoy and his entourage already present. Ignoring Malfoy, who exuded an air of self-importance, Sean and Blaise quickly consumed some milk and toast with bacon before following the prefect to their first class. Their initial lesson was Transfiguration, conveniently located on the ground floor, making it easy to find. As Sean and Blaise entered the classroom, Harry and Ron arrived fashionably late, taking seats directly behind Sean and immediately bombarding him with questions. Sean, how was your day yesterday? Did anyone bully you? Shaking his head, Sean expressed his gratitude for their concern. No one bothered me, rest assured. What about you? How is Gryffindor? Upon hearing Sean's words, Harry and Ron eagerly began to extol the virtues of Gryffindor, lamenting Sean's absence from their house. They believed he possessed the qualities befitting a Gryffindor, rather than being placed among the predominantly dark wizards of Slytherin. Perhaps sensing their desire to draw Sean, a walking embodiment of mediocrity, into Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, who had intended to observe the young wizard's comportment, could no longer contain herself. She leaped down from the podium, transforming from her feline form into her human guise, and swiftly approached Harry and Ron, gently rapping on their desks to silence their incessant chatter. Chapter 17, The First Points. As the time has come, I kindly ask all gentlemen and ladies to take their seats. Your inaugural class on Transfiguration is about to commence. Before we delve into the teachings, it is imperative to impart that Transfiguration is among the most intricate, perilous, and challenging forms of magic to master. Therefore, I urge everyone to pay close attention during my lecture, refraining from whispering or mischief. Otherwise, I shall regrettably have to ask you to leave my class temporarily, for the benefit of others who wish to learn undisturbed. If this is understood, let us now begin our first lesson. With her words fading into silence, Professor McGonagall elegantly raised her wand, gracefully waving it. The students immediately observed the patterns on the floor beneath their feet seeming to come alive, flowing like rippling water, while an array of flowers and miniature trees began to sprout upon the desks before them. Upon a second flourish of her wand, the classroom returned to its original state. Looking upon the young wizards, Professor McGonagall spoke. Transfiguration is a profound branch of magic. A wizard may dedicate an entire lifetime and still find it arduous to attain mastery in Transfiguration. Thus, I'd encourage you to mindfully tread each step forward. If you are diligent and possess the aptitude for Transfiguration, you will find that when you raise your heads, you will have traversed a considerable distance along this path. Next, I shall impart to you the most fundamental and frequently employed transfiguration, the transformation of objects. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall lightly tapped her nearby lectern with her wand, which instantly morphed into a small pig, grunting as it ambled about the classroom. It is well known that pigs possess remarkable magical resistance. Thus, to transfigure an inanimate object into a living creature and to manifest a flawless little pig is a testament to Professor McGonagall's profound expertise in transfiguration. Sean was acutely aware of this. A significant portion of the notes provided to him by Gavin contained various hypotheses and experiments regarding transfiguration. As Sean perused the notes, he discovered that by the time Gavin had graduated from Hogwarts, he had yet to succeed in transforming an inanimate object into an animal. Nevertheless, Gavin's proficiency in transfiguration was already commendable, underscoring the discipline's formidable challenges. Consequently, after acquiring his wand, Sean placed great emphasis on practicing transfiguration, drawing from Gavin's notes, which included valuable insights and personal techniques, thus laying the groundwork for his initial foray into this intricate art. Moreover, this course on transfiguration represented the first step in Sean's meticulously crafted plan to earn points. Midway through Professor McGonagall's lecture, a series of matchsticks appeared before them. It was merely a matter of directing one's efforts rather than achieving perfection. Professor McGonagall was well aware of the considerable difficulty that lay within this seemingly simple task, particularly for the young wizards embarking on their first day of class. Sean gazed intently at the matchstick before him. In his previous practice of transfiguration at home, he had not attempted to transform a matchstick into a needle. Rather, he had experimented with other objects. The concept of object transformation was inherently straightforward to him. Thus he felt no apprehension. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself, directing his wand towards the matchstick. With a deliberate motion, he traced his wand from the head to the tail of the matchstick. Before his very eyes, the matchstick gradually elongated and sharpened. With each successive upward and downward flick of his wand, the matchstick became increasingly slender, its material undergoing a remarkable transformation. Ultimately, on the 7th stroke of his wand, the matchstick had completely morphed into a silvery embroidery needle. Sean had succeeded. During the practice, Ron had made numerous attempts, yet the matchstick yielded no results, causing his attention to wander as he glanced at Harry and then at Sean. Upon witnessing Sean's successful transformation, he could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Ron's voice immediately drew the attention of the entire classroom, and the young wizards turned their gaze towards the embroidery needle before Sean. Professor McGonagall swiftly approached, inspecting the needle on Sean's desk with keen interest. After confirming the accuracy of the transformation, she nodded in satisfaction and looked at Sean. "Behold, Mr. Bester has successfully completed his transfiguration. As the first to achieve this feat, I shall award 5 points to Slytherin, Mr. Bester's house." Though Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, she was notably impartial, unlike the Slytherin house as Snake King. She would not withhold points simply because a student belonged to Slytherin, nor would she grant leniency to a Gryffindor for the same reason. Sean's commendable performance in her class warranted recognition, regardless of his house affiliation. If it were any other Slytherin receiving points, their peers would undoubtedly erupt in cheers. However, since it was Sean, the presence of Malfoy and Millicent tempered the celebrations. Only Blaise offered his applause and congratulations. Sean, however, remained unfazed. Points are earned through one's own merit, and he believed that gaining recognition was justified. As for other matters, they held little significance for him. He was content to focus on his own life. During lunch, while Sean and Blaise enjoyed their meal, fifth-year prefect Samuel approached them with a seemingly warm demeanor. Sean engaged in casual conversation with Samuel, maintaining a nonchalant facade. Shortly thereafter, Samuel excused himself, citing other commitments, and departed from the Great Hall. Sean chuckled softly as he watched Samuel's retreating figure. Truly, he thought, a quintessential Slytherin. Chapter 8, Material Handling. Blaise, how could you misjudge the time? Regardless, we haven't arrived late. We merely came a bit early. We can wait in the classroom, can't we? We're not Gryffindors. Arriving a little ahead of schedule shouldn't be an issue, right? Even among Slytherin students attending a lesson from their own house king, there was an undeniable air of trepidation. Snape's intimidating presence affected young wizards across all houses. After a moment's contemplation, Sean shook his head and remarked, "Never mind, since we are all here. Let's step inside for a while. At worst, we can peruse some texts, and if the headmaster poses any inquiries, I might earn a few points." He chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize for the inconvenience. It shall not happen again. No worries, this is hardly a grave matter. Surely, the headmaster wouldn't penalize our house for our early arrival. Moreover, Snape may not even be present in the classroom." Muttering to himself, Sean and Blaise pushed open the door to the potions classroom. However, as they entered, they were met with the sight of a familiar figure standing at the podium, meticulously attending to potion ingredients. Upon hearing the door creak, that pair of hollow eyes immediately turned their way, sending a shiver down the spines of both Sean and Blaise. "He is here." Blaise opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Sean inhaled sharply and addressed Snape. "Professor, we seem to have miscalculated the time and arrived early. We intend to remain here briefly, but if we are disturbing you, we shall promptly step outside and return when class commences." Snape regarded Sean, seemingly recalling the predicament he had unwittingly placed himself in the previous day. The corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly as he replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any emotion. "Suit yourselves." With that, Snape resumed his meticulous grinding of the materials in front of him. At this point, Blaise had already taken a seat in the back, and Sean considered joining him. However, after a moment's thought, he turned and approached Snape's side. Under Blaise's astonished gaze, he asked, "Professor, may I have a go?" Snape halted his actions and turned his attention to Sean, scrutinizing him briefly. The handling of potion ingredients requires both patience and focus. When dividing materials, a high degree of precision is also essential. Should you fail and waste the ingredients, even I would have to deduct points from your house. Observing Snape, Sean's understanding of the professor had largely been shaped by the literary works of his past life, which predominantly presented the narrative through Harry Potter's perspective. Now, as a student of Slytherin, he encountered Snape and discovered that the professor exhibited considerable patience when addressing Slytherin students. Despite his perpetually frigid tone and the strong aura of detachment that surrounded him. Professor, prior to the start of the term, I perused several texts related to potions. While I may not be well versed in all potions, I am quite familiar with the Scabbers remedy. Sean spoke trustfully. Nearly half of the notes left by Gavin were dedicated to potions, as Gavin was deeply engrossed in the art of potion making. Sean mused that if Gavin were present, they would likely share a significant rapport with Snape. Upon hearing Sean mention the name of the Scabbers remedy, Snape paused momentarily, scrutinizing Sean intently. Without uttering a word, he stepped back, granting Sean access to the podium and the apparatus. Sean exchanged a glance with the astonished Blaise before taking the pestle that Snape had just been using and began to grind the serpent's fangs in a steady, clockwise motion within the mortar. Standing behind Sean for a while, Snape observed him grinding snake fangs into standard materials. Once Sean began to handle the porcupine quills and confirmed there were no issues, Snape relinquished the task entirely to him and turned to leave the potions classroom. His destination unknown. Noticing Snape's departure, Blaise quickly approached Sean's side. Observing the fine beads of sweat forming on Sean's forehead, Blaise refrained from interrupting him, choosing instead to quietly watch him work with the materials, gaining a newfound appreciation for his recently acquainted friend. Initially, Blaise had been drawn to Sean solely for his audacity in confronting Malfoy. However, through today's experience, he discovered that Sean possessed not only an admirable demeanor, but also considerable talent. The earlier incident with Samuel had shown that Sean's exceptional performance in Transfiguration class warranted a familiar face and a slight investment of goodwill. The materials on the podium were plentiful, yet if Snape were to handle them, he would complete the task in a matter of moments. Although Sean was capable of managing these materials, he significantly lagged behind Snape in terms of proficiency and speed. Therefore, before Sean could finish processing the materials, the young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin began to enter the potions classroom in succession. Upon seeing Sean standing on the podium, diligently working with the materials, expressions of surprise adorned the faces of the students. Among those like Harry and Ron, who bore no ill will towards Sean, admiration shone brightly on their faces. Conversely, Hermione, the diligent scholar, exhibited an eager demeanor, while Malfoy and Millicent wore slightly sullen expressions. With an air of authority, his black robe billowing behind him, Snape approached Sean in swift strides. After meticulously inspecting the materials Sean had processed, he confirmed their accuracy and quietly declared, "The materials have been handled to a commendable standard. I am pleased to see such a student among this year's Slytherin cohort. Therefore, I shall award Slytherin 10 points. Upon hearing this, Sean glanced at Snape and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement before descending from the podium to take his seat beside Blaise. Letting out a silent sigh, he rubbed his aching right hand. The first day was indeed an opportune time to earn points. He had already secured marks in Transfiguration and Potions. And next was Charms class. Just as Sean contemplated how to continue accumulating points, Snape, following the familiar pattern from Sean's memories, began to target Harry. Chapter 19, Potions class. Initially influenced by others, Sean had thought that Snape and Harry might not be as adversarial as presumed. Perhaps Snape did harbor some animosity towards Harry, but it might merely stem from misunderstandings seen through Harry's perspective. Just as Snape had assisted Harry on numerous occasions, even risking his life, it was plausible that Snape, due to his connection with Harry's mother, did not truly despise Harry. However, when Sean, who sat in front of Harry, witnessed Snape's gaze directed at him, he finally acknowledged that his speculations were mere conjectures. Those sentiments were perhaps not unfounded. The hatred and anger reflected in Snape's eyes were undeniably genuine. Snape was indeed willing to sacrifice his life for the child of Lily Evans at a pivotal moment, seeking to atone for his past transgressions. Yet he harbored an inexpressible resentment towards the son of James Potter. Observing Snape at that moment, Sean sighed inwardly. Realizing that there could be no alteration in the dynamic between Snape and Harry, it was beyond his control. The repercussions of schoolyard violence were burdens that the children of the perpetrators must bear alone. For the vast majority, the triumph over the faceless foe and the willingness to lay down one's life to protect one's offspring may elevate James Potter to the status of a hero. Indeed, he could be considered one. However, for Snape, particularly in his youth, James Potter was merely a bully. Harry Potter's somewhat slow and gentle tone contained an inextricable hatred. Snape, clutching the attendance sheet, raised his eyes to Harry acknowledging him as the legendary savior, a figure of renown. Upon hearing Snape's words, Draco Malfoy and his two companions, Crabbe and Goyle, erupted into mocking laughter. As the son of one of Snape's few acquaintances, Malfoy was among the select few who could flout the rules and potions class without facing Snape's wrath. Sean glanced at Malfoy, recognizing him as a spoiled scion. Had he not provoked Sean, he wouldn't have even bothered to acknowledge him. You have come here to learn the precise craft of potion making, a meticulous science, rather than merely to wield your wands foolishly. Thus, many do not perceive potion making as a form of magic. I do not expect you to appreciate the allure of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding wisps of white smoke. After briefly elucidating his understanding of potions, Snape turned once more to Harry. Under the weight of Harry's millionfold rejection, he again targeted the son of his former adversary. Potter. Snape descended from the podium and approached Harry, his hollow eyes locking onto him as he enunciated each word deliberately. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result? Upon hearing this question, a look of existential doubt crossed Harry's face. He comprehended each word individually, yet the collective meaning eluded him. Meanwhile, Hermione, seated beside Harry, raised her hand high, eager to demonstrate that she was not a fool, but rather an astute individual capable of grasping the allure of potions. Unfortunately, Snape had no interest in her, dismissing her raised hand and continuing to fixate on Harry. I do not know, sir. Then let us attempt once more. Potter, if I wish to find a piece of dungstone, where should I search? I do not know, sir. At that moment, Harry felt a flicker of anger rising within him, yet he suppressed it, daunted by Snape as formidable presence. The third question, before the start of the semester, Mr. Potter had not even glanced at his books. What is the distinction between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolfsbane? I do not know, sir, he replied, frustration creeping into his voice. I believe Hermione or others might be aware. Why do you not inquire with them? Harry's tone was tinged with anger as he cast a bewildered and furious glance at Snape. Observing Harry's expression, Snape seemed to revel in a sense of triumph. Taking a couple of steps back and softly stating, Mr. Burst, you shall enlighten Potter with the answers to the 3 questions posed earlier. At that moment, another individual rose, and it suddenly dawned on Snape and Sean that there was yet another Burst present in the classroom. Millicent glanced awkwardly at Snape, who in turn regarded her. Under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, Millicent's countenance grew increasingly pallid. She parted her lips but failed to articulate a single word, ultimately muttering to Snape, Professor, I am deeply sorry. Sorry? Is that the extent of your response? Mr. Burst, as the head of Slytherin, I am quite disappointed in you. Millicent realized she had acted foolishly. When Snape had called out Burst, she instinctively thought he was addressing her. It was only upon standing that she remembered, based on Sean's assistance to Snape earlier, that Snape was likely calling Sean, not her. Had Millicent been able to provide an answer, it would have sufficed, yet she could not respond to a single question, leaving her in a humiliating predicament. Naturally, she did not dare harbor resentment towards Snape, thus attributing her embarrassment entirely to Sean. The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort yields a potion known as the elixir of life, a potent sedative. Goat dung can be extracted from the stomach of a goat, serving as a powerful antidote. Both the boat-shaped aconite and the wolfsbane are collectively referred to as aconite, as they belong to the same plant family. Chapter 20, Class Dismissed. Excellent. Meanwhile, Potter, due to your insolence towards the instructor, I shall deduct a point from Gryffindor. Miss Granger, your unauthorized rise will also result in a point deduction for Gryffindor. I trust you will learn that when I have not called upon you, there is no need to eagerly display your scant knowledge. Although well-versed in the potion for treating scabies, Sean remained diligent, fully aware of Snape's mastery in potion-making, which afforded him unique insights into various brews. Though he would not openly disclose his understanding, he would subtly hint at them during lessons. And even the slightest revelation was a significant boon for Sean. Grounded in the textbook, supplemented by his grandfather Gavin's notes, and enriched by snippets of Snape's private teachings, Sean eagerly absorbed the wealth of knowledge surrounding potions. As with Transfiguration, the latter half of the potion class was dedicated to practical application. In pairs, each group was presented with a cauldron and the necessary materials to concoct the scabies remedy. In the realm of potion brewing, Sean has only enriched his theoretical knowledge, lacking any practical experience. His culinary skills from a previous life merely afford him a degree of composure in managing the cauldron and the flames beneath it, while other aspects necessitate gradual learning. As the potion within the cauldron bubbled and thickened, Sean added the powdered venom of serpent, transforming the liquid into a vibrant yellow-green hue. With a gentle stir, this mixture evolved into a pristine emerald green. The next step involved incorporating the final ingredient. The porcupine quills. Once added and slightly processed, he would achieve the desired remedy for scabies. Blaise watched in admiration as Sean meticulously handled each ingredient with precision, feeling a sense of gratitude for their burgeoning friendship. Earlier, during the potion-making session, apart from Sean and Malfoy, every other student faced the brunt of Snape's harsh criticism, including those from Slytherin. Among the most severely reprimanded were Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. The former was subject to Snape's disdain, while the latter simply made errors in his execution. Ironically, the most scathing rebuke was reserved for a fellow Slytherin, Millicent Bulstrode. Perhaps due to her earlier slip during questioning, Snape held little regard for Millicent, unleashing his scorn upon her mercilessly, given her lack of aptitude in potion-making. Had it not been for Harry and Neville drawing much of Snape's ire, Millicent would have undoubtedly borne the brunt of his fury. With great trepidation, Millicent placed the porcupine quills into the cauldron, driven by a desperate need to be the first to concoct the potion and redeem herself from past humiliation. However, in her eagerness, she overlooked the critical timing essential for potion-making. When she introduced the quills into the cauldron, without allowing the previous ingredients to fully amalgamate or removing the cauldron from the flames, the potion erupted violently, resembling a firecracker's detonation. The viscous yellow-green liquid splattered everywhere, most of it landing on Millicent, instantly manifesting numerous painful, red welts across her skin. From a distance, her form appeared grotesquely bloated, and the agony compelled her to cry out, tears and snot streaming down her face. "Fool!" Snape rushed to Millicent's side, his wand flicking with precision to erase the potion from the floor and table. He assessed her injuries, noting the few fiery welts appearing on the others nearby, and barked. Those injured accompanied Bulstrode to the hospital above. The gravity of making such a fundamental error in potion class as a Slytherin was unprecedented. Pansy and Goyle, also sporting injuries, promptly escorted Millicent out of the classroom, with Pansy's face betraying clear disdain. As the trio of Millicent departed, Snape turned his gaze towards the others and spoke sternly. Just now, Millicent neglected to remove the cauldron from the fire while adding the porcupine quills. A grave error when concocting the potion for scabies. I do not wish for anyone else to commit such a blunder. Upon finishing his admonition, Snape fixed his eyes on Harry and continued, "Potter, while Millicent is off to the hospital due to her mistake, you stand there smirking. Your lack of solidarity warrants a deduction of 1 point from Gryffindor. This is unjust." Harry was not laughing at Millicent. "We merely—" Ron began to interject, but Snape interrupted. "Weasley, defying a teacher results in another point deduction for Gryffindor." Having lost 2 points in quick succession, Harry instinctively wished to defend himself. But Ron seized his arm, whispering, "Stop talking. Snape is unreasonable. He seems to harbor a particular disdain for Gryffindor, especially you. We cannot afford to lose any more points." As Harry and Ron fell silent, Sean stirred the potion in his cauldron slightly. A plume of white smoke rose, revealing a pale green, translucent liquid within. Carefully, Sean poured the potion into a container, and the moment the last drop fell, Snape reached for it, sniffing with a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. A satisfactory scabies treatment potion. Slytherin gains 5 points. With groups of young wizards completing their potions, the class finally came to a close. Perhaps due to Millicent's earlier mishap, Neville, who would typically falter, managed to survive the lesson unscathed, despite his potion being far from commendable. After class, the young wizards rushed from the classroom, eager to avoid lingering even a moment longer. Even Draco was no exception. Sean, however, was among the last to leave, just as he prepared to bid farewell to Snape. He heard the latter speak. "Sean, the deduction of 50 points earlier had partly stemmed from my influence, though at that time, I did not foresee you joining Slytherin. Today's point addition is due to your commendable performance, as well as a form of compensation for me. Future additions will not be as frequent, nor as substantial. Take heed of this." With that, Snape ceased his discourse, striding ahead of Sean and Blaise, his black robes swirling around him as he swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 21. An Interlude in Flying Class. "Very well, splendidly done. Slytherin gains a point." Sean lowered his wand, allowing the feather before him to gently descend. Professors McGonagall and Snape had both considered Sean's situation, awarding him additional points, undoubtedly influenced by his remarkable performance. For instance, in Transfiguration class, apart from Sean, only a few, including Hermione, managed to slightly alter a matchstick towards the form of a needle, while the majority of young wizards made no progress whatsoever. As previously articulated by Snape, under normal circumstances, the frequency and magnitude of point allocations would not be so pronounced. For instance, Professor Flitwick, who harbors no animosity toward Sean but does not particularly admire him, awarded merely a single point for Sean's commendable performance. In contrast, Sean's endeavors in the subjects of history of magic, herbology, astronomy, and defense against the dark arts were rather unremarkable, and the potential for accruing points in these areas had been usurped by the young wizards of Ravenclaw. The sole subject where point competition remained somewhat feasible was defense against the dark arts. Yet the professor was a duplicitous character, seemingly indifferent, and Sean preferred to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing attention. The flying lesson marked the final opportunity for first-year students to engage with their peers across all subjects. Standing on the lawn behind Hogwarts alongside his fellow Slytherins, Sean gazed at the dilapidated brooms retrieved from the broom shed, deeply concerned about the school's financial state. He gently nudged the broom at his feet and sighed in resignation. Whether this broom could even take flight was questionable. Was it truly wise to have novice young wizards learn to fly on such a contraption? All he hoped was to avoid becoming the first student in Hogwarts history to be fatally injured by his own broom during flying class. As Sean continued his lamentations, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, arrived on the lawn to instruct the young wizards on the use of their brooms. The ensuing progress mirrored Sean's memories. Most young wizards struggled to control their brooms initially, though a few exhibited remarkable talent upon their first encounter. Among them were Harry from Gryffindor and Draco from Slytherin. Up, up, up. Sean observed his broom persistently performing push-ups at his feet, the corners of his mouth twitching. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had consistently been a benchmark across many classes. Even in subjects where he was less adept, he remained among the top few. He had anticipated potential difficulties in transfiguration or potions, yet he never envisioned experiencing such a profound defeat in flying class. Ron had successfully summoned his broom, and even Hermione, who was not particularly skilled in flying, managed to grasp her broom unsteadily. The only brooms still doing push-ups on the ground were his and those of Goyle and Crabbe. Madame Hooch approached Sean, observing the errant broom with a resigned sigh. Noticing her, Sean quietly inquired, "Professor, could this broom be defective?" After glancing at him, Madame Hooch replied softly, "In the face of challenges, one should often seek the cause within oneself. I concede that these brooms are quite old, yet they were all inspected by me before usage, and they are deemed satisfactory." Up. As Madame Hooch extended her hand to summon, Sean's broomstick immediately soared into her grasp, causing the corners of Sean's mouth to twitch slightly. If the flying broom possessed intelligence, Sean would undoubtedly challenge it to a duel 10 times over. Not acquiring the skill of flight would certainly not signify an end. After placing the broom in Sean's hands, Madame Hooch resumed her lesson, teaching the young wizards how to mount their brooms and take off. As Sean recalled, Neville's broom went out of control, resulting in a broken arm, and he was taken by Madame Hooch to the hospital for treatment. Speaking of treatment, Sean suddenly remembered that Millicent had been lying in the hospital for 3 days. Her condition appeared to be more troublesome than Neville's. It was rumored that her recovery would take at least 3 to 5 days, which explained her absence from today's flying lesson. Watching Madame Hooch depart with Neville, Sean quietly observed Malfoy picking up Neville's memory ball and beginning to provoke Harry. He then witnessed Harry deftly catching the ball, prompting him to reflect on the inexplicable nature of genetics. While his father possessed remarkable flying talent, his son's abilities were even more formidable. Glancing down at the broomstick in his hand, Sean discarded it onto the ground. Flying was not suited for him, and there was no need to squander time on something ill-fitting. Approaching the hospital bed, the second-year student smiled at Millicent and said, "Millicent, I hear you were looking for me. What can I do for you?" Millicent regarded him, aware that although he was a year her senior, his family had been in dire straits in recent years, effectively becoming a vassal of the Bulstrode family. Whenever their families crossed paths, he had always donned a sycophantic demeanor. Even at Hogwarts, where he promptly responded to her summons. "Jansen, I want you to teach that mute son of Sean a lesson," Millicent stated directly, without any preamble. The upper years, including 7th, 6th, 5th, and even 4th years, could all be deemed seniors, but 2nd and 3rd years hardly qualified as such. Jansen recognized that Millicent was attempting to obfuscate the issue, yet before he could voice his thoughts, she continued, "Jansen, you need to understand your position, whether to heed the commands of the 7th years or follow my instructions. I trust you know how to make your choice, yes?" Chapter 22, The Library. "Sean, where are you headed?" "To the library. I intend to work on my assignments and perhaps browse some books. I'm quite curious about the library's collection. Do you need me to accompany you? If so, I can." Sean looked at Blaise, aware that they had been spending time together in recent days and understanding Blaise's intentions. Thus, Sean smiled and shook his head, saying, "You should seek out that senior. She invited you, and it wouldn't be polite to stand her up. Besides, we can't chat in the library. It would just be a matter of each of us doing our work and reading." With a chuckle, Blaise patted Sean on the shoulder and said, "Then I'll see you in the Great Hall tonight. I'll share the results of my date with you." "All right, I'll look forward to your success." Sean observed Blaise heading towards the Quidditch pitch. With no recent matches, the venue was rather deserted, making it an ideal spot for a rendezvous. If circumstances allowed, Sean might have chosen to leisurely indulge in his student days. However, he was acutely aware of the impending events, leaving him with neither the time nor the energy to entertain such distractions. His singular focus was on fortifying his own strength, a lamentable reality shared with Harry's cohort. Every passing year bore unforeseen calamities, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. The library was situated on the 4th floor. Standing on the stairs of Hogwarts, Sean felt utterly powerless to critique the endlessly shifting staircases, especially as a first-year wizard. A single misstep could lead to considerable trouble. After much effort, he finally reached the library, only to find it already bustling with students, particularly those in their 5th and 7th years, who were preparing for their OWLs and newts. Any student with a modicum of foresight would dedicate the majority of their time to this endeavor. Conversely, students from the other 5 years seldom chose to study in the library, so soon after the term commenced, with even Ravenclaw students being only slightly more numerous than their peers from other houses. Finding a seat by the window, which had been vacated by a 5th-year Hufflepuff student who had momentarily stepped out, Sean settled into a favorable position. The assignments left by the professors posed little challenge for him. His past experiences with homework enabled him to manage these tasks with ease. Nevertheless, he refrained from applying the same approach to his core subjects, opting instead to casually skim through history of magic and astronomy, while diligently attending to the others. The assignments did not consume much time, being the first of the term and relatively straightforward. Even Severus Snape, notorious for his love of assigning homework, had not overwhelmed his students with a plethora of tasks. Once he completed his assignments, Sean organized his belongings on the table and ventured towards the back shelves to seek out the books he required. Currently, Sean's knowledge framework relied predominantly on textbooks, supplemented by notes. The depth of his understanding of the notes was contingent upon the knowledge gleaned from the textbooks. As he encountered difficulties, he diligently recorded them and sought corresponding books in the library to clarify his confusion and expand his knowledge. "Thank you, Madam Pants," he whispered appreciatively, prompting Madam Pants to nod slightly before continuing her rounds with her feather duster in hand. "I'm curious about the quality of your assignments." So Sean noticed Hermione's cheeks flush with embarrassment. He chuckled nonchalantly, shaking his head, then offered a slight nod of apology to Madam Pants before whispering to Hermione, "It's all right. If you wish to see them, you may continue. They are merely assignments, nothing confidential." Nodding in understanding, Hermione gazed at Sean, eager to express something but at a loss for words on how to begin. Sean sat quietly in his place, refraining from unnecessary conversation, and resumed his studies diligently, methodically perusing the books he had gathered to find the knowledge he sought. Hermione turned to regard Sean, who was engrossed in some research and scribbling notes. In a moment of inspiration, Hermione felt a surge of motivation. She set aside her completed homework and retrieved a fresh piece of parchment, determined to rewrite her assignments. Upon reflection, what had once satisfied her now fell short of her expectations. As dusk descended, the library's patrons began to disperse, for dinner at Hogwarts was served at a designated hour. Delaying meant one would have to either seek out the kitchen or endure hunger, compelling many to leave. Despite their efforts, when only a handful of students remained in the library, Sean gathered his belongings and prepared to depart, keeping 2 books to borrow while returning the others to Madam Pants. Once organized, Sean glanced at Hermione and asked, "Granger, shall we head to the Great Hall together?" Hermione instinctively considered agreeing, but quickly remembered Sean was a Slytherin, making their companionship somewhat awkward. She shook her head slightly and replied, "I think I'll wait a bit longer. You go ahead." "Very well, then. Farewell." After their parting, Sean exited the library and made his way to the Great Hall. There, he found Blaise seated at the Slytherin table, but as Sean approached to take a seat beside him, he noticed Blaise appeared troubled, wearing a look of concern directed at him. Chapter 23. The Pure Blood Duel. Observing Blaise's worried expression, Sean discreetly scanned the Slytherin table and noticed several classmates surreptitiously watching him, their faces betraying anticipation of some spectacle, which immediately heightened his awareness. He filled his plate with roasted chicken and, while eating, addressed Blaise. "Blaise, you arrived quite early today. How did the afternoon rendezvous go?" "Sean, I heard," Blaise began, but Sean interrupted, swallowing his food before asking again, "Blaise, how did the afternoon rendezvous go?" Blaise met Sean's calm gaze, noting his composed demeanor, which alleviated his own tension, allowing a smile to return to his face. "It went well. The second-year girl possesses a maturity that first years lack, and her lips are quite soft, which I find appealing. As Blaze relaxed, they continued to enjoy their meal while discussing the events of the afternoon. Are you referring to Gryffindor's Granger? She seems quite interested in you, Blaze remarked. During class, Sean was indeed attentive, while Blaze took the opportunity to admire the girls, assured that with Sean by his side, he would not miss any crucial knowledge. Sean listened to Blaze's words, shaking his head with a smile. He was acutely aware that Hermione's interest in him stemmed from a competitive spirit, or to put it another way, the attraction between two academically inclined individuals, rather than the romantic attention Blaze suggested. Granger was an exceedingly ambitious girl. Her proximity to him likely revolved around the exchange of knowledge. As for romantic feelings at their age, aside from Blaze, it was rare for anyone to contemplate such matters. There was nothing wrong with being mature and knowledgeable at a young age. Casting a disdainful glance at Blaze, who was raising an eyebrow at him, Sean remarked, "Please refrain from employing your usual tactics for attracting girls. I'm not swayed by such methods." With a chuckle, Blaze took a sip of pumpkin juice, glancing at the other young wizards who were now less engaged in their conversation. With a smile on his face, he leaned in and whispered to Sean, "The second-year girl I dated previously has some connections. She learned of certain information ahead of time. If you choose not to participate in the duel, the Slytherins will interpret that as your withdrawal from Slytherin, thereby prohibiting you from any association with the house, such as using the common room or sitting at the long table. This would complicate your situation within Slytherin. Dueling? No option for refusal? How delightful. I wish I had known about this sooner. Had I known, I might have already engaged in duels with a dozen or so opponents." Sean's heart soared with excitement, though he maintained an outward facade of calm and composure. He gently shook his head and replied to Blaze, "Since refusal is not an option, I shall have to participate. However, you might have a bit of faith in me. While the second years may have an additional year of study, I am not necessarily at a disadvantage in a duel. Furthermore, should I emerge victorious, future challengers will think twice before confronting me. Thus, when I win, it will be I who initiates duels with those fellows." Having arrived at Hogwarts with a plethora of skills, yet little opportunity to utilize them, given the rarity of examinations and the strict prohibition against private duels, Sean had been reluctant to accrue further demerits, resulting in a significant lull in his endeavors. Now, upon learning of the exclusive and advantageous custom of pure-blood dueling within Slytherin, what might appear as impending misfortune to others seemed to Sean a fortuitous opportunity. He found himself almost impatiently eager, to the point that his pace of eating increased considerably. Among the gathering, some sought to provoke Sean, while others were merely spectators. Simultaneously, Samuel and Irina observed the scene unfold. Samuel turned to Irina, commenting on those departing. "Do we need to intervene?" Irina replied, "No, those individuals are all below the third year. Technically, they do not belong to the upper grades. We merely need to ensure that those in the fourth year and above do not cause trouble for Sean." As the conversation progressed, Irina cast a glance at those departing and continued, "Moreover, this situation provides us an opportunity to ascertain the true nature of Sean. If he can successfully navigate this challenge, combined with the talents he has previously exhibited, even in the absence of the Burstead lineage, he would still merit our investment." Samuel and Irina, who already shared a cordial relationship, had further solidified their alliance by becoming fifth-year prefects. Previously, when Samuel had observed Sean's remarkable aptitude, he had broached the subject of investing in Sean with Irina. However, considering the influence of the Burstead family, Irina had refrained from endorsing Samuel's proposition. Yet, should Sean triumph in this endeavor, revealing greater potential, Irina would be inclined to invest alongside Samuel, thereby deepening their connection with him despite any minor issues related to the Burstead family. Jansen, observing Sean clad in the attire of muggles, scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "How absurd to don such mundane garments. He resembles one of those mudbloods, a veritable affront to Slytherin." Chapter 24, Jansen. If Slytherin can be insulted by mere clothing, then your understanding of Slytherin is, I fear, rather limited. At that moment, as Sean uttered these words, he suddenly appeared impeccably polite in the eyes of the others. His every gesture seemed flawless, reminiscent of the noble and elegant demeanor exhibited by the scions of long-established pure-blood families encountered at pure-blood gatherings. This refinement was a product of noble etiquette he had acquired from a privileged child at school, and its manifestation now evoked an entirely different perception among those present. Jansen regarded Sean, his smile wavering slightly. Even he could not deny that Sean bore an uncanny resemblance to a descendant of the Burstead family, a true pureblood. Yet, the situation had escalated to a point where retreat was no longer an option for him. "I have no interest in your excuses. According to Slytherin's customs, I challenge you to a pure-blood duel." The pure-blood duel was a customary practice within Slytherin, restricted to duels among pure-blood wizards. Provided that no life-threatening harm was inflicted and unforgivable curses were not employed, even dark magic was permissible. A pure-blood duel was not merely a contest of strength. Upon its conclusion, the vanquished must, henceforth, yield to the victor within Hogwarts, acknowledging their inferiority. For pure-blood wizards, this was tantamount to casting their dignity and pride to the ground to be trampled upon. Should the defeated refuse to concede, they would be compelled to publicly admit their submission to the victor, obeying their commands, and becoming their follower until graduation from Hogwarts. In this manner, they could avoid the humiliation of retreating. It was rumored that the infamous Noseless One had subdued many during his school days through pure-blood duels, though no one could substantiate these claims. Certainly, a pure-blood duel cannot be conducted casually. It necessitates substantial justification, and the disparity in strength between the two parties must not be excessive. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unjust for the weaker individual if the more powerful one were to engage in such a duel at will. Thus, you assert that the reason for challenging me to a pure-blood duel lies in my attire? That is utterly implausible. My challenge to you is grounded in legitimate reasoning. As a member of Slytherin, you brazenly assaulted 2 Gryffindors alongside a fellow Slytherin at the commencement of the school year, resulting in a deduction of 50 points for our house and indirectly causing a total loss of 110 points, an unprecedented occurrence. Consequently, I hereby extend my challenge for a pure-blood duel. Sean was acutely aware of the rationale behind the challenge. Upon introspection, he affirmed that the justification was indeed valid. From Slytherin's perspective, his prior actions were deeply problematic. Although he had yet to undergo the sorting ceremony at that time, the trouble he brought upon Slytherin was undeniable. While the presence of a 7th-year female student council president had somewhat restrained older students from causing him trouble, today, the very fact that Jansen dared to confront him and issue a challenge for a pure-blood duel indicated a tacit approval and encouragement from certain upperclassmen. As many harbored grievances against Sean. However, Sean felt no animosity toward the atmosphere or any other factors. For him, the prospect of a pure-blood duel was most welcome. Well then, since even I find this reason quite compelling, let us commence the duel. Yet, we cannot possibly engage in combat right here. Should we damage anything, I am not in a position to pay for it. Observing Sean's eager acquiescence to the duel, Jansen and his companions were somewhat taken aback. Was he truly so readily agreeable? Hadn't they arranged for him to refuse time and again, only to be coerced by Jansen and his friends through intimidation and moral pressure? How could he capitulate so willingly? Coughing, Jansen seized upon Sean's rapid consent, declaring that there was no need to delay further. As for the location of the duel, this spot would suffice. Any issues could be addressed by the house elves of Hogwarts. And given the brief nature of our duel, there was no necessity to change locations. As the conversation progressed, Jansen finally regained a sense of authority, his tone sharpening once more, while those surrounding them instinctively retreated, clearing a space for the duel between Sean and Jansen. Sean, be careful, you must win. With a nod towards Blaze, Sean produced his wand. Seemingly responding to his anticipation for the duel, the Ebony Phoenix wand emitted a faint, warm glow, allowing Sean's magical energy to flow more smoothly. The two stood facing each other and bowed, a requisite gesture of respect prior to battle. And then, it was time for combat. Disarm your weapons. Jansen took the initiative, directing his wand towards Sean, unleashing a crimson light of the disarming charm. Sean lowered his body and rolled swiftly across the ground, taking refuge behind a table, successfully evading Jansen's spell. Observing this, Jansen vigorously waved his wand, and the table where Sean hid suddenly exploded. At that precise moment, instead of remaining concealed, Sean raised his wand, pointing it at Jansen. Petri Ficus Totalis. Jansen's expression shifted slightly as he quickly retreated, raising his wand to cast the shield charm. The petrification spell was deflected, which did not surprise Sean. The atmosphere of Slytherin ensured that its young wizards were formidable. Jansen's audacity in confronting him indicated he was no novice. So Sean had never assumed that a single petrification spell would suffice. Thus, as he cast the shield charm, he had already begun preparing additional spells. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of his wrist, he executed multiple levitation charms in quick succession, causing the furniture on the ground to rise, spin, and soar towards Jansen. Chapter 25, Victory. How intriguing to utilize the levitation charm in such a manner. Outside the fray, Samuel and Irina observed the duel, marveling at Sean's innovative use of the levitation charm. Upon hearing Irina's praise, Samuel nodded slightly, remarking, he has only recently entered Hogwarts. Most of the magic he has learned is quite new to him. The occasional other spells seem to be self-taught. In terms of magical understanding, Jansen is no match for him. What do you think? Good. Samuel held Irina in high regard, fully aware that his ascent to House Prefect was significantly aided by his background, while Irina's position was primarily due to her own abilities. Thus, he placed great trust in her judgment, often deferring to her insights. With a resounding bang, a red light struck the ground, creating a small crater in the carpet and floor. Sean staggered back slightly, and with a flourish of his wand, he summoned a half-destroyed table to shield himself, blocking another spell that shattered upon impact. How many more tables and chairs do you have at your disposal? Jansen approached, like a predator, closing in on its prey. Stepping closer to Sean. Observing Sean's silence, Jansen continued, "All right, I've grown bored. Let us determine a victor." As the words left his lips, he raised his wand once more, and the tip began to emanate tendrils of red light. In response, Sean swiftly waved his wand downwards, causing the carpet beneath them to convulse violently, akin to rolling waves, throwing Jansen, who stood in the carpet center, directly to the ground, disrupting the spell he had intended to cast. Sean, witnessing Jansen sprawled on the floor, sprang to his feet, his wand gesturing fervently as he commanded the carpet to whirl chaotically, layer upon layer, rushing towards Jansen, enveloping him within its grasp. As Sean gazed upon the carpet that enveloped Jansen, he realized that the floating spell could only achieve such a limited effect. Had his transfiguration skills been even slightly more refined, he could have transformed the carpet itself, effectively immobilizing Jansen. Unfortunately, Sean's current mastery of transfiguration was so rudimentary that even transforming a matchstick into a needle required considerable effort, rendering him incapable of engaging in combat. Fortunately, his dear Oni-chan had granted him 2 opportunities to extract skills, providing Sean with a final trump card against Jansen. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of crimson light erupted from the carpet that encased Jansen. The spell shattered much of the carpet, allowing Jansen to struggle free, his body coated in dust, presenting a rather disheveled and furious appearance. Wielding his wand, Jansen intended to teach Sean a lesson. However, upon locating Sean, he found him poised with his wand raised, a soft green glow emanating from its tip. Thornbind. The green light surged forward, exploding before Jansen, transforming into a multitude of thorny vines that ensnared him, tightening their grip as barbed thorns pierced his flesh. Blood trickled down the vines, rapidly absorbed by the thorns. This sudden turn of events elicited a pained cry from Jansen, causing his wand to slip from his grasp as it became ensnared in the thorny tendrils, rendering him utterly defenseless. Having triumphed over Millicent twice, Sean had successfully extracted the Thorn Curse, a malevolent spell belonging to the dark arts, elevating its level to LV1 and surpassing Millicent's own proficiency with it. Thanks to the panel's assistance, Sean clearly understood the strengths and weaknesses of the Thorn Curse. Its primary drawback was its relatively slow activation, making it easily avoidable. Thus, during their duel, Sean cleverly lured Jansen to the center of the carpet, temporarily restricting his movements with the floating spell, seizing the opportunity to unleash the Thorn Curse with precision. Sean, release your spell. This pure-blood duel is yours to win. Samuel, the head of Slytherin, approached and spoke with authority. Trusting Samuel's words in such a situation, Sean waved his wand and dispelled the Thorn Curse. The thorny vines withered and retracted, ultimately transforming into a pile of weeds on the ground, while Jansen knelt in disbelief. He had once held the upper hand, poised for victory, only to find himself utterly defeated in a duel he had believed was assured. As he contemplated this, Jansen slowly lowered his head, his expression shifting. Under the influence of various emotions, he irrationally raised his wand once more, intending to cast a spell at Sean. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Sean's wand was already raised, and the petrification curse's white light struck Jansen, rendering his body completely rigid, frozen in the act of preparing to ambush Sean. Samuel observed the petrified Jansen and instructed Jansen's friends to escort him to the school infirmary, advising them to explain that the injuries sustained by Jansen were a result of his own experimental magic. Having completed this task, Samuel turned his attention back to Sean, inquiring, "Sean, would you be interested in having a conversation with us?" Upon hearing Samuel's words, Sean, without yet assessing his own acquisition, promptly nodded and replied, "Of course. I must extend my gratitude to both of you for facilitating my victory in the duel. If you do not mind, shall we discuss this in my room?" "That sounds splendid." Chapter 26. Snape Summons. The majority of Slytherin students hail from pure-blood aristocratic families, accustomed to having house elves at their service. Consequently, they are unaccustomed to engaging in manual tasks, and by the time they reach their first year, they have already mastered the art of summoning Hogwarts house elves. This is not to imply that students from other houses cannot summon house elves. They certainly can. But none have integrated the summoning of house elves into daily life as seamlessly as Slytherin students. Blaise chose to remain outside rather than accompany them. Inside Sean's room, he, Samuel, and Irina sat comfortably, savoring tea brought by the house elves. Their conversation meandered away from the duel and topics of investment, yet every word was laced with implications regarding investment. As time pressed on, Samuel remarked, "It is getting late. We shall not linger. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. We will not refuse if we can be of help." "I appreciate your kindness," Sean replied. "No need for thanks. This is the Slytherin way, mutual support. One day, we may seek your assistance, and I trust you will not decline," Samuel responded. Victory in the duel, randomly selecting one ability from the opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete, acquired, Armored Charm LV1. The Armored Charm, moreover, it is LV1, not merely the basic LV0. At this moment, Sean discerned another hidden principle within the panel. When acquiring abilities, the result is not merely the foundational LV0, but is calculated based on the opponent's strength. Thus, the stronger the opponent in a duel, the more formidable the acquired ability. This is advantageous. Yet to triumph over a powerful adversary, Sean's own prowess cannot be feeble. In other words, defeating a formidable opponent while in a weakened state and subsequently augmenting oneself with their formidable abilities is nearly an unattainable feat. Unless one first diminishes a powerful adversary's strength before engaging in battle, the abilities acquired will not diminish due to the opponent's weakened state. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Sean knew it was Blaise. Inviting him in, Sean watched as Blaise entered, a faint lipstick mark gracing his cheek. Sean, exasperated, remarked in such a brief time, "You managed to find that second-year senior? Who said it was about that second-year senior?" Momentarily taken aback, Sean regarded Blaise with a scrutinizing gaze and inquired, "Is this for real? Another senior?" "Indeed, this time it was a third-year female student. Prior to dinner, when you were absent, I had the pleasure of making her acquaintance. She is an exceedingly warm-hearted individual." Sean was genuinely unaware that his friend possessed the traits of a cad, and he shook his head in amusement before asking again, "What about that second-year senior?" "Ah, we merely went on one date, and upon finding it unsuitable, we parted ways," Blaise replied nonchalantly. However, sensing something amiss, Sean pressed further. "What exactly transpired? Do not deceive me." Seated upon a chair, Blaise scratched his head and explained, "The second-year student had a good rapport with Jansen. Initially, she believed Jansen was bound to win, so she thought it inconsequential to share this matter with me. But when Jansen lost, she attributed it to me, as I had disclosed the information to you beforehand, thus leading to our breakup." Sean was genuinely taken aback by Blaise's revelation. He had not anticipated such a twist. After a moment's hesitation, he patted Blaise on the shoulder and said, "It seems I owe you one." Blaise swatted Sean's hand away in dissatisfaction, retorting, "Owe me? I was never particularly fond of that second-year girl. Even without this incident, I had no intention of pursuing her further. However, if you truly feel indebted, perhaps you could let me reference your assignments. I've been preoccupied with dates and have had little time to complete my own work." With a chuckle and a playful reprimand, Sean gathered his assignments and handed them over to Blaise. Being a Slytherin himself, Blaise would not merely copy Sean's work, but would use it as a guide. Following the conclusion of the Pure Blood duel, Sean's situation within Slytherin appeared unchanged. Yet, no one sought to penalize him further, and occasionally, he would receive a greeting when crossing paths with others. In Slytherin, prowess, much like blood status, was a valuable currency. As time passed, over a month slipped by unnoticed. During this period, Millicent adopted a more subdued demeanor, as if the individual who had previously sought Jansen to challenge Sean to a pure blood duel were an entirely different person. Reaching for the freshly concocted burn salve, Severus Snape inhaled its aroma, then allowed a drop to fall onto his hand for inspection. A nearly imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, causing Harry and Ron to believe they were witnessing a ghost. The remarkably effective burn salve elicited a brief commendation from Snape, who turned to Sean and, with a slight nod of approval, remarked, "This is the finest potion you have brewed in class. Evidently, the clumsy and inattentive Zabini did not hinder your progress." At this juncture, Snape paused thoughtfully before continuing. "Slytherin earns an additional point." Just as Sean and Blaise were about to depart, Snape, in an unusual display, called out to him, "Sean, come with me." After bidding Blaise a quick farewell, Sean promptly followed, arriving at Snape's office, also located in the dungeon. Chapter 27, Snape's Invitation. Damp and dim. This was Sean's initial impression of Snape's office. Breathtaking, this was Sean's second impression. Standing within the confines of Snape's chamber, Sean beheld the towering shelves that reached up to the ceiling, laden with countless drawers of various sizes, each containing an assortment of potion ingredients and finished brews. These shelves adorned Snape's office, showcasing rare materials such as dragon's blood, unicorn bone powder, veritaserum, and Felix Felicis, among other high-end potions. The value of this collection alone was staggering. Snape placed the book and assignments he had gathered on the desk by the window, where the light from the verdant lake outside cascaded through, casting a soft green glow that danced upon Snape's desk, epitomizing the quintessential Slytherin aesthetic. "Professor, you summoned me. I am curious about the matter at hand," Sean began. "Potions do not require wands. They are—" Before Sean could finish, Snape raised a hand, silencing him with a voice that bore a hint of frost. "What I asked is your perception of potions, not the definition I provide in class. This is not a classroom. I seek not a standard answer, but your interpretation. What do you believe potions to be?" After several minutes, Sean finally lifted his gaze to meet Snape's cold, emotionless eyes and replied, "Potions, much like wands, are indispensable to a wizard. For me, potions are an art of matter and time. I relish the process of crafting them, transforming seemingly mundane ingredients through my hands into elixirs of extraordinary effects." This sentiment was not merely an attempt to curry favor with Snape. It reflected Sean's genuine thoughts. In truth, what Sean cherished most at Hogwarts was the alchemical process itself. He found solace in concocting potions, as it allowed him to escape the burdens and pressures of reality, granting him a sense of tranquility and peace. To put it simply, brewing potions was akin to assembling a model for Sean. "I have a passion for potion making. I admire the transformative journey of materials over time, akin to artistry." Lily. The name surfaced in Snape's mind, evoking feelings of nostalgia and guilt. At that moment, Sean observed Snape's contemplative expression, and to his astonishment, he noticed the faintest hint of a smile gracing Snape's lips, a gentle smile that seemed utterly improbable for the professor. Yet, before Sean could fully register his surprise, that nearly imperceptible smile vanished, replaced by Snape's usual cold, vacant stare. Gazing at the note in his hand, Sean began to grasp its significance. With a solemn demeanor, he tucked the paper away and addressed Snape, saying, "Professor, I shall be there on time. All right, if you have no further matters to attend to, you may take your leave. Farewell, Professor." Without lingering, Sean offered a slight bow to Snape before turning to exit the professor's office. As he made his way out of the dungeons, a sigh escaped his lips. After entering Hogwarts, he had chanced upon whispers that certain professors would establish clubs for students displaying exceptional qualities. Yet admission to these clubs necessitated considerable talent, and their membership was quite exclusive. For instance, in the original narrative, Snape's predecessor in potions, Horace Slughorn, had formed the Slug Club, which epitomized such an organization. Yet, it was notable that he tended to select individuals from affluent families or those possessing remarkable abilities, resulting in a somewhat larger, yet similarly exclusive, membership. Previously, Sean had contemplated whether he should strive to join a club, but that had seemed a venture for at least his third year. Now, it appeared that the opportunity had arrived much sooner than anticipated. Upon exiting the dungeons, Sean discovered Blaise waiting for him at the entrance. With a friendly pat on Blaise's shoulder, they proceeded to the Great Hall together. Life at Hogwarts, strictly speaking, devoid of its magical elements, bore little distinction from the university experience in the ordinary world, save for the entirely different subjects of study. After leaving the astronomy tower, the hour had grown late. However, for Sean, this evening held a different significance. Following his astronomy lesson, he had another destination to visit. "Blaise, I shall head over first." "All right. I won't wait for you tonight. I'll head straight to bed." "Very well. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Standing in the Hogwarts dungeons, Sean bid farewell to Blaise. As he watched Blaise head towards the Slytherin common room and potions classroom, Sean turned in the opposite direction, entering the shadowy passageway that lay ahead. Chapter 28, The Potions Club. The Potions Club. With no superfluous name, this succinct title aptly conveyed the essence and significance of the club, perfectly aligning with Snape's character. At 8:30 in the evening, the innermost chamber of the dungeons served as the venue for the Potions Club. When Sean arrived here over 10 minutes early and pushed the door open, 4 individuals were already seated within. Each had a table before them, adorned with cauldrons and various racks for temporarily storing materials. Among the 4, 2 males and 2 females, was a familiar face, the 7th-year student council president. When we entered today, we noticed new tables and chairs, and we speculated whether the professor had recruited new members. We had all wondered who the new member could be, yet none of us anticipated it would be you. The speaker was a male student, one of the few individuals of Asian descent at Hogwarts, belonging to Hufflepuff. Due to his distinct features, Sean recalled his name, Grant Wong, whose grandfather held the position of director at the Chinese Ministry of Magic's office in the United Kingdom. The father is an official at the Ministry of Magic's office in the United Kingdom, while the mother is a native British wizard of Chinese descent. Currently in the 4th grade, he is a rather unassuming individual, so much so that aside from his East Asian features, he possesses few traits that draw attention. Sean did not anticipate that the individual before him was a member of the Potions Club, a talent acknowledged by Snape himself. "Hello, my name is..." Before Sean could finish his introduction, Grant Wong extended his hand toward Sean, smiling as he said, "I know you, or rather, it is rare for any student at Hogwarts not to know you. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sean. You can call me Wong or Grant, whichever you prefer. Then I'll call you Wong. It's a pleasure to meet you." Wong was evidently a cheerful person. After getting acquainted with Sean, he took the initiative to introduce him to others. "This is Larina Bach, the chairperson of the 7th grade student council. Currently, aside from our Potions Club, she seldom participates in other activities, as she is busy preparing for her exams. This is Buck Ike, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw, also a member of the Potions Club who joined before you. Buck is a quiet individual, rarely speaking, but he is a good person." After introducing 2 individuals, when Wong introduced the last person, she walked up to Sean, extended her hand, and smiled, saying, "I am Jennifer Freely. You may call me cousin." "Cousin? Freely?" Sean looked at Jennifer S. Golden, slightly curled long hair, his expression somewhat peculiar as he said, "You are from the Freely family?" Nodding with a smile. Jennifer evidently understood Sean's thoughts. "Rest assured, I am quite different from that fellow Oliver. His attitude towards you stems more from my father, while my demeanor towards you is influenced by my mother. Although my mother is not particularly close to your father, she is not entirely distant either. Of course, if you find it uncomfortable, you may treat me as an ordinary person." Sean gazed at Jennifer, surprised to encounter a member of the Freely family here. Oliver was in the 6th grade, and this young woman did not appear to be on the verge of graduation, so she was likely a 5th-year student. "Senior Jennifer, it is a pleasure to meet you." Sean remained somewhat skeptical of Jennifer's words. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. If Jennifer genuinely harbored goodwill towards him, he would ponder her motives for approaching him. Nevertheless, it would not hinder Sean from engaging in everyday interactions with her. If her intentions were otherwise, he could simply distance himself later on. The 5th table in the Potions Club was designated for Sean. Thus, after briefly getting to know the others, he took his seat. In the Potions Club, with 1 Hufflepuff, 1 Ravenclaw, and 3 Slytherins, one could easily discern Snape's preferences. His inclination towards Slytherin was evident, as was his disdain for Gryffindor. After all, Sean found it hard to believe that in such a vast institution as Gryffindor, there could be no one with a talent for potion-making among the 7 years. As Sean was lost in thought, at precisely 8:30, the door of the club swung open. An imposing figure of Snape, the Slytherin king, entered with his flowing black robes trailing behind him. The door closed automatically after him, imparting an almost sinister atmosphere to the gathering. Snape cast a glance at Sean, who was seated at the 5th table, without any acknowledgement, and began. "Today we shall commence our discussion on revising the standard potion brewing procedures, starting with our individual brewing habits." Sean approached the Potion Club with utmost diligence, absorbing Snape's words along with those of the other members, listening intently to their exchanges and the various tips they shared. He diligently noted everything down with his quill, and the others were unfazed by his actions, as they too had started from this very point. In truth, Snape was more concerned about Sean's progress than he let on. Perhaps it was because Sean was the only student he had invited to join the club during his first year, or perhaps it was due to the talent Sean exhibited, which Snape greatly admired. Alternatively, it could be that Sean's understanding of potions echoed that of a dear, departed friend of Snape's. Thus, throughout the club meeting, while Snape did not speak directly to Sean, he kept a watchful eye on him. "Very well, this session concludes here. We shall reconvene next Friday evening, and I expect everyone to arrive punctually." Upon hearing this, the other members immediately rose to depart, and just as Sean prepared to leave as well, Snape passed by him, placing a note on Sean's table. This unexpected gesture momentarily startled Sean. Chapter 29, A Warning. Without hesitation, Sean opened the note from Snape. His impression of Snape had always been one of coldness and tragedy. He had never anticipated witnessing such a humane side of the man. To be honest, during the Potion Club meeting, Sean had briefly entertained the notion of withdrawing from the club, as he genuinely struggled to keep pace with the discussions. Although his potion-making skills were exceptional for a 1st or even 2nd-year student, they paled in comparison to those of the potion experts around him. Now, with the book list provided by Snape, though it would not instantaneously elevate Sean's abilities, it effectively illuminated a shortcut for him, a means to catch up with his peers. This was an immense boon for Sean. Committing the titles from the note to memory, he tucked the paper into his desk drawer before preparing for bed. "Sean, have you heard? Malfoy seems poised to challenge that savior of Gryffindor to a duel." "Duel?" The mere mention of the word piqued Sean's curiosity, and he turned to Blaise. Swallowing the last of his oatmeal. Malfoy is going to duel Harry? Perhaps it is due to the fact that the two individuals belong to different houses, and there exists a long-standing animosity between the two, that Sean's interactions with Harry have dwindled significantly. At most, they exchange casual greetings or engage in brief conversations during classes, especially since Harry is regarded as a quintessential Slytherin who specializes in confronting dark wizards. While Sean feels a tinge of regret about this estrangement, he does not dwell on sorrow. After all, he is not truly a child of 11 or 12, but rather possesses the soul of an adult, with some experience in the art of letting go. Nevertheless, Harry remains a friend in Sean's eyes, and upon hearing that Malfoy has challenged Harry to a duel, he instinctively senses something amiss. He is acutely aware that Malfoy is nothing more than a spoiled scion, prone to annoying others without hesitation. Yet he cannot fathom that Malfoy would dare to risk defeat and injury by challenging Harry. Moreover, Sean vaguely recalls that Harry seemed to have encountered an unexpected complication during this duel with Malfoy. Although it was ultimately a close call without dire consequences, Sean feels compelled, as a friend, to offer a word of caution. Blaise, did Harry accept? He inquires. I've heard he did, but I haven't been following the details closely. Blaise responds. All right, thank you. Sean wipes his mouth and glances towards the Gryffindor table, noticing that Harry and Ron have just finished their breakfast and are preparing to depart. After a moment's contemplation, he turns to Blaise and says, Blaise, please hold my books. I shall be heading over. As Sean rises to leave, Blaise immediately grasps his wrist, whispering, Sean, you are indeed contemplating warning that savior, are you? Sean looks down at Blaise and nods slightly. Observing Sean's affirmation, Blaise furrows his brow and continues, Sean, I understand your relationship with the savior is amicable, yet friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is virtually non-existent. Your sincere intentions may not be reciprocated by him. Sean is well aware of Blaise's concerns. He understands the complexities involved. Thus, he nods again and reassures Blaise. Rest assured, I am mentally prepared. This is merely a gesture of friendship on my part, and the outcome will not affect me. Seeing that Sean is not merely placating him, Blaise finally nods slightly and advises, since you are prepared, I shall not dissuade you further. Just be cautious and avoid drawing attention from others. The others Blaise refers to are the other Slytherins. Sean comprehends his meaning, nodding in acknowledgement as he rises and departs the Great Hall in pursuit of Harry and his companions. Harry, Sean, is there something you wish to discuss? The news of Sean's victory over Jansen in the Pure Blood duel has spread to other houses, and Harry holds a deep admiration for Sean's audacity in accepting a challenge from a second-year student. This admiration is precisely why Harry readily agreed to Malfoy's challenge. Sean grips Harry's arm, guiding him and Ron to a corner of the corridor adjacent to the Great Hall, and quietly asks, Harry, I have heard that you intend to duel Malfoy. Indeed, I have already given my word to Malfoy. Harry nodded, readily admitting it. Harry, listen to me. Given Malfoy's character, his challenge is undoubtedly a scheme. If I were in your position, I would definitely refrain from attending the meeting tonight. Otherwise, you might very well fall into Malfoy's trap. Upon hearing Sean's words, Ron hesitated, glancing between Sean and Harry, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. Anxiously watching as Sean and Harry conversed, Harry furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before shaking his head and replying, Sean, it is not that I do not trust you. It is simply that as long as there is even the slightest chance that Malfoy may show up, I must go. I refuse to be a coward. Harry, I am not suggesting you act cowardly. It is simply that Malfoy is unlikely to attend, and he may very well have set a trap for you. If you go, it will be playing right into his hands. I will bear the consequences. Thank you, Sean. Ron glanced at Sean and then at Harry's retreating figure, hastily following behind. Watching Harry and Ron depart, Sean shook his head helplessly. He had spoken his piece and fulfilled his duty as a friend. Since Harry was insistent, let him go. Life is his own to navigate, and no one can dictate another's path. However, after this incident, regardless of the outcome, his friendship with Harry would likely be nearing its end. Perhaps it was for the best. Being Harry's friend was no simple task. Their friendship had been somewhat unexpected, and now, each could find peace in their respective lives. Chapter 30. The Transaction. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class was as perplexing as ever. The two-faced oddity. Lockhart once again recounted his tale involving vampires for the 7th time, eliciting laughter from the Slytherin students. Meanwhile, Sean sat at the back of the classroom, perusing his defense against the dark arts textbook before retrieving a tome on potions he had borrowed from the library, immersing himself in study. Since receiving the note from Snape, Sean had begun to delve into the books mentioned therein, gradually making headway into the rather complex realm of potion making, aided by Gavin's notes. Morgan, have you been waiting long? Andy Morgan, a third-year Slytherin student, came from a family engaged in a general merchandise business, which had endowed him with a knack for commerce from a young age. Starting in his second year, he had established small enterprises within Slytherin, providing students with items that were difficult to procure at Hogwarts. This year, his business expanded into the school itself. However, no one from Gryffindor engaged in transactions with him, and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students seldom traded with him, leaving his clientele primarily within Slytherin. Sean, Blaise, I told you last time, just call me Andy. With a smile towards Andy, Sean did not press further and directly inquired. Andy, have you prepared the items I requested? Of course. However, this is a small-scale business, so... Sean did not hesitate. With a smile, he promptly retrieved 3 galleons and 11 sickles to hand over to Andy. Upon confirming the amount of money was satisfactory, Andy produced a large bundle of potion ingredients for Sean. Witnessing this exchange, Sean immediately discerned that Andy possessed a magical item imbued with the concealment extension charm. Well, with the transaction complete, we shall take our leave, Sean stated, preparing to depart the common room with Blaise. Just then, Andy called out to them once more. Sean, please don't rush off. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Turning around, Sean regarded Andy with a slight frown, refraining from immediate response. Instead, it was Blaise who broke the silence, saying, Andy, what is it you wish to discuss? Let us not breach any protocols. Rest assured, I would not dare to disrupt the rules. After all, I have a business to maintain. You need not worry, it is nothing nefarious. At this juncture, Andy turned to Sean and inquired, Sean, I recognize the items you seek. They are the ingredients for brewing the mental restoration potion. The difficulty of this potion is not particularly high, and I believe it should pose no challenge for you as a newly inducted member of the Potion Club, correct? Upon hearing Andy's words, Sean scrutinized him intently and asked, Andy, how did you come to know of my entry into the Potion Club? The existence of the Potion Club was not a secret, yet it was not common knowledge, especially since Andy had explicitly stated that he was already a member, indicating he had received precise information. Andy offered a conciliatory smile to Sean and replied, I have my own channels, do I not? Otherwise, this modest business of mine would be quite difficult to sustain. So, what is it you wish to convey? Sean inquired, though he already had an inkling of Andy's intentions. If I possess surplus mental restoration potions, then why would I need to collaborate with you? Surely, I could brew potions and conduct trade on my own. Upon hearing this, Andy's eyes brightened, realizing Sean was intrigued. He immediately leaned in closer, exuding a heightened enthusiasm, and said, Sean, individuals such as yourself, even when engaging in business with me, seek sufficient galleons to support their studies. You can hardly afford to squander time on mercantile affairs. Moreover, you need only provide me with 30% of the profits. This arrangement will alleviate much of your burdens, and I can assist you with various matters, such as sharing information and supplying all the necessary materials directly to you. How does that sound? At this time tomorrow, you can come to collect the potion, along with half the galleons and half the ingredients for the mental restoration potion. Agreed. That sounds perfectly acceptable. Let us solidify this arrangement and anticipate our meeting tomorrow at this hour. With that, Andy excused himself and departed. Observing Andy's retreating figure, Blaise furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Sean, I suspect Andy is preparing for his post-graduation endeavors. What do you mean? Though the Morgan family may not be extensive, they have recently garnered considerable attention. Their selection of successors is based entirely on merit, leading the younger generation to engage in commerce while attending Hogwarts. Currently, Andy is the sole representative of the Morgan family at Hogwarts, aspiring to accumulate capital through entrepreneurial ventures as a student, with the intention of formally entering business upon graduation. Sean observed Blaise, noting that this was the first time he had witnessed Blaise display talent beyond his usual pursuits of romance. However, Sean refrained from probing further. To him, a friend remained a friend, and familial matters were distinct. If a friend chose to share, he would listen, but he would never pry. Let us proceed to that location, Sean suggested. While brewing potions privately may not strictly contravene school regulations, engaging in commerce certainly straddles the line of impropriety. It is prudent to seek a secure venue. The safe haven Sean referred to was, of course, the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Slytherins rarely frequented this level, save for divination classes, and, fortunately, the location of the room of requirement was typically devoid of other students. Otherwise, the presence of just Sean and Blaise, 2 Slytherin wizards, would attract undue attention. As the tapestry transformed into a grand entrance, Sean tugged at the bewildered Blaise, laden with a substantial bundle of materials, and swiftly stepped through the threshold. Chapter 31. Target. Malfoy. I possess a tome bestowed upon me by my grandfather, which contains references to this place. Blaise was aware that Sean held something akin to a notebook. Having glimpsed it before, He knew it contained extensive knowledge of magic. Today, however, he learned that this notebook was bequeathed by the head of the Burstead family, dispelling any lingering doubts he had regarding the existence of the Room of Requirement. Upon pouring the last of the restorative potion into the container, Sean exhaled deeply, collapsing into the chair behind him and rubbing his weary shoulders. This endeavor is truly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. It is exceedingly exhausting. Are you still planning to collaborate with that Andy fellow? Collaboration is essential, as you know. My parents are rather uninformed. Apart from their knowledge of the magical realm, they're not much different from the average person. Practicing magic without genuine commitment does not necessitate substantial expenditure. However, I am not content with mediocrity. I seek to delve deeply into the study of magic, which demands considerable financial support. For instance, at present, I must balance my regular studies while also tackling the more challenging coursework of the Potion Club. The restorative potion is indispensable, not to mention the other materials I require. I cannot perpetually request funds from my parents. Thus, I must devise a means to earn money independently. With that, Sean rose, surveying the 4 restorative potions on the table, genuinely pleased with his creations. Out of 5 batches of materials, only the 3rd had been mishandled, resulting in a subpar potion. The other 4 were commendable, with one achieving an exceptional quality. Certainly, Sean does not intend to distribute all 4 potions. He plans to retain 2 for himself and give the other 2 to Andy for sale. This way, he remains inconspicuous while earning the necessary funds. Once the potion is brewed to perfection, Sean immediately consumes the flawless concoction. As a refreshing coolness envelopes his mind, he feels his previously muddled thoughts clarifying. While the physical fatigue lingers, his mental exhaustion dissipates entirely. Blaze, are you still going on that date later? The 3rd-year senior? Upon hearing Sean's inquiry, Blaze turned from the window, cleared his throat, and replied, "A 3rd year is still a 3rd year, but the senior is no longer the same senior." Change again? Sanin. Blaze corrected him with conviction. It's not merely a change. In matters of affection, if it does not feel right, one must seek a replacement until the suitable partner is found. I'm already 12, with merely 5 years until adulthood. It is imperative that I discover my true love within this limited time frame, particularly as I intend to marry immediately after graduation. Naturally, I must find a partner who meets my expectations. Sean regarded Blaze with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Isn't it a tad premature to contemplate marriage at 12? Are you certain that you have matured appropriately? Choosing not to pursue the topic further, Sean and Blaze packed their belongings and departed from the Room of Requirement. Blaze continued on to his date, while Sean made his way to the library. However, as soon as Sean settled into a seat, Hermione took a place beside him and softly spoke, "Sean, hello. May we converse? This is the library. Perhaps we should step outside to talk?" Sean suggested. Shaking her head, Hermione replied, "It's just a minor matter, and besides, Madame Pants is not here. She is attending to the 5th and 7th years. We can keep our voices down." "Very well. Please proceed with what you wish to discuss." "San, are you aware that Malfoy and Harry have arranged a duel for tonight?" Sean raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm aware. What of it?" "I suspect Malfoy may have ulterior motives. Could you persuade Harry to avoid the duel? I intended to speak to him about it, but he seems quite resistant. As your friends, he might heed your advice." Looking at Hermione, Sean shook his head. "Hermione, it's not that I wish to refrain from advising Harry. I have already attempted to do so, but he is determined not to forego the duel with Malfoy. I find myself at an impasse." Hearing this, Hermione furrowed her brow. "What if we both approach him together? There is undoubtedly something amiss here. If Harry proceeds with the duel, he could even face expulsion from Hogwarts, which I am certain he would wish to avoid. Hermione, I shall no longer attempt to persuade Harry regarding this matter. I have made my efforts. Yet Harry's stance is resolute. If I were to press further, it would irreparably damage our friendship. Furthermore, you need not fret about any expulsion from Hogwarts. Ever since our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore took office, no matter how egregious a student's behavior, Hogwarts has refrained from expelling anyone unless the Ministry of Magic intervenes. Thus, it is utterly improbable that Harry would face expulsion for breaching school regulations. Moreover, there is one thing Sean did not articulate. To Dumbledore, Harry is exceedingly special. As long as Harry does not commit an unconscionable crime, Dumbledore will ensure that he remains at Hogwarts without any intention of sending him away. Observing Sean's unwavering demeanor, Hermione found herself at a loss for words. In truth, she did not wholly believe Sean's assertions, but given that he had already expressed his thoughts so candidly, she felt it unwise to press further. Additionally, with Madame Pants now aware of their conversation, Hermione felt compelled to silence herself. Regarding Harry, the specifics of Sean's comments had become somewhat nebulous. However, he was certain that, Regardless of the circumstances, Harry would emerge unscathed, and therefore he maintained a tranquil disposition. Yet, this tranquility appeared to Hermione as quintessentially Slytherin, indicative of a complete lack of concern for Harry's situation. Sean, however, had neither the time nor the inclination to elaborate to Hermione, as he was preoccupied with a new notion. The despicable behavior exhibited by Malfoy was intolerable for a true Slytherin. Thus, challenging Malfoy to a pure-blood duel seemed entirely justifiable. Moreover, this would provide Sean an opportunity to gauge the extent of his grandfather's support. Chapter 32. The Duel with Malfoy. A pure-blood duel necessitates a compelling reason. Otherwise, it cannot be undertaken lightly. It is said that pure-blood dueling was originally established by Salazar Slytherin at the inception of Hogwarts to mediate disputes among pure-blood wizards within the school. This duel inherently possesses a certain magical essence. If the rationale fails to convince or gain the acknowledgement of the magic entwined with pure-blood duels, then the duel cannot proceed. It is essential to recognize that Salazar Slytherin placed immense value on pure-blood lineage because he believed it conferred a sense of honor and virtue, qualities he deemed absent in those of mixed heritage. After all, in that era, only pure-bloods had the privilege of education, which emphasized virtue and honor, while the common populace was largely ignorant and uncivilized. Little did Salazar Slytherin anticipate that a millennium later, the world would undergo such a profound transformation, and the institution he established would gradually lose its original essence. It is precisely for this reason that Sean possesses the confidence to confront Malfoy, whose despicable act of challenging someone to a duel only to turn around and inform on them is not only a disgrace to the former Slytherin, but also a profound dishonor to the present house. The only reason no one dares to reprimand Malfoy is due to the influence of the Malfoy family. However, while others may hesitate, Sean does not, as he wishes to seize this opportunity to discern the extent of support he can expect from his rather unremarkable grandfather. After a moment of contemplation, Sean lowered his gaze once more to the book in his hands. After a modest meal in the Great Hall that evening, he returned to the library to continue his studies. His fervor even caught the attention of some 5th and 7th year students. Had it not been for the green of Sean's robes, they might have mistaken him for yet another Ravenclaw student consumed by a thirst for knowledge. As the time for rest approached, the library closed its doors completely. Sean, already a prominent newcomer in Slytherin, was accustomed to a rigorous routine of classes and self-study, and many had grown used to his predictable schedule. Thus, when Sean arrived in the Slytherin common room, his presence surprised many, drawing their gazes toward him. Upon realizing he was heading directly for Malfoy, the expressions on their faces shifted dramatically, some filled with concern, others with schadenfreude, while a few simply wore a look of eager anticipation, watching the unfolding confrontation between Sean and Malfoy. Malfoy's initial shock upon seeing Sean quickly transformed into a fleeting panic, followed by a forced smile as he addressed Sean. "What is this? Are you here to defend your dear friend, the savior Harry Potter?" This remark revealed that Malfoy was not entirely foolish. He possessed a modicum of wit. However, in the face of Sean, Malfoy's subtle machinations were insignificant. Indeed, while Sean considered himself a friend of Harry, had Malfoy truly engaged in a duel with Harry, and even if Harry were to be defeated and expelled from Hogwarts, Sean would not utter a word nor seek Malfoy out. His purpose in approaching Malfoy was to address the disgrace he had brought upon Slytherin. As a noble, pure-blood wizard, Malfoy's cowardice in fleeing from a challenge against the Gryffindor, only to set a trap with Filch, was a betrayal of Slytherin's esteemed name. Malfoy, not only have you defiled the honor of Slytherin, but you have also sullied the pride of purebloods. Therefore, I challenge you to a duel of purebloods. If you lack the courage to face me, perhaps it would be best for you to leave Slytherin. A duel of purebloods? Aimed at Malfoy, the wealthiest of the Malfoys? Every gaze in the Slytherin common room was fixed on Sean, overwhelmed by astonishment. Such an audacious act had undoubtedly offended Malfoy, and as Draco Malfoy was the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, targeting him was tantamount to attacking the entire family. Even though those present were compelled to acknowledge the validity of Sean's words, and deep down, they recognized Malfoy's truly despicable nature, tarnishing the pride of purebloods. The fact remained, he was still a Malfoy. How could Sean dare? How could he possibly? Yet, Sean not only dared, he did it. Step by step, Sean approached Malfoy and inquired, "Malfoy, do you accept the challenge?" Malfoy regarded Sean, his complexion pallid and decidedly unappealing. However, the situation had escalated to this point, leaving Malfoy no choice but to confront it. Sean had laid bare the honor of the Malfoy lineage. He could deceive Harry, yet he could not evade the obligation of a pure-blood duel. Moreover, Malfoy was confident he would not be outmatched by Sean. Having witnessed the previous duel, Malfoy believed Sean's victory was solely due to the Thorn's curse. As long as he exercised caution to prevent history from repeating itself, how could this mute, ineffectual boy hope to rival someone like himself, who had been steeped in magical education from a young age? You wish to challenge me to a pure-blood duel? I accept. You shall learn that Malfoy cannot be compared to a wretched boy like you. Let it be here. There is no need to change venues for such a trivial matter. As you wish. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Sean and Malfoy facing each other. Sean observed Malfoy, feeling the warmth radiating from his ebony phoenix wand, a soothing current flowing into his being. Without awaiting a referee, both combatants launched their spells. Muffle. A ghostly light shot forth from the tip of Malfoy's wand. It must be acknowledged that as the sole heir of the Malfoy estate, Draco Malfoy possessed skill. His opening spell rendered Sean momentarily speechless, effectively obstructing his incantation. In the past, Sean might have found himself at a disadvantage, but now he had transformed. Armor. A halo of blue and white light blossomed before Sean, intercepting Malfoy's spell. Immediately, Sean waved his wand again, causing the nearby tables and chairs to soar towards Malfoy, who, in turn, aimed his wand to counter the flying furniture. Thorns entwine. Chapter 33. After the duel, Malfoy had long been wary of Sean's Thorn's curse. Thus, when Sean cast the spell, he reacted swiftly, retreating behind a table while simultaneously unleashing a petrification curse towards Sean. In his haste, Malfoy's aim faltered, and Sean merely stepped aside, evading the curse. The Thorn's curse struck the table, shielding Malfoy, not shattering it, but instead causing an abundance of thorny vines to sprout across its surface, spreading outward. When Malfoy realized the anomaly, he found the thorny vines had already ensnared his arm. Witnessing this, Sean's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated the versatility of the Thorn's curse. It appeared that even when not directly striking a target, the spell could manifest thorny vines upon landing on the ground or other surfaces, thereby enhancing its utility. As one delves deeper into the arcane arts, many magical spells reveal their latent potential. For instance, the Guardian Charm, when mastered, allows for remote communication and the transmission of messages. A more profound application, akin to Dumbledore's mastery, enables the caster to conjure a barrier that repels targets. Similarly, Sean's recent acquisition of the Ironclad Charm, when wielded by a knowledgeable wizard, can effortlessly deflect numerous lesser spells. In truth, the Thorn's Charm in Sean's possession is a unique incantation exclusive to the Bursted lineage, and its capabilities extend far beyond its current manifestation, awaiting Sean's further exploration. Malfoy, disregarding everything else, forcibly extricated himself from the grasp of the thorny vines, resulting in his garments being rent asunder. Once freed, Malfoy brandished his wand anew, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Sean. However, the first level of the Ironclad Charm afforded Sean ample composure to defend himself, as a cerulean aura radiated from his wand, creating ripples that dispelled each of Malfoy's malevolent curses. At that moment, Sean surveyed his surroundings and, seizing an opportune moment between Malfoy's incantations, he executed a sweeping motion with his wand. Tables and chairs began to whirl through the air, hurtling towards Malfoy, while the carpet on the floor lifted once more, enveloping Malfoy as it had before. Bursted, have you no new tactics? Malfoy retreated swiftly to evade the encroaching carpet, simultaneously blasting the airborne furniture into splinters. Observing the cascade of debris, a smirk of derision crept across Malfoy's face. Yet, at that instant, he suddenly realized that Sean had vanished. As Malfoy turned to search for him, a hand unexpectedly grasped his shoulder. Reacting with alacrity, Malfoy raised his wand to cast a spell behind him. But before he could utter the incantation, another hand seized his throat, stifling his voice. Sean, holding Malfoy in check, gripped his neck and shoulder, exerting a forceful knee strike into Malfoy's abdomen, eliciting a sound akin to a whimper from a pup. Seizing the moment, Sean followed up with a powerful punch that landed squarely on Malfoy's face, shattering his nose and causing blood and teeth to spray forth. Releasing his grip and observing Malfoy crumpled and unconscious on the ground, Sean kicked the wand from Malfoy's hand, exhaling a sigh of relief. That previous duel, where Jansen had cast a spell on Sean from the shadows, had imparted a valuable lesson. Henceforth, Sean resolved to ensure that his opponents were rendered incapable of resistance during duels, particularly by disarming them. Victory in the duel. Randomly select one ability from the opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Obtained. Petrification spell LV1. The items extracted were neither good nor bad, but they did elevate Sean's petrification curse to level 2, which could be considered a modest surprise. Having dealt with Malfoy, Sean chose not to linger any longer. He allowed Goyle and Crabbe to escort Malfoy to the hospital. attributing the incident to a failed experiment in magic. Once back in his chamber, Sean sat at his desk, continuing to delve into the potions textbook he had borrowed from the library. Meanwhile, the Slytherin house was once again abuzz with the ramifications of Sean's actions. Irina, do you think the Malfoy family will intervene in this matter? Irina glanced at Samuel, slowly nodding her head and responding. I have heard that old Malfoy dotes on young Malfoy excessively. While other families might not intervene for their children, I believe old Malfoy is quite likely to do so. Moreover, Sean's assault on Malfoy was rather severe. Although the injuries will not pose significant healing challenges, Malfoy has indeed suffered considerably. What shall we do then? I had no idea that Sean could stir up such trouble. Samuel's sentiments were clear to Irina. After pondering for a moment, she said, let us temporarily feign ignorance of this incident and observe how it unfolds. It is important to remember that Sean is from the Bester family. Although his parents are rather ineffectual, he undeniably carries the blood of the Bester lineage. We should first gauge the Bester family stance. To take a step back, our families have no inherent ties to the Malfoys. If Hogwarts withstands the pressure, we will proceed as usual. If not, we shall decide then. The duel between Sean and Malfoy sent ripples beyond Slytherin, even affecting Hogwarts as a whole. That very evening, Lucius Malfoy learned of the incident. Without hesitation, he made his way to Hogwarts. Upon visiting Draco in the infirmary and storming into Dumbledore's office, seething with rage, he found his close ally Severus Snape already waiting with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I believe you owe me an explanation. A reckoning, Lucius asserted, his gaze shifting to Snape, his tone slightly softened by the anger simmering beneath. Severus, our families have been good friends. You bear some responsibility in this matter as well. Chapter 34, Parental Conference. Lucius. Trust me, this situation is not as grave as you perceive. Lucius, irked by Dumbledore's indifference, retorted bluntly, Dumbledore, hand over the one who injured Draco, or this matter will not conclude. Both Dumbledore and Snape understood the implications of Lucius's words, causing their expressions to grow increasingly grave. However, Dumbledore did not immediately speak. Instead, it was Snape who broke the silence, addressing Lucius. Lucius, the duel between Sean and Draco was a pure-blood duel. I presume you are aware of the significance of pure-blood duels, having graduated from Slytherin yourself. You must understand what such a duel entails and its implications, correct? At that moment, Lucius's expression grew serious. He had been unaware that Sean and Draco were engaged in a pure-blood duel, but upon hearing it from Snape, he swiftly turned to him and inquired, Severus, why would Draco engage in a pure-blood duel? Sean burst challenged Draco, claiming that Draco had arranged a duel with Harry Potter but deliberately failed to show up and instead sought to frame Harry by involving Filch. Sean considered Draco's actions despicable, tarnishing Slytherin's honor and the pride of being pureblood. Thus, he initiated the pure-blood duel against Draco, which was the crux of the matter. Lucius's face darkened as he regarded Snape, saying, Severus, it seems you are quite protective of this Sean burst. I am merely stating the facts, Snape replied. Lucius and Snape had been friends for many years, though it would be more accurate to say they were once friends during their school days. Snape was also an investment of Lucius's, and later, they both became Death Eaters, which should have strengthened their bond. However, after Voldemort's demise and the scattering of the Death Eaters, although Snape remained on friendly terms with the Malfoy family, their intimacy had waned considerably. Seeing the emptiness in Snape's eyes, devoid of any emotion, Lucius ceased his inquiries and turned his attention to Dumbledore, stating, Dumbledore, that Sean burst must pay a price. Otherwise, I will be compelled to convene the Board of Governors to consider replacing the headmaster. Lucius's words hung in the air, but Dumbledore remained unfazed, and Snape stood quietly by. Just as Lucius was about to speak again, a fourth voice unexpectedly resonated from the entrance of the headmaster's office. Lucius, it is rather late. It would be wise not to unleash such fury. Lucius recognized the voice and turned to see the speaker, nodding slightly as the aggressive demeanor on his face softened. Ah, Mr. Burst, you. Before he could finish, realization dawned upon him regarding the visitor's intention. Noting Lucius's understanding, Gavin smiled and took a seat in the chair opposite Dumbledore. He inquired, Dumbledore, the weather has turned quite chilly. We old fellows are finding it rather uncomfortable. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, responding, Indeed, Mr. Burst. Would you care for some hot chocolate to warm your spirits? Hot chocolate is a bit too sweet for my taste. I would prefer a cup of hot pumpkin juice, if you please. Of course. Dumbledore gently tapped the table, and immediately 4 cups of steaming beverages appeared before him. Among them, 1 cup of hot chocolate, generously sweetened, belonged to Dumbledore himself, while another contained warm pumpkin juice for Gavin. The cups designated for Lucius and Snape held steaming coffee or similar concoctions. Being a member of the Burst family, It was only natural that I should uphold our family traditions, even if certain matters must be attended to out of obligation. Although my second son is mute, my wife and I continue to care for him. Now that our grandson finds himself in a predicament, it is only fitting that I, as his grandfather, step forward. Are you seeking to make a name for yourself? Lucius inquired, casting a slightly mocking smile at Gavin. If so, what do you intend to offer as compensation for my son Draco? If you desire financial restitution, how does a shop in the heart of Hogsmeade sound? The Malfoy family, renowned for their immense wealth, not only inherited a vast fortune from their ancestors, but also possessed an unparalleled acumen for commerce. Hogsmeade, situated adjacent to Hogwarts, is home to numerous establishments catering to students in their third year and beyond. It is well known that businesses targeting students are particularly lucrative, and the central shops of Hogsmeade are indeed of considerable value. Lucius observed Gavin, realizing he was not jesting. He immediately felt that Draco's injury was not insurmountable. After all, what harm could come from a boy sustaining a minor injury? It would only serve as a valuable experience for Draco's growth. I find this compensation satisfactory and acceptable. As pure-blood aristocrats, it is preferable to avoid haggling, as doing so may appear rather unbecoming. With Lucius agreeing to the proposed compensation, Gavin maintained a smile and remarked, "Now that we have settled the matter of compensation, we should discuss other matters." Other matters? Lucius raised an eyebrow, suddenly sensing an ominous undertone. Gavin gazed steadily at Lucius and slowly articulated, "According to the customs of pure-blood dueling, the loser must either keep their distance from the victor or become their follower during their time at Hogwarts. I wonder how the sole heir of the Malfoy family intends to choose?" As Gavin's words lingered in the air, Lucius's expression darkened ominously. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Gavin and exclaimed, "Are you burst family members daring to challenge the Malfoy family? On what grounds do you say that?" Gavin feigned confusion, responding, "You mentioned compensation for the injuries. I have provided it. Now, I seek the rights of the victor on behalf of my grandson. How can this be construed as a provocation against the Malfoy family?" Chapter 35, Cessation. Among the 28 pure-blood families, half have succumbed to decline. Even the once prestigious Gaunt family, a direct lineage of Slytherin, has completely faded. Yet within these 28 families, there are a select few that endure, one of which is the Burst family. Despite the relatively low profile of the Bursted family, Lucius, unless his mind had been befouled by a house elf, would never genuinely regard their discretion as a sign of weakness. In reality, it was the Malfoy family, to which Lucius belonged, that faced a true crisis of decline. Their lineage seemed cursed for over a century. Each generation had produced only a single heir, and not all of them were paragons of excellence. This gradual attrition left the Malfoy family increasingly weakened. By the time of Lucius, the Malfoy family no longer possessed the formidable wealth it once did, though a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The feeble Malfoys remained affluent. Yet, in the matter of Voldemort, Lucius made a grave error, resulting in the loss of half his fortune with Voldemort's demise. The Malfoy family had begun secretly liquidating their collection of magical artifacts to sustain their vast household. In contrast, the Bursted family thrived with each generation, nurturing their descendants with rigorous standards. Even if a scion lacked exceptional talent, they could effectively preserve the family status until a gifted heir emerged to further expand their legacy. Such a family was one that the Malfoys could not afford to offend. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Lucius resolved to retreat, yet he maintained a facade of pride. He regarded Gavin and declared, "Draco is our family's heir. His life must be one of glory and pride. I can overlook the Bursted family's issues, but you must also annul the consequences of the pure-blood duel." Gavin observed Lucius, noting that while this generation of Malfoys might not be elite and exhibited mediocrity in many aspects, they demonstrated commendable acuity in matters of gain and loss. Had Lucius not been so poorly discerning in his investments, particularly with his deep ties to Voldemort, the Malfoy family might not have been poised for further expansion. But maintaining their legacy should have posed little trouble. Gavin had no intention of confronting the Malfoys directly. Their family's entrenched connections within the Ministry of Magic were formidable. While they had waned from their zenith, provoking the Malfoys too severely could yield troublesome repercussions. This altercation stemmed from mere childish antics, albeit escalated. Fundamentally, it remained unchanged. Mr. Malfoy's unwillingness to pursue the matter would be counted as a favor, and Gavin expressed gratitude for his generosity. Gavin's eloquent words finally lightened Lucius's countenance. With a slight nod, Lucius acknowledged Dumbledore and bid farewell to Snape before departing the headmaster's office and leaving Hogwarts. As Lucius exited, Gavin turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "Dumbledore, if you have no further matters, I too shall take my leave. I am growing older and cannot withstand the late hours." "Gavin, do you not wish to see Sean and Millicent?" Shaking his head with a smile, Gavin replied, "Those two little rascals would prefer I stay away. It is best to let them enjoy their time at school. I shall see them during the holidays." Rising from his seat, Gavin exited the headmaster's office, vanishing from the grounds of Hogwarts with a disapparation spell. As he sensed Gavin's departure, Dumbledore waved his hand to remove the cup from the table and turned to Snape, saying, "Severus, have you prepared the defenses for the Philosopher's Stone?" "We are ready," replied Snape. "The one who seeks to steal the stone will not easily relent, so we must remain vigilant." At this point, Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind his half-moon spectacles, turned to Snape as he inquired, "Severus, how has Harry been lately?" Before Dumbledore, Snape found it challenging to maintain his facade. Looking at Dumbledore, he replied, "Like his father, he is an insufferable little brat. Severus, you must exercise patience with the boy. He is not only James's son, but also Lily's, a fact I trust you are aware of, correct?" The mention of that familiar name stirred a subtle tumult within Snape, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimpse of anguish before it swiftly vanished. Without further ado, Snape turned to leave. However, at that moment, Dumbledore spoke again. "Severus, it seems Mr. Sean Burst is of particular significance to you, and his relationship with Harry appears to be quite favorable. I hope you can guide him onto a more righteous path." Hearing this, Snape pivoted to face Dumbledore, a hint of mockery in his voice as he asked, "So you believe this boy has strayed? Because he associates closely with the great savior, he must be led onto this so-called righteous path?" Dumbledore, undeterred by Snape's sarcasm, maintained his benevolent demeanor as he replied, "Severus, you know that is not my intention. I merely see a talented child in him and hope you can provide him with proper guidance, nothing more." With his eyelids slightly lowered, Snape turned away, no longer meeting Dumbledore's gaze. He approached the grand door of the headmaster's office, pulling it open but pausing before stepping out. Standing with his back to Dumbledore, he stated, "Rest assured, I have already inducted him into my potions club. He is a child of considerable talent in potions, and I will ensure he embarks on the path of mastery, not squander his potential." With that, Snape departed. Dumbledore watched his retreating figure, smiling softly, before retrieving a cockroach-flavored candy from the drawer of his desk and savoring it in silence. The matter of Sean and Malfoy's duel had thus quelled. Snape subsequently spoke to both Malfoy and Sean, leading them to act as if the prior incident had never occurred, though on the surface. For each time Malfoy laid eyes on Sean, the fury and a hint of veiled fear that crossed his face were unmistakable. A few days later, the news of Lucius Malfoy and Gavin Burst's visit to Hogwarts spread throughout Slytherin. It was from that moment onward that Sean's standing within Slytherin ascended dramatically, closely rivaling Malfoy, and even subtly overshadowing Millicent, as he became the representative of the Burst family. Chapter 36, Before Halloween. Seated at the long table in the Great Hall, Sean observed the Slytherins around him, who either nodded slightly in acknowledgement, greeted him with warm smiles, or treated him as if he were invisible, and he sighed in exasperation. Why were they being so amiable towards him? Hadn't they promised to stand up for Malfoy? Hadn't they vowed to find him, the quiet son, a nuisance and continually make his life difficult? What had caused this sudden shift to friendliness? Who was he to duel now? Surely, he couldn't challenge them when they greeted him with such warmth. The only justification for a challenge would be their unappealing smiles, which was hardly substantial. Speaking of unappealing smiles, Sean glanced at Marcus Flint, the sixth-year Slytherin Quidditch captain, and turned away helplessly. If Flint's serious demeanor could be likened to that of a cold antagonist, then his smile, revealing a set of misaligned buck teeth and squinting eyes, was truly among the most unattractive. With a sigh, Sean reflected on the dual forces of strength and lineage. His prowess earned him respect, while his heritage prompted smiles from others. When he initially challenged Malfoy to a duel, Sean had already contemplated how he would manage if the majority of Slytherin turned against him. His plan was to seek a private room in the Room of Requirement, where he could retreat from Slytherin and attend classes, seizing opportunities for duels against those he found disagreeable. However, his strategy became irrelevant. The repercussions of his duel with Malfoy had been entirely mitigated by the intervention of his rather unremarkable grandfather. What could his grandfather possibly desire? It was hardly a simple matter of wanting to use him as a stepping stone against Millicent. What was his true motive for showing such concern for a grandson he had only just begun to know? Surely, he wasn't interested in Sean himself. Who would believe that? Sean did not waste time pondering the schemes of his grandfather. After finishing the last spoonful of oatmeal, he was jolted by uproarious laughter emanating from the Gryffindor table. Looking up, he saw the Weasley twins had once again played a prank on someone, prompting laughter from Gryffindor and a few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. The majority of Slytherin found such merriment irksome. They preferred a more tranquil dining atmosphere. Were it not for Hogwarts regulations, They would certainly not tolerate such raucousness during meals. Wait a moment. Sean furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an idea. Never mind. He would observe the situation further down the line. After all, they were merely experiencing a harmless scare which had nothing to do with him. Upon contemplating this, Sean ceased further musings and resumed eating a piece of bread accompanied by bacon. At that moment, Blaise arrived late, and noticing his weary visage, Sean's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "You didn't go out gallivanting last night, did you?" Sean inquired. "Gallivanting? How dare you slander me so baselessly?" Blaise retorted with righteous indignation. "What do you mean by gallivanting? I was engaged in a legitimate romance. Can intimate contact in a relationship be deemed as gallivanting?" "Oh," Sean replied, maintaining his usual demeanor. "So I was not mistaken, correct?" "Close enough," Blaise conceded. Sean had grown accustomed to Blaise's chaotic personal life, and indeed, Blaise displayed a certain shamelessness in this regard. Hearing this, Sean regarded Blaise with an odd expression, as he vaguely recalled that Slytherin's championship streak this semester should have been interrupted by Gryffindor. After all, with Dumbledore bolstering Harry with numerous points, even two Slytherins might struggle to contend. Moreover, Harry's talent in Quidditch virtually guaranteed additional points, making it clear that no group of 3 or 5 could rival Harry. Chapter 37. Halloween, Quidditch, and Trolls. "Sean, the owl has arrived." At Blaise's words, Sean looked up at the owl soaring into the Great Hall and quickly spotted his own owl, Rob. With a slight flap of his broad wings, Rob swiftly descended, landing squarely on the table before Sean. As Sean began to unwrap the parcel, Harry and Ron, seated opposite, were already making their way outside with a long, rectangular package. Their ruse was not particularly convincing. Anyone with a modicum of experience could see that they were carrying a broomstick, though the model remained undisclosed. Slytherin's prospects in Quidditch now appeared somewhat precarious. Gently scratching Rob's chin, Sean fed him a handful of nuts while observing Malfoy, who was approaching Harry with Crabbe and Goyle in tow, intent on causing trouble. This fellow seemed deeply infatuated with Harry, persistently seeking to provoke him. What could he possibly hope to gain? Merely to attract Harry's attention. Shaking his head slightly, Sean refocused his attention on Rob. Along the way, Sean gradually learned about Harry's new broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, as well as his extraordinary promotion to Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year. The Slytherin wizards regarded this as profoundly unfair, deepening their enmity towards the so-called savior. Observing the discontent among the Slytherin students, Sean spotted Irina not far ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he hastened towards her and said, "Irina, may I trouble you for a moment?" Irina looked at Sean, nodded, momentarily bidding farewell to her friends, and then joined him beneath a nearby tree. "Sean, what is it?" she inquired. "Irina, have you heard? Someone gifted Harry Potter a Nimbus 2000 and promoted him to Seeker for Gryffindor in his first year." With a nod of certainty, Irina remarked, "I am indeed aware of this matter. It has been the talk of the town today, making it quite impossible to remain oblivious. Does this concern your situation? I am in flying class with Harry Potter, and it is evident that he possesses remarkable talent, coupled with the latest Nimbus 2000 broomstick. I believe he poses a significant threat to our Quidditch team." Upon hearing this, Irina's expression grew somewhat serious as she nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. So, you must have a plan in mind?" "The solution is rather straightforward. Someone has taken the initiative to promote Harry Potter as their Seeker, and we could likewise elevate someone who bears a grudge against him into the team. I suspect that this individual would be quite eager to accept this opportunity and might be willing to make certain sacrifices, such as providing 7 Nimbus 2000 brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team. I believe this would make for a rather attractive sponsorship proposition, given that they are considered the wealthiest. Acquiring such funds should be relatively effortless for them." At this point in Sean's discourse, Irina grasped his intentions. In an instant, she understood the implications. Should her suggestion lead to Quidditch victory, she would undoubtedly reap numerous unseen benefits. With this in mind, Irina said to Sean, "Sean, consider this a favor owed to you. We are all Slytherins, united in our goals." After giving Sean a reassuring pat on the shoulder, she promptly set off to implement the plan. Meanwhile, Sean cast a glance at Harry in the distance and murmured, "Harry, my apologies. After all, I am a Slytherin and must contribute to our pursuit of a 7th consecutive championship." Armed with this new strategy, as long as he could complete the scoring, even if Slytherin were to lose to Gryffindor and forfeit the House Cup, it would not be his concern. Should they triumph, Sean's idea would further enhance his standing within Slytherin, an opportunity too precious to be overlooked. With these thoughts, Sean sought out Blaise, who was waiting nearby, and together they discreetly entered the classroom for today's Charms lesson alongside Ravenclaw. After class, Sean learned of Professor Snape's agreement to allow Malfoy to join the Quidditch team. Along with this news came the information that the Malfoy family was prepared to donate a set of Nimbus 2000 broomsticks to Slytherin. Sean could not help but marvel at the Malfoy family's considerable wealth. The price of a single Nimbus 2000 is substantial. This donation is not merely for Malfoy, but rather for the entire Slytherin team, representing a significant financial commitment. Of course, this matter held no relevance for him. He had already obtained what he desired and no longer needed to focus on it. The feast at the long table was as sumptuous as at the beginning of the school year, all served in golden vessels, far more lavish than usual. Just as Sean was engrossed in tackling a medium-rare steak, the grand hall doors swung open abruptly, and Quirrell rushed in, panic etched across his face. A troll. There is a troll in the dungeon. Chapter 38. The Troll. A troll? Indeed, it is a troll. At this moment, Sean finally recalled that Harry and his friends had encountered Troll, and it was precisely due to this troll that Harry and Ron truly became lifelong companions of Hermione. Sean gazed at Quirrell, sprawled on the ground, his over-the-top acting leaving one to wonder if Dumbledore had noticed anything amiss. It was likely that he had, yet he refrained from intervening, perhaps hoping to draw out the snake from its hole. Sean found it hard to believe that Dumbledore would merely leave the Philosopher's Stone unattended. He could assure that, had it not been for Harry, Quirrell, this duplicitous creature would have personally experienced the depths of the headmaster's affection. Sitting at the Slytherin table, Sean observed the first-year wizards collapsing into chaos at the mention of the troll, while he remained quietly seated, absent-mindedly stroking the curious curlkin that had emerged from his collar. As he continued to caress the creature, he suddenly halted, prompting Curlkin, who had been relishing Sean's touch, to nudge his face in mild protest. At that moment, Sean recalled that he had subdued Curlkin through a duel, utilizing the power of his panel to tame the creature. In other words, his dueling prowess was not confined to human wizards. Any magical being possessing even a modicum of intelligence could be challenged. Thus arose the question, if any magical creature could be dueled, what abilities might he gain from confronting that troll? Surely, it would not be something as trivial as diminished intellect or extraordinary body odor. One must consider that, at this very moment, the majority of students were gathered in the Great Hall, and the faculty only needed to safeguard that space to ensure the safety of most. Those few students not present could either seek out the troll themselves or simply confront it directly. It was clear that the decision to disperse students, fully aware of the troll's presence outside, was fraught with ulterior motives. The young wizards were eager to escape the Great Hall, inevitably inciting a degree of pandemonium. Although the upperclassmen attempted to maintain order, slipping away under such circumstances was hardly a daunting task. Sean watched as Gryffindor, led by their eager students, departed ahead of Slytherin. Knowing that Harry and Ron would likely be swift in their departure, he hoped fervently that they would not hasten too quickly. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, the troll might already be dealt with, rendering his efforts fruitless. After all, he was risking points being deducted for this undertaking, and without any reward. It would be a significant loss. The Great Hall was located on the first floor, while the Slytherin Common Room resided in the dungeons. Seizing the opportunity as the group turned into the dimly lit staircase, Sean hastily slipped away, making his way toward the direction in which Harry and Ron had fled. He recalled that the troll and Hermione were located in a certain girl's restroom, one of which was situated on the second floor. With this thought in mind, Sean ascended the staircase. As he neared the second floor, he was met with an overwhelming stench reminiscent of a fetid latrine, a truly astonishing olfactory assault. In that fleeting moment, Sean realized he had indeed found the right path. Quickening his pace, he soon beheld the girl's restroom ahead, immediately filled with the echoes of furious roars and terrified screams. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean dashed inside, where he was met with the sight of a towering, grotesque creature, one hand gripping Harry's leg while the other brandished a massive club, poised to strike Harry's body. Meanwhile, Hermione lay collapsed on the ground, crying out, while Ron stood frozen in a corner, uncertain of what to do. Perhaps if given a moment, Ron might still conjure a spell to defeat the creature and save Harry. But Sean dared not gamble on whether his intervention would alter the course of events. After all, he had come here to instigate his own duel with the monster. He had to act before Ron could. Wingardium Leviosa. Acting swiftly, Sean attempted to use the levitation charm to control the creature's club. Yet the beast continued to swing the club wildly, making accurate spellcasting nearly impossible. He could not fathom how the original Ron had managed to aim for that club. Cursing under his breath, Sean resorted to the petrification charm, hoping to immobilize the creature's arm. To his surprise, although the creature was not as formidable as a giant, its body exhibited a surprising resistance to magic. His level 1 petrification spell had little effect, merely causing a momentary pause in the creature's arm, while the club still swung menacingly towards Harry. Ron, Sean, think of something. Upon hearing this, Ron seemed to have an epiphany, raising his wand in preparation to cast a spell against the creature. Witnessing this scene, Sean felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, he isn't trying to claim the glory for himself. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium, instead of targeting the club in the creature's grasp, Sean directed the levitation charm towards the shattered restroom doors and walls surrounding them. A multitude of wooden debris soared through the air, crashing against the creature, inciting its fury. In retaliation, the creature flung Harry aside and charged toward Sean, wielding its club. As the monstrous figure bore down on him, Sean was struck by an overwhelming sense of suffocation, not merely a mental strain, but a palpable physical assault. As he observed the club's descent, he stepped back and invoked the shield charm to block the impending blow. With the blue aura of protection enveloping him, Sean wasted no time in casting the Thorny Vine spell. Thick, thorn-laden vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the creature's legs. Seizing the opportunity, Sean sprinted to the opposite side, drawing the creature's pursuit. True to form, the creature's lack of intelligence led it to chase after Sean, oblivious to the vines that ensnared its feet. Despite breaking through many of them, the creature ultimately stumbled and fell. In that moment, Sean focused on the club, which was nearly slipping from the creature's grasp, and cast the levitation charm once more, raising the club high before bringing it down forcefully upon the creature's nape. Chapter 39, Rewards and Punishments. Bang, 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 bang. Seeking the troll, Professors Snape and McGonagall followed the scent and hastened their pace towards the girls' restroom. Upon entering, they were met with a sight that left them both astonished. In one corner stood Harry, Ron, and Hermione, appearing somewhat at a loss, while Sean was using the levitation spell to control the troll, striking its head and body repeatedly. It was evident that the troll was ensnared by numerous resilient thorny vines, its suffering evident. The poor creature, having endured relentless torment, emitted weak cries, its face marred by bruises and blood. Even the seasoned Professors Snape and McGonagall could not help but feel a twinge of pity for the troll. Initially, Professor McGonagall was filled with fury, ready to impose a severe punishment on the young wizards for defying her orders and seeking the troll. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, her emotions became somewhat disjointed. Mr. Burstead, please cease at once. This troll is beyond the capacity to resist. Really? Sean turned to Professor McGonagall. But the troll was truly fearsome just moments ago. I suspect it may be feigning its current state. Please believe me, Mr. Burstead. The troll's intellect renders it incapable of pretense. You have subdued it, so refrain from further assault. As McGonagall spoke, Professors Dumbledore, Flitwick, and others arrived in succession, their gazes falling upon the sorrowful troll lying on the ground, then shifting to Sean, standing before it. The scene felt somewhat dissonant. Nevertheless, the fact that the troll was subdued and the children unharmed was a conclusion every professor could accept. Once the initial emotions subsided, Professor McGonagall regained her composure. Turning her gaze toward Harry, Hermione, and Sean, her anger flaring once more. They saved me, Harry exclaimed, recounting how he had prodded the troll's nose with his wand. Only be lifted by it. Ron protected me, pulling me from the troll's grasp. Sean came in later and defeated the troll. They saved me. Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, the anger on McGonagall's face softened slightly. She held great admiration for Hermione, a model student, and even saw a reflection of her younger self in Hermione's diligence and excellence, which made her a tad more lenient. Miss Granger, my dear, how could you think such a thing? The realities of life differ greatly from what is written in books. How could you, alone, possibly defeat a troll the size of a mountain? I must deduct 5 points from Gryffindor as a consequence of your reckless actions. As for the others, McGonagall regarded Harry, Ron, and Sean, contemplating whether to impose any penalties on them. At this moment, Dumbledore approached Professor McGonagall and said, Minerva, do not be overly harsh with them. While I concede that a degree of severity may impart valuable lessons to the children and foster their growth, in this instance, I believe they have already learned their lesson, have they not? With that, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Harry and Ron, stating, Harry and Ron displayed remarkable courage by seeking out and protecting their friend, even daring to confront a troll. For their bravery, I believe they deserve an additional 5 points each. Dumbledore winked discreetly at Harry and offered a warm smile of encouragement to both him and Ron. However, before Dumbledore could finish his smile, Snape interrupted him. Dumbledore, I believe it was Sean who primarily vanquished the troll, Snape remarked, his tone tinged with a rare hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore immediately responded with a smile, Of course, Severus, the troll, was indeed mostly defeated by Sean. Nevertheless, it is an undeniable fact that Harry and Ron also took action prior to that, is it not? Snape scoffed at this, clearly disinclined to offer further commentary. Dumbledore's favoritism towards Gryffindor was no secret, particularly after the arrival of the savior, Harry Potter, which made his bias even more apparent. Dumbledore then looked at Sean, his face still adorned with that kind and gentle smile. Sean, to have faced a troll in your first year is an extraordinary feat, one that even many adult wizards might struggle to accomplish. Therefore, I shall award 10 points to your house, Slytherin. I hope you do not perceive this as mere encouragement. Should a similar situation arise, I still hope you will heed the professor's advice and seek refuge promptly. I understand. Thank you, Professor, Sean replied. Professor McGonagall acknowledged this, and Snape promptly escorted Sean away. Not far into their departure, Snape, his voice laced with barely concealed anger, addressed Sean within earshot of others, saying, Sean Buster, I hope that the next time you consider an action, you will refrain from acting like an impulsive Gryffindor and instead exhibit the cool wisdom of a Slytherin. Understood? I understand, Professor. I apologize for causing you concern. Concern? Snape let out a dismissive snort. Do not use that Gryffindor brain of yours to speculate on my thoughts. I am not worried about you. I merely fear that you might deduct points from Slytherin, jeopardizing our chances for a 7th consecutive victory, and nothing more. Chapter 40, Panel Update. Sean, I turned around and you vanished. Where did you go? Blaise inquired, casting a glance at the other occupants of the common room before lowering his voice to ask Sean, did someone just notice that our house gained points? Was it your doing? There is no need for secrecy regarding this matter. Anyone curious enough to investigate would easily discover the source of the points awarded. Therefore, Sean nodded and replied, yes, it was me. The headmaster awarded points, but Gryffindor received points as well, so our lead is not substantial. As Blaise listened to Sean's words, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. This is splendid. With this additional 10 points, the deductions you previously incurred should have been completely offset, right? Moreover, it seems you have even gained an extra 5 or 6 points. From today onward, you can consider yourself entirely free of debt. Upon hearing this, Sean nodded in realization. Previously, he had merely informed Blaise about the 10 points he had gained, neglecting to acknowledge that this addition had indeed erased all prior deductions. In other words, he had repaid his dues and owed nothing to his academy. Reflecting on this, a smile of relief and lightness graced Sean's face, akin to the sensation of shedding burdens that had weighed him down, leaving him immensely satisfied. The Slytherin students were ever discreet, a fundamental virtue of purebloods. Hence none approached curiously. After all, there are no secrets among Hogwarts students. Should one be genuinely inquisitive, a simple inquiry the following morning would suffice to unearth the truth. Individuals like Andy could uncover the latest happenings at Hogwarts with minimal effort, merely by parting with a few sickles. As soon as he pushed open the door to his room, Corkin darted from Sean's sleeve, swiftly climbing into his nest to devour the snake food within before curling up to sleep. After ensuring there were no pressing concerns with Corkin, Sean waved his wand lightly, summoning a house elf to his side. The elf, named Brew, was the one Sean had employed the longest. Esteemed Mr. Sean, how may I assist you today? Brew inquired cheerfully. Gazing at the excitedly trembling Brew, Sean replied with a smile, please fetch us 3 cups of hot tea. If possible, we haven't had our fill, so some convenient food would be appreciated, perhaps sandwiches or the like. At once, sir. With a pop, Brew vanished, leaving Sean in admiration of the house elf's magic, which operated on a system distinct from that of wizards and other magical beings. Despite the formidable sorcery wielded by any wizard at Hogwarts, none could perform apparition as effortlessly as a house elf could. With a pop, Blaise and Andy, being well acquainted with Sean's quarters, wasted no time in grabbing their share of provisions, indulging in food and drink without regard for Slytherin etiquette. Once their feast concluded, Sean turned to Andy, saying, Andy, let's keep it brief. I wish to retire soon. In truth, Sean was eager to access his panel to review what he had acquired from his recent duel with the troll, but he deemed it inappropriate to do so before addressing other matters. Sean gazed at Andy, whose face was illuminated with anticipation. After feigning a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded slowly and said, Andy, as you are aware, concocting potions demands considerable time on my part. Presently, I supply you with 10 restorative elixirs each week. However, I am willing to increase this quantity to 15. That said, my share must rise to 75%. Initially, Andy's face brightened at the prospect of an increased supply, but upon hearing Sean's demand for a higher share, his expression soured. Sean, I previously received only 30%, which is hardly excessive. I have to prepare the materials punctually and manage sales, all while assuming a certain level of risk. though the quantity is greater. The reduction in my share means I am receiving less overall. There is no need for you to feign poverty. Very well, Andy reluctantly conceded. Yet a glimmer of joy remained in his eyes. As Sean had noted, although his share was diminished, the additional 5 potions constituted a significant profit, indeed, a substantial gain. Once their negotiations concluded, Andy took his leave. It was only then that Sean activated his interface to assess the spoils from his recent duel with the ogre. Victory in duel, based on opponent's strength, randomly select 2 abilities from the adversary. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Acquired. Ogre strength. Selection complete. Acquired. Ogre spines. The selected abilities are incompatible with the host species. Perfect inheritance is unattainable. Filtering solutions in progress. Filtering in progress. Based on the host characteristics, filtering complete. Modifying acquired abilities to align with the host's racial traits and physical condition. Updating attribute panel. New status bar. Talent. Acquired. Talent. Ogre strength LV0. Acquired. Talent. Ogre spines LV0. Chapter 41. Quidditch in the chill of November at Hogwarts. The cold was so pervasive that one might wish to remain in bed forever. Perhaps prolonged exposure to Slytherin, or perhaps the time spent nurturing Culkin, had rendered Sean lethargic, as he found himself increasingly drowsy, especially each morning when his bed seemed to hold him captive, making the act of rising an arduous endeavor. It was not until Blaise knocked on his door that Sean finally donned his casual attire and completed his morning routine. Observing Sean's reluctant demeanor, Blaise chuckled. I had thought you to be a paragon of self-discipline. It appears you possess a rather unrestrained side as well. Rising in winter is indeed a formidable challenge. As they conversed, Sean left Culkin nestled in his room, allowing the creature to bask in the residual warmth of his bed for a while longer. The outside chill was too severe, and Sean did not wish to subject Culkin to that discomfort. Both Sean and Blaise opted against their robes, instead donning athletic where suitable for movement. Blaise wore attire akin to that of a Quidditch player, while Sean sported typical athletic gear from the Muggle world. Together, they exited the Hogwarts castle and made their way to the open field designated for their flying lessons, commencing their running exercises. Since the incident with the giant, Sean and Blaise had agreed to rise an hour earlier each morning for physical training. Following the duel with the giant, Sean accessed the talent panel and acquired 2 abilities derived from the giant, Giant Strength and Giant Spines. According to the original panel, Sean would have directly gained abilities equal to those of the giant. However, as he and the giant belonged to entirely different species, forcibly bestowing such powers would lead to a grotesque transformation, rendering Sean a hybrid of human and giant, an outcome he would categorically reject. Thus, the panel was modified, transforming these abilities into talents. Although this alteration significantly weakened the original powers, it allowed for the enhancement of his physical attributes as Sean matured. This was the rationale behind Sean's decision to engage in daily exercise, maximizing the efficacy of his newfound talents. At the tender age of 11 or 12, when physical development is paramount, both Sean and Blaise were quite well built, boasting commendable height and fitness. After an hour of exercise, they exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, they appeared invigorated. Upon returning to the common room for grooming and changing, Sean and Blaise proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast, before heading to their respective classrooms alongside their peers. Sean, we have been grouped, Blaise remarked as he sat beside Sean, who hastily finished the final bite of his lunch, chewing and swallowing before inquiring, what are the results of the groupings? We are to compete against Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, with the victors from each group vying for the championship. This grouping is rather unfavorable. Sean took a sip of milk from his cup, having chosen it as his preferred beverage since committing to his fitness regimen. Blaise nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a poor grouping. Gryffindor's Quidditch team is of comparable strength to ours, having previously exchanged victories. Now, with the addition of a savior, whose skills are rumored to be exceptional, otherwise, he would not have been elevated to such a position. We find ourselves in a precarious situation. Raising an eyebrow, Sean regarded Blaise, noticing his apparent ignorance of Malfoy's recent recruitment to the Quidditch team and the subsequent generous donation of Nimbus 2,000 brooms from the Malfoy family. It appeared that, in contrast to Gryffindor's sieve-like confidentiality, their own Slytherin team maintained a commendable level of discretion. Seated in the Slytherin section, Sean perused a book, causing the surrounding Slytherin students to pause in confusion, mistakenly believing a Ravenclaw had inadvertently taken a seat among them. The match commenced swiftly, with both teams' players adhering to the usual protocol. When Harry, mounted on his Nimbus 2000, led the Gryffindor team into the arena. He immediately attracted attention and sparked extensive discussion. Although Harry's exceptional recruitment into the Gryffindor team was no longer a secret within Slytherin, many remained unaware of this development, and thus, upon seeing Harry, they exhibited the expected astonishment. The captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team would observe the astonished expressions of the spectators, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the reaction he had anticipated, a surprise that would lay the groundwork for victory. No one understood better than he the remarkable talent Harry possessed in Quidditch, a talent that could easily propel him into professional play. At that moment, on the opposite side of the field, the Slytherin Quidditch players watched as the Gryffindor team took to the pitch. Each member grasped their own Nimbus 2000, while Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, turned a glance at the anxious Malfoy, who stood at the rear of the team. Flint shouted, "Let us teach those foolish Gryffindor lions a lesson. They should know that placing their hopes in the so-called savior is a grave mistake." Accompanied by the cheers of their team, the Slytherins made their entrance, showcasing Malfoy, who had been uncharacteristically included in the team, alongside their Nimbus 2000s. Observing the heightened excitement surrounding Slytherin, Sean nodded slightly. "This is all I can do. If we lose after this, then Harry deserves the spotlight." The match commenced swiftly, just as Sean had envisioned, with both sides igniting a fierce competition that resembled a battlefield. Harry and Malfoy were embroiled in a relentless pursuit of the elusive Golden Snitch. It must be said, in terms of innate ability, Harry surpassed Malfoy by at least 2 tiers. As Harry neared the snitch, his broom suddenly trembled violently, shaking uncontrollably in midair, nearly flinging him off. To Sean's shock, Harry's Nimbus 2000 had gone awry. Chapter 42. The One-Punch Wizard. Harry's broom had spiraled out of control. Sean turned his gaze toward the professor's stand, where he could distinctly see Snape employing his wand to assist Harry in dispelling the enchantment on the broom. Meanwhile, Quirrell, seated behind Snape, was concealing something beneath his voluminous robes. To an outsider, it might have appeared inconspicuous, but Sean was acutely aware that Quirrell, the two-faced menace, was the architect behind Harry's broom's malfunctions. Watching the broom tremble more violently and noting the absence of Hermione and Ron, Sean contemplated his next move. He ultimately decided to leave Slytherin's position. "Blaze, I'm going to check below. Be cautious. With the professors present, the savior will be fine." "I understand. I merely wish to take a look." Sean rose and swiftly departed from Slytherin's area, heading toward the professor's stand. He considered whether confronting Quirrell at that moment might instigate a duel. If it were to occur, would his opponent be Quirrell, the noseless one? Or perhaps a combination of both? With a pure white pocket watch at his disposal, Sean felt emboldened to feign a death-like state. This was also the reason he had previously dared to confront the troll. Even if complications arose, the pure white pocket watch would provide him with the utmost safeguard. As Sean approached the professor's platform, Hermione and Ron had yet to arrive, leaving him puzzled about the cause of their delay. It was evident that they must have encountered some obstacles that prevented their timely arrival. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Sean stealthily positioned himself beneath Quirrell, observing the professor above. From this vantage point, he could clearly see Quirrell's hand and wand concealed beneath his robe, as he indeed cast a spell upon Harry. Without further hesitation, Sean raised his wand, intent on confronting the duplicitous Quirrell. Yet, it suddenly dawned on him who he was facing, the Quirrell possessed by the noseless creature. It was crucial to recognize that the quivering, stammering facade Quirrell presented at that moment was merely a ruse. In truth, he was a remarkably skilled wizard, an exemplary student during his time at Hogwarts. Even without the creature's influence, dealing with Quirrell would not be an easy task, let alone now, when he was under the control of the vile entity. Wasn't that akin to wielding his own fists? Although the power of the giant had been significantly diminished, it still surpassed his current half-hearted magical abilities. With this thought, Sean tucked his wand behind his waist, slightly shifted his posture, and launched a powerful punch towards the chair on which Quirrell was seated. With all his might, the impact resonated with a thunderous crash, shattering Quirrell's chair into fragments. Quirrell himself was propelled backward, the force of Sean's blow sending him soaring from his seat, his anguished cries echoing as he arced through the air, plummeting towards the competition arena below. This abrupt turn of events startled the surrounding professors, particularly Snape, who was acutely aware that Quirrell had been casting a spell on Harry. He had been tirelessly attempting to counter it, and was on the brink of flipping the table in frustration when he heard the explosive sound. Only to witness Quirrell being hurled from his chair, his incantation abruptly ceased. At this moment, Professor McGonagall and her colleagues focused their attention on Quirrell, even casting spells to assist him as he fell. However, Snape's gaze was elsewhere. He immediately leaned down to peer through the hole left by Quirrell's abrupt departure, and discerned a somewhat familiar figure swiftly fleeing the professor's platform. Sean took a few swift strides away from the platform. Ever since acquiring the giant's strength, he had treaded carefully, wary of causing destruction to his surroundings. Fortunately, the abilities granted by his panel felt innate, devoid of any excessive force. Even without encountering any mishaps, Sean had consistently restrained his power, seldom utilizing it in daily life. This punch, delivered with full force, illuminated the extent of his newfound strength. He mused that at close range, it was likely no wizard could withstand a direct blow from him without the aid of magic. In truth, the Nimbus 2000 donated by the Malfoy family to the Slytherin Quidditch team was not without merit. At least, prior to the capture of the Golden Snitch, Slytherin's score was considerably higher than that of Gryffindor. This phenomenon was a source of Sean's abundant sarcasm regarding Quidditch, unless under extreme circumstances. No matter how hard others exerted themselves, capturing the snitch would instantly secure victory. It is only in a magical realm severely lacking in entertainment that such a sport could gain such fervent popularity. As the match concluded, Harry was whisked away like a hero by the Gryffindor supporters, while the Slytherins departed the field with the despondency of frostbitten eggplants, leaving with palpable resentment and bitterness. Had it not been for the Malfoy family's contribution of the Nimbus 2000, they could have concocted an excuse akin to claiming Harry's broom was excessively superior. However, with the Malfoy-endowed Nimbus 2000, they found themselves bereft of any justification. If one were to force a reason, it would be that the Seeker Malfoy lacked the requisite skill to contain Harry, allowing Gryffindor to seize the snitch. In truth, the glances and expressions of the other members of the Quidditch team revealed that many harbored similar sentiments. Yet, due to the Malfoy family's formidable influence, no one dared to voice them. Chapter 43. Andy under scrutiny. Since Slytherin's defeat in Quidditch, Sean ceased to concern himself with the matter, immersing himself once more into his studies and routine. Each weekend, he would venture into the room of requirement to brew potions for Andy, and through the sale of these potions, he had begun to amass a modest savings. Andy, I require some new ingredients. I wonder if you can procure them? Upon receiving the 15 potions of mental restoration that Sean had provided, Andy heard Sean's request and, without hesitation, replied, of course. Though I need to know what ingredients you seek. If they are particularly difficult to obtain, I may require some time. Observing Andy's demeanor, Sean realized that his previous impression of Andy had been overly cautious. This fellow did not even assert that he could not acquire the items, but merely stated that he would need time, implying confidence in his ability to procure the majority of potion ingredients. Otherwise, he would not possess such assurance. I need scarab beetles, ginger root, and armadillo bile. As Sean listed the ingredients, Andy's eyes brightened slightly. Is this for an intelligence potion? Sean, do you intend to brew an intelligence potion? The intelligence potion is a concoction that, for a limited time, sharpens the mind of the user, enhancing clarity and agility of thought. In reality, it does not augment intelligence per se. Rather, it allows the user to harness their inherent abilities more effectively during the potion's duration. Certainly, despite this, the intelligence-enhancing potion is exceedingly popular within the confines of Hogwarts, particularly among 5th and 7th year students, especially as the semester draws to a close. It is noteworthy that the knowledge acquired during the potion's effects remains with the individual even after the potion's efficacy wanes. Consequently, many students, given the opportunity, purchase this potion to aid in their daily studies and exam preparations. Naturally, this creates a substantial market, further elevating its value. Sean regarded Andy and said, Andy, do not be overly excited. I intend to use this for myself. Moreover, the brewing of the intelligence-enhancing potion is more challenging than that of the restorative potion. In the short term, I am unable to enhance the success rate for trade. I can only procure materials to brew the potion for my personal use. Andy, with a hint of disappointment, sighed, but soon resumed speaking. Sean, have you recently been able to improve the success rate of the restorative potion's production? If so, could you increase the supply? The number of people coming to me for restorative potions is growing, and some orders are already pushed to next month. That cannot be helped. I must have my own studies in life, mustn't I? Indeed, Andy replied. I shall take my leave now. I need to slow down my order intake this month, otherwise, the backlog may lead to complications. With a concerned expression, Andy departed. Blaise observed Andy's exit, closed Sean's door, and then addressed Sean. Sean, I have conducted my inquiries and confirmed that Andy indeed has more than one supplier for potions. However, at the beginning of the semester, 2 of the 3 original reliable suppliers were poached. If you hadn't been found later, Andy's business at Hogwarts would have faced significant challenges, potentially making it unsustainable. Do you know who is responsible? Blaise nodded and replied, I discovered it was a fourth-year student named Dorian Cook, who hails from an even smaller family than Andy's. Thus, I suspect that there may be someone behind Cook. I have instructed my family to investigate, and we should have clarity soon. Understood. Thank you. Rolling his eyes, Blaise impatiently remarked, "You always do this, with your endless gratitude. This is no difficult task for me. I merely need to write a letter and have an owl deliver it. It requires little effort, so there's no need for thanks. Then let me thank you to your family for their help in uncovering this information." Glancing at Sean, Blaise resignedly stated, "Very well. I shall accept your gratitude on their behalf." After a brief exchange, Sean and Bress departed together. Sean headed to the Potions Club, while Bress set off to rendezvous with his girlfriend. Recently, he had been fervently dating a third-year senior, and they had confirmed their relationship. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more passionate their romance became, the more Sean harbored suspicions that Bress might not have the best intentions toward the senior. Lacking any concrete evidence, his doubts stemmed solely from an instinctive uncertainty regarding Bress's character in matters of the heart. As Sean exited the common room, two upperclassmen who had observed his departure immediately began to converse in hushed tones. Given the time and the book in his hand, there was no doubt he was bound for the Potions Club. One of them remarked, "Can you believe that the potions expert Andy found is merely a first year?" The other chuckled and continued, "You may not grasp the full picture. He is no ordinary student. He has triumphed in the pure blood duel not once, but twice. And on the latter occasion, he sent that Malfoy boy to the hospital wing. Even when old Malfoy came to Hogwarts, he could not lay a finger on him. This is far from an ordinary first year. Regardless of his extraordinary feats, he remains just a first year. What difference does it make that he bears the name Bester? He is merely a mute's offspring. I suspect that even the head of the Bester family is only propping him up for the sake of the family's reputation. Considering his limited abilities, a true pure-blood family would never go to such lengths to protect a mute child." The companion did not dispute this viewpoint, recognizing that the other was an extreme proponent of pure-blood supremacy. Years prior, such an individual would undoubtedly have made a fine Death Eater, making him inherently dangerous. There was no need to contest the matter. As long as they could collaborate to earn galleons, that was sufficient. Setting aside these thoughts, the fact that he had gained the headmaster's favor to enter the Potions Club was indisputable. They had examined the restorative potion he brewed, and his technique was commendable, coupled with a remarkable production rate. Since they had committed to ensuring that Andy could not thrive in his business at Hogwarts, it was imperative to eliminate this Sean. Otherwise, with a weekly yield of 15 restorative potions, Andy's enterprise would continue to flourish. Leave this matter to me. I was the one who lured away those two others, and I shall not make an exception this time. Chapter 44, Taken. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave. The familiar, emotionless voice of Snape resonated through the Potions Club, prompting the 5 members to rise and exit the chamber immediately. Perhaps due to his minimal fear of Snape, Sean was invariably the last to depart. Gathering his belongings, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect towards Snape before turning to leave. Yet just then, Snape's voice echoed behind him, "Sean, do not linger too close to the Savior, lest you wish for an untimely demise." In that instant, Sean realized that Snape must have seen him during the Quidditch match. Turning to face Snape, Sean noted the professor's typically vacant gaze and indifferent demeanor. Yet, he understood that Snape genuinely cared for him. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those words. "Professor, I comprehend. My association with Harry shall remain strictly platonic. After all, he is a Gryffindor, and it is improbable for someone of my Slytherin ilk to engage with him, is it not? Gryffindors and Slytherins are not meant to intermingle. Furthermore, you should have made considerable progress on the reading list I provided earlier. Here is the subsequent list. I shall present you with a new one in a fortnight. It will be prudent to complete the current selections before then." Sean accepted the list that Snape extended toward him, swallowing hard before he hesitantly confessed, "Professor, I have yet to finish the previous books." I'm only halfway through before he could complete his sentence. Snape's disapproving gaze pierced through him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "You find time to ponder trivial matters and risk your safety for the so-called savior. Yet you cannot allocate time for your studies? Since when did your intellect descend to the level of a Gryffindor's folly and idleness?" The venomous words of the Slytherin Serpent King could incapacitate even Dumbledore. Sean grimaced as he relinquished the reading list, silently resolving to rise an hour earlier each day to ensure he completed the readings within the fortnight. However, before he could venture too far, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Are you Sean Baster?" Startled by the abrupt inquiry, Sean instinctively reached for his wand at his waist and turned to confront the source of the voice. "Who are you? Quite vigilant, I see. You may indeed possess the qualities befitting a Slytherin." As Sean scrutinized the figure emerging from the shadows, he discerned a youth of average stature with a pallid complexion, likely in his 6th or 7th year. His hair was of moderate length, and while his appearance was unremarkable, his gaze exuded scrutiny and aggression, which unsettled Sean. "Who are you?" Sean repeated, now more insistent. The stranger grinned, revealing, "I am Taken. I hear you've been growing quite close to Andy lately." Realization dawned upon Sean. This individual was likely affiliated with those who had previously conspired against Andy. The implications of his presence were clear. Initially, Sean had felt indifferent, but it now became evident that someone was indeed targeting Andy. Andy is a fascinating individual. We have had delightful conversations. If I were you, I would reconsider the closeness of your association with him. Sean's expression hardened at the remark, and if he were to observe his own countenance at that moment, he might have noticed that, perhaps influenced by Snape, his stern demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the professor's. Such mimicry, though unrecognized by Sean, was a skill he possessed. With that, he resolved to turn away and depart. Taken, perceiving Sean's intent, stepped forward with barely contained anger, muttering, "If I were you, I would not be so ungrateful." Ignoring him entirely, Sean continued on his path. At that moment, Sean suddenly felt a chill. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly brandished the wand he had already gripped tightly in his hand. Armor of protection. A translucent blue-white aura surged behind Sean, and, at that precise instant, a beam of white light struck Sean's ironclad spell, creating ripples in the air. His pupils dilated, and Sean waved his wand once more, unleashing a grayish-white beam. All petrified, fall into a stupor. The grayish-white and crimson lights collided, exploding like fireworks in a brilliant display. Sean and Taken exchanged glances. Sean's expression appeared calm, yet it was reminiscent of the tranquil before a storm, akin to the ocean before a tsunami. Taken, on the other hand, wore a sinister grin, seemingly unfazed by his own treachery. "Are you aware that your recent actions have violated the rules of Hogwarts?" Sean inquired. "So what? What can Hogwarts do to me? Deduct points? My family is part of the Hogwarts board. They lack the authority to expel me. Moreover, I am already in my 6th year. I have only a year left. Even if I were to leave Hogwarts, it would be of no consequence to me." As they regarded one another, Sean slightly flexed his limbs. The strength of a giant bestowed upon him extraordinary power, while the giant's thorny skin granted him formidable defenses, particularly against magical assaults. This enabled Sean to withstand Taken's spells and retaliate with a punch, especially since he still wielded his wand and could cast spells. Slowly, Sean raised his hand, preparing to cast another spell. Taken mirrored his actions, but just as their confrontation was on the brink of ignition, a voice laden with fury echoed through the corridor. "What are you two doing here?" Sean recognized that voice all too well. Upon hearing it, he immediately understood that today's conflict was destined to remain unresolved. Regrettably, had the battle continued, Sean might have been able to extract more than one ability from Taken. Snape emerged from behind, casting a glance at Sean to ensure he was unharmed before turning his attention to Taken. "Taken, I previously warned you that if you laid a hand on any student within Hogwarts again, there would be consequences. It appears you have not heeded my words. Or do you believe you no longer need to follow my directives?" Taken gazed at Snape, and after a long pause, he lowered his wand, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Of course not. This was merely an accident. I sincerely apologize, Headmaster." Chapter 45. The Red and the White Faces and the Curse. Taken departed, ultimately unwilling to provoke Snape. While others may have been oblivious, Taken, a scion of a burgeoning powerful family, was acutely aware that Snape had once been one of Voldemort's most trusted servants, distinguished in both strength and other aspects. Taken dared to challenge many, but when it came to Snape, he ultimately refrained from crossing that line. As he watched Taken depart, Snape stood in the shadowy corridor and whispered to Sean, "Although the Taken family is not one of the 28 pure-blood families, it is undoubtedly among the most prominent of the emerging families. In comparison to many of the old, decaying lineages, the Hunter family, to which Taken belongs, is considerably more formidable. Simultaneously, Taken, hailing from the Hunter lineage, is an extreme purist, his demeanor and actions both radical and perilous. It'd be wise to maintain your distance from him." "I understand. Thank you, Professor. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then refrain from causing me any further trouble and remain at Hogwarts for the full 7 years. However, I find that unlikely, given your reckless mind, which is so perilously close to Gryffindor tendencies. It would be a stroke of luck for you to survive unscathed for that long." In the end, the Serpent King of Slytherin spat venom upon Sean. Yet, as he observed the retreating robes, Sean pondered another matter. He was certain that Taken harbored murderous intent. He genuinely wished to take his life. Sean had no habit of waiting for those who wished him harm, and thus he resolved that Taken must die. The dilemma before Sean was how to eliminate this threat while ensuring his own safety. Fortunately, he had options available. Upon noticing him, an individual approached with notable enthusiasm, saying, "Hello, you must be Sean Burstead, correct?" Again, I was unaware of my rising fame. Upon seeing this person, Sean instinctively sensed a connection to Taken's faction. As anticipated, the individual introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Dorian Cook. First and foremost, I wish to express my profound apologies for Taken's previous rudeness towards you. There is no need for apologies. After all, I have not suffered any loss." Observing Sean's calm demeanor, devoid of anger or fear, Dorian's brow slightly furrowed, indicating that Sean was markedly different from those he had encountered before. However, considering Sean's previous duels over blood purity, such composure was understandable. "I must apologize as well, for it was indeed Taken's discourtesy that instigated this matter. Yet, I implore you to understand that Taken, being from a pure blood family, has inevitably absorbed some of the extreme, purist ideologies, which may account for his impudent conduct. Please allow me to extend my apologies for his behavior." As he spoke, Dorian produced a small pouch, roughly the size of a palm, and placed it into Sean's hand. Upon weighing it slightly, Sean discerned that it contained 10 galleons, a substantial sum for a student still at Hogwarts, signifying a sincere gesture of remorse. Sean accepted the galleons. They were indeed a token of apology. While he forgave Taken for the ambush, the matter of Taken's intent to kill him remained unresolved, and retribution was still on the table. Weighing the bag in his hand, Sean addressed Dorian, saying, "I accept your apology. I wonder if there is anything else you wish to discuss?" Observing Sean deftly stowing away the gallon, Dorian replied with a smile, "Indeed, there is more to discuss. However, it is quite late today. You would do well to rest, Sean. I shall visit again another day." "Very well. Farewell," Sean responded. As he watched Dorian depart, a smile graced his lips. One played the fool, while the other took on the role of the wise. Had he truly been a mere 12-year-old, he might have been easily deceived. Yet, the soul residing within him was far from that of a child. The Gavin's notes were remarkably substantial, nearing 300 pages. Sean leafed through the pages until he reached page 66, where he finally discovered what he had been seeking, a curse recorded within Gavin's notes. The knowledge contained therein was predominantly focused on potion making, with only a scant portion dedicated to curses. However, each curse detailed was insidiously malevolent. The curse Sean selected was not the most potent nor the simplest, yet it possessed a significant characteristic. It required minimal strength from the caster. Provided that the materials for the curse were prepared, the target was clearly defined, and the intent to kill was resolute. Even a first-year student could invoke it. Moreover, this curse had an additional trait. It was sufficiently discreet. As long as the specific incantation remained undiscovered and the location of the casting was unknown, the identity of the caster would remain concealed. This was a crucial reason for Sean's choice. Nevertheless, two significant challenges remained for the successful execution of the curse. The first challenge involved the necessity of potent magical creature blood, such as that from a fire dragon, phoenix, or thunderbird. The specific effects of the curse varied with the different magical creature blood, as the intensity of the blood's magic influenced the curse's strength. The second challenge required obtaining the target's hair, blood, or teeth. To achieve this without drawing suspicion, one must be exceedingly cautious in procuring these items. In comparison to the second challenge, Sean deemed the first somewhat easier, as he vaguely recalled that in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, a unicorn on the brink of death would soon appear. It is important to note that unicorns rank alongside fire dragons and phoenixes as magical creatures, and their blood would undoubtedly suffice for this curse. As for the second challenge, after much contemplation, Sean concluded that he could not act within Hogwarts. Thus, the only opportunity would arise during the journey to Hogsmeade with Taken. Were it not for the fear of being tracked by the Ministry of Magic for using spells, Sean might have chosen to act in Hogsmeade itself. Of course, Taken was already in his 6th year. Any attempt to confront him might not ensure success. Should he manage to escape, it would pose a significant dilemma, making the curse a more prudent option. So the question arose, how could a first-year Sean stealthily make his way to Hogsmeade? Chapter 46. A detailed plan and adequate preparation. Andy, please expedite the delivery of the materials I requested previously. I shall make every effort. However, the quantity of materials you require is rather excessive, and I will need some time. No matter, you may provide me with the items within 3 days. After bidding farewell to Andy, Sean sat at his desk, continuing to contemplate his plans. He chose not to divulge his intentions to Andy, wishing to prevent any associative thoughts from arising in Andy's mind. Sean intended to inform Andy of the matter concerning his own excavation only after Tocken's demise, at which point they would discuss how to manage the situation. As for Sean's sudden request for Andy to procure a substantial quantity of materials, it ostensibly served the purpose of practicing potion brewing. It is important to note that potionology is fundamentally application-oriented. Since joining the potion club, Sean had felt a genuine need to experiment with potion brewing, making the procurement of these materials entirely reasonable. However, Sean discreetly mixed his desired items within the supplies Andy was to bring, which included not only the materials needed for curses, but also the ingredients for the polyjuice potion he planned to concoct. In Sean's strategy, he required an ample supply of the polyjuice potion. Fortunately, all the ingredients for this potion could also be utilized in other brews, allowing him to purchase them separately to minimize suspicion. Moreover, Sean did not rely solely on Andy for his acquisitions. He had also enlisted Samuel and Irina to assist in procuring a portion of the potions. He even sought out a somewhat unfamiliar fourth-year Ravenclaw girl, who engaged in similar business at Hogwarts. Sean had observed that she was not acquainted with Andy, which significantly enhanced the confidentiality of his purchases. Fortunately, it appeared that Harry was still investigating the matters concerning Nicodemus, and Sean had kept an eye on Hagrid, noting no significant anomalies. It seemed that Hagrid had yet to acquire the dragon egg, and Harry and his companions would not face immediate punishment for entering the Forbidden Forest, granting Sean ample time for preparation. After all, the curse required fresh blood from magical creatures, while blood that had been stored for a few days could still be utilized. Prolonged storage leading to deterioration would necessitate the search for new blood. Sean had formulated a plan for all necessary preparations. What remained was to discreetly journey to Hogsmeade. To his knowledge, there were 3 pathways leading from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, 2 of which led to the Leaky Cauldron and Honeyduke Sweet Shop. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron was, as far as Sean knew, Dumbledore's brother, whom Sean deemed an unreliable confidant for his clandestine activities between Hogwarts and the pub. The entrance to Honeyduke's, according to Sean's understanding, was located on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, yet he was not entirely certain of its precise location. Locating it would undoubtedly require time and pose the risk of discovery. If his intention were merely to sneak out of Hogwarts for leisure, the risk of being seen would be inconsequential. However, given that Sean aimed to commit murder, secrecy was paramount. After much deliberation, the only passage that remained virtually undiscovered was the one from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack, which offered a minuscule chance of detection. Now, only one challenge remained to be overcome: the Disillusionment Charm. Only under the enchantment of the Disillusionment Charm could Sean execute his plans with greater stealth. In the Grand Hall, Sean sipped his warm pumpkin juice and glanced at his companion, Blaise, only to observe that this fellow had been scarcely seen in recent days, his dark circles growing ever more pronounced. Blaise, can you not take a break? You are merely 12 years old. Your body is still developing. Is it truly wise to spend every day with your girlfriend? As Blaise lifted his head, devouring his meal like a starving ghost, he retorted mockingly, "My dark circles stem from spending time with my girlfriend. What about yours? Do they arise from late nights over cauldrons and books? I am enriching myself, unlike you, who squanders time on trivial personal affairs. A person like you could never comprehend the softness and fragrance of girl. Girls merely hinder my wand-wielding speed. You, of all people, would not grasp the delight of brewing potions and the joy of delving into knowledge through books." After exchanging playful banter, they shared a smile and continued to discuss inconsequential matters. Blaise observed Sean closely. He sensed that Sean had been preoccupied with something lately. Yet he also felt that Sean was reluctant to involve him in such matters. For a Slytherin, discretion is of utmost importance. Even among friends, boundaries must be respected. Since Sean had not confided in him, nor sought his assistance, Blaise chose to disregard the matter entirely and refrain from further inquiries. Once their meal concluded, Sean and Blaise parted ways. Sean proceeded to the room of requirement to practice the Disillusionment Charm and brew the Polyjuice Potion, while Blaise returned to frolic with his 3rd-year girlfriend. "Hey, what are your plans for Hogsmeade weekend tomorrow?" "Of course, I intend to purchase some Honeyduke sweets and then head to the 3 Broomsticks for a butterbeer. What about you?" "Lonnie has invited me to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, so I want to be accompanying you to the 3 Broomsticks tomorrow." "You dare betray us. It seems that once you have a boyfriend, you forget your friends." 2 upper-year Ravenclaw girls passed through the tapestry at the entrance of the room of requirement. Collapsing onto his bed, Sean felt undeniably fatigued. After nearly 2 weeks of arduous effort, he had finally grasped the basics of the Disillusionment Charm and brewed a sufficient quantity of the Polyjuice Potion, depleting nearly all the funds he had previously accumulated. However, Sean had not emerged empty-handed. The skills he had acquired in potion making and the mastery of the disillusionment charm represented significant achievements, both of which would greatly enhance his survival capabilities in the outside world. With Hogsmeade weekend approaching, it was time to prepare. Fortunately, that Tarkin frequented the Hog's Head Inn during every Hogsmeade weekend. Thus, he would target the Hog's Head Inn to procure Tarkin's hair, blood, and teeth in one fell swoop. Chapter 47, The Acquisition. Saturday, there were no classes at Hogwarts. At least not for the first years. Early in the morning, Sean rose from his slumber. As was customary for a weekend, he gathered his belongings and departed from the common room. However, unlike his usual routine of heading directly to the Great Hall for breakfast or the library, he ventured to a secluded corner, casting a glance around to ensure no other young wizards or ghosts were in sight. He produced his wand and swiftly performed a disillusionment charm, rendering himself invisible. Silently, he slipped away from Hogwarts Castle and found himself before the Whomping Willow. Gently caressing the gnarled branches of the tree, he soothed it into stillness. Sean had previously reconnoitered this area, well aware of its peculiarities, and without hesitation. He traversed the hidden passage beneath the Whomping Willow, making his way to the Shrieking Shack. Inside, the shack was laden with dust, and faint traces of age-old claw marks were visible. Without lingering, he donned a weathered cloak he had stashed there earlier, emerged from the shack, and plucked a hair from a drunken man sprawled by the roadside in Hogsmeade, placing it into a metallic vial. This was the polyjuice potion he had meticulously prepared. As the hair fell into the potion, it bubbled violently, transforming from a silvery hue to a murky yellow reminiscent of butterbeer. A pungent aroma of inferior alcohol wafted from the concoction. The essence of the potion varied with each individual. Both its color and scent were altered according to the characteristics of the person whose hair was used. In this instance, the drunken man's hair infused the potion with a beer-like coloration and a distinctly acrid scent of cheap liquor. Grimacing in distaste, Sean consumed the potion in one swift gulp, then plucked 2 more hairs before donning the cloak with its hood. As the discomfort of transformation coursed through him, he proceeded toward the Hog's Head and nestled in a corner of Hogsmeade. Upon entering the Hog's Head Inn, Sean had fully assumed the appearance of the drunken man, bulky and clumsy. Extending his hands, now resembling 5 little radishes, he pushed open the heavy door and entered. The patrons within the inn were often of questionable demeanor, allowing Sean to blend in without drawing attention. In a coarse voice, he ordered a drink and slumped into a chair, biding his time for Tarkin's arrival. Before long, through the grimy windows of the Hog's Head Inn, Sean observed figures from Hogwarts making their way into Hogsmeade. However, they did not enter the inn. Instead, most proceeded to the 3 broomsticks or honeydukes. As time passed, several waves of Hogwarts students frequented the inn. Finally, with the arrival of the 4th group, Sean's target appeared. Tarkin, accompanied by 2 upperclassmen from Slytherin, entered the Hog's Head, ordered drinks, and engaged in animated conversation. The locals of Hogsmeade generally refrained from provoking Hogwarts students, a fact that afforded the latter a sense of invulnerability. Seated in his corner, Sean sipped his drink, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Although he could easily approach Tarkin and deliver a punch, taking his teeth, blood, and hair, he decided to execute his plan as smoothly as possible, striving to appear untroubled on the surface. After consuming a glass of wine, Sean felt a slight warmth envelop him. At that moment, Tarkin and 2 others rose to leave for their next engagement. Observing this, Sean hesitated not for a moment. He stood up unsteadily, feigning drunkenness, and made his way toward the entrance of the Pig's Head Tavern. According to Sean's scheme, he intended to deliberately collide with Tarkin before making his move. However, to Sean's surprise, the staunch purist Talon did not yield to the disheveled figure of Sean, who donned a hooded robe. Instead of stepping back, Talon advanced, vying for precedence in departing the tavern. The 2 collided without hesitation, and with Sean's immense strength, he propelled Tarkin out of the tavern's entrance, causing him to crash to the ground like a rag doll. In that instant, Sean feigned an enraged roar, loudly berating Tarkin as he strode toward him. Witnessing this, Tarkin's 2 companions instinctively reached out to deter Sean from confronting Tarkin, but as soon as their hands grasped him, they were flung aside by an overwhelming force. Crashing to the ground, unable to rise, Sean swiftly advanced, seizing the wand that Tarkin had just raised, lifting it high. A spell shot forth from the wand's tip, dissipating in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean exerted tremendous pressure, crushing Tarkin's hand bones before wrenching the wand from his grasp and snapping it in 2. He then raised his right hand and struck Tarkin's face with resounding slaps. Pop, pop, pop. Remarkably, Tarkin's dental fortitude was commendable. It took 3 sharp slaps before teeth, mingled with blood, erupted from his mouth. It was precisely at this moment that the interface informed Sean he had acquired a skill from Taken, a level 2 repair spell, albeit of little consequence. Having secured what he desired, Sean seized a handful of Taken's hair, leaving him somewhat bald on top. Suddenly realizing he had assaulted a student of Hogwarts, Sean, appearing flustered and intoxicated, hastily collected the fallen teeth and blood, swiftly departing the direction of the Pig's Head Tavern. As Sean exited, the onlookers began to disperse. Closing the door to the screaming shack behind him, Sean quickly retrieved his spoils, meticulously placing the hair, teeth, and blood into 3 pre-prepared containers, using potions within to maintain their freshness. He then concealed the items beneath his robe and cast the disillusionment charm once more. Feeling the familiar chill of invisibility wash over him, Sean confirmed his stealth and promptly made his way through the passage, emerging from beneath the Whomping Willow. Restoring his form, he arrived at the library, just as he usually did, taking a seat to commence his reading once again. Chapter 48, Dorian's Invitation. Have you heard the news? Slytherin's 6th-year student, Taken, was assaulted in Hogsmeade. It seems he provoked a drunken individual and was knocked down before he even had a chance to cast a spell. Although he only sustained minor injuries, the incident was witnessed by many, and now the entire Hogwarts is aware of his humiliation. Quite the scandal, isn't it? Isn't it rather delightful? Those Slytherins, especially that insufferable Taken, truly had it coming. He constantly boasts about his pure-blood lineage. It was only a matter of time before someone put him in his place. However, what became of the person who struck him? Surely the Slytherins won't seek revenge? As Sean brushed past 2 upperclassmen from Hufflepuff, he failed to catch their subsequent conversation, but it hardly mattered. The news of Taken's beating had spread throughout Hogwarts, and from Sean's observations, no one seemed to suspect anything sinister. They merely regarded it as an isolated incident involving drunken brawling. Hogwarts even neglected to investigate the matter, with the only aftermath being Taken rallying a few companions to confront Sean, the supposed assailant, though they were ultimately unsuccessful in their search. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Sean pondered the situation. In due time, the incident with Taken would fade into obscurity. Once he procured unicorn blood, he would seize the opportunity to depart Hogwarts and prepare for the curse. At this juncture, his plans hinged solely on the acquisition of unicorn blood, a feat that proved no simpler than obtaining Taken's hair, blood, or teeth. If anything, it was potentially more perilous. To avoid leaving traces, Sean could not resort to conventional means to procure the blood of magical creatures. Regrettably, Hagrid was excessively vigilant in guarding the young dragon. Otherwise, obtaining a sample of its blood would have been considerably safer than acquiring unicorn blood. Sean, may we have a word? With a smile, Dorian replied, Certainly. I shall prepare some red tea for you while you come over. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here you go, Sean. This is the red tea I prepared for you. Do give a taste. Sean lifted the cup from the low table before him, took a gentle sip, and nodded. It has a delightful flavor. Setting the tea down, he turned to Dorian and inquired, What brings you to seek my company? Dorian, also setting his tea aside, responded, Is it not permissible to visit you for a simple cup of tea without ulterior motives? Observing Sean's demeanor, Dorian displayed no outward change. Yet whether his thoughts were filled with secret disdain for Sean remained a mystery to all but the most perceptive, akin to Dumbledore or other masters of legitimacy, who might glimpse into Dorian's true intentions. Noticing Sean's silence, Dorian continued with a smile. If we are to discuss matters, I happen to have a proposition. I have heard that you and Andy are engaged in the trade of potion ingredients and finished potions. I wonder if you might be interested in exploring a new partnership. I assure you, the terms will be most favorable. My collaboration with Andy has been both smooth and enjoyable. There is no compelling reason to seek a change. No. Dorian repeatedly shook his head, interrupting Sean. Sean, I am acutely aware that your profit-sharing ratio with Andy hovers around 40-60 or perhaps 30-70. I can offer you a more favorable 280 split along with broader sales channels. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I can ensure that you amass considerable assets before graduation, allowing you to live a life that surpasses what ordinary wizards in the magical realm can achieve through a lifetime of hard work, something Andy cannot provide. Presently, Andy's profit share is not insignificant. Even if yours were higher, it would not justify a change in partnership. No, Sean, you still do not grasp the situation. Allow me to elucidate, Dorian said, leaning forward slightly as he set down his cup. The profit share indeed reflects your potential earnings. But there exists a crucial premise: the price at which a potion can be sold. Andy is limited to selling within Hogwarts, targeting only its students. Yet, how many among them can actually afford potions? They purchase from Andy primarily because his prices are considerably lower than those of external shops. Otherwise, they would naturally opt for the more reliable offerings outside. This reality dictates that the potions sold by Andy are significantly underpriced compared to the standard market value. Thus, even if your profit share there were marginally higher, how much would you truly earn? In contrast, should you ally with me, the scenario changes entirely. I have connections with external shops in the magical community. We will buy as many potions as you can produce at market price. Although our profit share may be similar to or slightly higher than Andy's, the total earnings you reap will undoubtedly surpass what you could achieve with him. Moreover, if you consent to collaborate with me, I could introduce you to my affiliated shops post-graduation, where you could become a master potion maker. In such a position, you would even receive a share of the shop's profits, transforming your earnings into something far beyond mere labor. Undeniably, Dorian's words bore a compelling allure, particularly for Sean's perspective. Nevertheless, within Dorian's discourse, Sean discerned certain implications, namely, Dorian's lack of regard for the closeness of Sean's ties to the Burstead family. It seemed he perceived Sean, the son of a mute, as no different from those hailing from lower-tier wizarding families. This notion troubled Sean significantly, what warranted his unwavering certainty, especially after the incident involving Malfoy, which led to his grandfather, Gavin, personally visiting Hogwarts. Sean was convinced that Dorian could not be oblivious to this development. Chapter 49. The Morgan Family. Under normal circumstances, Sean would indeed lean towards Dorian's proposition. Had it not been for the matter concerning Tarkin, he would have earnestly contemplated the offer. However, now that he was prepared to eliminate Tarkin, Sean had no intention of entangling himself further with Dorian and his enigmatic benefactor. His feelings toward Dorian and the individual behind him had soured entirely. Moreover, Sean's intention was to head directly to Hong Kong after graduation. He had little desire to linger in such a small realm as the magical world. However, before Sean could open the door to enter, Andy's voice suddenly resonated beside him. "Sean, may we have a word?" Upon seeing Andy, Sean immediately realized that Andy had witnessed his earlier conversation with Dorian. Perhaps this coincidence was related to Dorian, or perhaps it bore no connection at all. Nevertheless, it mattered little to Sean. He had no intention of entangling himself further with Dorian, and he was prepared to discuss the matter with Andy. Since Andy had approached him, Sean had no plans to conceal anything. "Come, we need to have a thorough discussion." Andy followed Sean into the room, quietly taking a seat on a chair within. Sean checked on Culkin's condition. With the recent drop in temperature, Culkin had become quite lethargic, likely due to hibernation. After a brief examination confirmed that Culkin was well, he turned to sit on the bed, gazing at Andy. "Andy, did you witness my conversation with Dorian?" Upon hearing this, Andy abruptly raised his head, surprise and joy illuminating his features as he eagerly inquired, "Sean, is that true? Will you truly continue to collaborate with me?" To be frank, the conditions offered by Dorian were indeed quite appealing, and Sean understood why the two individuals who had previously collaborated with him had shifted their allegiance to Dorian. However, regrettably, Sean had a strong aversion to Dorian and the mannerisms of those behind him, thus he would not enter into partnership with them. "You need not worry." Listening to Sean's words, Andy's initial delight quickly morphed into a slight change of expression. He had not mentioned Sean that Dorian had lured away his two collaborators. In fact, he had intentionally kept that information concealed. Now, hearing Sean's words, he felt a touch of awkwardness. "You know about it? I know some things, yet there are still matters I am unaware of. Could you enlighten me?" Andy regarded Sean and nodded slightly. "Sean, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly. There is only one question I wish to pose. You have been targeted by Dorian and his associates. I assume you know the reason behind it. I seek to understand, for whom is Dorian acting against you? In other words, for whom does Dorian truly work?" Andy's expression shifted as he pondered the inquiry, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. "Sean, Dorian is under the employ of my brother, and it is my brother who orchestrates the targeting against me." Upon hearing that it was Andy's brother who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, Sean raised an eyebrow, beginning to comprehend the complexity of the situation. As expected, Andy continued, "Our Morgan family is an emerging dynasty since my grandfather's generation. We have judged potential heirs based on individual business acumen to determine who would best lead the Morgan family in the future. After grandfather assumed the role of the helmsman, he chose our father, who now embarks on the quest to select the future leader of our family. As the youngest among 5 siblings, I resolved to begin accumulating capital at Hogwarts. However, my elder brother discovered my intentions and instructed his subordinates to undermine my efforts within the confines of Hogwarts. Should I fail to amass sufficient capital here, it would be impossible for me to surpass them, ultimately leading to the family's inheritance falling into his hands. There lies a question. How can we ensure fairness, given the varying ages and starting points of the children? Very well, I understand. From now on, all my potions at Hogwarts will be available for your purchase, and you need not worry about my seeking other partners provided that you do not betray me." With Sean's assurance, a look of relief washed over Andy's face. Leaning back in his chair, he said, "I understand. Thank you, Sean." The two conversed for a while longer before Andy took his leave. Once the door to the room was closed, Sean sat at his desk, perusing Gavin's notes and repeatedly reviewing the steps of the curse. The following morning, Sean rose early to exercise with Blaze. Upon finishing their run and changing clothes, they entered the Great Hall, immediately noticing the seemingly empty Gryffindor hourglass and the significantly depleted Slytherin hourglass. As Blaze expressed his surprise, Sean had already surmised that the long-anticipated event had indeed transpired. As expected, while Sean and Blaze were having breakfast in the Great Hall, news of the previous night's escapade had spread among Slytherin. The Gryffindor trio, labeled the saviors by some, had violated school rules by roaming the grounds at night, resulting in a collective deduction of 150 points. On the Slytherin side, Draco Malfoy also faced a deduction of 50 points for the same infraction. However, in comparison to Gryffindor's penalties, this seemed relatively palatable, especially considering Malfoy's status. While losing 50 points stung, reprimanding him for it would be an unwise endeavor. Consequently, unlike the Gryffindor trio, Draco Malfoy faced little censure from his peers and sauntered through the day with relative ease. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Forest. After finishing their meal, Sean and Blaze stood to leave the Great Hall. As they exited, Sean found himself beside the boastful Malfoy, whose grandiloquent discourse abruptly ceased. It was evident that Malfoy felt a twinge of anxiety, as the deduction of 50 points from Slytherin provided a rather legitimate reason for a pure-blood duel. For Sean, such a splendid opportunity for a duel was not one to be squandered. Yet, the Malfoy family could scarcely endure another thrashing of their scion. To avoid provoking their ire, Sean reluctantly relinquished this chance, and, after a brief pause, walked past Malfoy and exited the Great Hall. The overlap between the third and first grade curricula is minimal, resulting in Bress seldom spending time with his girlfriend during the day, as they both have their respective classes. Bress set down his book. A look of existential doubt etched across his face, and murmured to himself, "What should I do, Sean? I feel certain I will fail. If you have time to complain, you might as well spend it reviewing your notes and books," Sean advised. Heaving a sigh, Bress reclined for a moment before rising to resume his studies. As Sean indulged in a slice of pie, Malfoy's voice, tinged with suppressed fear, echoed from nearby. "This is madness. They actually expect me to spend detention in the Forbidden Forest at 11 o'clock. Dumbledore is a lunatic, Professor McGonagall is a madwoman. Filch is insane. They're all deranged. Draco, perhaps they're only making you stay outside the Forbidden Forest. It should not be dangerous if you remain at the periphery," offered Goyle and Crabbe, managing to calm Malfoy somewhat. Meanwhile, Sean listened intently to Malfoy's words, realizing that tonight was his moment to act. He needed to enter the Forbidden Forest, neither too early nor too late. Entering too early might lead him to encounter the faceless creature, Quirrell, and his rudimentary disillusionment charm would likely prove ineffective. Entering too late could result in the unicorn-esque body being removed for burial by the centaurs, creating further complications. The optimal strategy was to join Harry and his group, ensuring safety while seizing the opportunity to obtain a drop of unicorn blood. At 10:30, Sean donned his tracksuit and sneakers, cast the disillusionment charm, and slipped out of the common room. Upon exiting the dungeon, he spotted Malfoy ahead, trailing behind Harry and his friends. Sean observed as Malfoy joined them, and, under Filch's intimidation, they left the castle and approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid stood. "The Forbidden Forest? Are you truly entering? You are all insane. I've heard there are werewolves inside. We'll be torn apart," Malfoy exclaimed. "That's your own fault, isn't it?" Filch retorted, relishing Malfoy's plight. He had never held any fondness for this pure-blood wizard with magical abilities. "Did you not consider the presence of werewolves when you stir up trouble? I will inform my father. He is a Hogwarts governor, and he will not permit you to drag me into the Forbidden Forest. I absolutely refuse to go." At that moment, Hagrid arrived, having overheard Malfoy's outburst. He held no affection for the Malfoy family and sternly admonished, "Even if Lucius were here, it would make no difference. The headmaster of Hogwarts is Dumbledore, and his word is law. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must enter with me. The situation is more powerful than the individual. Malfoy is not truly foolish. Once he calms down, he realizes that he is not in real danger, and that he will need Hagrid's protection upon entering the Forbidden Forest. He cannot afford to offend Hagrid at this juncture." Filch, reveling in misfortune, departed from the edge of the forest, while Hagrid guided Harry, Malfoy, and the others into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Sean followed at a distance, keeping a safe space between them. Although Hagrid's hound Fong is quite timid, His sense of smell is remarkably acute. Staying too close would risk detection, even from afar. Sean sprayed a scent-diminishing potion onto himself to eliminate any potential threat of being discovered. Soon, Hagrid's party split into two groups and later encountered a centaur. Sean trailed behind them, maintaining a considerable distance. They eventually changed their formation, with Harry and Malfoy in one group. It was then that Sean observed from afar a lifeless unicorn and the figure of Quirrell, cloaked and feeding on its blood. Quirrell, spotting Harry, appeared intent on seizing the opportunity to attack. Due to the scar on Harry's forehead, he was rendered defenseless, while Malfoy fled in panic. Just as Quirrell was about to reach Harry, a centaur burst forth from the forest, startling Quirrell away. At that moment, Sean discreetly unleashed Culkin, uttering no words, allowing Culkin to glide through the underbrush toward the unicorn's blood. If Sean were to approach directly, he would surely be detected by the centaur. Only Culkin could execute the task unnoticed. Chapter 51. The Fire in the Forbidden Forest. Culkin possesses a remarkable intellect, in Sean's view, rivaling that of many magical creatures. And indeed, among them, it stands out. Most importantly, Culkin comprehends Sean's words and intentions. This alone confirms that Culkin is no ordinary white serpent. Descending from Sean, Culkin clutched a glass vial the size of a thumb, ready to extract a drop of unicorn blood from its wound, ensuring that tonight's adventure would be worthwhile. The process unfolded without incident. Success. Curse it. How could this happen? Despite exercising such caution, why was he still discovered? Quirrell, possessed by the no-nose monster, may not have gained the creature's power, yet under its covert tutelage, his magical prowess had certainly improved. Presently, Sean realized that, even without Voldemort's strength, he could not hope to confront Quirrell directly. Fortunately, before entering the Forbidden Forest, Sean had brought along the pure white pocket watch, specifically to guard against such extreme circumstances. Naturally, it would be best to avoid using the pocket watch once its 7-day reversal fatal magic was activated. Sean's plan to seize the moment and claim Quirrell's defeat through Harry would have to be abandoned. The thoughts swirling in his mind shifted rapidly, and a glimmer of excitement and relief crossed Sean's face as he gazed in the direction behind Quirrell, exclaiming in surprise, "Headmaster, Professor, you have arrived." Upon hearing this, Quirrell was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic. Ignoring Voldemort's warnings and commands, he hesitated not for a moment and transformed into a wisp of black mist, darting deep into the Forbidden Forest. Witnessing this scene, Sean wasted no time, fleeing towards Hogwarts while brandishing his wand, callously setting the surroundings ablaze. Flames roared. Flames surged. The magical fire's ferocity surpassed that of ordinary flames, and soon the nearby forest was engulfed in a fierce inferno, spreading rapidly with increasing intensity. At that moment, under Voldemort's incessant reprimands, Quirrell finally realized he had been deceived. Dumbledore and the others had not come at all. His earlier fear was merely a shadow of his imagination. During his time at Hogwarts, Quirrell had always dreaded the possibility of his secret being uncovered by Dumbledore. Sean's words had undoubtedly struck at the very core of Quirrell's deepest fears, causing him to lose his composure, consumed by the singular desire to flee from Dumbledore, ultimately falling into Sean's trap. What a foolish man to be outsmarted by a mere Hogwarts student, accompanied by Voldemort's furious tirade. Quirrell felt an excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, a heart-wrenching wail escaping his throat. "Master, great master, I beseech you, I implore your mercy. I shall pursue him immediately and ensure that wretched individual is eliminated. Restore my honor." Foolish. Quirrell, you are an exceptionally foolish individual. Despite his continual berating of Quirrell, Voldemort had little choice but to rely on him now. He had grown weary of living as a parasite among mice or snakes in the forest. At least being attached to Quirrell offered the semblance of humanity. Thus, while scolding him, Voldemort ceased his punishment, his raspy voice lowering. "That fellow is not easy to deal with." He set the forest ablaze during his escape, which will soon attract the attention of Hogwarts professors, even Dumbledore himself. Although my presence should alleviate your fear of those professors, including Dumbledore, this also diminishes my chances of seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Once I am revived, that individual will inevitably fall into my grasp. I can reclaim my honor then. Then, Master, should I leave the Forbidden Forest at once? Leave the Forbidden Forest and return as a professor to extinguish the flames. That is your duty as an educator, is it not? Yes, yes, Master. Casting a glance at the raging inferno that had fully spread, Quirrell transformed into a wisp of black mist, fleeing beyond the confines of the Forbidden Forest. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a fierce blaze erupted under the cloak of night, swiftly drawing attention. Fortunately, It did not cause significant damage, as the professors of Hogwarts hurried to the scene, employing their magical prowess to extinguish the flames. For a wizard, the act of quelling a fire presents no formidable challenge. Even the trees, scorched by the inferno, could be rejuvenated with the aid of spells and potions, allowing the forest to return to its former glory in no time. Amidst the charred remnants of the woodland, Dumbledore furrowed his brow in deep thought. He was already aware that someone was attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone and regarded Quirrell with suspicion. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Quirrell would instigate such a conflagration. If Quirrell was not the arsonist, then who was? What purpose did the fire serve? Dumbledore, Snape began, but his words trailed off. However, Dumbledore discerned the unspoken implication. He nodded slightly and murmured, "It is highly probable that it is he. But he is supposed to be dead." Why? Snape's face was etched with shock. Although Dumbledore had previously suggested that the Dark Lord might not be entirely gone, Snape had dismissed it as the ramblings of an aging man. Severus, it is undeniable that Tom is an exceptionally powerful wizard, regardless of the strength of Lily's magic. The likelihood of completely vanquishing a wizard of his caliber is quite slim. With those words, Dumbledore turned to face Snape, his eyes, once filled with warmth and kindness, now glinted with sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Snape. Therefore, Severus, are you still willing to pay any price to protect that child? The only offspring of Lily? Chapter 52, Refusal and Lesson. The plan for this operation had been meticulously crafted, yet unforeseen complications arose. Sean was taken aback to discover that Quirrell, this duplicitous figure, appeared to retreat upon encountering the centaur, while in reality he remained concealed nearby, observing Sean's every move. This perilous situation could have escalated had it not been for Quirrell and Voldemort's profound fear of Dumbledore, which seemed to run deep. As previously mentioned, the effects of the reverse death spell were a crucial component of Sean's subsequent strategy, determining whether he could seize Quirrell or even a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Next, Sean needed to seek an opportune moment to cast a curse upon Tarkin. As he pondered this, Sean reclined in bed, gradually drifting into slumber, unaware that a silvery liquid stained the corner of Culkern's mouth, consumed entirely as it slithered within, vanishing without a trace. The following morning, news of the fire in the Forbidden Forest spread throughout Hogwarts. In the realm of magic, disasters such as fires are hardly considered grave concerns, provided they are detected in a timely manner. Everyone possesses magical abilities. With a mere flick of the wand, one can conjure streams of water or even frost to combat a fire that has yet to spread extensively. Thus, this incident merely became a fleeting topic of conversation among the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, causing no real panic. As Blaise departed, Dorian turned to Sean and inquired, "Sean, would you care to sit?" "Certainly." The two found a secluded spot in the corner of the common room. Dorian contemplated summoning a house elf to prepare them some tea, but Sean halted him. "Dorian, let's forego the tea. We can discuss the matter at hand." In that instant, Dorian sensed that his efforts to recruit Sean might be slipping beyond his control. Despite a slight unease stirring within, he maintained his composure. Wearing a smile as he addressed Sean, "Very well, Sean. You are someone who values time immensely, so I shall not delay you further. Regarding our previous discussion, I trust you have given it ample consideration. I wonder what your answer might be." Dorian's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly recovered, smiling again as he reassured Sean. "No matter, even if we do not collaborate, it is of little consequence. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out. Farewell." With that, Dorian rose and departed. At the entrance, Sean spotted Blaise waiting for him. He pushed open the door and entered alongside Blaise, glancing at the sleeping Culkern nestled in its corner. A fleeting hesitation washed over him. He inexplicably felt that Culkern had grown slightly larger, yet Blaise's call snapped him back, leading him to dismiss the notion as mere illusion. "Sean, what did you discuss with Dorian?" Blaise asked. "Nothing significant. Really, I simply declined his offer and said little else." Upon hearing this, Blaise expressed his concern. "While it is fine to reject him, I urge you to exercise caution. During my investigation, I discovered that one of the individuals Dorian recruited had previously enjoyed a close relationship with Andy. After initially rejecting Dorian's invitation, that individual faced repercussions and promptly changed their mind the following day. Thus, I worry for your safety." Though Blaise's warning trailed off, Sean grasped the underlying message. "Rest assured, Blaise, I will be vigilant. Besides, I've been feeling rather constrained of late. I wouldn't mind a good duel to relieve some tension before exams." Upon hearing Sean's words, Blaise was immediately reminded of the 2 pure-blood duels he had previously experienced. He sighed with slight relief and replied, "I had nearly forgotten. Having spent so much time with you in the library lately, it slipped my mind why you gained your initial fame. Nonetheless, despite what I say, you must remain vigilant. Those individuals are unlikely to target only first and second years. Fifth and sixth years may also pose a threat. After all, you have only been at Hogwarts for less than a year. It is prudent to exercise caution. Rest assured, I understand, Sean reassured him. The two continued their conversation for a while before preparing to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Blaise intended to meet his girlfriend, while Sean was ready to attend the Potions Club. Before departing, Sean glanced at Culkern, initially intending to invite him to dinner as before. However, he found Culkern still asleep in his nook, which struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, planning to seek an opportunity to inquire with Professor Ketterburn regarding the care of magical creatures class. Meanwhile, in Dorian's room, Tarkin gazed at Dorian with an unwavering expression. I have long asserted that there is no need to engage in dialogue with a dullard such as him. One should simply seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Our words hold no weight, and there is no need to squander time. Sensing the sarcasm in Tarkin's words, Dorian instinctively wished to retort. However, considering their collaborative circumstances and Tarkin's formidable nature, Dorian swallowed his pride and nodded, saying, "You are correct. This endeavor on my part has already failed. If you can accomplish it, that would indeed be splendid." "Of course," Tarkin replied. "However, the headmaster has been keeping a close watch on me lately. I have already dispatched 2 subordinates. Soon enough, that dullard will receive his due lesson." Chapter 53. Call me the Slytherin King Manon and Jyden. 2 Slytherin students under Tarkin's wing were both in their 3rd year. Sharing a similar disposition, they ardently subscribed to pure-blood ideology, naturally drawn to Tarkin, who was both a fervent proponent of the same beliefs and unrestrained in his demeanor. Their own rebellious natures led them to gravitate toward Tarkin's influence. They were well aware of Sean, having recognized this audacious individual since the first day of school. Consequently, they regarded him with disdain. Yet out of consideration for his affiliation with the Burst family, they had refrained from provoking him until now. However, with the emergence of conflicting interests and Tarkin's directive, they were now eager to confront Sean and impart a lesson. This time, under Tarkin's instructions, Manon and Jyden chose not to ambush Sean at the entrance of the Potions Club, but rather at the door of the common room. This location was distanced from Snape's office, separated by a potions classroom and a storage room, ensuring that even if a scuffle ensued, it would go unnoticed by Snape. As the club meeting concluded, Lord Slytherin once again presented Sean with a small note, which, as always, contained a list of books. This time, it featured 8 titles, seemingly fewer than before. Yet Sean was acutely aware that each of these tomes possessed a heft comparable to 2 of the volumes on the previous list. Among these 8 books, 3 were classified as restricted. Thus accompanying the list was a signed note from Snape granting Sean permission to access the restricted section, leaving him no plausible excuse for evasion. The favoritism of Lord Slytherin weighed heavily upon Sean, prompting thoughts of transferring to Gryffindor. Of course, should he dare to entertain such a notion, Lord Slytherin would likely draw his wand and deliver a swift reprimand, eliminating him as a traitor to Slytherin. Clutching the books, Sean gazed towards the entrance of the Slytherin common room, poised to utter the password when he suddenly spotted Manon and Jyden emerging from the dimly lit corridor. Though Sean was unfamiliar with them, their intent was unmistakably malevolent upon first glance. "Are you Sean Burstead? Would you care to join us for a little fun?" Observing them, Sean's expression shifted to one of amusement. He took a step back and decisively replied, "I apologize, but I am male and my interests lie elsewhere. I suggest you seek companionship with someone else. If all else fails, I recommend first-year Draco Malfoy. He might be quite eager to entertain your company." The expressions on Manon and Jyden's faces stiffened momentarily, but soon, Manon stepped forward once more, addressing Sean with an air of menace. "Sean Burstead, there are matters from which you cannot escape. I know you understand, so you have 2 options. Come with us willingly, or we shall resort to force and take you by force." Sean regarded them, realizing that these 2 were likely affiliated with Dorian and Tarkin. Nevertheless, he retorted, "How flattering that you covet my company. I suppose I have no choice but to indulge you." With a swift motion, Sean grasped his wand, and without hesitation, he waved it, conjuring a series of dark green arcs in the air. Thornbound, vines adorned with barbed thorns swiftly sprouted from the ground, extending toward Manon and Jyden along the floor and walls. Seeing Sean make the first move, both Manon and Jyden promptly drew their wands, casting spells in Sean's direction, one invoking the petrification charm, while the other employed the disarming spell. Their motions were remarkably proficient, categorizing them as commendable for 3rd-year students, though merely adequate nonetheless. The thorny vines spiraled and coiled before Sean, acting as a shield against Manon and Jyden's spells. Observing this, Manon hastily contemplated casting a fire spell. Yet before he could utter the incantation, Jiden interrupted him. This space is too confined for a fire spell. We might harm ourselves. What then shall we do? Utilize the slicing charm. Repeated applications can sever these vines. Upon hearing Jiden's words, Manon was poised to conjure a slicing spell. Yet at that moment, both of them were startled to see a brilliant flame flickering in the dimly lit corridor. The fire rapidly spread, coursing along the thorny vines, as Sean unexpectedly set ablaze the very thorns he had summoned. This man was utterly mad. He would surely be consumed by the flames as well. Feeling the intense heat before them, Manon and Jiden quickly retreated, no longer concerned with Sean. At that instant, tongues of fire shot forth from the inferno. And upon closer inspection, these flames were entwined with unburnt vines, evidently propelled by Sean. Without hesitation, Jiden exclaimed, "Enough of this. Clear water flows like a spring." A stream of water burst forth from Jiden's wand, extinguishing the flames clinging to the approaching vines. The collision of water and fire instantly generated a thick veil of steam, obscuring their vision and rendering the already unclear surroundings even more indistinct. Instinctively, Jiden sensed impending danger, yet it was too late. A figure, moving with an agility surpassing that of an ordinary person, darted along the ground and swiftly approached Jiden and Manon. Before they could react, two hands emerged from thin air, seizing each of their ankles and lifting them forcefully. They were slammed against the wall and the ground repeatedly, causing Jiden to lose consciousness. Though Manon did not immediately faint, he was overwhelmed with pain, feeling as though his body had shattered, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. With a casual toss, Sean discarded Manon and Jiden onto the ground. Glancing at the still conscious Manon, he delivered a punch to his face, rendering him completely unconscious. Only then did he wield his wand to extinguish the flames entirely, erasing all traces from the ground. Sean turned to Snape, feeling the need to explain, "Professor, it was they who..." Chapter 54. The Curse. Victory in the duel allows for the random selection of an ability from the defeated opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Acquired. Slicing spell LV1. Victory in the duel allows for the random selection of an ability from the defeated opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Acquired. Disarmament spell LV1. The abilities extracted from Manon and Jiden were the slicing spell and the disarmament spell, both at LV1. Sean had already made preliminary progress with the disarmament spell, and the acquired knowledge directly augmented his understanding and experience with it. As for the slicing spell, which Sean had yet to learn, it now presented itself as a novel addition to his repertoire. Thus far, the powers of the giant's strength and the giant's thorny skin, both transformed into innate gifts, have significantly aided Sean. However, he is acutely aware that their effectiveness will likely wane by the time he reaches the 3rd or 4th grade. By the 5th grade, the majority of students will elevate their dueling experience to a new echelon, rendering reliance on these two gifts for victory unrealistic, unless Sean can further enhance them. Nevertheless, even if these gifts cannot be augmented, it does not imply their utility is diminished. It is essential to recognize that the enhancements provided by these gifts are permanent. In other words, they will elevate Sean's physical attributes beyond those of most wizards, akin to Hagrid, granting him superior stamina in combat compared to ordinary wizards, enabling him to endure prolonged encounters without faltering. His innate defensive capabilities are also remarkably formidable. When struck by spells, he merely experiences discomfort, quickly recovering thereafter. This exemplifies the effect of magical resistance. Although Sean's innate gift of Giant's thorny skin does not confer magical resistance as potent as that of Hagrid, derived from his giant lineage, it still affords Sean a degree of protection against magical damage, which is more than sufficient. This evening, many are aware of the events that transpired, with most believing he remained in the common room. Witnesses observed Sean's recent triumph over Manon and Jiden, making it unlikely anyone would suspect that, as a first-year student, he could still muster the strength and energy to venture outside for curses after defeating 2 third-year wizards. With this thought in mind, Sean retrieved a box from the depths of his desk drawer containing hair and teeth soaked in potions, as well as diluted blood and unicorn blood preserved in the same manner. He also gathered materials required for the cursing ritual from another drawer. For this endeavor, Sean chose not to enlist Culkin, opting instead to employ the disillusionment charm, silently exiting the Slytherin common room. He refrained from conducting his cursing in the Forbidden Forest, as the recent events orchestrated by the two-faced creature, along with the fire Sean had ignited there, had tightened the security around Hogwarts. Should he recklessly enter again, he would be easily detected. Consequently, Sean resolved to exit Hogwarts via the passage beneath the Whomping Willow, heading toward the Shrieking Shack. and to seek an uninhabited area around Hogsmeade for his cursing. Navigating the familiar passage beneath the Whomping Willow, Sean departed from the Shrieking Shack and swiftly ran in the opposite direction of Hogsmeade, mindful of the formidable Aberforth, who, though not as powerful as Dumbledore, was still not someone to provoke. After running for a while, Sean finally discovered a small grove beside a brook. Entering, he ensured no large beasts lurked nearby before brandishing his wand, incinerating the weeds and pests that beset the clearing, extinguishing the flames before stepping into the area. He then conjured a sufficiently sized altar, directing his wand toward the ground, causing the soil and stones to churn and coalesce into a small mound, which he subsequently smoothed out with another incantation. Having completed the preparations, Sean extracted various materials from his person and, with the assistance of magic, swiftly arranged the cursed altar. Before him lay a diminutive altar, adorned with a mystical array meticulously inscribed with powders derived from the materials, embellished with ancient runes transcribed from Gavin's notes. Regarding these ancient inscriptions, Sean possessed a superficial understanding, akin to a student who knows merely the 26 letters of the alphabet. It is incapable of recognizing any words formed from their combination. He could only replicate the ancient runes upon the altar as per the notes, lacking comprehension of their deeper significance. With the preparations complete, it was time to enact the true curse. The intricate details of this curse were etched into Sean's memory, leaving no room for hesitation. He produced the 4 essential core materials, the first being the teeth of his foe. With a gentle tap of his wand upon the teeth, they gradually descended to the altar's center, coinciding with the incantation that escaped Sean's lips. The teeth of the enemy transform into the bones of the curse. The teeth emitted a series of cracking sounds, elongating and morphing into a small, thumb-sized skeletal figure that trembled involuntarily. The blood of the enemy became the flesh of the curse. The potion containing the diluted blood suddenly bubbled violently, shifting from a pale red to an original, colorless state. A droplet of blood separated from the potion, tracing an arc through the air, landing atop the tiny skeletal figure under the guidance of Sean's wand. Upon contact, the skeletal figure rapidly grew flesh around the blood, enveloping it entirely. The minuscule form quivered increasingly, struggling in vain against the constraints of the altar. Observing the figure, Sean sensed an insidious aura beginning to manifest, yet he remained unperturbed, opening the 3rd vial. With renewed focus, his wand directed the hair from the potion, which soared toward the altar. The hair of the enemy shaped the visage of the curse. As the words left his mouth, the hair landed upon the tiny figure, distinguishing its front and back, revealing a spherical face adorned with 7 black voids representing the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, while its 4 limbs morphed into appendages with hands and feet. As the figure emerged, its trembling and struggle intensified, emitting a piercing wail from its mouth and nostrils. The form of the enemy constructs the medium. The blood of magic shapes the incantation. As the final 4th vial was opened, the silvery blood of the unicorn, resembling Mercury, surged forth and hovered before Sean. With a flourish of his wand, it gradually transformed into an intricately complex rune, infused with an eerie and sinister aura that starkly contrasted with the blood's inherent sanctity, yet they fused seamlessly. At this moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on Sean's forehead, and a searing pain throbbed in his head, as if an axe were relentlessly cleaving through his skull. Taking a deep breath, Sean gripped his wand tightly in his right hand, guiding the rune derived from the unicorn's blood downward towards the figure upon the altar. Accompanied by the increasingly high-pitched screams emanating from the figure, Sean successfully imprinted the rune onto it. In an instant, the figure and the rune melded together, transforming into a small vortex of flesh and blood, rapidly contracting until it became a seed of flesh radiating a silvery halo, resting upon the altar. As the altar crumbled, the seed was buried amidst the falling fragments. The curse was complete. Chapter 55, The Death of Taken. The seed of the curse sank into the ground, buried beneath the altar's debris, and with remarkable speed, it took root and sprouted, transforming in the blink of an eye into an unremarkable weed. As the cursed seed took root, the surrounding earth began to flourish with flowers and grass, restoring everything to its original state, inconspicuous of the curse that had just transpired. Of course, this facade of normalcy was merely superficial. Any moderately skilled wizard could sense the faint trace of dark magic lingering in the air. Gavin's notes documented this phenomenon, and Sean had prepared potions to dispel the taint of dark magic. He retrieved his last 2 vials of potion, sprinkling some upon the ground and dousing himself with a bit to cleanse himself of the dark magic residue. Only then did he cast the disillusionment charm and hasten towards the shrieking shack in Hogsmeade. In the Slytherin common room, Takken lay in bed, already deep in slumber. He tossed and turned, his breathing growing increasingly labored. Upon closer inspection, a sheen of cold sweat coated his body, tiny droplets glistening on his skin. At that moment, an eerie and arcane silver rune materialized over his heart, gradually shrinking to the size of a thumb, resembling a seed as it silently burrowed into his flesh, embedding itself deep within his body. In that instant, Takken's eyes flew open, revealing bloodshot sclerae. His lips were parched and cracked, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. "Damn it, Mile," he muttered, throwing off the covers, oblivious to the damp sheets soaked in his sweat. He rose from the bed, feeling the sticky perspiration on his skin, and made his way to the washroom. After splashing water on his face, he looked up at his reflection in the mirror, nearly startled by the sight that met him. Dark circles encircled his eyes, his complexion was ashen, and his lips were chapped and dry, appearing even more ghastly than after a brutal beating. This was, "Tomorrow morning, I shall visit the school infirmary." The following day, at the break of dawn, Takken awoke, feeling remarkably invigorated, as if the ailing individual from the previous night was an entirely different person. After a brief stretch, Takken, sensing his excellent physical condition, promptly abandoned the idea of visiting the infirmary. He donned his attire and departed the common room. Yesterday, both Manon and Jidang were vanquished by Sean, which took Takken by surprise, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Seated in the grand auditorium, Takken shared a meal with Dorian, casting a glance at Sean in the distance, followed by a cold smirk before returning to his oatmeal. Dumbledore, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey stood at the foot of Takken's bed, where Madame Pomfrey conducted a meticulous examination of his injuries. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, she shook her head in resignation, stating, "Dumbledore, it is regrettable, but this child has succumbed to illness. He resembles an elderly soul at the end of life, outwardly unchanged. Yet his internal organs have aged severely, particularly his heart, which has deteriorated significantly. Therefore, I suspect he has passed due to heart failure, akin to those middle-aged or elderly individuals with irregular lifestyles." Listening to Madame Pomfrey's remarks, Dumbledore scrutinized Takken's lifeless form, his gaze settling upon Takken's chest before turning to Madame Pomfrey, inquiring, "Madame Pomfrey, is there any trace of magic upon Takken?" Acknowledging Dumbledore with a slight nod, she pondered for a moment before responding, "Dumbledore, it is not uncommon in the magical realm for children to die prematurely, often due to internal organ issues, especially cardiac degeneration. In fact, such cases are even more prevalent in the Muggle world, hence my belief regarding this child." She left the thought unfinished. Yet both Dumbledore and Snape grasped her implication. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Let's take this unfortunate child away. It is not suitable for him to remain here. We must also inform his parents. I shall handle the subsequent arrangements," Dumbledore declared. "Very well," replied Madame Pomfrey. Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey proceeded to remove Takken's body, while Snape remained in the common room to console the students, although his reassurances were met with resistance from the Slytherin cohort. Standing in Dumbledore's office, Snape was asked, "Severus, how does Mr. Hunter conduct himself?" Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry regarding Takken's surname, Snape promptly responded, "Mr. Hunter is an extreme pure-blood elitist, often delving into the study of dark magic. Had he been present during the rise of the Dark Lord, he would likely have become a full-fledged Death Eater. Furthermore, to my knowledge, he harbors a profound admiration for the Dark Lord and has previously employed curses against Muggle-born wizards from other houses." "Severus, it seems you harbor a distaste for Mr. Hunter," Dumbledore observed. Snape gazed at Dumbledore, and within his lifeless eyes, a flicker of emotion seemed to surface, only to dissipate into nothingness moments later. "I indeed harbor a dislike for him, much like my aversion to those other pure-blood Death Eaters," he remarked, observing Snape. A faint smile graced Dumbledore's face as he replied, "Thank you, Severus. I will take care of the ensuing matters." Chapter 56, Dumbledore's Inquiry. The notes of Gavin chronicled numerous curses, among which the one selected by Sean proved to be the most intricate. It required not only the target's teeth, hair, and blood, but also the fresh blood of a sufficiently powerful magical creature. Such a convoluted process and preparation ensured an unparalleled level of secrecy. This curse manifested solely during the night and could only be detected upon its initial occurrence. In other words, when Takken awoke in the dead of night, it represented his final opportunity for survival. Had he sought out Madame Pomfrey at that moment, he might have been discovered to be under the curse. In a corner of the common room, Sean observed the lifeless body of Takken being taken away, his face reflecting an appropriate blend of concern and confusion. akin to the other bewildered young wizards. Blaise stood beside Sean, glancing at his expression before softly commenting, "Not a bad look. I still have 6 years at Hogwarts. It would be wise to blend in." After a moment of silence, Blaise inquired again, "Were you preoccupied with this matter for the past half-month?" Blaise had discerned the connection between Sean and this incident, which did not surprise Sean. Blaise was well aware of much about him, and possessed considerable insight into his character. Although Blaise appeared carefree, he harbored a great deal of understanding beneath the surface, choosing merely not to reveal it. Sean trusted Blaise, nodding in response. "I prepared a few things. It seems the effects should be quite satisfactory." With a subtle nod, Blaise declared, "Let us leave it at that. Do not speak of this to anyone else. I shall also forget today's events as if they never transpired." "Thank you," Sean replied. "I've told you before. We needn't express thanks between ourselves." The two exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to delve further into the matter. The following morning, news of Tolkien's demise swept through Hogwarts, accompanied by claims that he had succumbed to a sudden illness. By afternoon, representatives from the Hunter family arrived to retrieve Tolkien's remains, along with a wizard they had summoned to investigate the cause of his death. Naturally, the outcome revealed no discrepancies. After all, the enigma that eluded the investigations of Dumbledore, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey would be exceedingly challenging for other wizards to unravel. This was not due to any inadequacy on Dumbledore's part. Rather, the curse itself excelled in its obscurity. One could hardly ascertain the truth before death, and afterward, it became an irrevocable mystery, virtually impossible to uncover. Thus, Sean acquired a novel understanding of the various spells chronicled in Gavin's notes, simultaneously gaining a fresh perspective on his grandfather, the author of such formidable magic. Intrigued by the wealth of powerful spells inscribed within the notes, Sean found himself deeply curious about his grandfather's youthful experiences. It is noteworthy that the notebook solely contained an array of magical knowledge and conjectures, leaving no trace of Gavin's life and experiences during his younger years. Clearly, this omission was a deliberate choice made by Gavin while compiling the notes. In the deep of night, Sean closed the notebook in hand, preparing to rest. Based on the recent movements of Harry and his companions, Sean sensed that their passage through the hidden entrance was imminent. Of course, as per Sean's understanding of the situation, their actions would occur after the examinations. Thus, he could afford to relax somewhat prior to the tests. Moreover, Sean harbored aspirations regarding his performance, particularly in certain critical subjects, where he aimed to achieve commendable results. With his eyes closed, Sean gradually drifted into slumber. Just as he succumbed to sleep, a figure materialized in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore strolled along the cobbled streets, making his way to the Hog's Head Inn. Observing the establishment, a myriad of complex emotions flickered across his face: guilt, regret, solitude, and anticipation. Rather than entering the inn, Dumbledore stood before its entrance, gently waving his hand. A shimmering essence, reminiscent of golden sand, manifested in the air, swirling before the door of the Hog's Head. As the golden particles danced, they gradually revealed images that seemed to rewind like a film reel. Under Dumbledore's command, the speed of the rewind increased, culminating in the scene of Tarkin being struck. Abruptly, Dumbledore clenched his right hand into a fist, halting the backward motion. Transforming his hand into a pointed gesture, he slowly waved it, and the images resumed their normal progression. Dumbledore deftly manipulated the direction and pace of the unfolding scenes with his right hand, ultimately witnessing Sean transformed into a drunken man through the use of the Polyjuice potion, seizing Tarkin's bloodied tooth before departing. Indeed, Dumbledore murmured softly. With a sweep of his hand, the swirling golden essence began to drift in a specific direction. As it traversed, the image of the drunken man hastily leaving appeared intermittently like a slide show within the golden flow. Dumbledore cast one last glance at the Hog's Head, inadvertently catching sight of a figure within the window, whose stature bore a resemblance to his own, smiling as it nodded towards him. Without lingering further, Dumbledore followed the golden stream onward. As he pursued the essence, he observed the shadow within it consuming another potion, transforming into a Hogwarts female student, only to see that individual subsequently morph into a boy. Just as Dumbledore intended to continue his pursuit, the golden essence suddenly dissipated. Chapter 57. Before the examination. Dumbledore's investigation came to an abrupt halt. The final review for the young wizards is in full swing. In the library, Sean is simultaneously guiding Blaise in his studies while hastily poring over his books, striving to catch up with the progress of the Potions Club before the conclusion of his first academic year. "Sean, the exams commence the day after tomorrow. What should I do if I fail?" Blaise, somewhat agitated, scratched his head and then steeled himself to delve into Sean's notes. It must be said that Sean's notes have spared Blaze a considerable amount of time. Without them, Blaze would undoubtedly be in a far more precarious situation. Aside from the flying class, there are only 7 compulsory subjects in the first year. Among these, Sean excels in potions, followed closely by transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, where he has also achieved commendable results due to his dedicated focus and effort. Lastly, there are history of magic, herbology, and astronomy. With the exception of herbology, which is closely related to potions and has yielded satisfactory results, Sean can only claim to perform adequately in history of magic and astronomy, which does not distinguish him greatly from his more accomplished peers. Therefore, prior to the examinations, Sean has already formed a reasonably clear assessment of his academic standing. Carrying his book, Sean made his way to the Potions Club classroom. Upon arrival, Jennifer Flea approached him, whispering, "Sean, have you been collaborating with others to sell potions recently?" While the clandestine sale of potions among Hogwarts students technically contravenes school regulations, the institution has historically turned a blind eye to such activities, allowing a degree of leniency, as long as the potions sold are of acceptable quality. Should any issues arise, however, the penalties imposed by Hogwarts are quite severe. Thus, students do not harbor any qualms regarding the trade of potions. Looking at Jennifer, Sean nodded. "Indeed, I have partnered with someone to sell a few potions." "What of it?" "Nothing much," she replied. "I merely wish to inquire if you would be interested in collaborating with me. If the potions you provide meet quality standards, I can help sell them in the Flea family shop, taking only a 10% commission. What do you say?" At Jennifer's proposition, Sean raised an eyebrow. Her offer was even more favorable than the one Dorian had presented. Selling in a shop would mean adhering to external market prices rather than Hogwarts discounted rates, and the minimal commission was remarkably low. However, Sean had no intention of acquiescing. This was not due to Oliver Flea, but rather Sean's persistent wariness of Jennifer, who he felt was trying to extract something from him under the guise of familial ties. "Thank you, but I am currently quite satisfied with my collaboration and the profits I'm earning. I prefer not to seek other partners." Jennifer, far from being displeased by Sean's response, smiled and said, "That's perfectly fine. Since you do not require my assistance, I shall not disturb you further. The professor will be arriving shortly." Of course, merely keeping pace with his studies was insufficient. Sean often found himself listening to others engage in discussions, with minimal participation on his part. Thus, he recognized the need for further effort. As the Potions Club session concluded, the group dispersed once more. "Professor, could you kindly recommend 2 books for me? I fear I may become complacent during the holiday." Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile unexpectedly crept across Snape's otherwise impassive visage. He began to unleash a torrent of scornful words upon Sean, stating, "If a mere holiday can lead to your laziness, it signifies that you are utterly unfit for the Potions Club and the study of potion making, much like those foolish Gryffindors. In that case, there is no reason for you to occupy a position in my Potions Club." Sean, wearing a smile that was both awkward and polite, had intended to jest, but it became evident that he had overestimated the situation. Attempting to joke with the Serpent King of Slytherin was merely inviting trouble. Returning to his chamber, Sean set down his book and gazed at Culkin, who lay sleeping in its nest. At this moment, it had grown significantly since the beginning of the term. It was uncertain whether Hogwarts had a particular knack for nurturing magical creatures or if there were other reasons at play. When at the magical menagerie, Sean had inquired about Culkin's size, which had remained unchanged for 2 to 3 years. Yet, upon bringing it to Hogwarts, it began to grow. While a slight increase in size was not alarming, Sean harbored concerns about it becoming too large to care for in the future. He gently stroked Culkin's head, causing it to retreat into its serpentine coils, clearly uninterested in being disturbed from its slumber. Amused, Sean chuckled softly and resumed his reading of the desk. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed and the day of the exams arrived. The examinations comprised both a written component and a practical assessment. For Sean, the written portion posed no challenge whatsoever, and regarding the practical, as long as flying was not involved, he feared no trial. The first examination was in charms. Sean entered the examination hall alongside an incessantly muttering Blaze, who was fervently praying to Merlin for a successful outcome, marking the start of 3 days of examinations. Chapter 58. During the exams. The written portion had always been somewhat tedious. Aside from an incident involving a Hufflepuff caught using an automatic quill, there were no other unforeseen events. Among the 7 core subjects, the written examinations for potions and transfiguration were the most challenging, followed by charms and herbology, while the remaining subjects were relatively straightforward. Although they were not entirely rote memorization, the majority of answers could be found within the textbooks, presenting little difficulty for someone like Sean, who had nearly memorized them. Blaze, stop sighing. A portion of the final grade will come from the practical exam scores. If you can achieve a sufficiently high score in the practical, it can compensate for any shortcomings in your written exam. Passing should not pose a significant issue. Upon hearing Sean's words, Blaise immediately regained his spirits, confidently replying, "If it's the practical exam, then I have nothing to fear. While I may not excel in the written portion, I am absolutely confident in my practical abilities. All right, we're about to enter the exam. The first subject is Professor Flitwick's Charms class. He is rather lenient. If things do not go well during the exam, a few kind words may allow for a retake. Rest assured, I will be fine." Observing Blaise's unwavering confidence, Sean refrained from speaking further and quietly followed the group into the Charms classroom for their practical examination. The task at hand required making a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Achieving this necessitated the coordination of multiple spells. For those who merely coasted through their studies, success would be elusive. Generally, merely guiding the pineapple across the desk sufficed for a passing grade, while executing a tap dance would yield commendable results, and a flawless performance would secure full marks. Among the first-year Slytherin wizards, aside from Goyle and Crabbe, who struggled with the task, merely dragging the pineapple clumsily from one side to the other, most of their peers managed to achieve respectable scores. Sean was the last of the Slytherins to be examined, with Blaise having gone before him, performing adequately. Sean estimated Blaise's score to be around an E, which corresponds to a level just above passing, akin to a commendable grade in his previous life. As Blaise exited the examination area, he stood by the back door of the classroom, waiting for Sean. Professor Flitwick, observing Sean, guodas laites mile. Although Sean was a Slytherin student and had engaged in a rather unconventional altercation at the start of the term, his subsequent classroom conduct had truly caught Professor Flitwick's attention. For the Ravenclaw headmaster, who cherished knowledge, Sean represented the epitome of a bright student, filled with intellect and a profound respect for learning. "Sean, let me see what kind of dance you can make this pineapple perform." With a flourish, Sean drew his wand and offered a slight bout of Flitwick, responding, "As you wish, Professor." With a gentle flick of his wand, the pineapple sprang to life, twirling gracefully on the desk, tapping its feet in rhythm, much like a genuine dancer, as it gradually made its way to the opposite side of the desk. In that moment, Sean resembled a conductor, his wand serving as a baton, guiding the pineapple to its final position, where it completed several spins as a flourish to conclude its performance. As the dance came to an end, Professor Flitwick immediately applauded, exclaiming, "An absolutely perfect tap dance. Splendidly executed. I believe your score is beyond question, representing an outstanding O, full marks." "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. You deserve this recognition," Sean replied. He paid no mind to the scores of the Hufflepuffs lingering behind him, and, alongside Blaise, exited the Charms classroom, eager to proceed to the Transfiguration and Potions practicals, as he was keen to avoid any delays. The Transfiguration examination required transforming a mouse into a snuff box, a task that matched the theoretical exam in complexity. For first-year wizards, this represented a considerable challenge. Thus, Professor McGonagall's standards were not overly stringent, as long as the mouse bore resemblance to a snuff box. Even with whiskers or a tail still attached, and some fur remaining on the surface, it would be deemed a passing effort. With a modest amount of effort devoted to Transfiguration, one can reasonably expect to pass the examination. However, the inherent difficulty of the test renders attaining the highest grade a formidable challenge. Many students who typically excel, including those who perform admirably on written assessments, often struggle to achieve an O in the practical exam. In the Transfiguration classroom, Blaise was gradually transforming the mouse before him into a golden snuff box. Sean, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. After a few breaths, he gently tapped his wand against the mouse. In an instant, the mouse's body began to spin violently, and within moments, it metamorphosed into a pure silver snuff box, gleaming with a brilliant luster, adorned with intricate engravings. At the center of the snuff box was a remarkably standard Hogwarts crest. As Sean completed his transformation, Professor McGonagall approached. Upon witnessing the successful transformation, a flicker of a smile broke through her typically stern demeanor as she remarked, "An exceptionally perfect creation, without a doubt, a full score." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Sean replied. She did not depart immediately but paused in thought, softly advising, "Sean, do not neglect your practice in Transfiguration during the break. Ensure you maintain your standards." After imparting this counsel, Professor McGonagall moved on to assess the results of the other students, particularly eager to evaluate Hermione's performance, as she hoped the brightest first-year student from Gryffindor would also achieve an O. Watching Professor McGonagall leave, Sean suddenly grasped her underlying intention. It seemed she was contemplating inviting him to join the Transfiguration Club. However, it It was clear she wished to observe further before extending such an invitation. Hence her suggestion for Sean to practice during the holidays. With the Transfiguration exam concluded, only potions remained. Sean and Blaise made their way to the potions classroom, preparing for this final and most challenging practical examination. Chapter 59, Snape's Additional Challenge. The ingredients laid before Sean included forgetfulness potion components, river water from the lethe, mistletoe berries, valerian root, standard ingredients. Instantly, he deduced the practical exam's topic. Simultaneously, recognizing the potion from the materials presented was the first hurdle of the potion's practical examination. If one could ascertain the potion to be brewed, they would have effectively passed half of the exam. The remaining challenge lay in executing the brewing process correctly, ensuring the materials were utilized in the proper sequence. For Sean, a member of the Potions Club, this examination was not overly daunting. However, just as he was about to commence, Snape unexpectedly approached him, stating, "Sean, let me see the results of your studies in the Potions Club. The standard brewing time for the forgetfulness potion is approximately 45 minutes. I now require you to reduce this to half an hour." The passage of time heralded a necessary alteration in Sean's approach to the standard formulation of the forgetfulness potion. At that moment, Hermione stood not far from Sean, and she naturally overheard Snape's directive to Sean regarding the reduction of the potion's brewing time by 15 minutes. Hermione's initial thought was that Sean had incited Snape's ire, perceiving the professor's words as an intentional challenge. However, she quickly recalled that Sean was Snape's favored pupil, and Snape did not appear particularly vexed. Thus, a shortened brewing time seemed plausible. Hermione fixed her gaze on Sean, eager to witness his capability to accomplish this task. Just then, Snape cast a disapproving glance her way, his expression icy as he addressed her. "Miss Granger, I should perhaps remind you that each student has only 1 hour for the examination. Should you exceed this limit, a failing grade will be your only reward." For Hermione, the thought of failure was utterly devastating and deeply feared. Despite her reluctance upon hearing Snape's words, she immediately turned her attention to the cauldron before her, commencing the preparation of the potion according to the standard recipe, occasionally stealing glances at Sean during the intervals. At that moment, Sean was oblivious to Hermione's scrutiny. He was wholly absorbed in contemplating the intricacies of the standard formulation for the forgetfulness potion. Snape's earlier admonition to Hermione was equally directed at Sean. The examination time was strictly 1 hour, which meant Sean had at most 30 minutes to devise an optimized formula, and the actual time might be even less. Of course, Sean could opt to use the conventional recipe to produce the forgetfulness potion, and Snape would not penalize him for it, nor withhold high marks. However, doing so would jeopardize Sean's continued participation in the Potions Club the following year. This scenario was, in fact, one of the reasons for the Potions Club's limited membership. Snape would conduct ad hoc assessments at the end of each term to determine the eligibility of the members. At this very moment, the modification of the formula served as Snape's evaluation of Sean. Standing before his cauldron, Sean's mind raced, recalling every lesson, every text he had encountered in the Potions Club. The concerns of Blaise, Hermione's inquisitiveness, Draco's schadenfreude, and Millicent's veiled malice failed to disturb his focus. He stood there, quietly contemplating. Snape observed Sean, devoid of any urgency, his confidence in Sean unwavering despite the passage of time. Snape was acutely aware of Sean's prowess in potion-making, and thus he recognized that the challenge he had set for Sean, deemed difficult by the other members of the Potions Club, would surely not confound him. As time passed, the uninformed young wizards began to whisper about Sean's predicament. Renowned for his unparalleled prowess in potions, his supremacy had driven them to despair. Now, witnessing his current state, though oblivious to the circumstances, many relished the sight of the once exalted first-year potion prodigy descending from grace. Unfortunately, many occurrences in this world do not bend to human will. While they busied themselves brewing their own potions, relishing the spectacle, Sean, after nearly 20 minutes of contemplation, suddenly sprang into action. "Professor, may I request some additional materials? 3 will suffice. Retrieve them yourself. The time will be deducted from your examination duration." Understood. Using alternative materials as catalysts, he tackled the fusion of the river lethe water and valerian root, subsequently employing the second material to create an extract, drawing out the effective components from mistletoe berries. Both methodologies, inspired by his past life in chemistry, yielded remarkable results in the realm of potion making. After combining the 2 extracts in a cauldron, he completed the concoction of the forgetfulness potion precisely within 25 minutes. Upon witnessing Sean's swift success in potion brewing, Snape, slightly impatient, hastily assigned a passing grade to Neville before striding over to Sean. He took the vial containing the potion, inhaled its aroma, and with a flick of his wand, extracted a drop to examine it closely. Exceptionally precise, remarkably high quality. The 3 consecutive commendations ignited a flicker of resentment on the faces of Malfoy and Millicent, who had hoped to witness a spectacle. Meanwhile, Snape had no time to indulge anyone else. He meticulously scrutinized the potion before delivering Sean's examination results. An impressive potion. I am pleased that at last someone has achieved a perfect score in potions this semester. Chapter 60, The Golden Cauldron. Sean, proceed to my office and wait for me. After grading Sean, Snape instructed him to await in his office while he resumed the examination, his earlier impatience subtly resurfacing. Familiar with Snape's office, Sean entered and settled into a chair, retrieving a book on potion making from the shelf. However, upon perusing the first page, he quickly realized that the potion knowledge contained within was exceedingly complex, rendering his reading laborious. This book is not suitable for you. Your current level in potions does not permit you to fully comprehend it. Snape's emotionless voice suddenly resonated behind Sean, startling him. Professor, I was merely seeking a diversion due to the previous boredom. Nodding, Snape remained silent for a moment before glancing at the book, which Sean had flipped through for over 10 pages, and inquired, having perused 10 pages, do you grasp its content? It is satisfactory, though there are certain aspects that remain somewhat unclear. What have you comprehended? Primarily, it concerns the exploration of the feasibility of eradicating the werewolf virus. Personally, I believe that the aforementioned method of extracting the werewolf virus from the human body for further research may indeed hold promise. A commendable insight. Now, let's address the matter at hand. Snape stepped forward, closed the book, and placed it upon the shelf. He then turned to Sean and inquired, Sean, from where did you acquire the 2 techniques you employed in potion brewing? Professor, as you are aware, my parents are non-magical, and thus I spent my childhood in the world of ordinary people, where I absorbed a wealth of knowledge. Amongst this knowledge lies a discipline known as chemistry, which serves as one of the primary means through which ordinary individuals concoct remedies. The 2 techniques I previously mentioned are derived from principles within chemistry. Of course, they are not mere copies. Rather, I have adapted relevant theoretical approaches and integrated them into the art of potion making. The materials for the recent forgetfulness potion were quite suitable, though other potions may not be as amenable. Golden Cauldron? Journals of potionology? Such things exist in the magical realm. It is a commendable habit to inquire when one is uncertain. Moreover, after a year of acquaintance, Sean felt entitled to exhibit a modicum of audacity in Snape's presence. Professor, what exactly is the Golden Cauldron? Sean was indeed familiar with the potion referred to as the Wolfsbane potion. From Snape's explanation, he grasped that the magical realm's journals bear a striking resemblance to scientific journals in the mundane world. Whether the magical realm emulated the ordinary world or vice versa remains beyond Sean's knowledge. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Having expounded sufficiently, Snape had no intention of prolonging the conversation with Sean and promptly dismissed him. Upon exiting Snape's office, Sean pondered the implications of the Golden Cauldron and other magical journals. These were concepts he had never encountered, underscoring the reality that the magical world is far more expansive than he had previously envisioned. This realm of magic is not confined merely to Hogwarts or even the British magical community. It encompasses a far broader universe. Returning to the common room, Sean inhaled deeply, allowing himself to regain composure. A paper must indeed be written, and concurrently, he must remain vigilant regarding Harry's situation. In the latter half of this academic year, communication between Sean and Harry had dwindled significantly, often limited to exchanges within the same classroom. This was attributable to Harry's inquiries concerning the Philosopher's Stone, as well as Sean's own busyness, which left little time for deepening their interactions. From Sean's recollections, before the nefarious Quirrell attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he had disguised a letter from the Ministry of Magic to lure Dumbledore away from Hogwarts. This event coincided with Harry's endeavor to thwart Quirrell. Thus monitoring when Harry sought out Dumbledore would reveal when he would act, at which point Sean could implement his own plans. Chapter 61. Traversing the Trapdoor. Seated before the Slytherin long table in the Grand Hall, Sean exhaled deeply and began to devour his meal with fervor. After spending an entire afternoon on a paper, he had barely managed to write a finger's length, expending mental energy comparable to attending a potions club session. Now, hunger gnawed at him insistently. Opposite him, Blaise observed Sean with a wry shake of his head, remarking, I must say, I have witnessed the exhaustion of someone post-exam who seems even more fatigued than before the test. There was little he could do. As the headmaster's instructions tumbled from his lips, Sean, caught off guard by a morsel, choked momentarily. He hastily pounded his chest a few times and gulped down a generous swig of pumpkin juice, finally managing to swallow before letting out a sigh and continuing. The paper the headmaster assigned is of utmost importance, with exceedingly high standards. If I wish to complete it promptly, I must invest considerable time and effort. Not a certainty, but there was a possibility, at least. A flicker of admiration crossed Blaze's face, half directed at the Golden Cauldron Journal, and half toward Sean, his good friend. Noting Blaze's expression, Sean grimaced and retorted, "Please refrain from making that face. It's rather off-putting, especially while I'm eating." Shaking his head with a chuckle, he added, "Can you not act normally? The outcome remains uncertain, and perhaps my writing will fall short, or they might not even consider it. ISNT your exclamation a tad premature? I merely find it astonishing that, like you, I am merely a first year, yet we have already begun to engage with such lofty matters. I've said it before. It was merely a coincidence." Blaze chuckled lightly, yet that disconcerting smile lingered on his face, making it difficult for Sean to finish the roast chicken before him. He had only managed to consume half. After indulging in a rather late lunch, Sean had intended to step outside for a breath of fresh air. However, upon reaching the small garden outside Hogwarts, he stumbled upon Snape threatening Harry. Unbeknownst to Sean, his headmaster aimed to intimidate Harry into retreating for his safety, wishing to shield him from the entanglements of the enigmatic Voldemort. Or perhaps it was merely to satisfy his own morbid curiosity. It could very well be a combination of both. The headmaster's attitude towards Harry was indeed contradictory. While he consistently wore a scowl, employing biting sarcasm and verbal cruelty as a norm, he would also go to any lengths to ensure Harry's safety, even at the cost of his own life. Reflecting on this, Sean sighed heavily, regardless of the circumstances. He held deep respect for his headmaster. He could not bear the thought of witnessing him perish at the hands of Nagini after a lifetime of suffering. It would be far better for his headmaster to enjoy a peaceful and natural end. "Professor, I have completed more than half of the paper and should be able to submit it for your review in a day or two. Be meticulous. I do not wish to see a hastily written paper riddled with errors. Rest assured, I will take care." Without further ado, Snape swept away, his robes billowing behind him. Having fed a bit of snake food to the still, slumbering Kulkang, Sean donned a set of lightweight attire along with soft-soled athletic shoes. He secured a pouch filled with 9 potions around his waist before casting the disillusionment charm and departing from the common room. Making his way towards the room on the 4th floor where the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, was confined. Throughout his journey, Sean encountered very few individuals. After dinner, the majority of students opted to socialize and revel in the common room, resulting in a scarcity of people outside. As for ghosts, they too were not wandering the corridors at that hour. The only potential encounter might be with Peeves, yet this mischievous spirit harbored a profound fear of the Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, and seldom troubled Slytherin students. Hence, Sean felt no trepidation regarding Peeves. He proceeded directly to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Observing the slightly ajar door, Sean could distinctly hear the sounds of heavy panting and muffled growls emanating from within, indicating that Fluffy was indeed awake. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Retrieving a music box from his belongings, Sean cautiously inserted the activated box through the crack of the door. Once he heard the deep breaths and faint snoring from inside, he grasped his wand and opened the door, stepping confidently into the presence of the slumbering Fluffy. He approached the trapdoor and leaped down. As his feet met the ground, Sean realized he had landed on the devil's snare, before the tendrils could ensnare him. A brilliant light erupted from his wand, causing the plant to recoil and allowing him to descend unimpeded. Utilizing the levitation charm, he slowed his fall, illuminating the area with the glow from his wand. He observed the charred remnants of devil's snare vines scattered across the ground, along with several footprints of varying sizes. Instantly comprehending that Harry and the others had already been there, in a flurry of thought, he mused, "Did I arrive too late? I believed I was early. Let's hope it is not too late. The plan may be inconsequential, but losing a splendid opportunity to outmaneuver Voldemort would indeed be lamentable." With this thought in mind, Sean hastened forward. Upon noticing the long-winged key lodged in the door and lock, Sean brandished his wand to fend off the attacks from other keys. Reaching out to unlock the door and stepping inside, he found himself on a large wizard chessboard, where he spotted Ron lying to one side. He immediately approached to check on him, ensuring he was unharmed before continuing into the corridor. After taking just a few steps, Sean encountered Harry and Hermione, who were preparing to pass through the room of the troll and enter the potions chamber. "Harry, Hermione," Sean called out, prompting them to halt in their tracks. As he approached them, he pinched his nose slightly. The odor in the air was indeed overwhelming. A potent mix of the troll's musk and the pungent scent of blood. Any being with a sense of smell would find it unbearable. Sean turned to glance at the giant, and to his astonishment, he realized that the creature had not merely been knocked unconscious. Rather, it appeared that its head had been violently shattered. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the top of its skull had exploded, brains and flesh splattered upon the wall behind. Such brutality was astonishing. Hadn't the original work started as children's literature? Even the adapted film was rated PG. Was there truly such a grotesque depiction in the source material? Since his introduction to the magical realm, Sean had felt a dissonance, particularly regarding his rather unremarkable grandfather, who, without the use of a wand, had summarily banished Sean's uncle from their home with a mere reprimand. The notes left by his grandfather contained spells that evidently exceeded Sean's understanding of this world. Later, at school, while Jason, a third-year Slytherin, was undoubtedly a standout among his peers, his mastery of the armored charm, a skill that many adult wizards in the original tale struggled with, was perplexing. Not to mention the two particularly formidable Aurors Sean had encountered in Diagon Alley, who bore a striking resemblance to elite soldiers in the real world. And then there was that ostentatious white pocket watch, which had drawn ire upon its acquisition, with powers that seemed excessively potent. Sean had previously dismissed these anomalies as mere oddities, but upon witnessing the grotesque spectacle of the giant's exploded head, he finally comprehended the perilous nature of this world. Magic was far more potent and sinister than he had ever imagined, with a multitude of formidable wizards far beyond his initial assumptions. In cinematic terms, this would hardly be rated PG-13. It was undoubtedly veering toward an R rating, dark and profound in its implications. His thoughts wandered. Harry, Hermione, what are you doing here? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, uncertain of how to begin. Should they confess that they were preparing to thwart Snape's plot concerning the Philosopher's Stone? They were acutely aware of Snape's favorable disposition toward Sean, fearing that revealing the truth would lead Sean to doubt their intentions. Never mind, I shan't press you. What do you intend to do now? We aim to delve into the depths of this place. Very well. Sean nodded at Hermione. I shall accompany you. However, observing Harry and Hermione's hesitance, Sean recalled that at this juncture, they were suspicious of their headmaster's intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone. It was no wonder they seemed so hesitant upon seeing him. With this in mind, Sean feigned urgency, exclaiming, You two mustn't dawdle. I saw Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall patrolling outside. If we linger any longer and they discover our presence here, it would spell real trouble. Snape? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both recognizing the dissonance in their sentiments. If Snape was outside, then who was the figure that had entered before them? Who is the one who deceived Hagrid to make Ron fall asleep? Who is the one that killed the unicorn and drank its blood? Who is the individual that came here to steal the Philosopher's Stone? As for whether Sean would deceive them, Harry and Hermione had no doubts, for despite Sean being a Slytherin, they regarded him as one of the few genuinely good individuals within that house. They trusted Sean. It was merely that they had previously speculated that the thief of the Philosopher's Stone was Snape, which led them to deliberately avoid Sean. Sean, is that truly Professor Snape outside? Sean feigned a puzzled expression and replied, He was walking with Professor McGonagall. Surely no one could impersonate him? If the one outside is indeed Professor Snape, then who is inside? Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry turned to her, his expression reflecting a grave concern. Although Sean's words did not entirely dispel their suspicions regarding Snape, they were significantly diminished. No matter who that person is inside, we must stop him, Harry declared as he turned to Sean. Sean, let us go together. I will explain on the way. All right. The three departed from the troll's chamber, traversing a moderately short corridor. Hermione succinctly explained to Sean, who acknowledged his understanding. They arrived at the potions room, and the moment they crossed the threshold, black flames erupted at the front of the room, while purple flames ignited at the rear, trapping the three of them within. As they spoke, Hermione began preparing to solve the riddle. However, at that moment, Sean stepped forward, inhaling the contents of each bottle. Ultimately, he picked up the smallest vial. This contains fire protection potion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this is the potion we need to consume. Taken aback for a moment, Hermione promptly inquired, Why do you say that? Shouldn't we solve the riddle to ascertain what we require? Isn't the study of potions not in vain? Sean shook his head, pointing to the other bottles. These two contain wine, and these three contain poisons, though they are not truly poisons, but rather potent sleeping draughts, akin to a dose of the elixir of life. As for the remaining one, it is a tranquilizer. None of these can aid us in passing through the flames. Only the substance I hold, the fire protection potion, can assist us. How do you know this is the fire protection potion? Because I brought some potions with me, including fire protection potion. As he spoke, Sean retrieved a test tube from his potion bag, containing the identical fire protection potion. At that moment, even Hermione, who was typically unyielding, had to concede that in terms of potion knowledge, she could not compare to Sean. Hermione observed the fire protection potion in Harry and Sean's hands, realizing it was barely sufficient for two, and noted that both Sean and Harry possessed considerable strength, certainly surpassing her own, especially Sean, whose prior duel in Slytherin she was acutely aware of. She recognized that she could not replace them. All right, I will deliver the message promptly. You two must exercise caution. Hermione grasped the vial containing the tranquilizer and consumed its contents in one swift motion, uttering not a word as she turned and plunged into the violet flames of the entrance, vanishing before Sean and Harry. In that moment, Harry exchanged a glance with Sean and said, "Sean, let us enter." All right. The two of them downed the fire protection potion and stepped boldly into the encroaching black flames. Upon emerging from the darkness, Sean's vision returned instantly. However, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a flash of green light erupted before him. He then heard Harry's anguished and furious scream, and soon after, Sean succumbed to unconsciousness. The sound of a clock chiming echoed, reminiscent of being roused from a deep slumber. Sean abruptly opened his eyes, instantly suppressing the urge to leap to his feet, carefully regulating the intensity of his breathing as he squinted to assess the situation. He soon recalled the preceding events. After he and Harry had traversed the flames, they had been ambushed by Quirrell, who had been waiting for them. Quirrell had cast the killing curse upon Sean, revealing his nefarious plans to Harry. It was baffling how the Death Eaters seemed to possess an insatiable appetite for anyone near Harry. This had been the case with Cedric and now with him. The absurd possessiveness of the noseless creature towards Harry had evidently extended to his followers. At that moment, Harry was being led before the mirror of a Reist by Quirrell. Under the influence of Voldemort, was demanding the Philosopher's Stone that had found its way into Harry's pocket. Voldemort, in his nascent form, still possessed a nose. Yet his condition had deteriorated significantly. Completely fixated on Harry, he remained oblivious to the fact that the boy whom Quirrell had cursed to die was, in fact, still alive. The pure white pocket watch was indeed a remarkable artifact. Now, all that Sean needed was to bide his time for the right moment. Quietly lying on the ground, Sean observed Quirrell demanding the stone from Harry, noting how Quirrell's frustration escalated as Harry resisted. He watched as Quirrell's body, afflicted by Harry's magic, began to disintegrate into ash upon contact, his right hand reduced to nothingness. Sean recognized the opportunity presented to him as he witnessed Harry's eagerness to confront Quirrell. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean's innate talent, the strength of a giant, surged forth. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself off the ground, rapidly positioning himself between Quirrell and Harry. Seizing Quirrell's still intact left hand, he wrenched it violently, snapping his arm, and then delivered a powerful blow to Quirrell's face. The impact shattered Quirrell's nose, blood and flesh merging grotesquely, while Voldemort behind him emitted a piercing cry of agony. "It was you, during Quidditch, it was you." Sean comprehended the ambiguous words of Quirrell, yet he harbored no intention of granting Quirrell any opportunity. This individual was infested by Voldemort. His body was unlikely to remain unscathed from Voldemort's manipulation. It is crucial to acknowledge that Voldemort's prowess was not to be underestimated, even if Quirrell were rendered armless. The capability of wandless magic was undoubtedly within Voldemort's expertise. Thus, in the next moment, Sean delivered a decisive strike with the edge of his hand to Quirrell's throat, hoping to either end his life or, at the very least, incapacitate his ability to speak. As Sean anticipated, Quirrell was struck on the throat and nearly lost consciousness. However, with Voldemort's support, he did not perish immediately, merely rendered incapable of coherent speech. "Quirrell, relinquish control of your body to me." With Voldemort's command, Sean felt an icy dread seep into his bones, akin to the unyielding gaze of a venomous serpent. Gritting his teeth, Sean swung his fist once more towards Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort. At that moment, he was acutely aware that his rudimentary magic would prove no match for the efficacy of his fists. In a contest of magic against Voldemort, even without his hands or wand, Sean understood he would not stand a chance. Thus, engaging in close combat seemed far more effective. As his fist descended, an invisible force suddenly surged upon Sean, propelling him backward and crashing him against the wall. The formidable defenses granted by his monstrous, spiny skin allowed Sean to emit a pained cry, but recover swiftly, rising to charge once again at Voldemort. "What extraordinary lineage grants you such physical strength?" As he spoke, Voldemort's mouth at the back of Quirrell's head opened wide, releasing a torrent of black smoke that swiftly transformed into serpentine forms, coiling and lunging towards Sean under Voldemort's command. What sort of magic is this? A fusion of summoning spells and transfiguration? With this thought, Sean drew his wand, casting a shield charm while advancing towards Voldemort. However, aided by the serpentine smoke, Voldemort effortlessly evaded Sean's pursuit amidst the swirling darkness. At that moment, Harry attempted to assist, only to be flung away by a singular black smoke serpent, unable to approach. Frustrated by his inability to close the distance with Voldemort, Sean clenched his jaw and swung his wand, shattering one of the dark serpents. He then shouted towards the entrance. A colossal cross sword approaches. Chapter 64, A Bountiful Harvest. With a cacophony of explosive sounds, a massive cross sword, taller than Sean himself, soared through the doorway, scattering several black smoke serpents before landing in Sean's embrace. Gripping the hilt of the enormous sword with both hands, Sean swung it fiercely. The lengthy, broad blade obliterated multiple dark serpents. Subsequently, he braced himself against the onslaught of the black smoke snakes, charging towards Voldemort with the colossal sword in hand. The colossal cross sword was a remnant left by a knight piece from the enormous wizard chest outside. As Sean passed by, he chanced upon this immense weapon not far from the unconscious Ron. At that moment, he took heed of its presence. Indeed, he found himself wielding this immense weapon, which few ordinary individuals could manage. The power of the giant was finite, yet he swung the colossal cross sword with remarkable ease, as though it were a mere stick. With deft movements, Sean obliterated the obstructing black smoke serpents, propelling himself forward to confront Voldemort. With a resounding clang, the massive sword struck the ground, carving a profound gash into the earth. Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's body, transformed into a shadow and darted past Sean, heading straight for Harry. Time was not on his side. If he delayed, it mattered not whether Dumbledore or McGonagall arrived. Voldemort was in no position to resist. Thus, he chose not to engage further with Sean, but rather to seize the Philosopher's Stone from the unconscious Harry. All shall be petrified. A pale light struck Voldemort. Since the onset of their confrontation, Sean had been vigilant against Voldemort's stealthy maneuvers. Witnessing Voldemort bypass him to rush toward Harry, Sean seized the moment to cast the now LV2 petrification spell, successfully immobilizing Voldemort for an instant. Throughout the battle, Sean had primarily relied on his fists and physical prowess, employing magic only defensively. Despite the formidable nature of the shield charm, Sean's focus on hand-to-hand combat caused Voldemort to underestimate his magical abilities. Consequently, in a moment of unguarded vulnerability, the weakened Voldemort fell prey to Sean's petrification spell, granting him a fleeting opportunity. Gripping the enormous cross sword with both hands, Sean swung it fiercely. Just as Voldemort regained his ability to move and sought to evade, Sean's blade struck true, sending Voldemort hurtling backward like a baseball, crashing against the mirror of a Reist and into the wall behind. Damn you, son of a coward. I will see you dead. At least now, you cannot kill me. Once more, Sean surged toward Voldemort, clutching the colossal cross sword. He thrust it violently against the wall, where the already faltering Voldemort, Quirrell, more accurately, stood. The massive sword penetrated Quirrell's body, embedding half its blade into the wall, effectively pinning him there. As Sean relinquished the hilt and stepped back, Quirrell emitted a series of deathly gasps, soon expiring with one final breath. His body slumped against the immense sword, blood trickling down to pool on the floor, forming a dark stain. With a sigh of relief, Sean retreated a half step and collapsed on the ground. Even with the formidable power of a giant, the recent battle had indeed drained him of all his strength. Now, Sean's legs trembled, devoid of any excess energy. Hiss! Wisps of black smoke began to rise from Chilo, gradually morphing into a humanoid form, the remnant soul of Voldemort in a state of disembodiment. Sean burst dead. I remember you, and I shall kill you. Silence, begone. Before Voldemort could finish his venomous words, Sean raised his hand and unleashed a fire spell upon the lingering soul. The orange fireball struck Voldemort's essence, erupting in an explosion. Although it inflicted no real harm, it served as a resounding slap to silence him. The black smoke twisted and dissipated, swiftly vanishing through the cracks in the wall. Watching Voldemort's departure, Sean understood that this affair had come to a definitive conclusion. His plan to claim a kill had succeeded, and now it was time to assess his bounty. Sitting down, Sean activated his panel, revealing the substantial rewards he had garnered. Victory in Duel. Randomly select 2 abilities from the opponent. Selecting. Selection complete. Rewards obtained. Soul Snatch Spell LV2, Herbarium Crafting Method LV4. These were Chilos. And while Sean had anticipated acquiring 2 abilities, the specific selections were indeed unexpected. He had not foreseen the second-level Soul Snatch spell, though one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It possessed a wide range of applications. Henceforth, He would need to wield it with caution to avoid detection. As for the fourth-level herbarium crafting method, Sean could only express his disbelief. He had never imagined Chilo harbored such an interest. After expending so much effort and energy to secure a kill and earning 2 opportunities for selection, he found one of the rewards to be a rather trivial skill. Sean could only hope that the subsequent ability he would extract from Voldemort's essence would not be equally absurd. Surely, someone of Voldemort's stature would not indulge in the frivolity of plants and flowers. With that thought in mind, Sean looked again at the prompt for extracting Voldemort's abilities. Victory in Duel. Randomly select 2 abilities from the opponent. Selecting. Selection complete. Rewards obtained. Smoke String Spell LV5 Max. Horcrux Immortality Method. The host has not performed Soul Division. Unable to acquire the Horcrux Immortality Method. Cannot create Horcruxes. Filtering solutions. Filtering. Based on the host's character. Filtering complete. Altering selected abilities to align with host state. Obtained. Talent. Arcane Awakening 27. Ultimately, Voldemort's Remnant Soul bestowed upon Sean 2 abilities. One was the fully leveled LV5 Smoke String Spell, presumably the very magic Voldemort had wielded to control Chilo's body. Its true power likely exceeded what had been displayed, constrained as it was by Chilo's physical limitations, which hindered Voldemort's full potential. Aside from that, what captured Sean's attention the most was the new talent, Magical Awakening, derived from the transformation of the Soul Fragment Immortality technique. Literally interpreted, it should endow him with the ability to experience multiple magical awakenings. At that moment, Sean's mind suddenly went blank, and he subsequently lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 65. A conversation with Dumbledore. When Sean awoke, he felt invigorated and remarkably at ease. With his eyes closed, he could sense a vigorous magical energy within him that had not been present before yesterday. This newfound awareness was undoubtedly due to his recent experience of a second magical awakening, which had nearly doubled his magical capacity, hence the pronounced sensation. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the talent, Magical Awakening, not only increased the frequency of his magical awakenings, but also accelerated the growth of his magical power as he aged. In other words, if Sean previously gained 10 units of magical power each year, he could now expect an increase of nearly 20. The enhancement of his growth rate, almost doubling it, was the most astonishing surprise that this talent had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Snape strode in with his characteristic air of authority, approaching Sean's bedside and immediately launching into a tirade. Observing the Slytherin king unleashing his venomous words, Sean understood that his headmaster bore no malice. Rather, it stemmed from genuine concern for him. The existence of the pristine white pocket watch had transformed Sean's circumstances into an open secret. Whether it was due to the commotion caused by Millicent and her companions at the beginning of the school year, or the incident where he narrowly avoided Quirrell's lethal curse right under Harry's nose. Thus, there was no need for Sean to conceal anything further regarding this matter. As anticipated, upon hearing Sean's words, Snape furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sean, every magical item has its limits. While you may have evaded harm this time, thanks to the magical artifact, the next time, it may not be so fortuitous." "I wholeheartedly concur with Severus on this matter," Sean replied, as both he and Snape turned to the door of the hospital room. There stood Dumbledore, casually dragging a small handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, munching on them as he entered. Seating himself on the chair beside the hospital bed, Dumbledore offered the beans to Sean, enthusiastically suggesting, "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, quite delightful confections, procured from Harry. Would you care to try some?" Sean had sampled various sweets from the magical realm, some of which he adored while others did not appeal to him. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, however, were particularly unappealing to him due to their inherent unpredictability. Yet, out of respect for the esteemed headmaster, he felt compelled to accept the snack. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a simple gesture of respect for the elder. Sean popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, his brow furrowing slightly as he bit into the sugary shell. A refreshing wave of peach fragrance instantly filled his mouth. In contrast, Dumbledore's initially expectant expression transformed into one of inscrutable complexity. "Ah, it seems you have encountered a delightful flavor. Peach, I presume," he remarked. "How fortunate for you. I, however, was less lucky. The flavor I just experienced was akin to that of worn socks. Quite unpalatable, indeed." Noticing Dumbledore's desire to continue sharing Bertie Bott's beans with Sean, Snape interjected with a hint of impatience. "Dumbledore, Sean requires more rest. Please, if there is something to discuss, let it be swift." Dumbledore, unperturbed by Snape's words, merely nodded, stowing away the beans while donning his characteristic gentle and benevolent smile. "Sean, regarding the events of last night, would you be willing to share your account with us? Naturally, Sean had no intention of concealing the truth. He could not do so, even if he wished. Thus, he recounted the details of the battle succinctly while candidly revealing all other aspects of the incident to Dumbledore. As a master of legitimacy, Dumbledore possessed the ability to discern whether someone spoke the truth without the aid of magic. Sean had anticipated this and ensured that most of his narrative was accurate, with only minor discrepancies concerning his abilities, which he deftly bypassed, and Dumbledore chose not to probe further. Once the inquiry concluded, Dumbledore nodded slowly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your forthrightness, Sean. You have been of immense assistance." Listening to Dumbledore's words, Sean nodded, then, feigning ignorance, asked, "Professor, the entity I encountered last night, the face affixed to Professor Quirrell's head, was it truly Lord Voldemort? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, indeed, it was he." Dumbledore's demeanor grew more solemn, and he earnestly addressed Sean. "At this juncture, Sean, I must ask a favor of you. I wish for you to keep this matter confidential, regardless of who may inquire." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Sean gazed at Dumbledore, suddenly realizing the implications of his request. "Does that include my family?" "Sean, you must understand. Confidentiality is not synonymous with deceit or concealment. It is a measure taken to safeguard them." Observing Dumbledore's earnestness, Sean, having already refrained from disclosing the incident to his parents or the Burst family, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall keep it a secret, Professor." "Thank you for your understanding and assistance, Sean." Dumbledore smiled, adjusting his posture before continuing. "Additionally, I must caution you about your pristine white pocket watch. While it is indeed a remarkable magical artifact, it possesses a significant flaw. It lacks discretion, although I am unaware of when it came into the possession of the Burstead family. In the realm of magic, among certain seasoned wizards or ancient families, the pure white pocket watch is a highly renowned magical artifact. Consequently, many wizards and families are well versed in how to handle this enchanted item." Chapter 66, Visiting the Sick. "Handle?" Sean inquired earnestly of Dumbledore. "Professor, what does this handling entail?" "The answer is rather straightforward. Within a span of 7 days, one must be killed a second time consecutively." Upon hearing this, Sean instinctively thought to mention his awareness that being killed a second time within 7 days would indeed result in his demise. However, he quickly grasped Dumbledore's implication. In wizardly combat, those capable of killing him once possess the ability to swiftly execute a second fatal blow. Should anyone harbor intentions of slaying Sean and be cognizant of the pure white pocket watch's function, they need only to deliver a second fatal strike immediately after the first, thus sealing Sean's fate. For instance, had Quirrell known of the watch's existence and function during their encounter last night, he could have ensured Sean's complete demise by casting a second killing curse right after the first struck. This, indeed, was the essence of Dumbledore's message. Hence, Dumbledore's assertion that the greatest flaw of the pure white pocket watch lies in its lack of secrecy. Nevertheless, despite this flaw, there is no denying that the pure white pocket watch remains an exceedingly valuable magical item. Moreover, those aware of its existence are relatively few. At least Severus Snape, who stood before Sean, had been unaware of its precise function until now. Once the topic of the pure white pocket watch concluded, the two exchanged a few more words, after which Dumbledore took his leave. Following this, Snape turned and strode out of the hospital room, leaving Sean in a state of astonishment, gazing blankly at Snape's retreating figure. Assigning homework while hospitalized. What a lack of humanity. Blaise, seated in the hospital room, observed his good friend furiously scribbling an essay from his bed, uncertain of what expression he ought to wear. Upon receiving a letter from Sean via another, he had been somewhat surprised to find Sean in the hospital. However, upon reading the letter, which instructed him to retrieve essays and books from the room while also requesting assistance in feeding Culkin, Blaise concluded that Sean must not be in any grave condition. Initially, Blaise intended to offer some words of comfort and inquire about the events of the previous night. Yet, Sean barely spoke a few words before diving into his writing. Were it not for Madame Pomfrey's insistence on keeping Sean under observation for a couple more days, Blaise felt certain Sean would have already been released to the library. Observing Sean in his current state, Blaise suddenly pondered whether he had been too lax in his own studies and whether it was time for him to take his academic pursuits more seriously. After some contemplation, Blaise ultimately reached a conclusion. He must have risen far too early that morning. Otherwise, how could such an absurd notion of wanting to study seriously have crossed his mind? It was ludicrous. How could studying possibly compare to the thrill of romance? Just as Blaise was about to alleviate his boredom by reaching for a piece of fruit from the bedside table, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and a familiar voice resonated. It's been quite some time since I visited a hospital room at Hogwarts. The changes are indeed substantial. Upon hearing that voice, Sean immediately disengaged from his paper writing state and turned to the entrance where Gavin stood. Rather than addressing Sean directly, he glanced toward Blaise and nodded, saying, "You must be Blaise, correct? I attended a gathering with some old friends last month, and your mother happened to be present. We exchanged a few words about you. And now seeing you in person, I must say you are quite an impressive young man, full of vitality." Blaise bore his mother's surname, as his mother, Mrs. Zabini, was currently in her 7th marriage. However, the conclusion of her previous 6 unions was not due to divorce, but rather because all 6 of her former husbands met untimely deaths. It was rumored that her 7th husband was also gravely ill, with the cause remaining elusive. In fact, when Mrs. Zabini's 3rd husband passed away under suspicious circumstances, a distant relative of his sought an investigation from the Ministry of Magic. The ministry confirmed that the cause of death was indeed an accident, with no foul play involved. Subsequent investigations into the deaths of her later husbands yielded similar results, reinforcing Mrs. Zabini's innocence. Nevertheless, such occurrences led the wizarding community to dub her the Black Widow. In everyday life, Blaise harbored a strong aversion to discussions regarding his mother. This was not due to a lack of affection. On the contrary, he held deep love for her. However, those who brought her up in his presence often did so with ill intent and careless words, which understandably soured his feelings toward the subject. Nonetheless, as Gavin mentioned his mother, Blaise displayed no signs of displeasure, for he was acutely aware of his mother's financial prowess within the wizarding world. Anyone who could dine with her was undoubtedly of high status among certain families. Coupled with Gavin's age and Sean's reaction, Blaise deduced the identity of the man before him, Mr. Burstead, the head of the Burstead family. Rising promptly, Blaise set aside the peach he had been holding and respectfully addressed Gavin. "Might I inquire if you are Mr. Burstead?" Nodding, Gavin replied, "A clever lad. I wish to speak with Sean now. Would you kindly step aside for a moment?" "Of course. I shall not intrude," Blaise responded, bowing slightly to Gavin before nodding to Sean and exiting the hospital room. At that moment, after observing Blaise's departure, Gavin approached Sean's side and glanced at the paper Sean was writing, inquiring, "Are there still assignments after the exams?" "This is the essay Professor Snape assigned me regarding the final examination questions." "Oh." Gavin glanced at Sean's paper once more and inquired, "May I take a look?" Clearing a space, Sean nodded and replied, "Of course." As Gavin took the paper and began to read it meticulously, his expression gradually turned serious. He scrutinized the essay until he reached the portion Sean was currently composing, then lifted his gaze to Sean and remarked, "Though I have long heard that your grades are quite commendable, I truly did not expect you to have achieved such a level at your age." Chapter 67, Friends or Servants. Setting the paper down, Gavin pondered for a moment before asking, "Sean, are you familiar with the Cauldron of Gold?" Sean looked at Gavin with a somewhat peculiar expression and replied, "I know of it. This essay is precisely what Professor Snape instructed me to write. Once I complete it, he will assist in correcting it before submitting it to the Cauldron of Gold." Gavin's expression clearly reflected surprise. He was well aware of Snape's character and the duality of his past, as both a Death Eater and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Hearing that Sean's essay was assigned by Snape and that he would guide him in submitting it to the Cauldron of Gold left Gavin astonished. Noticing Gavin's reaction, Sean quickly surmised his thoughts and chuckled softly, saying, "In truth, Professor Snape is quite kind to me and often provides guidance." Gavin was unaware of the specifics Sean mentioned, but he had a vague understanding that Snape's decision to remain at Hogwarts was likely due to Harry, the child of Lily, whom he felt a sense of guilt toward. "Grandfather, are you a member of the Wisengamot?" A smile crept across Gavin's face as he countered, "What makes you ask that?" "Just a guess." "Your guess is correct. I am indeed a member of the Wisengamot, though I do not concern myself with the specifics, merely casting votes on occasions. Much like Professor Dumbledore? Haha, my dear child. Do not envision your grandfather as a terrifying figure. I am rather amiable, am I not?" Observing Gavin's hearty laughter, Sean responded with a grin, "In my experience, Professor Dumbledore is gentle and benevolent, appearing quite approachable, just like you, grandfather. You say I resemble Dumbledore, yet I maintain that Dumbledore is fearsome while I am amiable. You claim to be amiable, and I assert that Dumbledore is also kind. You both are quite alike. What is this exchange?" "This exchange represents the playful tug-of-war between a grandfather and his grandson." Gavin gazed at Sean, his smile widening, fully aware that his clever grandson had likely deduced something or harbored suspicions. Yet for Gavin, such doubts and conjectures were inconsequential, for some matters are overtly strategic. Once initiated, they inevitably lead to a conclusion. "Well, this time I came here not only to check on your situation, but also to convey some news," I have contacted the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. You will have the opportunity to spend a month there during the holidays, during which you may immerse yourself as a student of Beauxbatons. You will possess the same privileges as the regular students, and there will also be some students remaining at the school during the break with whom you can interact. Beauxbatons? Is it possible to decline? I'm not particularly keen on it. The family scholarship will triple next year. Grandfather, as you know, I have not seen my parents for quite some time, and I wish to spend quality time with them during the holidays. Triple. I have long desired to visit Beauxbatons, and this holiday provides the perfect opportunity. Thank you so much, Grandfather, for your thoughtful arrangements. Seeing that Sean did not object, Gavin smiled, acknowledged him, and turned to leave. Sean watched Gavin's departing figure with a resigned sigh, and after a moment's pause, he resumed writing his paper. Within Hogwarts, apparition is not permitted, so Gavin walked directly out of the Hogwarts grounds and made his way to Hogsmeade. However, he did not immediately use apparition to leave. Instead, he headed straight to the Three Broomsticks, where someone was already waiting. Approaching the table, Gavin observed a father and son rising to greet him. He waved his hand slightly for them to take a seat, while he settled down directly across from them. Mill, how has your family been lately? Thanks to your support, our family's business has seen considerable improvement. We have cleared our previous debts and preserved the last remnants of our ancestral estate. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as Mill exhibited a slight expression of fear and embarrassment. He lowered his head and replied softly, as you say, the Mill family is merely friends of the Burst family, not their servants. The Burst family seeks friends, not servants. You remember well. Gavin adjusted his posture, fixing his gaze on Mill with a smile that intensified the pressure on him. Yet your son has engaged in actions befitting a servant, becoming a blade that disrupts the internal affairs of my Burst family. The problem is, this blade has evidently failed yet did not adhere to the agreed-upon rules. Hence, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Gavin leaned forward, the oppressive aura growing stronger as he continued. Mill, is your son truly a friend to my two boys, or a servant? Chapter 68, The Attendant. At Gavin's question, Jansen's face turned ashen. He attempted to speak, but found himself utterly speechless. An invisible pressure felt like a hand tightly grasping his heart, making even breathing a challenge. In that moment, Jansen perceived Gavin as a ferocious dragon, ready to consume him whole, a seed of fear deeply planted within his core. Seeing his son's distress, Mill let out a resigned sigh. Initially, in pursuit of greater assistance from the Buster family, he discreetly reached out to Burrell, considering it a form of investment. Under normal circumstances, Gavin had only Burrell as his magical son and Miraisen as his sole magical grandson. Thus, the future of the Buster family would naturally lie in the hands of these father and son. Mir felt no qualm about his decision. However, during this year's Hogwarts term, a certain Sean unexpectedly emerged. Although it appeared that Sean's parents were devoid of magical abilities within the Buster family, Sean held the potential to inherit the Buster legacy. If the current head of the family, Gavin, had no intentions regarding this matter, it would be one thing. Yet, it now seemed that regardless of Gavin's thoughts, he was indeed nurturing Sean for the role of future head, much like Miraisen. Consequently, what once seemed a trivial maneuver had escalated into a significant issue. Today, while Gavin appeared to be holding Jensen accountable, in truth, he was subtly admonishing the Mir family. Observing Jensen's increasingly distressed demeanor, Mir realized he must make a decisive choice. He had to sever ties with Burrell entirely, even at the risk of offending Gavin, the only son capable of magic. It was imperative, for the Mir family could not wait for Burrell to rise in power while risking annihilation by Gavin. With this in mind, a grim smile crept across Mir's face as he addressed Gavin, saying, Mr. Buster, our Mir family is willing to become friends with the Buster family. Gavin turned to Mir, his expression shifting to one of feigned amusement, and at that moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Jensen dissipated, leaving him gasping for breath, akin to a drowning man, gazing at Gavin in utter trepidation. At the instant Gavin uttered those words, Mir comprehended the underlying truth. The business prospects in Huaxia were far more enticing than those in North America, a fact Mir was acutely aware of, and he perceived it as a sweet boon bestowed by Gavin, to which he felt no reluctance. Mir, addressing the matter at hand, acknowledged that certain realities could not be circumvented. Jensen had become embroiled in the internal affairs of the Buster family, and having engaged, he could not extricate himself. At the conclusion of the Hogwarts term, arrangements would be made for Sean to spend a month at Beauxbatons, and from that day forth, Jensen would accompany Sean. Upon hearing this, Mir's countenance shifted dramatically, and he instinctively sought to intercede on Jensen's behalf. However, before he could speak, Gavin continued, 6 years. That is the duration Jensen will accompany Sean. After 6 years, Jensen may choose to remain or depart, but within those 6 years, he must remain steadfastly by Sean's side. Following his lead, Mir opened his mouth, wanting to protest, but soon fell silent, for he understood all too well that if he were to refuse, the favorable terms Gavin had previously offered to the Mir family would vanish entirely. At that juncture, the Buster family and the Mir family would truly part ways. Once the protection of the Buster family was lost, the Mir family would become mere prey, ripe for the taking. Jansen observed the expression on his father's face. Having followed his father closely from a young age, he had matured swiftly and was aware of many things. After all, how could a second grader, appearing merely 12 or 13, willingly serve as an aide to Millerson without any complaints? Now, seeing the predicament Mill faced, he immediately made a resolution. Lord Burstead, I am willing to accompany Master Sean, and I assure you that during my time with Master Sean, I shall dedicate myself entirely to his service. Upon hearing this, Gavin regarded Jansen with newfound admiration, nodding slightly as he replied, I have always known that the Mill family possesses a remarkably gifted child. Having spent a year at Hogwarts, you have mastered spells that many adult wizards struggle with. At that time, I merely perceived you as a child with decent magical talent. Such children are not rare in the magical community, though you are certainly not common. However, your recent statement has revealed another admirable facet of your character, demonstrating a level of patience and understanding that many adults lack. You are quite commendable. Mill looked at Jansen with a hint of guilt in his eyes. He placed a hand on Jansen's back and murmured, Jansen, the family owes you. Father, I am also a member of the family. The family does not owe me anything. I owe nothing to the family as well. Gavin gazed at Jansen, a faint smile gracing his lips. Very well, it is settled. From now on, Jansen will accompany Sean, thus becoming a member of the Burstead family. He will enjoy the privileges accorded to peripheral members of the Burstead clan. Prepare accordingly, for when the Hogwarts Express arrives at platform 9 3/4. Jansen will accompany Sean to Beauxbatons. With all matters addressed, Gavin took his leave without further ado. Mill, watching Gavin depart, chose not to speak further and prepared to escort Jansen directly to Hogwarts. Sean held in his hands the letter delivered by Gavin, his expression somewhat peculiar. It stated that for the next 6 years, Jansen would serve as his attendant, and thereafter he would continue to remain by Sean's side at Beauxbatons. Setting the letter down, Sean felt a headache coming on. What exactly was his rather indulgent grandfather scheming? Chapter 69. After the exam, before the results. Sean stood in Snape's office, as still as a statue. Snape, meanwhile, sat at his desk, perusing Sean's paper. After 7 revisions over the course of 2 days, Sean felt somewhat fatigued by the process. He could only hope that this time he would pass, for he had no desire to write another paper in the near future. Was there a bonus for selected submissions? Casting a glance at Sean, Snape felt a sense of exasperation regarding his attention towards the young man. Were it not for Sean's recent frantic efforts in revising his thesis, Snape would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of venomous remarks upon him. Once your thesis is published in the Cauldron, the editorial board will duly compensate you based on its significance. Furthermore, should others cite your work in the future, they too shall contribute a modest sum to your coffers. However, do not harbor overly optimistic expectations. This remuneration pales in comparison to the profits you earn from selling potions at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Sean chuckled softly, refraining from unnecessary elaboration. He had never anticipated that his potion sales at Hogwarts could remain concealed from the professors. As long as he ensured the quality of his potions, preventing any mishaps, he would not attract their ire. Very well, send the thesis to this address. Considering the time, the latest issue of the Cauldron is nearing its submission deadline. If you act swiftly, you may still make it in time. The outcome will soon reveal itself, Snape stated. All right, I shall send it immediately, Sean replied. As Snape's words grew fewer, Sean discerned that it was time for him to take his leave. After a year of interaction, the two had developed a certain rapport. Upon reaching the Ollery in the West Tower, Sean selected a robust-looking owl, entrusted it with his thesis, and provided the address before sending it soaring into the sky. As time passed, the young witches and wizards, initially buoyant after their examinations, gradually found themselves ensnared in a state of both anticipation and trepidation. They eagerly awaited the onset of the holiday, yet feared the unknown of their final grades. This anxiety was particularly pronounced not among the less academically inclined, but rather in Hermione, one of the brightest students of her age. With dark circles under her eyes, Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, her face etched with agitation. What if I fail my Transfiguration exam? I distinctly remember misreading one of the questions, which guarantees my failure. Professor McGonagall will surely be disappointed in me. And what about potions? Snape has always held a bias against Gryffindor. What if he intentionally gives me a failing grade? This is it. I will undoubtedly fail potions. Harry and Ron, seated beside Hermione, bore expressions of profound disillusionment. They had reassured her countless times that her exams would pose no problem. Yet, despite their persistent reassurances, Hermione would only find fleeting solace before spiraling back into a vortex of self-doubt, causing even the once confident Harry and Ron to question their own fates. Just as Harry grappled with how to console Hermione, he suddenly spotted Sean entering the Great Hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry rose and swiftly approached Sean. Ever since that day Voldemort's magic had rendered him unconscious, Harry had not had a proper conversation with Sean. Moreover, Sean had been engrossed in writing papers, leading a reclusive life, while Harry was unable to venture into the Slytherin common room to seek him out, resulting in days passing without an opportunity for conversation. San, wait a moment. Upon noticing Harry approaching, Sean halted and, upon hearing his words, promptly walked over to greet him. Harry, what is it that you need? Harry led Sean to a corner of the Great Hall and quietly said, Sean, if it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have fallen victim to Voldemort and Quirrell. Although Dumbledore had assured that Harry was safeguarded by his mother's love and that Voldemort could not harm him, Harry still felt that without Sean's prior assistance, he could have perished at the hands of Voldemort. Harry, even without my presence, it is highly improbable that the Dark Lord could have harmed you. Moreover, I believe that Quirrell's antics at Hogwarts would not have escaped the headmaster's notice. I've always maintained that the headmaster is aware of Quirrell's schemes. He merely wishes to uncover Quirrell's intentions and those who support him. Even without my intervention, the headmaster would not permit Quirrell, or Voldemort, to bring you harm. Are you suggesting that Headmaster Dumbledore has been protecting me all along? Harry's expression was one of disbelief. At least, that is how I perceive it. As they continued their conversation, Sean suddenly noticed Jason sitting not far away, who, in turn, was observing him. Previously, Jason would deliberately avert his gaze or act as if Sean were invisible, but this time he merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Reflecting on this interaction, Sean recalled the letter he had received from Gavin, which indicated that starting from the end of this term, Jason would serve him as a companion for the next 6 years. It appeared to be true after all. This certainly complicates matters, Sean thought, uncertain whether he could refuse such an arrangement. However, based on his understanding of his rather peculiar grandfather, it was likely that refusal would not be an option. Well, I suppose I will take it one step at a time. As the two entered the common room, they were immediately drawn to a crowd gathered around the notice board. Upon glancing over, Sean discovered that the new prefect for the upcoming year had been announced. He lost interest quickly, but before he could leave, Samuel and Irina approached him. Samuel, Irina, what brings you here? Sean inquired. Let us discuss it over here, Samuel suggested, leading Sean to a quiet corner of the common room. Irina summoned a house elf with her wand, who promptly prepared some tea for the three of them. Once the tea was served, Irina spoke first. Sean, do you remember what you told me about Quidditch before? Sean certainly recalled the time he suggested to Irina that the Slytherin Quidditch team make an exception and recruit Malfoy in his first year, using this as leverage to request additional Nimbus 2,000 brooms from the Malfoy family. Alas, Malfoy proved to be inept, and despite Harry's prolonged absence, they still failed to capture the Golden Snitch. Observing Irina, Sean surmised something and nodded, saying, was that matter not resolved? Ultimately, we still lost. While defeat is lamentable, the idea itself was commendable, earning the approval of the seventh-year prefects. Although we ultimately lost the Quidditch match, the benefits derived from this suggestion were not diminished in the least. Noticing the smiles on Samuel and Irina's faces, Sean understood that they had undoubtedly reaped significant rewards. It seemed that the two seventh-year prefects held the Slytherin House's quest for a seventh consecutive House Cup in high regard, indicating there were aspects of this situation that remained unknown to Sean. Samuel, Irina, you wouldn't want me to congratulate you, would you? Upon hearing Sean's words, both Samuel and Irina beamed, and Irina replied, many are aware of this matter, yet not everyone is privy to it. However, given your capabilities, your inclusion in our ranks seems a foregone conclusion. Thus, sharing this with you is fitting. After graduation, Slytherin students formed an organization known as the Slytherin Brotherhood. While the name suggests exclusivity, it is worth noting that exceptional females are also welcome to join. This detail is inconsequential. What truly matters is that members of this organization have pledged to support one another, creating an invisible asset. Initially, Samuel and Irina found themselves on the cusp of joining. Yet thanks to your previous idea, we have officially crossed that threshold and become members of the Slytherin Brotherhood. Joining in our second year before graduation is rather uncommon, and we anticipate considerable advancement within the organization moving forward. All of this is credited to you." Sean expressed his congratulations. Yet his mind wandered to the implications of the Slytherin Brotherhood. It bore striking similarities to certain brotherhoods in the Muggle world. In the realm of ordinary people, once politicians and businessmen align themselves with the same fraternity, their relationships rival those of familial bonds. An esteemed institution, seemingly unattainable to outsiders, can be accessed with a recommendation from a notable figure within the same brotherhood, facilitating admission. Such instances abound. The Slytherin Brotherhood is evidently a similar entity. San, joining the Slytherin Brotherhood is of paramount importance to us. Should we enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation, we can immediately leverage this association to connect with influential individuals within the ministry who are also members of the Slytherin Brotherhood, undoubtedly aiding our endeavors. Even if we choose a commercial path, we will still garner substantial support. Therefore, we have decided to present you with a token of our gratitude, and we sincerely hope you will accept it. As the conversation progressed, Samuel retrieved 2 contracts from an item imbued with a seamless extension charm, placing them before Sean. One contract was crafted from ordinary paper, while the other was made of exquisite parchment, representing 2 distinct realms, the mundane world and the magical one. It was evident that one contract pertained to a prestigious hotel chain in the Muggle world, while the other corresponded to a shop in Diagon Alley within the magical realm. The former offered a 5% stake, whereas the latter granted 3%. By signing these contracts, Sean would acquire these shares and receive annual dividends accordingly. As Sean perused the 2 contracts, he shook his head, declaring, "They are too valuable. I do not wish to accept them." "Sean, in comparison to the assistance you have rendered us, these shares are not exorbitant," Samuel replied. Observing the situation, Sean understood that these shares were less a gesture of gratitude and more an investment from Samuel and Irina. Previously, their investment had been mostly verbal, merely a means of ongoing observation, but now they deemed it time to genuinely invest in him, seizing the opportunity to present something of true value. Logically, Sean could have accepted the offers, as they would not significantly impact him, yet he was disinclined to accept kindness without merit. He believed that such generosity would inevitably come with a cost in the future. These investments were indeed tempting, but Sean would not starve without them. There was no need to shackle himself for a mere morsel of indulgence. "Please retract the magical shop's offer and adjust the ordinary world contract to a 2% stake as compensation for my assistance. Only then shall I accept," he proposed. Samuel and Irina exchanged glances, each recognizing the tinge of regret in the other's eyes. They desired to invest, yet their offer was not welcomed. Had this been Sean of the past, they might have deemed him ungrateful, but the current Sean had demonstrated immense potential through previous duels, his affiliation with the Potion Club, and the recent whispers of his undertaking a paper for the Cauldron. His refusal to accept their investment was disheartening for them. Irina, with a flick of her wand, altered the contract for the Muggle Hotel, reducing the stake from 5% to 2%. Witnessing this, Sean took his wand and inscribed his name on the contract, thereby securing a 2% ownership in the high-end hotel chain, which he intended as a provision for his parents. As non-magical individuals, Sean's parents were aware of the magical realm's existence, but led lives typical of ordinary folk. They had always struggled, having grown up in a magical world without significant education in the mundane realm, often toiling in commonplace jobs. With this 2% stake, they could at least aspire to a life of modest comfort, elevating their circumstances to that of the average middle class. Chapter 71. An interlude at the Cauldron editorial office. The editor-in-chief received yet another paper for review. It was temporarily stored in the paper archive, as the new issue of the magazine was on the verge of being typeset, leaving no time to examine new submissions. The editor-in-chief, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a slightly corpulent figure, donned a loose robe. His thinning hair resembled an abstract painting, spiraling at the crown of his head, while a black pipe hung from his lips, releasing wisps of smoke as he spoke. "Editor-in-chief, I believe it would be prudent for you to review this paper," suggested a subordinate, presenting the manuscript. The editor-in-chief furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. He regarded his young editor, whom he had personally mentored, recognizing that their insistence on presenting this paper was not without merit. Accepting the manuscript, he began to read. As he perused the document, the furrow in his brow relaxed slightly. It revises the formula and preparation process of the forgetting potion, significantly reducing the time required for its concoction. A commendable paper indeed. However, it pertains solely to a potion of forgetfulness. Were it a widely used and popular magical elixir, this work could have graced the front page. The quality of the paper was commendable enough to warrant inclusion in the Golden Cauldron, yet it remained just one among many satisfactory submissions in the journal's history. Let us file this paper in the archive. If there is available space in the upcoming or subsequent issue, we may consider its publication. Editor-in-Chief. Please take a look at the address and the author's name, urged the young editor. Frowning, the editor-in-chief flipped to the front page, where he read aloud the listed address and author. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Slytherin House, Sean Burstead. He looked up abruptly, incredulous. A paper authored by a student from Hogwarts? A 6th or 7th year student, perhaps? How can one submit a paper to the Golden Cauldron before even graduating? The journals of the magical realm differ from those in the mundane world. For instance, magical journals include enchanted signatures, eliminating concerns of plagiarism or disputes over authorship. The Golden Cauldron proactively displays the true name and background of the paper's writer, so its editors need not worry about any underhanded tactics. Editor-in-chief, consider his surname. The young editor prodded. Surname? The editor-in-chief glanced down, his eyes widening as he recognized the name. Burstead? That Burstead? I recall that only 2 children from the Burstead family entered Hogwarts this year, and both are first years. Are you suggesting this paper was written by a first-year student? How was that even conceivable? Editor-in-chief, I conducted some preliminary research. This Sean Burstead is indeed the child of the Burstead family, and he is the subject of recent sensational gossip, born to the family's mute son. The mention of the Burstead family hung in the air, laden with implications. After pondering for a moment, the editor-in-chief turned to the young editor and remarked, "Utilize our snow sculpture to contact Mr. Oldburst and inquire whether we ought to pay some attention to this Sean Burst." The young editor paused, clearly perplexed by the sudden turn of events initiated by his chief. Observing the bewildered expression of his protege, the editor-in-chief could not restrain himself and playfully kicked his leg, whispering, "You blockhead. The truth behind the rumors is as elusive to you as it is to me. Oldburst is one of the most formidable figures within the Weisenheimer network, appearing inconspicuous on the surface. If he truly intends to orchestrate something, no one would dare to contain him. Such a person, if he were merely the grandson of a direct descendant, would be one matter, but this grandson. We must ascertain the facts. Chief, are we not the foremost academic journal, the Golden Crucible?" The editor-in-chief, noticing the earnest expression on the young editor's face, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, almost tempted to deliver another playful kick. However, recognizing him as his own mentee, the chief earnestly elaborated, "While academia is indeed paramount, we must also contemplate how to ensure the survival of the Golden Crucible. Without the backing of Weisenheimer and the funding they allocate, do you believe the Golden Crucible could endure? The highest remuneration for submissions in all of Europe. Do you suppose such rewards are granted without reason? Conversely, should Sean Burst's paper be of the highest caliber, contributing significantly to the advancement of the magical community, we would publish it even if Mr. Oldburst opposed it. However, as it stands, his paper is merely one that qualifies for publication in the Golden Crucible. Its absence would not considerably impact the development of the magical world. Therefore, we must deliberate more thoroughly on such a paper. Do you comprehend?" Nodding, the young editor replied, "I understand. Though I still maintain that the Golden Crucible ought to remain a purely academic journal. Nevertheless, I respect your decision. Spare me your ramblings. Swiftly attend to the task at hand, and urgently contact Mr. Oldburst." Following the directive from his editor-in-chief, the young editor promptly composed a respectfully worded letter, dispatched via the snow sculpture of the Golden Crucible. By coincidence, or perhaps by design, on the day the Golden Crucible was preparing for typesetting and printing, Gavin, rarely seen at Weisenheimer, visited to share tea with an old friend. The snow sculpture flitted between the editorial office of the Golden Crucible and the Weisenheimer office within the Ministry of Magic, eventually locating Gavin enjoying his tea and delivering the letter to him. Upon opening the letter and reading through the seemingly congratulatory, yet probing remarks within, Gavin took a pen and inscribed a few words, chuckling, always resorting to clever tricks. After returning the letter to the snow sculpture, Gavin lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, his spirit relaxed and joyful. As he gazed at the words on the parchment in his hand, a faint smile graced the editor-in-chief's face, only for it to be swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor as he addressed the young editor. "We must immediately reformat this piece. It must be completed before the printing deadline. Ensure that the paper regarding the enhancement of the forgetfulness potion is included, placed in a secondary position, with particular emphasis on the identity of its author as a first-year student from Hogwarts." Understood. Chapter 72. The Loss of Face. Sean, congratulations. The top of the year is yours. A week after the examinations, the results were finally released, and Sean had triumphed over Hermione, securing the top position among all 4 houses, thanks to his absolute advantage in potions and transfiguration. As Sean looked at Hermione standing before him, he could see that her congratulations were genuine, yet her palpable dissatisfaction was unmistakable. At that moment, offering any words of consolation to someone like Hermione would only serve as an insult. Thus, Sean directly stated, "I await you at the end of second year. We shall settle the score then." Upon hearing this, a clear competitive spirit sparked in Hermione's eyes as she declared, "Next year, I will surpass you and claim the title of first in the year." "Very well, I shall be waiting." Hermione turned and departed, joining Harry and Ron, who were waiting a short distance away. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, many young wizards were celebrating Slytherin's 7th consecutive championship. It was known that the end-of-term feast was imminent, during which the House Cup would be awarded. Currently, Slytherin held the lead with 436 points, followed by Ravenclaw with 409, Hufflepuff with 352, and Gryffindor trailing behind at 296. Sean could not recall the exact scores of the four houses at the beginning of the term, but he felt certain that both Slytherin and Gryffindor scores should have been considerably lower, especially since he and Malfoy had deducted a significant 111 points from Slytherin, while Harry and Ron had taken away 40 points from Gryffindor. Fortunately, if Dumbledore awarded points to Harry's group due to the Philosopher's Stone affair, he would have to extend the same courtesy to Slytherin. With his share of points and Slytherin's inherent advantage, Sean felt confident about claiming the House Cup. Though he lamented Malfoy's ineptitude, had Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup, their victory would have been all but assured. The sun began to set, and as the time for the feast approached, the Slytherin wizards, their faces aglow with excitement, made their way to the grand hall adorned with the silver and green decorations emblematic of Slytherin. When encountering wizards from other houses, they regarded them with disdain, especially Gryffindor, whom they nearly derided as rubbish, inciting considerable ire among the other three houses. Sean cast a glance at Draco, who perpetually provoked Harry without any semblance of restraint, and suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining his composed facade as he took a seat at the Slytherin long table alongside Blaise. In the present day, Sean and Blaise could effortlessly occupy the central seats at the Slytherin table. Times have changed. They're no longer the newcomers they once were. Both in terms of status and popularity, they have ascended considerably, yet Sean and Blaise still prefer to sit at the periphery. Although seating at the house tables is typically arranged by year, this regulation is not strictly enforced. Aside from the opening feast, students from various houses generally choose their own seats. As time passed, professors gradually made their way to the long table in the classroom. Dumbledore arrived last, gently tapping his glass to regain attention before commencing his speech. "Another year has flown by, and it brings me great joy to see you all gathered here. However, before we indulge in the delectable feast, I must subject you to the usual platitudes of an old man. This year has been remarkable, and I am certain that many thoughts occupy your minds. Our holiday will provide you with ample time to organize your thoughts and make space for the upcoming academic year. Now, we shall proceed with the presentation of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor with 296 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 409 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 436 points. Upon these words, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin side, with some clapping vigorously and others stomping their feet in exuberance. Sean clapped softly, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore, fully aware that the proceedings were not yet concluded. As the cheers began to subside, Dumbledore resumed, "Excellent performance, Slytherin students. However, recent events must also be acknowledged, must they not?" With that, he turned his attention to Gryffindor, under the uncertain gazes of the Slytherins, and declared, "Mr. Ron Weasley has achieved a remarkable victory in what has been the most extraordinary chess match at Hogwarts in years. Gryffindor earns an additional 50 points. Miss Hermione Granger remained composed and analytical in the face of the devil's snare and fire. Another 50 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Neville Longbottom demonstrated courage by standing firm in his convictions when faced with friends. 10 points for Gryffindor." Listening intently to Dumbledore, Sean calculated silently. Currently, Gryffindor stood at 406 points. He vaguely recalled that Harry had contributed either 50 or 60 points. Assuming 60, Gryffindor would then total 466 points. Thus, Slytherin, with Sean's points added, would at least reach 486, still securing the House Cup. With a sigh of relief, Sean was met with Dumbledore's gaze. Mr. Sean burst, in the face of an invincible foe, demonstrated both cunning and unwavering courage to triumph. 50 points for Slytherin. Upon hearing this, the Slytherin crowd erupted into cheers once more. At that moment, Dumbledore spoke once more, declaring, "In conclusion, Harry Potter possesses remarkable courage and audacity. He has uncovered the truth behind the secret and safeguarded that which is precious. Therefore, I shall award Harry Potter an additional 100 points. The cheers from Slytherin abruptly ceased, and the faint smile on Snape's lips froze. Sean observed Dumbledore, his lips twitching slightly. Well, for the sake of making Harry a hero of Gryffindor, it seems you are willing to sacrifice your dignity, awarding a single 100 points all at once. Such blatant favoritism towards Gryffindor and Harry is rather excessive. With a sigh, Sean lowered his head, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Dumbledore gazed upon the jubilant Gryffindors, who were surrounding Harry as their savior, nodding in satisfaction, having achieved his objective. With the conclusion of the point allocation, Slytherin's score stood at 486, while Gryffindor's reached 506. Thus, the winner of this year's House Cup is Gryffindor. Dumbledore's final announcement was on the verge of escape from his lips when, suddenly, a resounding eagle cry pierced the air. A large, snow-white snow sculpture flew into the Great Hall, descending directly towards Sean. A snow sculpture? A package from Wisengamot for Mr. Sean? Severus, do you know what this is? Noticing Snape's reaction, Dumbledore remained unfazed, rising to follow Snape. The snow sculpture delivered the package and departed swiftly. Unlike owls, these snow sculptures possessed greater speed and stamina, requiring no rest, delivering their parcels before promptly leaving. Sean observed the package delivered by the snow sculpture, which was generally a flat rectangular box, revealing the presence of what appeared to be a book inside. Upon opening the box, Sean extracted the latest issue of the Cauldron, the cover depicting a middle-aged wizard concocting potions, who even greeted Sean during the process. Though Sean did not recognize him, he surmised that the wizard must be quite renowned in the field of potion-making, otherwise he would not qualify as the cover star of the Cauldron. In the lower left corner, a small inscription displayed the title of Sean's thesis, his name, and the prefix denoting him as a first-year student from Slytherin at Hogwarts, seemingly presented as a novelty selling point. However, considering his grandfather's standing within Wisengamot, it was difficult for Sean not to perceive a familial influence in this matter. Of course, Sean was not one to possess a sense of moral superiority. He found it entirely reasonable to seek benefits within the bounds of the rules, deeming such actions as largely unproblematic. Setting aside the journal sample, Sean did not immediately peruse it, but instead retrieved a beautifully crafted parchment certificate from the package, containing official congratulations and gratitude for his submission, culminating in a palm-sized gold note, embossed with 30 galleons, a considerable sum indeed. Upon receiving the golden ticket, Sean lifted his gaze, intending to exchange a few words with Bless, only to be struck by an overwhelming silence that enveloped the Grand Hall. Turning around, he was instantly met by the imposing figures of Snape and Dumbledore standing behind him, while other professors gradually gathered at Dumbledore's side. The surrounding young wizards, though unaware of the unfolding events, fell silent, their attention now directed towards Sean, eager to witness the spectacle. "Sean, have you been selected?" "Indeed, Professor." Responding promptly, Sean presented the journal sample along with the proof of selection to Snape, while the golden ticket found its way discreetly into his pocket, unnecessary for public display. Snape held the journal sample and proof in his hands, and Dumbledore, along with the professors nearby, finally discerned what Snape was grasping. Previously obscured, the contents were now visible. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff and instructor in herbology, as she beheld the golden cauldron and the proof of selection, her eyes widening with delight upon seeing Sean's name inscribed on it. It had been years since a Hogwarts student had achieved the distinction of having their paper accepted in a top-tier academic journal, and now, a first-year wizard had shattered that precedent. A subtle sense of pride flickered across Snape's face as he regarded the journal and proof in his possession. Within his potions club, there were numerous exceptionally talented children capable of brewing complex potions at a young age and memorizing rare potion recipes. Yet, only Sean had managed to compose a paper worthy of publication in the Golden Cauldron, and among them, he was undoubtedly the youngest, being merely a first-year student. As Snape contemplated whether he should offer a modicum of praise to Sean, he suddenly felt a gentle tug at his robe. Frowning slightly, he turned to Sean, instinctively sensing that mischief was afoot. "Professor, would you say that my paper being published in the Golden Cauldron constitutes a contribution to Hogwarts? After all, the name Hogwarts is emblazoned upon it." Although Sean spoke in a hushed tone, the professors behind Snape grasped his words clearly, their faces reflecting a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Some had already glanced towards Dumbledore, yet they were met with the same serene and gentle demeanor from their headmaster. Snape raised an eyebrow, turning to Dumbledore as he remarked, "Surely, being featured in the prestigious Golden Cauldron cannot be considered less significant than a game of chess played by some Gryffindor?" As Snape's words echoed, a A few Slytherins cast disdainful glances towards Ron in the Gryffindor section, causing Ron's face to flush crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. Dumbledore gazed at Snape, his tone gentle and unhurried as he remarked, "Mr. Weasley's game of chess, Severus, I trust you have witnessed it as well. The commendation for Mr. Weasley is not solely for his victory in chess, but rather for the courage and spirit of sacrifice he exhibited. I believe, Severus, you comprehend this. Do you not?" With that, Dumbledore turned his attention to Sean, continuing, "Of course, Mr. Burstead's achievements are indisputable. He has shattered the long-standing impossibilities at Hogwarts, creating a historic moment for the school. His mastery of potions is equally worthy of remembrance at Hogwarts. Thus, Mr. Sean Burstead shall receive the Special Contribution Award. And in recognition of this, Slytherin will be awarded 50 points to encourage further excellence. Therefore, the victor of this year's House Cup is Slytherin, who has now triumphed for 7 consecutive years. Let us raise our voices in celebration of Slytherin's sevenfold victory." As Dumbledore waved his right hand, the ceiling of the Great Hall erupted in a shower of green and silver fireworks, countless shimmering points of light cascading down like snowflakes to commemorate Slytherin's 7th consecutive championship. The Slytherin wizards at their long table erupted in cheers, contrasting sharply with the silent Gryffindor table, while the applause from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was notably subdued. In a remarkable turn of events, the Slytherin students were nearly beside themselves with joy, especially the 7th years, whose gazes toward Sean were filled with gratitude and exhilaration. They understood well that their coveted sevenfold victory was largely attributable to Sean's contributions. Chapter 74, Internal Meeting. The number 7 holds a significant enchantment and completeness in the wizarding world, which is one reason why Slytherins fervently pursue the sevenfold victory. For the 7th year students on the brink of graduation, achieving 7 consecutive championships signifies that they secured the House Cup each year during their tenure at Hogwarts. Given that over 80 to 90% of wizards hail from Hogwarts within the British magical community, this is undeniably a prestigious accolade, providing a substantial advantage to those graduates soon to enter the Wizarding Society. Naturally, there's a sense of gratitude among the 7th year graduates toward Sean, the individual who helped them reclaim their sevenfold triumph. As the end-of-term banquet concluded, the young wizards from the 4 houses gradually departed from the Great Hall. "San, may I have a word?" "Certainly. Please lead the way." Under the guidance of the female student council president, Sean followed her deep into the Slytherin common room. There, she stood before a stone door intricately carved with a coiling serpent. Upon her arrival, the serpent on the door came to life, raising its head and addressing her in a cold, emotionless tone. "Password. Glory." With the password uttered, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a splendid lounge beyond. The female student council president led Sean into the chamber, remarking, "This is our Slytherin common room, accessible only to the heads of house and a select few. Most of those present are either active or reserved members of the Slytherin Brotherhood, such as Samuel and Irina, whom you know well." As Sean followed her into a rather opulent room adorned with various sofas and chairs, he noticed the carpet beneath his feet was a blend of silver and green, emblazoned with the Slytherin crest. The walls were decorated with numerous paintings, depicting figures either in slumber or visiting other canvases. Since it was already June, the fireplace remained unlit, and low tables beside the sofas and chairs were laden with beverages and seasonal fruits. Within the room sat 9 individuals, 6 of whom were Slytherin heads of house, with Oliver Phelps being the only exception. The other 4, whom Sean vaguely recognized as upperclassmen, greeted him with cordiality, either smiling in acknowledgement or inviting him to take a seat. Sean settled into a single armchair beside Samuel and Irina, gazing at the others as he spoke. "I am honored to be invited here and delighted to meet you all. I wonder what prompted your invitation. Straightforwardness is a quality I admire. So let us dispense with the pleasantries," replied a 7th year male head of house, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "First, I must express our gratitude for your assistance in securing our 7th consecutive championship. We had feared that the Gryffindor savior would end our reign. Had that occurred, we would face not glory, but disgrace. Being a Slytherin, I do not regard this matter as significant, especially since my published paper was aided by the headmaster's support." "There's no need for thanks," Sean replied modestly. "You fail to grasp," the female president interjected, shaking her head. "This event bears immense advantages for us, albeit not immediately visible. For those of us here, aside from the 4 confirmed members of the Brotherhood, the likelihood of joining the Brotherhood has significantly increased. In our future endeavors within the magical realm, in commerce, or in the advancement of our respective families, we shall receive greater assistance, Thus you have indeed benefited us greatly." Sean listened intently, refraining from immediate response, knowing more was yet to come. As anticipated, the female president continued, "Regarding this matter, we have deliberated on 2 ways to express our gratitude. First, we propose to offer you a share in each of our shops. While individual shares may be modest, their abundance ensures substantial annual dividends. Second, we collectively invite you to join us, to become one of our own, with equal rights and responsibilities." Sean regarded the group, his mind racing through the implications of their offer. Currently, the most troubling matter confronting Sean is the ulterior motive of his cheap grandfather. In this world, there exists no love without reason. Sean harbors doubts about his grandfather's purported desire to nurture him. Setting aside the issue of his grandfather, his uncle will undoubtedly not relent. Despite Boreal's apparent silence and seeming forgetfulness of Sean over the past year, Sean is acutely aware that he harbors no benign intentions. From the sudden subdued demeanor of the increasingly inconspicuous Melisson, Sean can deduce that his resentful uncle, Boreal, is certainly concocting some insidious plot. If it were solely about Sean, he would be indifferent, focusing solely on enhancing his own strength, perhaps a swift avada, followed by a hasty retreat. However, he has parents and friends. He cannot abandon them, nor does he wish to uproot them from their familiar lives. Hence, Sean requires a form of power that is independent of his cheap grandfather, a power rooted in relationships and authority. With this thought, Sean slightly raised his head to address those before him, smiling as he said, "I am delighted to join you all and hope for your guidance in the future." Chapter 75, Departure Day. The reason the Slytherin Brotherhood's preparatory student organization made an exception to admit first-year Sean is twofold. They value Sean's inherent capabilities and influence, and they wish to express their gratitude for the substantial assistance he has provided them. Furthermore, they recognize the influence of the Burstead family. The events surrounding Sean and Malfoy are well known among them. It is a fact that Gavin came to Hogwarts to mitigate the repercussions of those incidents. They have realized that Sean's standing within the Burstead family is entirely different from their previous assumptions. However, if that were all, it would not have led them to perceive Sean's position as particularly significant. It was only when 7th-year students returned from a trip, fortuitously encountering Gavin and the Mill family, that their minds began to speculate further, particularly in light of the earlier pureblood duel between Jensen and Sean. Consequently, their regard for Sean increased. In the realm of investment, the mere possibility of profit renders it worthwhile. Sean is fully aware of their motivations, yet he also seeks to utilize this Slytherin Brotherhood as a stepping stone to access power, thereby willingly joining their ranks. After a brief welcoming ceremony, they engaged in light conversation and partook of some refreshments before departing, mindful that tomorrow marks the day of their departure and that an early night's rest is prudent. Sean and Samuel lingered at the rear, observing the 6th and 7th-year members who had left ahead of them. Samuel turned to Sean and remarked, "Sean, after the start of the next academic year, the 7th years will officially graduate, and the 6th years will ascend to 7th year. They will need to devote more energy to their nude examinations. At that time, we must ensure everything runs smoothly." Upon hearing these words, Sean immediately understood that Samuel was subtly reminding him. A smile emerged on Sean's face as he regarded Samuel, nodding in agreement. "I have just joined here, and next year I will only be a 2nd-year student. There are also various subjects like Potions Club that require my attention. If any decisions need to be made, I would greatly appreciate the assistance of both you seniors. With your guidance, I shall avoid making mistakes in certain matters. Among intelligent individuals, it is unnecessary to articulate everything explicitly." In a seemingly polite exchange, the three had already concluded discussions regarding their collaboration for the forthcoming 2 years. Simply put, Sean would unconditionally support Samuel and Irina, ensuring that they possessed 3 votes within the organization. In return, Samuel and Irina would extend their assistance to Sean, including facilitating his ascent within the organization to gain a greater voice. This arrangement also benefited them. One must understand that this Slytherin Brotherhood's preparatory student organization, though it may appear somewhat informal, wields considerable influence. The selection of the head of each year must be conducted under the witness of this organization, followed by competitions or other forms of contention, culminating in the submission of a list to Snape by the organization's members. Sean's intention is to gradually engage with the Slytherin Brotherhood through this student organization, thereby acquiring his own power within it. Upon returning to his room, Sean exchanged a few words with Blaise and arranged for contact during the holidays before preparing for bed. Early the next morning, Sean was roused by the clamor outside. With the departure day approaching, excitement permeated the air. Typically reluctant to leave their beds, everyone was up early today. Unable to return to sleep, Sean decided to rise and pack his belongings. As before, the house elf from Hogwarts would handle his things once packed. After organizing his belongings, he allowed the alert creature to burrow into his sleeve before stepping out to find Blaise, and together they proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast. Sean did not conceal his plans to attend Beauxbatons. Upon hearing Blaise's inquiry, he nodded affirmatively. Later, I will take the Hogwarts Express to platform 9 3/4, where I will meet my grandfather's contacts to travel to Beauxbatons in France. Do you speak French? Blaise asked. Taken aback for a moment, Sean shook his head. I do not speak French, but my grandfather should be able to arrange everything. Surely, I am not going to Beauxbatons merely to learn the language. At this juncture, Sean vaguely recalled that Lucius Malfoy had once intended to send his son Draco to Durmstrang Institute. The official language there in the Nordic magical world was not English, and Sean doubted that Draco had been proficient in that language from a young age. He believed there must be a solution to the language barrier, allowing Draco to integrate quickly without disrupting his daily life while gradually learning the language. As breakfast came to an end, it was time for the young wizards to depart. One by one, they boarded the night steed carriages, leaving the majestic Hogwarts castle behind and arriving at Hogsmeade Station, where they subsequently boarded the Hogwarts Express. When the train came to a halt, Sean closed the Gavin notebook in his hands and disembarked alongside Blaise. Almost immediately, he spotted Mrs. Zabini approaching with a group of people. You must be Sean, am I correct? Sean gazed at the woman before him, who exuded an alluring charm, embodying the grace of maturity. He opened his arms to accept her embrace and replied, Good day, Mrs. Zabini. I am Sean. I am grateful for your care towards Blaise at school. If you have time during the holidays, please do come visit my home. Certainly, if time permits, she responded warmly. Blaise followed his mother away, leaving Sean standing for a moment before he noticed a meticulously groomed gentleman in his 30s, sporting black frame glasses, approaching him with Jansen. Upon seeing them, Sean realized that they were the ones escorting him to Beauxbatons. Good day, young master. I am Aldrich Brown, and I shall henceforth be your personal butler. This is Mr. Jansen Mill, who will serve as your personal attendant. Should you have any needs or commands, please feel free to summon us at any time. Aldrich announced with an air of professionalism. Aldrich was a man of precision. His appearance was as immaculate as Malfoy's hair, his attire devoid of wrinkles, and his movements executed with impeccable grace, all attesting to his competence. In contrast, Jansen, standing somewhat stiffly behind Aldrich, wore an expression that seemed less than eager to accompany Sean. Sean regarded them with a slight nod, choosing not to mock Jansen, for he was merely a stranger. He turned his attention to Aldrich and inquired, Aldrich, how shall we make our way to Beauxbatons? To reach Beauxbatons, we must first visit the Ministry of Magic. Please follow me, young master, Aldrich replied. Observing that neither Aldrich nor Jansen carried any luggage, Sean asked, Has my baggage been arranged? Rest assured, young master. I carry items enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, and your belongings are already contained within, Aldrich assured him. Very well. Let us be on our way, Sean replied. As you command, young master, Aldrich responded. As Sean gazed at the red telephone booth before him, he glanced around the dilapidated streets. The buildings were in disrepair, with few signs of life. The only establishment with any patrons was a bar that remained closed during the day, its walls adorned with chaotic graffiti, some of which seemed to blend multiple styles into an indecipherable mess. Just around the corner from a telephone booth lay a bustling thoroughfare. Aldrich opened the door of the red telephone booth and stepped inside, turning to Sean and Jansen. Young master, please enter. It is somewhat cramped, so I kindly ask for your patience. Nodding slightly, Sean and Jansen entered sequentially. Fortunately, both Sean and Jansen were still young, their development not yet complete, and Aldrich possessed a commendably standard physique, tall and slender. Otherwise, the three of them being together in such a confined space would indeed pose a challenge. Jansen closed the door of the telephone booth and stood silently to one side, while Aldrich nodded at Jansen before picking up the receiver. He pressed the digits 62442 on the keypad in rapid succession. After a brief pause, a cold, indifferent female voice resonated within the booth. It was not merely emanating from the receiver. Rather, it filled the entire telephone booth, as if the voice's owner were seated right beside them. She spoke. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and the purpose of your visit. Sean Burstead, Aldrich Brown, Jansen Mill. Here to process matters regarding the exit of the key. Ministry guest, you are required to undergo security checks and register your wants. The security check is located at the end of the main hall. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. As the dispassionate voice faded, the red telephone booth began to descend slowly, akin to an elevator plunging into darkness. Accompanied by a series of monotonous, grating metallic sounds, the booth eventually arrived. After about a minute, in a resplendent hall, the ceiling, a peacock blue, was adorned with constantly shifting golden symbols, and the dark wooden floor gleamed brilliantly. Numerous fireplaces lined the walls, from which wizards emerged amidst swirling green flames, while many others queued to exit through the hearths. My lord, the individuals on either side are ministry personnel or related staff. They traverse the internal staff passage, whereas we belong to the visitor category, necessitating our use of the visitor's pathway. Otherwise, the process could be considerably more straightforward. Aldrich explained to Sean as he guided him and Jensen past the Fountain of Magical Brethren toward the security check and wand registration area. The pace of the security check and wand registration was swift, especially upon the staff recognizing Sean's surname, which led to a notable shift in their demeanor, becoming considerably more cordial and efficient. Observing their reactions, Aldrich leaned closer to Sean and whispered, "My lord, the Burstead family contributes a substantial sum to the ministry each year. Unlike the Malfoy family, the Burstead family does not seek the limelight in such matters, which is why the outside world knows little about them. However, those working within the ministry are privy to first-hand information. Thus, they are generally aware of the Burstead family's influence, unlike the external wizards." Listening to Aldrich's words, Sean nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. After the inspection, Aldrich led Sean and Jensen deeper into the premises, arriving at a small hall adjacent to the grand chamber. There stood 20 elevators adorned with golden railings. They entered one that was less crowded and proceeded directly from the visitor entrance on the 8th subterranean level to the 6th level, reaching the Department of Magical Transportation, where they arrived at the central office of the Key Department. "Mr. Basil, greetings. We are here to process our situational matters. It turns out they are from the Boastard family. Allow me to see what assistance you require." After briefly examining the documents before him, Basil nodded and said, "I understand. This is quite a straightforward matter. I will contact our counterparts in France immediately. You need only wait a moment at the key collection point, and once the connection is established, you may proceed directly." With great efficiency, Basil presented proof to Sean and his companions, warmly ushering them out of his office. As Sean glanced back at Basil, who was smiling and bidding them farewell at the door, he couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of privilege. It was no wonder that both wizards and ordinary folk alike strive fervently to ascend the social ladder. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Young master, please accept this. It is a special permit obtained from the department for the execution of magical law, allowing us to use magic during our outing. With this, as long as you refrain from employing particularly malevolent dark arts or unforgivable curses, you may utilize magic freely during your holiday." Chapter 77, the special permit, the key, and the translation beans. "With this, can I perform magic during the holiday?" Sean turned to Aldrich, sensing an implication in his earlier words. Smiling, he chose not to delve deeper into that topic and instead shifted the conversation. "Aldrich, this special permit must not be easily acquired, is it?" "Certainly not," Aldrich replied, maintaining his customary smile. He shook his head slightly, adding, "You may regard this permit as a form of privilege. In truth, the Ministry of Magic forbids underage wizards from using their wands during holidays. This is a strict regulation. However, those hailing from pureblood families or magical households often grow up in an environment steeped in magic. If they refrain from using magic in their daily lives, it would prove quite troublesome. Moreover, the families of such individuals tend to have some influence within the magical community, which has led to a loophole. Children from pureblood or magical families may use magic at home or employ minor spells in the absence of muggles without facing reprimand from ministry, which considers such actions to be normal. Thus, this loophole has gradually given rise to the existence of special permits. You truly are someone whom the master frequently praises, having succinctly captured the essence of the special permit. "I have learned much," said Jansen, gazing at Aldrich with confusion. "Is this how it begins?" Sean observed Aldrich. Previously, he had despised sycophants, yet now, when the object of flattery was himself, he found that sycophants possessed their own merits. At the very least, they could provide him with a genuine sense of joy, which was rather delightful. The key to France was soon delivered by a young ministry employee on a tray. At that moment, Basil approached personally, warmly addressing Sean and his companions. "Please place your hands on this fork. It is quite small, and a single finger will suffice." Aldrich and Jensen successively pressed their fingers onto the fork, while Sean extended his index finger to the somewhat rusted prong. Observing their actions, Basil immediately smiled enthusiastically and proclaimed, "All right, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. It felt as though a colossal hook had latched onto his navel, and in an instant, Sean found himself airborne. As if his fingers were glued to the fork, his body soared forward at an exhilarating speed, and when his feet finally touched the ground again, his knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, Aldrich was there at the perfect moment, extending his hand to support Sean's arm, preventing him from truly kneeling. After a brief respite, Sean quickly regained his composure. In contrast, Aldridge had no intention of assisting Jensen, who landed awkwardly, sprawling on the ground, taking quite some time to rise in a rather disheveled state. 1108 from the British Ministry of Magic. This phrase was articulated in French. As Sean stood up, he surveyed the expansive hall around him and the clauses inscribed on the nearby walls in French, realizing that he had indeed arrived at the Ministry of Magic in France. "My young master, please insert this into your ear." Sean gazed at the objects in Aldridge's hand, 2 silver metallic beans. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the surface was densely covered with tiny inscriptions in a multitude of languages, including English, French, German, Russian, and even Chinese, among many others that Sean could not fully identify. Is this a magical item to resolve language barriers? He pondered. Indeed, my young master, you are perceptive. It is called a translation bean, a magical item that is exceedingly intricate to produce, thus its scarcity. The Burstead family possesses only 7 sets, and this one was provided due to your upcoming visit to Beauxbatons. Observing the pair of translation beans in Aldridge's hand, Sean picked one up and inquired, "If I utilize this, what about you all?" "Thank you for your consideration, my young master, but we do not require them. I underwent language training upon becoming your personal steward, so French poses no challenge for me. As for Jensen, his mother is French, hence—" Jensen interjected. "Fluently speaking in French, I speak French." Sean glanced at Jensen, then at Aldridge, feeling a profound appreciation for the meticulous thoughtfulness of his rather unassuming grandfather, to the point where he almost felt as if he were genuinely regarded as a grandson. "That statement feels somewhat peculiar," he mused. "How do I use these?" "One could be inserted into either ear, while the other is to be held in the mouth, resting beneath the tongue." At this juncture, Aldridge hesitated slightly before adding, "Of course, these have been thoroughly cleaned, devoid of any dust or harmful substances, so you may safely hold it in your mouth." Sandy Gardidodri, understanding the implication behind his words, and shook his head, responding, "Aldridge, I am not so fastidious. Henceforth, you need not be so overly cautious. Young master, your magnanimity and unpretentiousness are truly commendable, and your subordinate understands." He placed the translation bean he held in his hand into his right ear, while the other he tucked under his tongue. As Sean closed his mouth, he immediately sensed 2 currents of coolness rising from his ear and mouth, which swiftly converged and enveloped his entire head. At that moment, Sean opened his mouth and probed his ear, discovering that the 2 translation beans had vanished. The previously incomprehensible chatter from outside the hall now resonated in his mind as if it were his native tongue. Gently caressing his throat, Sean spoke in flawless French. "Ah, this contraption is indeed quite fascinating." Chapter 78, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Sean and his companions exited the grand doors of the French Ministry of Magic. Under Aldridge's guidance, they arrived at a construction site nearby, which turned out to be a transit hub for wizards. Here, some utilized broomsticks, others flying carpets, and many rode magical creatures like winged horses. Wizards departing from this place were automatically shrouded by a disillusionment charm, rendering them invisible to the untrained eye. Aldridge led Sean to a magnificent carriage pulled by 2 majestic thestral-like horses, their bodies gleaming gold, manes shimmering silver, and eyes glowing red, an extraordinary breed among winged horses. This carriage served as the daily transport for the faculty and students of Beauxbatons. "Greetings, we are from the Burst family." Before Aldridge could finish, a wizard with a bulbous nose smacked his lips and nodded. "I know you. I'm here waiting for you." What?" "I'll feed the horses some pure malt whiskey, and we shall be on our way." The bulbous-nosed wizard produced a large barrel from the carriage and began to pour the whiskey into the thestrals' mouths, occasionally indulging himself with a hearty swig, clearly not having earned his nose's condition by mere chance. Observing the thestrals, Sean pondered aloud to Aldridge, "Aldridge, tell me, what did thestrals consume before the invention of pure malt whiskey? Surely, the history of thestrals cannot be more recent than that of whiskey?" Aldridge was momentarily taken aback, contemplating and realizing he had no knowledge on the matter. "I apologize, young master. I do not know the answer to your query." "Ah, I was merely inquiring casually. There is no need for you to take it too seriously." Perceiving the essence beneath the surface, the young master's thoughts were indeed extraordinary. The 3 of them boarded the carriage, which was remarkably luxurious, and the interior space was far more expansive than anticipated, evidently enhanced by a stretching charm, granting it a more grandiose and spacious ambience. Gazing around the carriage, Sean turned to Aldridge and asked, "Aldridge, are you proficient in the stretching charm?" "Young master, indeed I possess such skills. If you wish to learn, I am at your service." "Ah, let us schedule a duel at a convenient time." The Busbaton School of Magic is nestled in the southern Pyrenees of France. This magnificent institution is an awe-inspiring estate, surrounded by vast meadows and breathtaking mountain vistas. Conjured by magic, it is said that a significant portion of this enchanting scenery was sponsored by the alchemists, the Lamies, who spent their formative years at Busbaton. Sean harbored a vivid imagination of Busbaton, envisioning it as a grand establishment. Yet upon witnessing the reality of the school, he was still taken aback by its splendor. Amidst the mountains, the grand estate stood majestic, encircled by boundless grasslands where ordinary Pegasi and enchanted steeds galloped freely. Occasionally, a flock of Pegasi would ascend from the meadows, swirling around the estate with jubilant whinnies. The carriage traversed the mist surrounding Busbaton, arriving promptly at the designated drop-off point behind the estate, where a professor and 2 students awaited. As Sean alighted from the carriage, the professor approached him, and Sean stepped forward to extend his hand in greeting, saying, "Greetings. I am Sean Burstead. I look forward to the next month under your guidance, and that of the esteemed professors at Busbaton. You may call me Professor Maupassant. I will oversee your life and studies at Busbaton for the coming month. As most students have already departed for the holidays, only a handful remain, and many professors have left as well, so you will need to engage in self-study," the professor replied. "That is perfectly fine. I am here primarily to delve into the history of Busbaton and to explore its unique courses distinct from Hogwarts, so self-study should suffice," Sean responded. Noticing Sean's humble demeanor, Professor Maupassant's expression softened considerably, and his smile became increasingly genuine. He stepped aside to introduce the 2 students behind him, saying, "These 2 are my personal favorites. This is Borrega Garcia, who will be entering his 6th year upon the start of term, and this is Fleur Delacour, who will be in her 5th year." Borrega Garcia was a tall, slender boy of unremarkable appearance, suggesting a background from an ordinary wizarding family. However, being singled out by Professor Maupassant implied he was indeed a remarkable individual. As for Fleur Delacour, though Sean could not claim to know her well, she was certainly not a stranger. He could not help but be captivated by her stunningly exquisite beauty, reminiscent of her portrayal in the original text. Nevertheless, after a moment of astonishment, Sean quickly composed himself and politely greeted both students, thus making their acquaintance. Professor Maupassant observed Sean, who was quickly returning to normal, and nodded subtly before addressing him. "Look at the time. You must not have had lunch yet. Why not join us in the dining hall of Beauxbatons to savor some exquisite delicacies?" "That would be appreciated, Professor Maupassant." "Not at all. Let us proceed." The corridors of Beauxbatons Manor were spacious and lofty, making the individuals within seem diminutive. Unlike Hogwarts, Beauxbatons did not adhere to the tradition of houses. Thus, the dining hall was filled with round tables, leaving the center open for performances of song and dance. Of course, with the holidays in full swing, the stage was devoid of entertainment, and the hall was sparsely populated. Seated at a round table, Professor Maupassant began to introduce Sean to the dishes, such as fish soup and milk jelly, which were specialties of the hall. Sean sampled them and found them quite delightful, certainly superior to the fare Hogwarts. Just as Sean and Professor Maupassant were enjoying their meal, a raucous group of Beauxbatons students burst into the hall, shattering the convivial atmosphere. Chapter 79, The Beauxbatons Library. The sudden commotion and chaos caused Professor Maupassant's countenance to darken. As a professor who valued decorum and etiquette, he often reprimanded and even disciplined the unruly students of Beauxbatons. Today, he intended to showcase the order and dignity of Beauxbatons to Sean, but the unexpected disturbance ruined the tranquility of their lunch, igniting a palpable anger within him. Striding directly to the unruly students, Professor Maupassant thundered, "What on earth are you doing? Is there no sense of propriety left? The school has graciously allowed you to remain during the holidays, so you can indulge in Quidditch and raucous behavior. Everyone, leave this instant. I expect a 1,000-word reflection from each of you by tomorrow. Failure to submit, it will result in expulsion. You may return when the term begins." Chastened by Maupassant's rebuke, the students quickly scurried away, their expressions a mix of shame and defiance. Yet they dared not show their dissatisfaction, for Professor Maupassant wielded the authority to enforce his commands. Upon exiting the dining hall, the group of boys wore glum expressions, surprised that even after lunch, Maupassant, the universally disliked professor among Beauxbaton students, would confront them so fiercely. I noticed that some unfamiliar faces were seated at Maupassant's table. Does anyone know who that person might be, dining alongside him? The boys exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. However, one of them, contemplative, remarked, "I recall hearing that during our holiday, a student from Hogwarts would be here for a month-long exchange. Could that person have been the Hogwarts student? That should suffice. The individuals we encountered earlier did not seem to belong to our circle. It is likely that it is due to him that Maupassant remains in the hall at this hour." Were it not for that individual, we would not have drawn Maupassant's ire. I am indeed curious to observe the capabilities of this Hogwarts fellow. After lunch, Maupassant departed, as he is a professor at Beauxbatons and personally welcomed and entertained Sean, primarily out of respect for the Bester family. It is worth noting that while the Bester family may not be renowned in France, their influence is considerable. Otherwise, Sean would not have been sent to Beauxbatons. Though Maupassant had taken his leave, he entrusted Bar and Fleur to show Sean and his companions around Beauxbatons, guiding them to the prearranged dormitory. The accommodation was spacious enough for the three to rest comfortably. After providing a map of Beauxbatons and a pass, Bar and Fleur bid farewell, seemingly uninterested in further interaction with Sean and his friends. Observing the departing pair, Sean chuckled and remarked, "It appears that the students of Beauxbatons are not particularly welcoming to us. Many individuals in this world possess a narrow vision, failing to recognize the excellence of the young master." Upon hearing Aldrich's comment, Sean smiled, reluctant to admit that he enjoyed the flattering praise. He picked up the items left behind by Bar and Fleur, then suggested to Aldrich and Jansen, "Let us rest briefly, and then proceed directly to the Beauxbatons library. A month is not an extensive period, and since we are here, we must certainly glean something from our time." The Beauxbatons library, a standalone edifice situated on the sunny southern side of the estate, connects to the Beauxbatons manor. However, to reach the library from the manor, one must traverse the Quidditch pitch and gardens. The library consists of 5 levels, each with its own restrictions. The first level is accessible to all, while the second level's books can be examined freely by students in their 5th year and above, as well as professors. Access to the third level requires students to apply for permission and obtain a note from a professor, while the 4th level is exclusively reserved for professors. Students may only access it under a professor's guidance. As for the 5th level, even ordinary professors lack the privilege to enter. It is rumored to contain exceedingly dangerous and classified texts, the nature of which remains largely unknown to most. The access privilege granted to Sean by Gavin allows him entry to the 3rd level of the library, albeit only for on-site viewing without the option to remove or transcribe the texts. Books from the 1st and 2nd levels, however, may be borrowed and returned in full upon Sean's departure from Beauxbatons. Accompanied by Aldrich and Jansen, Sean made his way directly to the library. Rather than ascending to the 3rd floor immediately, he chose to peruse the 1st floor, focusing primarily on tomes concerning potions and transfiguration, subjects in which he excelled. However, as he browsed through the collection, he was astonished to discover a substantial number of alchemical texts within the shelves of the Beauxbatons library, an abundance of which was rare at Hogwarts, where the subject of alchemy was virtually non-existent. The majority of the books on the 1st floor were foundational, sharing commonalities across various magical institutions. Consequently, Sean selected only a handful of potions and transfiguration books that he had yet to explore. Additionally, he gathered a considerable assortment of alchemical literature and settled into a corner by the window to delve into his reading. Observing Sean's intent to study, Aldrich chose 2 books for himself and took a seat not far from Sean, while Jansen, despite his considerable aptitude for spells, including mastering the notoriously challenging shield charm, was utterly disinclined to engage with literature. Ultimately, he found himself idly gazing out the window at the Beauxbatons students practicing Quidditch. Meanwhile, Fleur Delacour sat in her solitary dormitory, quietly savoring her afternoon tea. During the Beauxbatons break, she often came to the school to attend to various matters or study in the library, and each afternoon, she diligently enjoyed her tea while perusing prestigious journals. These included the French alchemical periodical Philosopher's Stone, the Nordic spellcasting journal Wand, and the British Magical Communities Potions journal The Golden Cauldron, alongside the Transfiguration journal Animagus, among others. After sipping half a cup of her tea, a house elf suddenly appeared in Fleur's room. It bowed respectfully before her and placed 6 journals on her table before departing silently. As she examined the journals, Fleur began to leaf through them, and upon reaching the latest issue of the Potions journal The Golden Cauldron, she immediately spotted a notable name among the myriad of headlines. Sean Burst? Chapter 80. Alchemy. Across from Burrell sat a middle-aged man with a close-cropped haircut, his left cheek marred by scars resembling those inflicted by flames. He regarded Burrell and, in a voice tinged with gravel, said, "Mr. Burrell, you are undoubtedly aware of your father Albert's protective sentiments towards that mute child's welfare. If I were to kill him and remain undetected, that would be one matter. However, if discovered, the repercussions for you would be minimal, while I would face far graver consequences. I may have been unaware of the Burst family's influence in the past, but having spent this time by your side, it has become abundantly clear that you wield considerable power across numerous foreign nations. It would not be an easy feat for me to escape to a realm untouched by your family's reach. I can take you to South Africa, a place that has remained unexplored by our family, unlike China, which is unattainable, and Africa, which is unnecessary. South Africa is a remarkably developed nation, and its magical realm thrives splendidly. You could lead a prosperous life there. After a brief silence, Marlowe spoke again. I can't agree to your request, but the remuneration must be doubled. Observing Marlowe, Burrell chuckled and remarked, I had thought that, having once followed that Dark Lord, you would find such a trivial matter easily accomplished, yet here you are, haggling for so long. Marlowe paid no heed to Burrell's jest, instead retorting, while I did once serve that Dark Lord, I was merely a subordinate among his Death Eaters, lacking even the right to bear the Dark Mark. There is no need to consider me a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord. I am simply an ordinary wizard seeking a better life. Whoever possesses power and gold, I shall serve, and nothing more. Burrell nodded, uncertain yet willing to comply with Marlowe's terms. Very well, as long as you eliminate Sean Borst. I will grant you whatever you desire. He is currently in Beauxbatons, France, and I shall arrange for someone to extract him from there. The task will then be yours. Agreed. I hope you will honor your promise when the time comes. You need not worry. With so many under my command, I would not breach our agreement, even if it is to ensure their loyalty to me in the future. Beauxbatons study room. Unlike the library at Hogwarts, Beauxbatons distinctly separates the functions of the library and study room, establishing them as two separate entities. Burrell entered the study room and found Fleur engrossed in something. He approached and inquired, Fleur, what are you reading? Burrell and Fleur shared a camaraderie as they followed Maupassant to meet Sean, which naturally fostered a strong bond between them. Perhaps due to insecurity or self-awareness, Burrell was rarely the type to harbor ulterior motives towards Fleur, which is one reason she could consider him a friend. Coming from humble beginnings, yet possessing dignity and striving for improvement, Fleur has always held a fondness for such individuals. Gazing at Burrell seated before her, Fleur presented the journal in her hand, revealing the title on its cover. Like Fleur, upon seeing that familiar name, Burrell's face reflected a hint of astonishment as he incredulously exclaimed, Sean Borst. Is he the one we are to welcome? He has managed to publish a paper in the Cauldron? This cannot be right. Could it be a case of coincidence with a namesake? As soon as the words left his mouth, Burrell shook his head repeatedly, correcting himself. No, the title clearly states Sean Borst from Slytherin at Hogwarts. Such precise identification must be him. I recall that this Sean Borst has just completed his first year at Hogwarts. It is truly astonishing that a child of such youth could publish in the Cauldron. Would you like to take a look? As Fleur offered him the Cauldron, Burrell hesitated before asking, What about you? I have perused his thesis and am ready to explore other matters. Very well, thank you. Taking hold of the Golden Cauldron, Barlow began to read. As he delved deeper, a look of astonishment gradually spread across his face. He remarked, The modification of the formula for the Forgetfulness Potion is rather unremarkable. However, some techniques within it are unfamiliar to me. If these could be applied to other potion formulas, wouldn't that render them universally applicable? I had considered this as well, yet it's not quite straightforward. Observe that his formula incorporates 2 additional ingredients, which are essential for the execution of this unique technique. In essence, while this formula saves time, it incurs additional costs, though these added expenses are negligible when compared to the time saved. However, once applied to other potions, the situation may not be as forgiving. In any case, this truly is a stroke of genius. I find myself regretting not having taken the time to better understand him. Unbeknownst to Sean, the latest issue of the Golden Cauldron, which had just begun circulation today, had garnered him a modicum of fame. Although many students at Hogwarts were aware of this, when they laid eyes upon the latest edition, they, along with their skeptical families, were taken aback by Sean's name gracing the cover. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Sean closed the book in hand and glanced at the slumbering Jansen, who had lost track of time in sleep. Rising to stretch, he addressed Aldrich. Aldrich, let's dine. I find myself rather hungry. Master, having perused so many books, it is only natural you feel famished. Let us proceed to the great hall for our meal, Aldrich replied. With that, he lightly tapped the table, startling Jansen from his restless slumber. Observing Sean and Aldrich standing, he too promptly rose. Are you not continuing your reading? He inquired. Master is hungry and wishes to dine now, Aldrich clarified. Understood. Aldrich swiftly tidied the books on the table before standing beside Sean, leading Jansen as they exited the library. As they traversed the garden between the grounds and the Quidditch pitch, Sean's mind remained occupied with the foundational texts on alchemy he had just encountered. It must be said that, in comparison to subjects like potion making and transfiguration, the foundational texts on alchemy presented at least 2 levels of increased difficulty. After an entire afternoon, Sean had scarcely managed to grasp half of the book. Moreover, certain aspects regarding the alchemical arrays remained unclear to him, a situation exacerbated by his lack of familiarity with ancient runes. He surmised that it might be prudent to begin studying ancient runes in advance. Chapter 81. The Pitch. Bang! The sudden noise interrupted Sean's contemplation. Turning towards the source of the sound, he saw Aldrich standing beside him with a grim expression, wand in hand, while at his feet lay a slightly bouncing red quaffle. Not far away, a group of Beauxbatons students perched upon their flying broomsticks were laughing heartily, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Witnessing this scene, Sean quickly understood what had transpired moments earlier. It is evident to anyone that the students from Beauxbatons were intentionally seeking trouble. However, Aldrich chose not to confront them. Instead, he immediately turned his attention to Sean, expressing concern as he inquired, "Young master, are you all right?" Shaking his head, Sean replied to Aldrich, "I am fine, but I cannot fathom why these individuals are targeting me. I do not believe I have offended them. Is it merely because I am an outsider?" The childish inclination to hold a grudge for no significant reason was sufficient for them to act against him. Thus Sean's words were less an inquiry for clarity than a sardonic jest. Aldrich gazed at the distant Beauxbaton students and suddenly recalled something, nodding in realization. He leaned closer to Sean and whispered, "Young master, those individuals must be the ones who intruded upon the hall at noon and faced punishment from Professor Maupassant. They likely attribute the retribution they received to you." Upon hearing Aldrich's words, Sean nodded thoughtfully, the reminder prompting him to recall the incident. With a resigned sigh, he recognized this as an unwarranted misfortune. "Hey, over there at Hogwarts, could you toss the ball over to us? If you can't, just let us know, and we can retrieve it ourselves." This remark elicited another round of laughter from the Beauxbaton students. "Aldrich, hand me the ball." "Young master, what do you intend to do?" "They want the ball, so let us return it to them." Aldrich remained silent at Sean's request, but Jansen, feeling somewhat irritated, voiced, "Young Master Sean, are we simply going to let this pass? Should we just hand over the ball to them?" With a grin, Sean accepted the quaffle that Aldrich handed him and replied to Jansen, "Of course we shall return the ball. However, if they fail to catch it, that is not my concern, is it?" With this, Sean slightly shifted his stance, his muscles tensing with latent power as he hurled the quaffle towards the loudest among the group that had been taunting them. With a resounding thud, the quaffle was propelled forth, and the Beauxbatons students barely had time to gasp before the most boisterous of them was struck squarely beneath his broom, splitting it in two along with its unfortunate rider, who plummeted from the sky. Casting a glance at the raucous individual, who was barely caught by his companions, Sean smiled broadly, feeling a sense of elation as he departed the Quidditch pitch with Aldrich and the incredulous Jansen, heading towards the hall to enjoy dinner. As for the commotion that erupted behind them at the Quidditch pitch, Sean chose to disregard it entirely. Seated in the grand hall of Beauxbaton, Sean indulged in a plethora of exquisite delicacies. Meanwhile, Jansen observed him intently, perplexed by the immense strength Sean seemed to possess. He was not naive. He could clearly discern that the force with which Sean had thrown the ball moments ago could have easily rendered him incapacitated, if not worse. Such a blow could lead one to believe that Sean was a behemoth clad in human skin. Like Jansen, Aldrich was also deeply curious about the source of his master's power. However, unlike Jansen, Aldrich's curiosity did not lead him to speculate or pry. When Aldrich was summoned by Gavin to accompany Sean, Gavin had explicitly stated that from then on, he would serve Sean above all else. Even if Sean were to someday depart from the Burst family, Aldrich would remain steadfastly by his side. Thus, while Aldrich held a fascination for his master's secrets, he refrained from delving into them, adhering to his professional ethics, much like his instinctive desire to ensure his master's comfort. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Sean sat at the table, savoring dessert. It was at this moment that Furong and Bailey approached him once more. "May we join you?" Noticing the golden cauldron in Furong's hand, Sean instantly understood their intent. He nodded slightly and replied, "This is Beauxbaton. I am but a guest, and you are the hosts. Please take a seat." Furong and Bailey exchanged smiles and settled down, engaging in conversation with Sean. "Sean, may I address you as such?" Upon receiving his nod, Furong continued, "We both came across your paper in the Golden Cauldron and have some questions to pose, if you are amenable. Of course, I am more than willing to share my insights." "Thank you. Our primary interest lies in the two innovative methodologies you employed for processing materials. We would like to know if these methods possess universal applicability and whether they can be utilized in other potions." Listening to Furong and Bailey's inquiries, Sean quickly recognized their considerable expertise in potion making. He adjusted his mindset slightly, attentively considering their questions before providing earnest responses. Time slipped away, And soon the once lively hall had dwindled to just the three of them, who finally concluded their discussion. Not only did Furlong and Bailey gain substantial insights, but Sean too experienced a revelation. In addressing their queries, he gained a fresh perspective on his own paper, understanding it anew through their lenses. Chapter 82, The Elusive Quest. Furlong and Bailey were the first to take their leave. Sean took a moment to drink a little before rising to depart the hall with Aldrich and Jansen. However, just as they were about to exit, someone called out to him, "Are you the one from Hogwarts?" Sean turned to face the individual, a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years, likely in the 5th or 6th grade. Sean recognized him. Previously, when passing by the Quidditch pitch, the boy had lingered nearby, evidently associating with those who played Quidditch. "Are you aligned with those Quidditch players?" "Seaning Guayith." "Children?" The newcomer raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. "We are certainly not children. Yet the reasons for your harassment and the manner in which you approach me are decidedly uncharacteristic of adults, punished by Professor Maupassant for your noise and chaos. You dare not confront him, but instead choose to trouble me, an outsider present at the time. Your method of harassment involved deliberately striking me with a ball as I passed the Quidditch pitch. Now, let me surmise why you are waiting here for me. This must be your plan, is it not?" With this string of assertions, Sean rendered the boy speechless. He opened his mouth several times to retort, but no words escaped. Every scheme, every thought, even the motives hidden deep within him were laid bare by Sean's words. The boy even began to suspect that Sean might be employing legitimacy. You. The newcomer bit his lip, struggling to formulate a response before finally saying with feigned disdain, "You said so much merely to refuse our duel. Fundamentally, you are quaking in fear of us. On the contrary, I accept your challenge," Sean declared with a playful laugh. "How could I possibly turn down a duel that has come to my doorstep? After so many days of anticipation, I have yet to test my own prowess. Refuse? Only a fool would refuse." Internally elated, though maintaining an outward composure, Sean probed further. "When shall the duel take place?" The boy gazed at Sean, his emotions in disarray. He could not fathom why he felt that the first-year student from Hogwarts was more eager for the duel than himself. A fifth-year student. What madness was this? You truly accept the duel? Do not waste time. When and where is the duel?" He frowned slightly, irritated by the procrastination of the others involved. "Well, since you insist, it shall be tomorrow at 10 in the morning in the dueling chamber on the lower level." "Very well, I shall be there." After a brief interval, Sean noticed Aldrich standing a short distance away. Although he had not interrupted, Aldrich typically occupied himself with reading or journaling, and his lingering presence indicated he had something to discuss. Setting down his quill, Sean turned to Aldrich, saying, "Aldrich, if you have something to say, please do so directly." "Sir, are you truly prepared to duel tomorrow?" "Of course, I will certainly honor the appointment." Sean was aware of Aldrich's concerns, so he continued, "Aldrich, you have only just begun following me, and some matters may not be entirely clear yet. You shall understand by tomorrow." Upon hearing Sean's words, Aldrich refrained from further comment. Regardless of his thoughts, since Sean had made a decision, Aldrich, displaying the professionalism of a devoted steward, chose to remain silent. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Sean awoke with a yawn. He had stayed up late reading the previous night, and with a duel scheduled for 10, he opted to sleep in an extra hour, planning to wash up and have breakfast before the engagement. At 9:40, Sean, accompanied by Aldrich and Jansen, descended to the lower level of the Busbatten Manor. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, someone approached to guide Sean to the duel chamber, evidently arranged by the same person from the previous day. In contrast to Aldrich, Jansen exhibited greater confidence in Sean. He had heard that Sean, alongside the Savior, thwarted Quirrell's scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Although many regarded Quirrell as quite inept, anyone capable of devising a plan to steal the stone could not be entirely lacking in competence. Sean's collaboration with the Savior indicated that dealing with the Busbatten students would pose no significant challenge. The duel chamber at Busbatten was rectangular, featuring an elevated rectangular dueling platform at its center, where the combatants would stand at either end to commence their duel. Upon Sean's arrival, he was surprised to find a considerable number of people already present, not just the Quidditch players but also other students who remained at Busbatten. Among them, he even spotted Barry, who greeted him with a wave upon noticing Sean's glance. Upon seeing Sean, Barry approached and remarked, "You can still apologize and concede. Otherwise, you'll find yourself resting in our school's infirmary for a while. I'm in a hurry to get to the library, so let us skip the pleasantries and duel." Chapter 83. A purely magical duel? Who is my opponent? Sean glanced around, and when the individual he had previously agreed to duel stepped forward, a look of realization crossed his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Ah, it is you. It is I, Schiller Cavil of Busbatten, Hogwarts Archives." After exchanging names and shaking hands, They each moved to their respective ends of the dueling platform. Upon reaching the center, Sean and Schiller exchanged formal bows before retreating to their positions. With the Busbaden student acting as the referee counting down, Sean and Schiller simultaneously launched their attacks. Stupefy. The stunning spell, being Sean's most powerful and swiftest spell among common enchantments, was ideally suited for an initial strike. A beam of grayish-white light shot forth, aimed directly at Schiller. However, before the light could reach its target, Schiller's wand emitted a crimson glow, and the two spells collided and dissipated in midair. Upon witnessing this, Sean vigorously waved his wand in a sweeping arc around him, causing the furniture within the dueling chamber to soar into the air, hurtling toward Schiller. Unfazed, Schiller retaliated with equal fervor. As the desks and chairs exploded around him, he brandished his wand, unleashing a torrent of orange-red flames that rapidly expanded, obliterating the furniture in its wake. Simultaneously, Schiller's wand moved with purpose, pointing directly at Sean, and the shattered remnants of the furniture instantly transformed into a swarm of crows, surging towards Sean in a chaotic flurry. A barrage of avian assailants. Flames roared. As the crows approached, Sean decisively raised his wand, unleashing a fierce conflagration that enveloped the incoming crows, incinerating them in an inferno. Once the crows were reduced to ashes, Sean swiftly followed up with another flourish of his wand, directing the flames toward Schiller. Although Sean's transfiguration skills were not yet refined enough to manipulate the flames into his desired form, he was fully capable of altering the state of the fire to launch an offensive against his opponent. The flames surged forth, prompting onlookers to retreat hastily, wary of the potential fallout from a duel. Schiller, observing the flames rushing towards him, adopted a cautious demeanor. Taking a deep breath of the scorching air, he deftly waved his wand just before the flames reached him. Crystal barrier. A radiant beam of light erupted from Schiller's wand, materializing into a crystalline wall that effectively shielded him from the fiery onslaught. The crystal barrier spell, a time-honored incantation passed down through generations of the Cavill family, summoned a protective wall to thwart attacks. While its physical defense was lackluster, it exhibited remarkable resilience against energy-based spells, such as stunning charms, disarming curses, and even fire attacks. Shatter. Petrify them all. As the flames dissipated, Sean employed both the slicing charm and the petrification curse. However, against the formidable crystal wall, his spells proved ineffectual. Meanwhile, Schiller seized the opportunity to command the crystal barrier to advance, the massive wall rapidly barreling towards Sean. The surrounding students from Busbarton cheered at the spectacle. Schiller had employed this tactic numerous times before. While its effectiveness might wane in a true duel on the dueling platform, it was sufficient to force an opponent off the stage and secure victory. As the crystal wall moved inexorably forward, a triumphant smile spread across Schiller's face. My crystal barrier may lack physical defense, but you, a mere first year, stand no chance against it. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through the air. Schiller, grinning with confidence, watched in disbelief as the crystal barrier fragmented, his victorious expression frozen in shock. Sean furrowed his brow, lightly shaking his fist in confusion as he glanced at Schiller, inquiring, "Your spell is quite formidable against magical attacks, but it seems rather deficient in physical defense." "I hardly exerted any force, and it shattered, startling me. I thought I might be crushed." The statement is a blend of truth and falsehood, yet the impact on Schiller is profound. You must be a monster. How could you possibly shatter my crystal wall with a single punch?" As these words escaped his lips, Schiller suddenly recalled that Sean had previously used a hand throw to break the broomsticks of the Quidditch team. In this light, it seemed entirely plausible that Sean possessed such strength. What nonsense! Which normal 12 or 13-year-old could possibly smash a crystal wall with a single blow? Could this fellow be harboring the bloodline of some fantastical beast or magical creature, much like their headmaster, for whom rumors circulated about a giant lineage? Although such topics were seldom discussed openly, everyone understood the implications. Could this individual from Hogwarts also share such a heritage? With strength like that, could he also be a giant? While these thoughts raced through his mind, Schiller remained resolute. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a barrage of stunning spells aimed at Sean. In response, Sean alternated between the shield charm and the petrifying charm, rendering them evenly matched for the moment. In truth, had Sean opted to employ the smoke rope charm acquired from Voldemort's lingering essence, victory would have been assured. However, the very nature of this spell, which he had obtained from Voldemort, made Sean hesitant to use it in public. Should anyone who had witnessed Voldemort wielding this magic see him perform it, it would spell tremendous trouble. It is known that the use of the smoke rope charm envelopes the caster in dark smoke, leaving an ominous impression. The potency of the spell was of the highest caliber, and for seasoned adult wizards, seeing a first-year student wield such formidable magic would raise eyebrows. They would have every reason to suspect that Sean harbored a hidden identity or was perhaps the reincarnation of someone long gone. With a sharp crack, two spells collided. Producing a ressounding explosion. Sean angled his wand towards the ground, causing a profusion of thorny vines to erupt from the dueling platform, growing increasingly dense and entwining toward Schiller. Observing Schiller expertly severing these vines with a more proficient cutting charm, Sean's mind began to devise a strategy. Chapter 84. What kind of person is he? Sean's talents, the strength of a giant and the resilience of a troll, were indeed remarkable, yet they did not render him invincible. One could not simply charge through a wizard's magic and deliver a crushing blow. The potency of magic still surpassed raw strength. Otherwise, creatures like giants and trolls would not be subdued by wizards to such an extent. Even though Sean had previously triumphed over Quirrell and Voldemort's remnant, it was due to Quirrell being incapacitated by the protective love magic surrounding Harry, rendering one of his hands useless, and Sean's subsequent ambush that left him further weakened. As for Voldemort's remnant, it was so feeble that it could only cling to life through unicorn blood, unable to unleash its true power. Even so, it had still managed to hold its own against Sean for a time. It was only after considerable effort that Sean finally overcame Quirrell. Certainly, if Sean were to discover the giants in the future and acquire skills or talents, such as the power of giants or giant skin, it would indeed be a different scenario. At that moment, with the magic at his disposal, he could potentially strike down a wizard with a single blow. However, in his current state, Sean must rely on magical assistance to harness the advantages of his own strength. Observing the thorny vines that lay severed before him, Sean brandished his wand and traced a circle in the air. Instantly, the severed vines began to whirl around him, swiftly coiling and intertwining to form a formidable shield composed of thorns. As the shield took shape, Sean deftly tucked his wand behind him, grasping the thorny shield with both hands, reminiscent of a rugby player, and charged directly at Schiller. This unexpected maneuver left a group of Busbaden students utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a duel, where one conjured a shield to withstand magical attacks, and then barreled towards an opponent. In their view, any rational wizard would never resort to such tactics. With the sound of Bellare and the newly arrived Fuyun echoing in the air, Schiller unleashed a barrage of spells that obliterated Sean's shield. Yet, at that moment, Sean had already reached Schiller. "You are too late," he declared as he seized Schiller's wand with one hand and grasped his neck with the other. With a swift motion, he placed his right foot behind Schiller's and applied pressure, pinning him to the ground in a disheveled state, his eyes wide and mouth agape, lying dazed upon the floor. Casually tossing Schiller's wand aside, Sean rose and looked down at the defeated wizard, remarking coolly, "You have lost." However, from the onset of the duel, Schiller had sensed that Sean was extraordinary, far from being an ordinary first-year student. Even among fifth years, few could claim a guaranteed victory over him. Yet despite this, Schiller never believed he would be defeated until Sean charged at him with the vine shield, at which point he realized the duel had slipped beyond his control. "I have indeed lost, but that does not signify the defeat of Busbaden wizards. I am merely an ordinary student here, and even among the fifth years, many are stronger than I. They simply are not present at Busbaden right now." And so, Sean responded, observing Schiller's momentary stupor. "I have just completed my first year, and even if I begin the next academic year as a second-year student, Busbaden boasts stronger individuals, just as Hogwarts has those who surpass me. What does that truly signify?" At that moment, Schiller finally recalled that this individual who had bested him was merely a first-year student. The weight of his previous words struck him. They would only serve to ridicule the Busbaden students for their inability to accept defeat. After all, a fifth year had lost to a first year. Would they ever manage to duel properly? Originally, after defeating Schiller, he intended to utter a few taunting remarks to provoke further animosity, hoping to attract more challengers. However, it now seems that such an endeavor is unnecessary. It appears that Schiller is indeed a good person, as he has shown kindness by providing comfort when one is weary. I pondered, in the vast expanse of Beauxbatons, there must be many capable individuals who could best me, correct? Ultimately, Sean made a final jibe before gracefully descending from the dueling platform, under the intense glares of the Beauxbaton students, and departed the dueling chamber, accompanied by Aldrich and Jansen, heading directly to the library to read. Who could he blame? His previous words were indeed rather infuriating. After all, who among the capable is not prone to such behavior? Yet, I find myself perplexed. Which version of him is authentic, the refined individual with whom we discuss potion making, or the one who just stepped down from the dueling platform? What manner of person is Sean Burstead, truly? Chapter 85, The Second Challenge. Following that day's duel, nearly a week passed without anyone seeking to confront Sean, leaving him in a state of discontent. Could it be that the Beauxbatons crowd has simply swallowed their pride? Would they truly refrain from challenging him? Surely they cannot be so cowardly, as opposed to the Beauxbatons cohort. Sean recently felt a noticeable increase in interactions with Fleur and Barrett. Fortunately, both possess considerable magical prowess, allowing Sean to seek their counsel on various matters, and he welcomed the opportunity for their engagement. Leaving the library, he made his way to the auditorium. Fleur, how is the alchemy course at Beauxbatons? Is the professor still teaching there? Shaking her head, Fleur replied, the alchemy course at Beauxbatons is not a standard offering. It is actually available only as an elective after the 4th year. Each year, only a limited number of students can enroll, and 1S performance in Transfiguration, Charms, and Potions is assessed as a prerequisite. If 1S grades in those subjects are lacking, enrollment in alchemy is impossible. Professor Barbarossa Coronel, who teaches alchemy, holds a rather esteemed position at Beauxbatons and would never remain at the school during breaks. He detests tasks such as overtime. Yet he is fond of intelligent and diligent students, readily offering assistance to them. Upon hearing this, Sean shook his head in regret, responding, what a pity. I only have a month at Beauxbatons, and I fear I shall not meet this professor. Fleur regarded Sean thoughtfully, hesitating before speaking as he approached the auditorium. San, if you truly wish to meet Professor Coronel, I can inquire on your behalf. Perhaps he would be willing before Fleur could finish. Sean shook his head, declining Fleur. I sincerely appreciate your willingness to assist, but I would prefer not to trouble you with this matter. Professor Coronel seems to be the type who dislikes inconveniences, and it is not worth causing you annoyance for my fleeting whim. Sean, there is no need for concern. I merely wish to test the waters. I doubt Professor Coronel will be adversely affected. The bonds between individuals are inherently limited. It is unnecessary for you to expend your goodwill on my behalf merely for a fleeting encounter, which would not yield significant benefits for me. Therefore, let us leave this matter here. Furong gazed at Sean, her eyelids fluttering slightly as she uttered a soft hum, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Aldrich cast a glance at Furong and then at Sean, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, he refrained from further discourse, for he was merely a devoted steward. Aldrich's smile persisted, yet his words to Jansen were blunt. Mind your own business. Aldrich's politeness, warmth, and reverence were reserved solely for Sean. While he donned a different demeanor in the presence of others, particularly Jansen. How I wish the young master could witness this side of you. I am certain he would be utterly astonished. The young master shall not see this. Whenever he encounters me, I am forever the courteous Aldrich. With that, Aldrich cast a disdainful glance at Jansen, then hastened to pull out a chair for Sean, followed by another for Furong, before finally attending to Barella. As for Jansen, Aldrich completely disregarded him. After a modest lunch, Furong and Barella took their leave. However, just before reaching the library, they spotted Schiller standing outside with 2 companions, awaiting Sean's arrival. Upon seeing Sean approach, Schiller quickly made his way over, glancing at Aldrich and Jansen before speaking. Sean, you mentioned that anyone wishing to challenge you could do so, correct? I have been waiting in the dueling chamber every day at 10 o'clock, lingering until past. Yet regrettably, no one has come this week. I am beginning to contemplate whether to squander my precious morning hours waiting for those who are unlikely to arrive. Listening to Sean, a hint of shame crept onto Schiller's face. As Sean had pointed out, he had indeed been waiting for challengers. Yet not a single soul had appeared throughout the week. Ultimately, Schiller bore a degree of responsibility for this predicament. Sean regarded Schiller thoughtfully. Previously, he had extracted the level 1 sleep spell from him, which he had yet to learn, thus alleviating some of his shortcomings. To Sean, Schiller represented a rather intriguing blind box. If only he could reveal more of himself, some delightful surprises might ensue. Alas, the chances of engaging in another duel with Schiller seemed slim, and Sean found himself shifting his focus to others. Clearing his throat, Schiller addressed Sean. I am relaying a challenge on behalf of others. Tomorrow morning at 8, once again in the dueling chamber, you will face a 5th-year student of considerable merit. Their family is among the oldest in France, steeped in rich history. I hope you will approach this challenge with the seriousness it deserves, for he vastly surpasses me in strength. Very well, I shall keep our appointment tomorrow. All right, I will not disturb you any further. After agreeing to the duel, Schiller turned and departed with his companions. Aldrich, watching Schiller leave, remarked to Sean, young master, should you emerge victorious this time, I believe these students from Beauxbatons will no longer trouble you. Having engaged in 2 successive duels against the upperclassmen is already excessive. If they were to lose a second time, they would surely lack the face to continue their challenges. Chapter 86, First Setback. Young Master, this is the bag I have recently crafted, enhanced with a seamless stretching charm. The items you requested have been placed inside, utilizing the connections of the Burstead family to procure the services of a local elven alchemist in France. Due to the urgency, I forwent aesthetics, resulting in a somewhat rough appearance. The elven alchemist was quite displeased and refused to acknowledge it as his work. However, the quality is undeniably excellent. It is remarkably sturdy and will certainly meet your requirements, young master. Thank you, Aldrich. Merely fulfilling my duties, young master. Now, let us proceed to our appointment. It is already 7:30, and I would not want to keep them waiting. Upon arriving at the duel chamber, Sean and his companions found only a handful of individuals present. Casting their gazes about, they spotted Schiller conversing with 3 individuals in one corner of the chamber, who bore a striking resemblance to the descendants of pure blood families within Slytherin. It was evident that the individual Schiller had mentioned was among them. As Sean and his companions arrived, Schiller whispered something to them before stepping directly in front of Sean, stating, "There shall not be many spectators this time, and the duel platform has been removed. The entire chamber will serve as the duel arena." Hearing this, Sean raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. "Is this a measure to prevent me from employing the same tactics again?" Schiller's expression became somewhat awkward. After a brief hesitation, he responded, "Is it not common practice to adjust strategies based on intelligence? This is hardly unusual in duels." Before Sean could respond, Jansen interjected, "Adjusting strategies is certainly acceptable, but dismantling the duel platform falls beyond the scope of mere adjustments." Sean raised a hand to halt Jansen's continuation, then turned to Schiller, smiling as he said, "No matter. This is your home ground, and you are entitled to leverage that advantage. We shall proceed according to your arrangements." Had Sean, like Jansen, fixated on the removal of the duel platform, Schiller might not have minded as much. However, when Sean expressed his understanding and acceptance of the situation, Schiller felt a twinge of embarrassment. Observing Schiller, Sean had gleaned the nature of his character since their last duel. His previous statement had been deliberately crafted, and, as expected, upon hearing it, Schiller immediately responded with a hint of shame, saying, "I apologize. This matter is beyond my control. However, I assure you, aside from the removal of the duel platform, there shall be no other unfair occurrences. No matter. This matter does not pertain to fairness or unfairness. You should attend to your own affairs and cease dwelling on this issue." Sean spoke these words with remarkable nonchalance, which only compounded Schiller's sense of shame. Observing Schiller's departure towards the dueling chamber, Sean took a seat beside Aldrich and Jansen. The individuals across from them showed no inclination to approach, and Sean was equally disinterested in making their acquaintance, for he feared that should he find common ground with them, he might exhibit a degree of leniency, which would be undesirable. After a brief period of sitting, as the hour approached 8, a considerable number of individuals began to gather outside, yet they were all halted at the entrance by Schiller. Initially, these spectators sought to stir up some commotion. However, upon hearing Schiller's assertion that it was the request of the 3 individuals inside, they largely fell silent. Of course, not everyone was barred from entry. For instance, Barrett and Furong were allowed in without obstruction, as were several older students, likely in their 5th or 6th year, who also entered smoothly. Schiller explained to those outside that the dueling chamber was filled with dueling platforms, and only those capable of self-defense could enter to observe. Yet, it was evident to all that those permitted entry were simply individuals whom the 3 contenders did not wish to provoke. At precisely 8 o'clock, the tallest and most robust of the trio, a boy with a buzz cut, gradually rose and made his way to the center of the dueling chamber. Upon seeing him, Furong, who had previously approached Sean, immediately remarked, "Sean, his name is Cecilia Heald, a 5th-year student who will be in 6th year come the new term. He is universally recognized as the strongest in his year, so you must exercise caution. If necessary, concede immediately. He is a fundamentally honorable person and would not exploit the opportunity to harm you." "Thank you, Furong. However, I wish you would harbor a bit more faith in my abilities. Perhaps I might emerge victorious," Sean replied, his confidence evident. Furong paused for a moment, then nodded in response. "I apologize. I misspoke. I shall await your triumph." This exchange left both Sean and Furong momentarily taken aback. Furong felt her words had been overly intimate, while Sean found the sentiment somewhat awkward, though ultimately inconsequential, as it was a declaration of her expectation for his success. With determination, Sean stepped forward, focusing intently on his opponent. At 12 years of age, he already stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, comparable in height to some 15 or 16-year-old 5th and 6th year students. However, Cecilia towered close to 9 meters with a robust physique, devoid of his giant strength. Sean surmised that a single blow from Cecilia could very well prove fatal. This thought led Sean to a sudden realization. The selection of Cecilia to duel against him might indeed stem from the belief that his imposing stature could counterbalance Sean's strength. If that were the case, they were sorely underestimating his giant strength talent. Bus Barton, Cecilia healed. Hogwarts Archives. The two individuals bowed to each other and then took their positions in opposite corners of the dueling chamber. At Schiller's countdown, Sean and Cecilia immediately engaged. Both opted for the petrification spell, yet Cecilia's casting speed was markedly superior to Sean's. Two beams of gray-white light collided, dispersing in close proximity to Sean. Without hesitation, Cecilia advanced, her wand executing rapid, precise movements, unleashing a barrage of spells that relentlessly bore down on Sean. With gritted teeth, Sean, feeling the weight of the pressure, hastened his own spellcasting. He combined the ironclad spell with the swiftest petrification spell at his disposal, engaging Cecilia in a fierce contest of magical offense and defense. Bang! 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 The blue-white halos surged before Sean, resembling an unending ripple of water. With each ripple that emerged, Sean was forced to retreat step by step until he found himself cornered against the wall. Watching Cecilia close the distance, he realized that in pure magical terms, without employing the smoke rope spell, he stood no chance of defeating her. He was simply not her equal. Chapter 87. A true wizard duel should utilize. The outcome of a wizard duel is contingent upon the strength of individual magical power, the quantity of spells mastered, the proficiency with which they are wielded, personal combat skills, and the quality of magical equipment. Sean and Cecilia possessed similar magical strengths. Although Cecilia was older and had a longer period of magical cultivation, Sean's innate talent for magical awakening had led him to undergo 2 awakenings, rendering their magical power comparable. As for their wands, each was perfectly suited to its wielder. Thus the disparity was negligible. However, in the other 3 aspects, Cecilia had a greater repertoire of spells, allowing her to adeptly combine various magics in battle. Her proficiency was remarkable, far surpassing Sean's, and her combat skills were superior as well. This put Sean at a disadvantage from the moment they clashed, making it nearly impossible for him to triumph using pure magic alone, a reality he was acutely aware of. If the duel were merely about winning or losing, Sean would have been indifferent. He was merely a first-year student, newly promoted to second year, and losing to a fifth-year student was hardly disgraceful. He had previously bested a fifth-year, Schiller, so losing to Cecilia would simply be a regrettable defeat. In such circumstances, a loss was just a loss. However, once he considered that a defeat would prevent him from extracting his opponent's abilities, Sean felt an urgent need to win this duel. He absolutely could not afford to lose. With a deep breath, Sean's legs surged with newfound strength, seizing a fleeting opportunity amid Cecilia's onslaught. He darted forward with explosive speed, utilizing his might to support his velocity, circling around Cecilia while simultaneously launching attacks and stealthily closing in on her. "Cecilia, be cautious. He is approaching you." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding individuals immediately turned their gaze toward the speaker, one of the 2 who had previously been with Cecilia. Having instinctively warned Cecilia moments ago, he now sensed something amiss and promptly sealed his lips. Aldrich regarded the man, his hand, which had instinctively reached for the wand at his waist, now slightly lowered. This scene left Jansen momentarily astonished. He had no doubt that should the man dare to utter another word, Aldrich would undoubtedly act to silence him. The speaker's words had evidently impacted Sean, and Cecilia, not one to be overly dramatic, immediately distanced himself from Sean upon hearing his companion's remarks. Aware of Sean's considerable strength and informed by Schiller that close proximity could result in being subdued by Sean's bare hands, Cecilia, despite his own imposing stature, was not willing to gamble on whether he could withstand Sean's might. Sean found no fault in Cecilia's decision, with the roles reversed. He too would have chosen to increase the distance. Fortunately, the gap between Sean and Cecilia had already narrowed considerably. Flames roared. Sean abruptly swung his wand, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged forth from its tip, aimed directly at Cecilia. Simultaneously, Sean tucked his wand behind his back and, under the cover of the fiery cloud, charged towards Cecilia, retrieving from within his robes the pocket that Aldrich had crafted for him, imbued with a seamless extension spell. Cecilia, confronted by the advancing firestorm, instinctively recognized the inherent danger and swiftly retreated. He wielded his wand, dissipating the oncoming flames entirely. In that fleeting moment, as the firestorm subsided, Cecilia beheld Sean rushing toward him, as well as the pocket in Sean's hand. Though uncertain of what lay within, perhaps some form of lethal potion, he resolved to prevent Sean from getting too close. Daze and collapse. A crimson beam shot forth from the tip of Sean's wand, aimed directly at him. Just as the red light was about to strike Sean, a silvery gleam erupted from the pocket in his hand, intercepting the crimson blast and causing it to explode with a muffled thud. Bang! Cecilia gazed at the towering shield that had shielded Sean, a massive metallic barrier that nearly concealed him entirely. The shield, glimmering silver, bore an unfinished appearance, with numerous seams evident, and scattered ancient runes could be discerned across its surface. Cecilia's stunning spell had merely left a small dent, inflicting little damage upon the formidable shield. A shield for wizard dueling? This was utterly absurd. Cecilia's first instinct was to employ a transfiguration spell on the shield. Yet he soon discovered that Sean's shield remained impervious to his transformative magic. Did you think the ancient runes adorning the shield served no purpose? As Sean's words fell, he transferred the shield to his left hand and extracted from his pocket an object of strikingly similar craftsmanship. It was a chain hammer, with a chain as thick as an arm and a hammerhead the size of a human head, adorned with spikes. This instrument, if it were to strike a creature, would surely shatter skulls and splatter brains. With a resounding crash, the hammerhead fell freely, creating a small crater in the ground. Sean dragged the chain hammer, and even with the colossal strength bestowed upon him, he felt a twinge of its weight, possessing the might and defense of a giant. One could not help but ponder, was he not akin to a giant himself? Summoning all his strength, Sean gazed at Cecilia before him, brandishing the tower shield in one hand and wielding the flail in the other, charging fiercely towards his opponent. Cecilia, observing Sean in that moment, felt as though he were confronted by an armored giant, emanating an unparalleled threat. Raising his wand, a torrent of spells erupted forth. Half were deftly avoided by Sean, while the other half struck the tower shield, leaving countless small dents in its surface. Yet, despite this, Sean closed the distance. In the chain hammer whirled down towards Cecilia with devastating intent. Chapter 88. Ugh. Not again. What to do? What to do? Which spell to employ? Disarmament curse, perhaps? No, that one to do. The disarmament curse only targets wands, and it would cause my opponent's weapon to fly into my grasp. Even if it were successful, it would result in his shield and chain hammer falling into my hands, potentially leading to my own demise. What then? What to do? Abandon the notion of victory. Only strive to repel him. Though transfiguration cannot manipulate his shield and chain hammer, I shall resort to a powerful spell to force him back, and then devise another strategy to defeat him. In that fleeting moment, Cecilia made his decision. He raised his wand, and as Sean's chain hammer descended, he cast his spell. Thunderous explosion. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the massive tower shield caved inward, accompanied by a burst of orange flames that shot outward, narrowly missing Cecilia's companions and embedding itself into the wall behind. However, as Cecilia struck the tower shield, his expression was not one of triumphant success. Rather, his countenance grew grave, for his explosive spell had only impacted the shield, not Sean. When Sean had swung the chain hammer towards Cecilia, he had anticipated many possible counterattacks and, in that critical moment, relinquished the tower shield, using it to obscure Cecilia's line of sight, misleading him into attacking the shield. At that instant, Sean had already crouched low to the ground, wielding the chain hammer, and, as Cecilia sent the tower shield flying, Sean swung the hammer towards Cecilia with ferocity. Cecilia is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional students at Busbarton. His reflexes are swifter than those of many adult wizards. Upon realizing that he had merely knocked aside the shield, before he could comprehend how Sean would retaliate, he had already cast the iron armor charm for protection. Armor shield. Boom. Bang. A blue and white halo swirled around Cecilia as the massive, head-sized chain hammer, wielded with all the might of Sean's colossal strength, struck fiercely against the shimmering barrier, sending ripples cascading outward and ultimately shattering the still immature iron armor charm. The residual force of the chain hammer grazed Cecilia's right arm and wand, causing his body to be flung backward. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and his wand shattered instantaneously under the impact, clattering to the ground. Cecilia fell heavily, and his two companions, along with Schiller, rushed forward to assess his condition. Upon discovering that he had merely sustained an arm injury and had lost consciousness, they heaved a sigh of relief. For wizards in the magical realm, non-magical injuries are not considered a significant concern, provided one is not dead or in a critical condition. What might be perceived as severe skeletal trauma for an ordinary person is merely a matter of some potions and a few days of rest for a wizard. At this moment, Sean exhaled slowly. The intensity of the recent battle was rivaled only by his previous encounter with Chilo and the remnants of Voldemort's soul. Sean had exerted all his strength to narrowly defeat his opponent. Undoubtedly, the rewards from this duel were not in vain. Victory in duel. Randomly selecting 2 abilities of the opponent. Selection in progress. Selection complete. Acquired. The Patronus Charm LV0. Talent. Agile casting LV1. The Patronus Charm? This spell requires registration with the local Ministry of Magic for anyone learning it within Europe. It appears that this Cecilia is not as straightforward as one might assume. However, with the LV0 level, it seems he has only just begun to grasp it. This duel with Cecilia not only showcased his formidable strength, but also granted Sean the opportunity to select 2 abilities, both of which were remarkably impressive. It stands to reason that facing a strong opponent yields significant benefits, despite the arduous nature of the duel. Ideally, it would be best if the opponent lacked eccentric hobbies, to avoid acquiring useless skills like Chilo's penchant for herbarium crafting. Moreover, it must be noted that, in comparison to the Patronus Charm, Sean placed greater value on the second acquired talent, agile casting. With a mere thought, he closed the interface. All right then. Thank you, Aldrich. Everything is for the young master. With a slight bow to Sean, Aldrich took the bag, enhanced with the concealment charm, from Sean's hands and proceeded to stow the shield and chain hammer within it. At this moment, Furong and Barely approached, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Sean, astonished not only by his victory, but also by his strength. Sean smiled at Furong and reached for the bottle of water. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the glass, a familiar sensation enveloped him. It felt as though a colossal hook had latched onto his navel, and he perceived his body hurtling through space. In that fleeting moment of transportation, he could almost hear Aldrich's furious shout and Jansen's cries. The next second, the water bottle shattered, its fragments and liquid spilling across the ground. A green light flickered before Sean. Damn it, here we go again. Chapter 89. The Smoke Rope Spell. Sean swiftly drew his wand, scanning his surroundings. He found himself in a dimly lit, seemingly abandoned house, filled with dust-laden furniture and cobwebs. Beside him, Furong was rising from the floor, clearly bewildered by the current predicament. As the green light surged toward them, Sean flicked his wand, summoning a dilapidated cabinet to shield himself. The cabinet exploded upon impact, and Sean seized Furong's arm, pulling her behind another nearby cabinet. Observing Furong's perplexed expression, Sean whispered urgently, "We've been transported by key. Someone is trying to kill me. If you still have your wand, you should draw it for your protection." No sooner had he spoken than the cabinet they were hiding behind erupted. With no time to elaborate further, Sean aimed his wand at the incoming spell and retaliated with a petrification curse. Glancing at the space behind them, he noticed a window and shouted to Furong, "I'll cover you. You blast open that window, so we can escape. Hurry!" Heeding Sean's voice, Furong rushed toward the gaping hole she had created in the wall, momentarily stunned by the destruction she had wrought. Unbeknownst to her, Sean deliberately lagged a step behind, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly enveloping him, propelling him in another direction. As Furong exited the crumbling house, she realized she had emerged into a forest. The dilapidated structure resembling a hunter's cabin, devoid of any signs of life. A look of urgency crossed her face as she began to search around the cabin. Yet she found no trace of anyone. Sean? Sean had chosen to flee in a different direction, not only to avoid dragging Furong down, but also to conceal his true power. After all, both the smoke rope spell and the soul snatching spell were not to be witnessed by others. Arriving at a clearing in the forest, Sean took refuge behind a sturdy tree to catch his breath. Soon, footsteps echoed behind him, and the assailant pursuing him finally revealed himself. It was none other than the dark wizard Marlowe, who had accepted the commission from Burrell. Running deep into the forest alone, could it be to avoid burdening that girl? What a tender-hearted child. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I can grant you a death devoid of suffering. If you behave, perhaps I may even spare that little girl of the alluring lineage. With a subtle exertion of his right hand gripping the wand, Sean inhaled deeply and softly recited the incantation. Smoke Envelop. Level 5 max signifies the pinnacle of a spell. At this level, the practitioner has completely mastered the myriad variations and intensities of the incantation. The caster can effortlessly perform wandless and silent magic. Yet such methods are inevitably weaker than those executed with a wand and spoken incantations. This explains why, during his escape from the collapsing house, Sean could employ silent spells, while now he chose to vocalize the incantation for enhanced potency. Dense black smoke surged from Sean's wand and body, as if possessing a life of its own. flowing beneath his feet and spreading across the ground like a shadow. Initially, Marlowe mistook it for shadows shifting with the sunlight. But as the black smoke gradually encircled him and crept closer, he finally sensed something amiss. What is this? In that moment, Marlowe suddenly realized he had underestimated Sean. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. Previously, Burrell had merely informed Marlowe that Sean was a remarkably talented young wizard. Although he was only a first year, his abilities were indeed formidable. But what could a first-year wizard, no matter how exceptional, truly compare to an adult dark wizard? In truth, this was indeed the case. A typical first-year wizard, regardless of brilliance, could never rival a seasoned dark sorcerer. However, Sean was no ordinary first-year wizard. His circumstances fell into an extraordinarily exceptional category. Hiss. Tendrils of black smoke morphed into serpentine forms, slowly slithering from the shadows of the forest. Witnessing these dark tendrils and serpents, Marlowe's body trembled involuntarily. In disbelief, he stared at the ominous smoke and serpentine figures, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, trembling and stammering, Great Dark Lord. Great Dark Lord. Observing Marlowe's reaction and hearing him utter the title of Dark Lord, Sean suddenly realized that the other party had evidently encountered the smoke snare curse before and was aware that it was a unique dark magic of Voldemort. Otherwise, he would not be quaking and referring to the Dark Lord upon witnessing the spell. With this understanding, Sean contemplated attempting another approach in dealing with Marlowe. However, to guard against the possibility of deception, he resolved to exercise caution. As the thought crystallized, Sean commanded the dark smoke to gradually take the form of a tall figure clad in a black robe. Wisps of shadow coiled around him, and Sean meticulously replicated the visage of Voldemort, the unforgettable countenance etched in his memory. Soon, the smoke coalesced into a tall silhouette resembling Voldemort, who emerged slowly from the shadows, approaching Marlowe. Meanwhile, Sean gripped his throat tightly with his left hand, constricting his voice into a gravelly, resonant tone, and spoke. Ah, you dare to know my magic. Who are you? Chapter 90, Deception Revealed. I am Marlowe, a servant of Lord Rogier. I once carried out tasks for you, yet I am not worthy to be called your Death Eater, nor to address you as master. Sean regarded Marlowe, sensing the duality in his words, an amalgamation of truth and deception. It was evident that Marlowe harbored a profound and visceral fear of Voldemort, intertwined with an unmistakable reverence. However, doubts lingered about the figure before him, yet these suspicions remained buried deep within, unspoken. Sean was acutely aware that should Marlowe discern the truth behind his masquerade, he would not hesitate to raise his wand and cast an Avada Kedavra. After a moment's contemplation, Sean again manipulated the Voldemort-like figure crafted from dark smoke, tightening his throat further as he addressed Marlowe. Marlowe, I perceive that you harbor doubts. You suspect that the great Voldemort is being impersonated. Upon hearing these words, Marlowe's complexion paled dramatically. Having only glimpsed Voldemort from afar, he had never had the opportunity for close proximity, let alone conversation. Nevertheless, as a follower of the Death Eaters, he had not been devoid of knowledge regarding Voldemort's prowess and characteristics, including the fact that he was a master of legilimency, capable of piercing the veil of human thought. Marlowe had not anticipated that the doubts buried deep within him could be unearthed. In a state of panic, Marlowe hastily prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead pressed deeply into the earth, trembling as he uttered, Great Dark Lord, please forgive my suspicions. It is simply that I was tasked with tracking down Sean Burst, and as I approached to eliminate him per my employer's orders, you appeared at this moment, so... Before Marlowe could finish, Sean interjected with a gravelly tone. So you doubt that I, the Great Dark Lord, could be so convincingly impersonated by a mere fool, do you? I would not dare. Liar. With a slight flick of his wand, a surge of dark smoke followed Voldemort's arm, crashing violently into Marlowe, propelling him through the air to collide forcefully with a great tree, where he fell to the ground. Having endured a beating, Marlowe did not exhibit any rebellious attitude. Rather, he became increasingly terrified and submissive. In his recollection, the Great Dark Lord punished disobedient followers in such a manner, and the punishment he had just faced seemed mild in comparison. Marlowe even felt a profound gratitude towards the Dark Lord before him for refraining from employing the Cruciatus Curse, or even the killing curse against him. Sean observed Marlowe from a distance, and suddenly realized that this individual had likely been deeply manipulated by Voldemort, much like the majority of Death Eaters. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or mournful. Great Dark Lord, forgive my presumptuous assumptions, he thought. However, Sean's speculations were merely a product of caution. Controlling the dark smoke that surrounded Voldemort, Sean circled around Marlowe, eventually positioning himself behind him. He continued, I presume you have heard of the individual who once infiltrated Hogwarts in an attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone, correct? While this may be a secret among ordinary wizards, it is not so among certain pureblood families or dark wizards. The plot of Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, to obtain the stone is widely known among them. Marlowe, clearly not a simpleton, quickly grasped the situation and respectfully responded, I am aware of this matter. Professor Quirrell's attempt to acquire the Philosopher's Stone ended in failure, thwarted by the Savior, Harry Potter, and Sean Burst. At this juncture, Sean, controlling the dark smoke that embodied Voldemort, interrupted Marlowe, stating, So, do you truly believe that a so-called Savior, along with a mere child, could entirely vanquish Quirrell, who was possessed by me and guided by my influence? Are you suggesting that the great Dark Lord was involved at that time? Quirrell is but a fool. He fell victim to Dumbledore's magic, which is why I abandoned him and instead took possession of Sean Burst. Though he's a mere child, he carries the blood of pure-blood wizards, making him a suitable vessel for my possession. Do you truly believe that a mere child could achieve such accomplishments in his first year? Could he author a paper published in the Golden Cauldron? Could he triumph multiple times in duels at Beaux Batons, defeating 2 fifth-year students in his first year? At that moment, Sean was uncertain whether his words were self-deprecation or self-praise. It seemed, perhaps, to be a reluctant form of self-commendation. Meanwhile, Marlowe's mind was racing with realizations. He felt that all the news he had previously heard, along with what he learned from Burrell, aligned perfectly, allowing him to piece together a narrative of the Dark Lord's resurrection and a return through the vessel of a mere child. Then, I can support you, rally your servants, and you can rise again, making those in the magical world, including Dumbledore, aware of your greatness. Gazing at Marlowe's face, which was filled with adoration and fervor, Sean knew he could not permit such actions. Therefore, he commanded the dark smoke of Voldemort to strike Marlowe across the face, rebuking him with a fierce, foolish. A cold splash of water fell upon Marlowe's head, causing him to once again prostrate himself, bowing his head in humility, trembling all over. He was nearly rendered incapacitated by Sean's manipulation. My previous failures were at the hands of Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Thus, I must now remain close to them, observing them intently, waiting to uncover their weaknesses. When that time comes, I shall strike them down decisively and make my true return. Also, it is truly befitting of the great Dark Lord. I am utterly incapable of grasping even a fraction of your essence. Sean gazed at Marlowe, sensing the moment was ripe. Silently, he approached the shadowy figure of Voldemort from behind and spoke. Marlowe, your foolishness makes it difficult for me to bestow upon you the title of Death Eater. Yet I can offer you an opportunity. Open your memories, your spirit, your very being to me, and let me see if you are worthy to stand by my side. Upon hearing this, Marlowe became invigorated once more. He spread his arms wide and humbly declared, I am willing to lay bare everything to you, great Dark Lord. Excellent. I am pleased with you, Marlowe. I now grant you the privilege to address me as master. Thank you, my master. At that moment, Sean stepped closer to Marlowe, raising his wand towards Marlowe's head, softly intoning an incantation. Soul Extraction. Chapter 91. The Inquisition of Ignorance. The Soul Extraction Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, strips the victim of their bodily autonomy. In the instant of being cursed, the victim experiences profound euphoria, a voice they deeply trust incessantly guiding them on what to do. Should the victim possess sufficient willpower and desire to resist, they may withstand the curse's influence or even break free from it. However, if the caster is exceptionally skilled in the art of the soul extraction curse, even the strongest may find it challenging to escape its grasp. Moreover, there exists a particularly unique circumstance. If the victim genuinely submits to the caster, wholeheartedly opening themselves up upon being afflicted by the curse, their lack of resistance to its control will manifest differently. Unlike other victims who might appear distracted or dazed due to their own willpower-esque struggle, they will behave almost as if they're an unbewitched normal person, akin to Marlowe in this moment. As long as Marlowe harbors the belief that Sean equates to Voldemort, he shall unconditionally obey Sean's commands without hesitation. Observing Marlowe kneeling deeply with his head bowed, Sean hesitated not for a moment. He raised his wand, aiming it at Marlowe's head. Memory extraction. A flicker of light erupted from the tip of the wand, strands of silver luminescence connecting Sean's wand to Marlowe's mind. As Marlowe's memories unfurled before Sean's eyes like a cinematic reel. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Sean adjusted the flow of Marlowe's memories, filtering out unnecessary recollections, such as those pertaining to familial emotions and ambitions. Soon, he discovered the memory he sought, Burrell commanding him to take his own life. Simultaneously, he observed Boreal assuring Marlowe that he could extricate Sean from Boozbatten. This suggests that Boreal indeed has connections within Boozbatten. Yet, the identity of that individual remains uncertain. Could truly be him? Upon this thought, Sean relinquished his mental grip on Marlowe. Currently, Sean's mastery of this spell is at a mere LV0. Should the target possess even slightly stronger willpower, he could find his efforts in vain. Fortunately, Marlowe had fully opened his memories to Sean, allowing him to explore them with ease. Listening to Sean's words, Marlowe was overwhelmed with excitement. He bowed his head once more, pressing his forehead into the earth, and fervently expressed, thank you, my master. Go now, and remember, should you need to appear before others, make sure to use the Polyjuice potion. If something arises, inform me anonymously, and I shall find you in Hogsmeade. Understood, my lord. Marlowe bent low and slowly retreated, ultimately bowing to Sean before vanishing from sight with a disillusionment charm. Watching Marlowe's departure, Sean exhaled deeply. This encounter had yielded unexpected gains. Although Sean believed he could defeat Marlowe in a direct confrontation, killing him was another matter entirely. After all, Marlowe could also employ disillusionment. Without the countercharm in his possession, Sean could not prevent Marlowe's escape, which would undoubtedly pose future complications. At present, with Marlowe under Sean's soulbind curse, as long as no one dispelled it and proved Sean was not Voldemort, Marlowe would remain Sean's most devoted servant. With a sigh, Sean turned and walked towards a small cabin they had just vacated. I am unharmed. As for that dark wizard, I initially intended to flee with you, but before I could escape, the house collapsed, forcing me to find another route. I consider myself fortunate. The dense trees here should have allowed me to elude him. Nodding heavily, Farong surveyed the surrounding forest, almost expecting the dark wizard to emerge from behind one of the towering trees. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Sean's hand, urging him to run towards the forest's edge. Upon exiting the woods, Sean and Farong discovered they were near a village on the outskirts of Paris. Farong conjured a carriage to Boozbatten, akin to a night bus in England, designed for wizards who are less adept at apparition and flying. Neither Sean nor Farong were ordinary students. Farong's family is quite renowned and influential within the French magical community, and she is herself an exceptional student. San, on the other hand, had come from Hogwarts, backed by the formidable and influential Burstead family, whose clandestine power in France rivals that of any other lineage. Should any misfortune befall them at Boozbatten, the institution would find itself in dire straits. Sean, Farong, do you truly know nothing of each other's identities? Are you unaware of who seeks to harm you? Sean and Farong exchanged glances with the Aurors from the French Ministry of Magic, both shaking their heads in unison, claiming ignorance regarding the identity of their adversary. Certainly, Farong was genuinely unaware, or perhaps only had a faint understanding, yet Sean was not in the same predicament. Even during their prior encounter in the carriage, Sean had already communicated with Farong, requesting her assistance in maintaining secrecy. Some matters, rather than being resolved by the Aurors of France, were better handled by Sean himself, as it would allow him to vent his frustrations. The Aurors of the French Ministry of Magic were well aware that Sean and Farong were withholding information, yet they could do little more than conduct their routine inquiries before departing from Boozbattens. Chapter 92, Bear. The carriage descended, and the door swung open. Bear stepped out of the compartment. Upon receiving news of Sean and Farong's safety at school, he promptly gathered his belongings and left Boozbattens, preparing for his journey to South Africa. Born into an ancient, declining pure-blood family in France, Bear's family, despite their fall from grace, had no trouble in supporting his education. Even after graduation, he could leverage the dwindling connections of his family to secure a position within the French Ministry of Magic, which would not render his accomplishments insignificant. However, the rivalries among pure-blood families were far more ruthless than those in the commercial realm. Bear's family inevitably faced total bankruptcy and collapse, leaving him and his increasingly deranged mother as the sole survivors. It was on that fateful night, while temporarily residing in a slum on the outskirts of Paris, that Bear encountered an envoy from the British Board family. Without a moment's hesitation, Bear accepted their goodwill and expressed his willingness to submit. Each year, the Board family generously provided Bear with substantial financial support, sufficient for his continued education and to hire a competent caretaker for his mother, allowing him to focus without worry. However, a month ago, his mother passed away, leaving Bear utterly alone. It was at that juncture that the Board family first made a request of him. Without hesitation, Bear acquiesced, devising a plan to first approach Professor Maupassant and become one of the individuals designated to handle matters related to Sean. Bear maintained an impeccable demeanor, earning Professor Maupassant's admiration, thus bolstering his confidence in getting closer to Sean. Indeed, he succeeded in forging that connection. Subsequently, Bear devised a plan to utilize Furong's assistance and the use of a portkey to transport them to Marlowe. This would not only allow him to discreetly send Sean away, but also shift the suspicion regarding the portkey squarely onto Furong. In due course, he intended for Marlowe to eliminate Furong, thereby completely absolving himself of any suspicion. Even if someone were to cast doubt upon him, there would be no evidence to implicate him. Bear's scheme was well conceived. However, he had not anticipated that Marlowe, a dark wizard formerly aligned with a mysterious figure, would fail to kill even a single person. Consequently, Bear was compelled to execute his Plan B, abandoning everything in France to temporarily seek refuge in South Africa. Once the storm of events subsided, he would disguise himself and journey to England to serve the Board family. Stepping out of the carriage, Barrett hurriedly made his way to the location where Borrell had entrusted him with the door key. Once he secured that key, he could embark directly to South Africa, where no one would be able to locate him. According to the address provided by Borrell, it took Barrett merely half an hour to reach the designated spot, a derelict building nestled within a slum. Utilizing an unlocking charm, he opened the outer gate of the abandoned edifice, panting as he ascended toward the top floor. At that moment, Barrett deeply regretted not having learned the art of disapparition until the 6th grade, wishing he had mastered it a year earlier. Had he done so, he would not have encountered such complications. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he instinctively leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he immediately resumed his search, ultimately discovering a rather conspicuous, dusty bust of a head positioned in the center of a room. Barrett vaguely recognized that this sculpture was used by Muggles for drawing practice, but its purpose mattered little to him. All he desired was to teleport himself to South Africa. With determination, Barrett stepped forward without hesitation to touch the statue. The instant his fingers grazed the surface, he felt as if his navel were ensnared by an enormous hook, propelling his body forward at an astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, a smile graced Barrett's face. He realized he could consider himself truly safe, free from the clutches of the Ministry's aurors who would otherwise interrogate him and imprison him. Although the French Ministry's prison was far less notorious than Azkaban in Britain, it still held a significant degree of intimidation for Barrett. With a thud, as the statue hit the ground, Barrett's feet touched down as well. Just as he turned to ascertain his surroundings, an incredulous voice emerged from behind him. "Mr. Barrett, my master is awaiting you inside. Please step forward to meet him." Barrett instantly recognized the voice belonged to Aldrich, Sean's personal butler, and the master he referred to could be none other than Sean himself. Confusion swirled within him. How could Sean have suspected his involvement so swiftly, and why had the key Borrell prepared for him led him straight into the presence of Sean and Aldrich? Despite his bewilderment, Barrett was not inclined to surrender easily. Resolute, he pivoted abruptly, drawing his wand to cast a spell at Aldrich. However, before he could utter the incantation, a crimson light struck him, sending him crashing against the wall, while his wand arced through the air, landing firmly in Aldrich's grasp. Disarming charm, and a silent one at that. Barrett realized, with chilling clarity, that Aldrich was a sorcerer of formidable power, nearly on par with an auror. Unfortunately, this epiphany had come far too late. Aldrich pointed his wand at him, his face still adorned with that gentle smile. Yet, what once appeared to be a polite and courteous expression to Barley now instilled a chilling sensation deep within his bones. "Please, Mr. Barley." Barley gazed at Aldrich and slowly rose from the ground. Under Aldrich's guidance, he entered the inner room, where Sean sat upon a chair, transformed by transfiguration, while Jansen stood beside him, poised to shield Sean at a moment's notice. "Barley, I once believed you and Furong to be among my few friends at Beauxbatons. Furong has always considered you a friend, yet you have betrayed us, wishing for our demise." "Why?" Barley pressed his lips together, refraining from uttering a single word. Observing Barley's demeanor, Sean sighed and remarked, "In that case, I shall view it myself, for memories do not deceive. However, before that, I wish to engage in a fair duel with you. Let this be your final opportunity, granted in light of our past friendship." Chapter 93. Do not soil your hands. "Can you enlighten me on how you tampered with the door key?" Upon hearing Barley's inquiry, Sean chuckled softly and replied, "Boreal's channels still belong to the Burstead family. If the true master of Burstead wishes to act, Boreal cannot alter that. Do you comprehend? So, it was not Lord Boreal who betrayed me, was it?" After casting a deep glance at Barley, Sean affirmed, "Indeed, he did not betray you. His subordinates are, in fact, under the command of the head of the Burstead family. When his orders conflict with those of the Burstead patriarch, the latter's commands naturally take precedence." With his eyelids lowered, Barley forced a bitter smile and said, "I see. Then Then I have no objections. You wish to duel, so let us commence. Please hand me the wand. Aldrich promptly tossed the wand over. Barley caught the wand Aldrich had thrown, his gaze towards Sean laden with complexity. However, he soon steadied his breathing and assumed a duel stance. Both batons, Barley Garcia, Hogwarts, Sean Burstead. Without further ado, they launched into action. Barley initiated with a disarming charm, a red beam shooting forth. Yet, with a mere flick of his wand, Sean conjured a blue-white aura that rippled before him, effectively blocking Barley's spell. Simultaneously, Sean's agility, a gift derived from Cecilia, significantly enhanced his spellcasting speed and nimbleness. As he cast the ironclad charm, his wand traced an arc, descending towards Barley. All petrified, the familiar petrification charm erupted, releasing a grayish-white beam. Barley swiftly evaded, but the confined space of the room afforded little room for maneuvering. Just as Barley regained his footing, a vibrant green light followed closely behind, striking at his feet, causing an abundance of thorny vines to sprout and ensnare him from below. Shattered, the cutting spell proved remarkably effective against the thorn spell. And this was not the first time Bailey had encountered such enchantments. His response was instinctively swift. However, Sean evidently had no intention of relying solely on the thorn spell to vanquish his opponent. He raised his wand and softly uttered, "Sleep now." The suddenness of the attack caught Bailey off guard. Having just dispelled the thorn spell with the cutting charm, he found himself unable to evade Sean's stunning spell. He could only confront Sean head-on with his wand. Disarm. The two beams of red light collided, sending tendrils of crimson lightning spiraling outward from the point of impact. Bailey, believing that his age and experience granted him superior magical power over Sean, was confident in his chances of victory through direct confrontation. Yet, when their magical forces clashed, he discovered, to his astonishment, that Sean's power surpassed his own. How could this be? As the red light surged towards him, Bailey's wand was knocked from his grasp, and he was struck by the spell, hurtling backward to crash against the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. Victory in the duel. A random ability of the opponent is extracted. Extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Acquired. Disarming spell LV2. Master, how shall we deal with him? Sean regarded Bailey thoughtfully. If it were within his power, he would choose to eliminate Bailey once and for all. However, he and Furong had previously deduced that Bailey had used a portkey. Sean instructed Furong to keep this matter confidential, wishing to handle Bailey himself. Furong had consented, meaning she was aware of his intent. Thus, should Bailey perish, it would inevitably lead to complications for him. Let's hand him over to the French Ministry of Magic. Can you get in touch with the previous aura? Yes, Master. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Aldrich contacted the former auror from France, and Sean smoothly transferred custody of Bailey to him. Mr. Bost, thank you for your cooperation in handing over the criminal. Though I am British, I am currently in France, and it is my duty to cooperate with the French aurors. No thanks are necessary. The dark-skinned French auror regarded Sean intently and remarked, "You still deserve gratitude. After all, not everyone remains calm when confronted by someone intent on their demise. Yet you called upon us aurors to handle the criminal." Sean met his gaze, aware that the tall auror had seen through his previous deception. However, Sean had no intention of acknowledging any truth. He donned an innocent smile and feigned ignorance, saying, "Although he sought to harm me, I escaped unscathed, so I shall not pursue the matter further. Besides, he has fallen victim to my stunning charm. I have avenged myself, in a way." The auror nodded slightly. He was well aware of the Bost family's global influence, and as a leader of an auror squad in the French ministry, he was no fool. As long as Sean remained within acceptable bounds, he would not pursue the matter further. It was noteworthy that Bailey was a notably well-regarded student at Beaux Batons, and few would believe, or wish to believe, that he could engage in such actions. Yet this was the stark reality. In the auditorium, Sean sat at a table, indulging in a meal, when Furong approached him shortly thereafter. "Sean, how is Barlow?" she inquired. "He attempted to flee, but I apprehended him. He should now be undergoing interrogation by the aurors. Rest assured, I have not harmed him." Furong smiled at Sean and added, "I'm not concerned about him. Rather, my worry lies with you. I feared that in your anger, you might soil your hands. Knowing you have not acted so impulsively brings me relief." Chapter 94, Parallel Lines. Since the incident involving Barlow, Sean had encountered no trouble at Beaux Batons. His daily routine consisted of a monotonous cycle between the dormitory, the auditorium, and the library, with no one engaging with him. As if he were a ghost within the walls of Beaux Batons, save for Furong and Aldrich. "Sean, Professor Maupassant has asked me to convey that the compensation regarding Barlow has been decided." Sean paused in his cutting of steak, glancing at Furong with a hint of confusion. "Compensation? but it has been nearly half a month since the Barlow incident. Why is it being addressed now? Professor Maupassant mentioned it was a matter of procedure. However, I heard that your family, the Bursts, lodged a protest with Beauxbatons. Are you unaware of this? Setting down his cutlery, Sean furrowed his brow. I genuinely did not know. At this point, he turned to Aldrich and asked, Aldrich, were you not informed either? Shaking his head, Aldrich replied, My lord, I too am in the dark regarding this matter. Since I have been in your service, certain information has been withheld from me. Nodding, Sean understood Aldrich's words conveyed an important message. He was now merely Sean's personal steward, although still affiliated with the Bursts. That association was contingent upon Sean's own status within the family. Should Sean ever cease to belong to the Bursts, Aldrich would likewise no longer be associated with them. Choosing not to press further about the Bursts, Sean turned to Farong and asked, Do you know how Beauxbatons intends to compensate me? If it is monetary, I fear I may be somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing this, Farong chuckled. Certainly not in galleons, but rather in a collection of books, specifically 5 volumes related to alchemy. They are all from the library's 4th floor. While they are reproductions, the knowledge contained within them is undoubtedly valuable. Such books are being bestowed upon me, even as reproductions. They must possess considerable worth. Indeed, but there are restrictions attached to these books. They cannot be given to any family, including the Bursts, nor to Hogwarts. However, there are no limitations on individuals, provided you are willing to part with them. Sean's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Farong. Is there a rivalry between Beauxbatons and Hogwarts that necessitates such limitations? Speaking of competitions, I recall a particular incident I heard from my father. Recently, there have been discussions about reviving the Triwizard Tournament, allegedly initiated by our own Beauxbatons, your Hogwarts and Durmstrang from the Nordic regions. The tournament was previously discontinued due to the high number of fatalities among participants, yet it seems there is renewed support for its reinstatement. Blinking in surprise, Sean found it rather audacious to hear such news, but he feigned ignorance and inquired, I have heard of the Triwizard Tournament, but it has been quite some time. I wonder when it might be held again. It wouldn't be feasible without a couple of years. You must be aware of the inefficiency of the Ministry of Magic, whether it be your ministry in Britain or ours in France. After conversing for a while in the Great Hall, Sean and Fleur decided to head to the library together. At that moment, Fleur pressed her lips together and suddenly asked Sean, Have you ever considered that perhaps Beauxbatons might be more suitable for you? Your talent in alchemy is remarkable, and Beauxbatons has a rich foundation in potions and transfiguration. As she spoke, Fleur seemed to realize something, smiled, and added, I'm just joking. Good night. Watching Fleur turn away, Sean paused briefly before saying, Fleur, I'm sorry. Turning back, Fleur looked at Sean with a radiant smile. Appearing somewhat puzzled as she replied, Why apologize? That was merely a jest. Well, it was my misstep. See you tomorrow. Until tomorrow, Sean. Once the door was closed, Jansen remarked to Sean, Young master, Miss Fleur seems to. Before he could finish, a piece of cloth was suddenly thrust into his mouth. Jansen spat it out with a paw, and was about to express his anger towards Aldrich, but upon seeing Aldrich's serious demeanor, he wisely swallowed his words. San, having set down his book, turned to Aldrich and Jansen. Although he had been facing away, the sounds had made it clear what had transpired. You need not feel regret for me, for I fully understand Fleur's intentions. She is merely a dear friend with whom I share a strong rapport, nothing more. It is precisely because we are friends that certain matters must be clarified in advance. Otherwise, allowing the situation to evolve would not only hinder Fleur's feelings, but also jeopardize our friendship. Thus, you need not worry about me in this regard. I am not one to misunderstand emotions. Should I genuinely encounter someone I admire, I would not shy away. Rest assured, on the following morning, Fleur remained her usual self, engaging Sean in discussions and laughter. She is an exceptionally independent and capable witch, possessing self-respect. Having faced rejection, she would not sulk or dwell on it. That is simply not her character. After this, Sean remained at Beauxbatons until the month-long term concluded. He found himself enriched by the experience, awakening to the realization that the world of magic is built upon a profound legacy, one that no wizard could ever fully master in a lifetime. Thus, even the most gifted sorcerers must choose to delve deeply into a single discipline or a few select areas of study. Of course, magic can be approached as a dichotomy of scholarship and practice. Anyone can focus solely on practical application, continually enhancing their spellcasting abilities and the potency of their incantations to become an immensely powerful wizard. However, such individuals may ultimately mirror the prowess of Voldemort, yet will forever lack the capacity to achieve the greatness of a wizard like Nicholas Flamel, who created the Philosopher's Stone. This distinction underscores the divergence between the two paths. Though Sean does not consider himself a genius, he aspires to pursue both academic and practical mastery concurrently. This has been his vision for the future over the past month. Chapter 95, Returning Home. Sean, when is your carriage arriving? Likewise, remember to write to me often. Nodding with a smile, Fleur continued. Did you receive the books I promised to compensate you with? Are there any texts on alchemy at Hogwarts? Indeed there are, but they surely cannot compare to those at Beauxbatons. After all, this is the alma mater of Nicholas Flamel, and no other school in Europe can rival Beauxbatons in the study of alchemy. My lord, it is time for us to depart. Setting down his teacup, Sean turned to Fleur, a hint of regret in his voice. Fleur, I must take my leave. Safe travels. Farewell. Farewell. And remember to write, Sean. Rest assured, I shall not forget. Waving to Fleur, who stood by the carriage stop, Sean boarded the carriage and closed the door. Soon, the carriage soared into the air, heading towards the French Ministry of Magic. With a soft whoosh, they landed near the key office of the Magical Transportation Department at the British Ministry of Magic. The woolen glove, with a hole in its pinky finger that they had brought from the French Ministry, tumbled to the ground. 133, from the French Ministry of Magic. Upon hearing the familiar English, Sean pinched his throat and then his right ear. In that instant, he felt a sudden, tingling sensation in his throat, prompting an involuntary cough. 2 translation beans fell simultaneously from his mouth and right ear, deftly caught by Aldrich. My lord, I shall keep these translation beans for you until the next use. Thank you for that. Upon hearing Sean's words, Aldrich interjected before Jansen could speak. From now on, Jansen and I will each be responsible for your affairs, both within and beyond Hogwarts. Should there be any international exchanges, we shall accompany you together. Aldrich listened to Sean's words, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before he earnestly addressed Sean, Young master, you may not yet be aware, but your parents have relocated. As a reward for your esteemed paper being published in the Golden Crucible, the family has prepared a residence for you, ample enough to accommodate your family, along with the employment of 2 or 3 male and female servants. Sean had long been cognizant of the considerable influence the Burstead family wielded in the realm of ordinary people. Now it seemed evident that their power extended far beyond mere influence. It was no wonder that his rather unscrupulous uncle was intent on eliminating him. With such a vast family, should it fall into the hands of another, they would not hesitate to commit acts of violence, be it 1 life or 100. As for the advantages bestowed upon Sean by the Burstead family, he currently adhered to the principle of neither seeking nor rejecting, nor assuming responsibility. If they offered him nothing, he would not pursue it. If they did, he would accept. Should they expect him to be accountable in any way, he would politely decline, asserting that such obligations were self-imposed rather than requested. Following Aldrich, Sean arrived at a street in London inhabited by the upper middle class, a demographic that, while not wealthy, enjoyed a certain level of affluence. To the common folk, it was a rather upscale community. However, for the truly wealthy, it was hardly remarkable. Sean's new home was situated on a street named Golden Tulip. Upon reaching the heart of the street, he and Aldrich stood before a modest 3-story detached house. Observing the well-kept lawn and trees adorning the front yard, Sean approached the entrance and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a voice from within, as the door swung open to reveal his mother, Martha, who appeared momentarily bewildered, as if she scarcely recognized her own son. In an instant, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, as though fearing that the Sean before her might be an imposter. "Mom, is Dad still at work?" "No, but he will be home soon," she replied. "Oh, come in quickly. I prepared a feast for us tonight." Just as Martha was about to usher Sean inside, she caught sight of Aldrich standing behind him, momentarily taken aback. "Sean, who is this?" "Mom, he is my personal steward arranged by Grandfather, and he will be residing with us from now on. Rest assured, his salary will be covered by Grandfather, so we need not worry about that." Upon hearing this, Martha exhaled in relief and warmly invited Aldrich into their home. Although she was not entirely familiar with the concept of a personal steward, she trusted her son's judgment, believing it wise to heed his advice. Chapter 96, A World Where Only Sean Suffers. Sean's new abode was, of course, significantly larger than his previous one. Under Martha's direction, Aldrich settled into a south-facing bedroom on the ground floor. Although she initially intended to place him on the 2nd floor, he insisted on remaining on the 1st. Acknowledging his resolve, Martha acquiesced and assigned him the south-facing room on the ground floor. As for Sean's bedroom, it was arranged on the 3rd floor, which housed 2 rooms, one for sleeping and one for study. The study featured a slanted ceiling adorned with an angled skylight, perfectly suited for the comings and goings of owls. Sean's Culkern was also placed here. Traditionally, snakes and owls are adversaries. However, Culkern and Rob, while not particularly close, maintained a neutral stance towards each other, as if Culkern existed in a world devoid of Rob, and vice versa. Upon Sean's return, Culkern immediately emerged from its nest, hissing softly as it slithered up Sean's leg, gradually coiling around his waist, with its head resting gently on Sean's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek. It had been a while since they last met, and it seemed Culkern missed him, did it not? Culkern flicked its tongue, delicately brushing against Sean's face, as if to affirm its longing for him. When Aldridge levitated Sean's belongings upstairs with his wand, he found Sean engaged in an affectionate exchange with Culkern. Though it was not the first time he had seen Culkern, he remained in awe of its appearance. Hearing Aldridge's voice, Sean turned to him and said, "When I bought it at the magical menagerie, this fellow initially refused to leave with me and even bit me." No sooner had Sean finished speaking than Culkern gently bumped its head against Sean's cheek, seemingly attempting to prevent him from divulging its embarrassing moments to Aldridge. After organizing Sean's luggage, Aldridge exited the room and remarked, "Young master, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the master will join you, sir and madam, for dinner this evening. Please make the necessary preparations." Sean furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Aldridge, inquiring, "Grandfather is coming over tonight?" It appears he has been keeping a close watch on the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, the master has certain connections within Ministry. Amused by Aldridge's words, Sean chuckled softly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Instead, he descended the stairs with Culkern and Aldridge in search of his mother. As dinner approached, Martha was preparing to cook when, with a sudden bang, a female house elf clad in a yellow jumpsuit materialized in the kitchen. She first bowed to Sean and then greeted Martha and Aldridge in turn, saying, "Greetings, young master, madam, and Mr. Aldridge. I am Emerald, here at the master's behest to prepare dinner." Although Martha had encountered house elves in her childhood, she was momentarily startled by Emerald's abrupt appearance in the kitchen. However, she quickly regained her composure and addressed the house elf. "If you are preparing dinner, what shall I do?" "Madam, please rest. I shall handle everything else," Emerald replied. Martha looked at Emerald, still wishing to say something, but Sean interjected, stepping closer to her. "Mom, let her take care of it. House elves take pride in their work for their masters. If you work in her presence, she may feel compelled to punish herself for not meeting expectations. So it is best to leave everything here to her." Martha glanced at the pleading expression on Emerald's face and nodded slightly, saying, "Very well. I shall leave this to you, Emerald." "Thank you, madam. I will ensure a splendid dinner for everyone," Emerald replied. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of a vehicle pulling up outside resonated. "Sean, please go and open the door. I will fetch your father's collection of wines," said his mother. "All right, mother." Standing before the door, Sean peered through the peephole and saw his father, Yad, and his grandfather, Gavin, approaching. Without waiting for them to knock, Sean swung the door open, enveloping his father in a warm embrace, before turning to greet Gavin with utmost decorum, saying, "Grandfather, it is a pleasure to have you dine at my home." With a smile, Gavin nodded at Sean and remarked, "I am aware of your recent commendable performance in Busbaton. I am quite pleased." "Thank you for your kind words, Grandfather." "Please come in," Sean responded. Observing Sean's impeccable manners and flawless demeanor, Gavin grinned and, noticing that Martha and Yad were oblivious to the exchange, suddenly pinched Sean's slightly chubby cheek, tugging it playfully. Sean gasped in surprise. "Does that hurt?" "It should, for we are merely playing the game of hospitality here," Gavin teased. Covering his face with his hands, Sean grimaced and said, "Grandfather, I am not entirely certain what you mean. Please come inside and rest. I must assist my mother in preparing dinner." Before Sean could turn away, Gavin pointed, and Sean found his body inexplicably stiffening in place. It was not a petrification spell, but something akin, restricting his freedom of movement, rendering him speechless. "Sean, lead me to see your room," Gavin commanded. As Gavin's words echoed, Sean's body moved involuntarily, hastening up the stairs towards his room. Meanwhile, Aldridge stood aside, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation, continuing to introduce himself to Yad. Everyone appeared joyful and warm, save for Sean, who endured his own trials. Chapter 97. The tug-of-war between grandfather and grandson, Mr. Aldridge, Sean. The actions between Gavin and Sean had certainly not escaped Yad and Martha's notice, yet their understanding that Gavin would not harm Sean tempered their response. Nonetheless, a hint of concern lingered. Thus, once Sean and Gavin ascended the stairs, Yad turned to Aldrich and inquired. "Rest assured, sir," Aldrich replied, "the master would never harm the young master." It seems he was simply displeased with the young master's excessive politeness and offered a light reprimand. "However, that is all. I believe the master wishes to converse with the young master, hence their assent." That is a relief, indeed. Despite Yad's willingness to confront a wizard barehanded to protect his family, he always felt a tinge of trepidation when faced with Gavin. Perhaps this was the weight of patriarchal oppression. Upon entering Sean's study, Gavin snapped his fingers, and Sean's body was immediately freed, allowing him to stretch and exclaim with exasperation. What do you truly want from me? I merely wish to avoid the sight of your pretentious demeanor. Each time I behold your countenance, I am compelled to pinch your cheeks and put you in your place. With a huff, Sean sank into a chair, rubbing his face and opting for silence. I must confess, during my confrontation with Bus Barton&'s associates, I inadvertently caused a collapse of the premises. In the ensuing chaos, we separated and escaped. But the Dark Wizard pursued me for a time before vanishing, most likely lost in the forest. Moreover, if you genuinely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of that Dark Wizard, I believe you ought to consult your second son, Burrell. After all, it was he who dispatched that wizard, was it not? Gavin raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, How do you know that the Dark Wizard was sent by Burrell? Surely, he did not divulge that information to you? There exists an accomplice of the Dark Wizard in Bus Barton. When I apprehended him, he confessed that the wizard was indeed dispatched by Burrell. Ah, I see. That little rascal is rather cunning. He has evaded capture quite deftly. As for the old fool, he may attempt to ensnare me again while my faculties begin to wane with age. The two exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere warm and familial. By the way, there is a matter I neglected to mention. In the notes I provided you, some spells are not entirely above board. Exercise caution when employing them, and strive to avoid detection. While certain spells may appear innocuous, resembling mere heart failure, there are individuals in this world who are not easily misled. They may have already caught wind of subtle clues. Perhaps they cannot apprehend you this time, but rest assured, they will undoubtedly find your vulnerabilities in the future. Sean regarded Gavin with understanding. It was evident that his rather unconventional grandfather was alluding to the curse cast upon Taken. Sean was not surprised that Gavin was aware of this matter, as the curse had been discovered within Gavin's notes. Undoubtedly, Gavin knew of its existence and utilization, as well as the fate of those afflicted by it. The incident involving a Slytherin student who perished from heart failure was neither trivial nor insignificant. It was entirely plausible for Gavin to be aware of this, as connecting Taken's demise to the conflict with Sean would lead him to deduce that Sean had employed the curse to eliminate Taken, a conclusion that was not unexpected. Observing Sean, who was still under his thumb, Gavin felt a surge of joy. Interestingly, in the confines of his family, Gavin exuded an air of authority, with even his own son and grandson appearing apprehensive in his presence. Yet, when he stepped into Sean's home, he found himself able to relax, shedding the mantle of the head of the Burstead family and simply being Gavin Burstead. Perhaps it was the distance from the epicenter of power that allowed him to momentarily relinquish the burdens of leadership and embrace the simplicity of being himself. The speed of the emerald was remarkable. After all, it was crafted using magic to prepare the meal. Before long, dinner was ready, and not only was the dinner prepared, but under the magical transformations of the house elf, the room was adorned with exquisite decorations that created a splendid atmosphere. At the call of Martha, Sean and Gavin descended the stairs and took their seats at the dining table, while Aldridge and the Emerald stood between the kitchen and the dining room, ever ready to respond to Sean and the other's summons. Martha and Yad had attempted to invite Aldridge to join them for the meal, but he politely declined. As a professional butler, he naturally refrained from engaging in any unprofessional conduct. The dinner was a delightful affair, and it was evident that the Emerald was indeed an exceptional chef. It should be noted that even among house elves, culinary skills vary. Some possess great talent while others are somewhat lacking, with varying degrees of diligence. As they dined, Sean suddenly recalled that when school resumed next year, Hogwarts would welcome a house elf named Dobby, who was quite the unconventional character from the perspective of house elves. Nevertheless, Sean felt a certain fondness for this freedom-loving house elf, or perhaps he held a deep admiration for any individual daring enough to defy fate. This was a truly delectable dinner, and I was thoroughly enjoying it. "Thank you, Martha," I said. Upon hearing Gavin's sudden praise, Martha appeared somewhat flustered and humbly replied, "This is all thanks to the Emerald. In truth, it was she who prepared this meal. I merely assisted a little. Speaking of the Emerald, I decided not to take her with me when I depart. From now on, she shall be your family's house elf. Consider this a gift from me." "Father, we don't need." Before Yad could finish his sentence, Gavin interrupted, "It's settled then. The Emerald will remain here. She will only heed your commands, so there is no need to worry about me assigning her any tasks." The latter part of his statement was directed at Sean, who immediately understood that this was meant for him. With a slight pout, Sean replied to Gavin, "Thank you, grandfather. We shall accept the Emerald." Chapter 98. Affectionate and harmonious conversations between uncle and nephew. "Sean, do you really not need us to accompany you?" "No. You all enjoy the movie. Aldridge can accompany me." "Very well, then we shall take our leave." "Thank you, Aldridge. It is my duty, madam." This year's reading list consisted largely of books by Gilderoy Lockhart, and Sean suspected that Lockhart might have accepted a position at Hogwarts due to declining book sales, hoping to boost his reputation. Personally, Sean welcomed Lockhart's arrival at Hogwarts. He likely possessed a mastery of the Obliviate spell and was relatively weak, making him an ideal target for skill enhancement. However, the method for achieving this would require careful consideration. Sean arrived at Diagon Alley quite early. After receiving his book list in the morning, he and Aldridge came to Diagon Alley in the afternoon. At that time, the alley was not crowded, allowing Sean to purchase his items without much delay. Once he completed his new robes and acquired his books, he also visited Ollivander's wand shop for some maintenance on his wand and purchased snake food at the Magical Menagerie. When Sean and Aldridge exited Diagon Alley, less than 2 hours had passed. The number of people was surprisingly sparse. Because we arrived early, my lord. Dysa, what brings you here? I have come to invite Mr. Sean to meet my master. Master? Upon hearing this term, Sean immediately realized that this individual like Aldridge must be a personal steward to someone of significance, and it was not difficult to deduce who that might be. As Sean turned to leave, Dysa, the female steward, promptly blocked his path and stated, "The master is nearby at the Leaky Cauldron. You need not worry about any repercussions." Sean regarded Dysa with a slight frown, as onlookers began to direct their attention towards them. Eager to avoid further scrutiny and curious about Burrell's intentions, he reconsidered and said, "Very well. Let me see what Burrell is up to." Dysa's direct reference to Burrell's name seemed to irk her slightly, but she refrained from further comment. With a gesture inviting him to proceed, she led Sean and Aldridge into the Leaky Cauldron. Amidst the gazes of several patrons, they made their way to a corner where Burrell was seated, sipping his drink. "Master, Mr. Sean has arrived." Upon hearing Dysa's words, Burrell waved his hand lightly, prompting Dysa to stand silently beside him. Sean took a seat opposite Burrell, neither speaking immediately. Burrell glanced at Aldridge, a look of regret crossing his face, and remarked, "Aldridge, is this the person you chose to follow after rejecting me? Or did your father compel you to select him?" "Mr. Burrell, when the master sought me out previously, he explicitly stated that I could make my own choice, and following young Master Sean was indeed a decision I arrived at after careful consideration. The master did not impose any obligation upon me. How unfortunate." It was evident that Burrell genuinely lamented Aldridge's choice of Sean. However, to Sean, such matters were inconsequential. He stifled a yawn and promptly addressed Burrell, saying, "If you have something to discuss, please be quick about it. I suspect your feelings towards me are akin to mine towards you. Prolonging our exchange by even a second is quite nauseating." Burrell had intended to take another sip of his drink, but upon hearing Sean's words, he furrowed his brow and set his glass down on the table. "It seems my brother has never taught you the meaning of courtesy. Indeed, much like our grandfather never imparted upon you the principles of morality and shame." Narrowing his eyes, Burrell gazed at Sean for a prolonged moment before curling his lips into a cold smile. "Sharp-tongued, aren't you? Burrell, you know me, and I know you. We are both well aware of the deeds you have committed before. Henceforth, you should comprehend the nature of our relationship. Since that is the case, there is no need for these trivialities. You approached me for a reason, so speak your mind. I do not wish to linger at this table any longer. I fear that, like last time with my father, I might end up pinning you down and delivering a thorough beating, which would be rather undignified, wouldn't it? Are you attempting to provoke me, you little wretch? Ah, that is the right attitude. We are not friends, nor relatives, we are adversaries. You wish to eliminate me, and I wish to crush you. So let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point." Observing Sean, Burrell exhaled slowly, leaning back against his chair. Before long, he regained his composure and said, "I will grant you one final opportunity, a chance for survival. I shall provide you with 2 shops and a portion of the family company shares. In exchange, you must relocate to South Africa or the Americas. I will facilitate your transfer process. Should you agree, everything I mention will be yours, and I shall cease to trouble you. If you doubt my sincerity, I can formalize our agreement through a magical contract. What do you say?" Sean regarded Burrell, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he inquired, "Are you finished?" "What?" Upon seeing the confusion on Burrell's face, Sean rose to his feet and declared, "It seems you have said all you need to say. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell, my dear uncle." As Burrell watched Sean walk away, he finally grasped the weight of Sean's decision, his expression darkening. He observed Sean's receding figure and spoke in a low voice, "You do not comprehend what you have refused, nor do you realize the consequences that await you." Journal and Loart. Chapter 99. The beginning of the second year. September 1st, King's Cross Station, Platform 9 and 3/4. "Rest assured, young master, I will take good care of the household." Looking at Aldrich, Sean understood that the phrase taking good care meant ensuring the safety of his parents. Although as long as Gavin was around, the likelihood of Burrell harming his parents was minimal, one could not rely solely on reason. It was prudent to make ample preparations. Waving goodbye to his father and mother in turn, Sean then maneuvered his cart through the pillars and arrived at platform 9 3/4, where he beheld the familiar Hogwarts Express. "Sean, you finally made it." Turning to the voice that called him, he saw Blaise waving. Sean hurried over, and with Blaise's assistance, he transported his luggage to the compartment where it was stowed by the staff. Only then did Sean and Blaise engage in conversation as they boarded the train, searching for an empty compartment. "Sean, what have you been up to during the holiday? I invited you to my house, but you didn't come." "All right, then it's settled. But why do you look so bulky today?" Seated in the meticulously chosen driverless compartment, Sean gazed at Bress and chuckled. "You seem to have forgotten? Culkin has always taken a liking to burrowing into my clothing." "Is this Culkin? How come I didn't notice it was so bulky when it was nestled in your clothes last year?" As Bress finished speaking, Culkin, having grown considerably since last year, emerged from Sean's collar, its head colliding gently with Bress's outstretched hand, akin to a friendly high five, signaling their mutual acknowledgement. Last year, Sean had enlisted Bress's help in befriending Culkin, and given Bress's constant companionship with Sean, Culkin had gradually become quite familiar with him. "Oh, over there." Bress turned to see Jensen standing at the entrance. He paused momentarily, then, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Jensen, what brings you here?" Jensen glanced at Sean, who was seated by the window, then turned to Bress and replied, "I've come to find my young master." He approached Sean directly and stated, "Young master, I have arrived. Take a seat." Sean turned to Jensen and pondered for a moment before saying, "From now on at Hogwarts, you may address me by my name." "Young master, there is no need for that. I do not mind others' opinions. Let us proceed with that. Henceforth, at Hogwarts, call me by my name, or else you may as well not remain by my side." Jensen regarded Sean, his lips pressing together slightly as he contemplated a response, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. He merely nodded gently and said, "I understand." Giving Jensen's shoulder a light pat, Sean chose not to elaborate further. He then extracted Culkin from his garments and casually placed it on the compartment table to bask in the sunlight. Turning to the inquisitive Bress, he added, "Jensen will be by my side from now on, so do not harbor any animosity towards him. Consider him a friend. Friend or not, we shall see in due time. If I find him agreeable, then naturally he will be a friend." With a hearty laugh, Sean playfully kicked Bress and inquired, "Enough of that. Where is your girlfriend? I haven't seen you both together." At the mention of his girlfriend, Bress perked up immediately. He looked at Sean earnestly and declared, "Things are going well between us. We've already arranged to study together at the library, one school resumes. I won TB cramming last minute this year. I intend to study alongside my girlfriend and progress together." Sean regarded Bress with mild surprise and asked, "What happened to your girlfriend? Wasn't she as disinterested in studying as you were?" At this, Bress cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he admitted, "Well, my current girlfriend is someone I became involved with during the holidays. We exchange letters and share our thoughts on life. I believe she is my true love." "So, you've switched girlfriends again? What about that senior you were seeing?" "We broke up," Bress replied decisively. "What was the reason this time?" "She asked me during the holidays to persuade my mother to grant her family's business some privileges, but I've never interfered with my family's business affairs. I told her that such matters are not for us school children to concern ourselves with. As a result, she confronted me, claiming she merely wanted to gauge my attitude, lamenting that I wouldn't even assist with such a trivial matter. She warned that if we were to marry in the future, she would undoubtedly have no standing in my family. Initially, I indulged her for a while, but her incessant complaints wore me down. Eventually, she declared that if I did not acquiesce, we would part ways. Upon hearing this, I immediately recognized that such an opportunity was one I could not forsake. So I readily agreed, and thus, we ended our relationship." Listening to Brace, Sean smirked. Brace's girlfriend, no, ex-girlfriend, seemed to lack clarity, and Brace himself was rather insufferable. Their separation was for the best. Otherwise, they would merely subject each other to torment. "Brace, what grade is your current girlfriend in? From what you've said, she seems to resemble a Ravenclaw." With a chuckle, Brace replied, "She is indeed a Ravenclaw, entering her 3rd year, a year older than me. Another upperclassman? Upperclassmen are the best." As Sean conversed with Brace, Jansen silently branded Brace as a cad in his mind. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and Andy, who had not been seen for a while, squeezed in, plopping down beside Brace. He greeted both Brace and Jansen before turning to Sean, saying, "Sean, it's been ages. Have you given any thought to the matter I inquired about during the holidays?" Among the students, aside from Brace, Andy had been the most diligent in corresponding with Sean. While Brace engaged in light-hearted banter to strengthen their camaraderie, Andy sought to persuade Sean to collaborate with him fully. After a year of acquaintance, Andy had discerned Sean's true prowess in potion making. Even if he hadn't, the end-of-term results in the Golden Cauldron had revealed everything. Thus, throughout the entire holiday, Andy persistently wrote to Sean, attempting to convince him to deepen their partnership. "Andy, my potion-making abilities are not as exceptional as you presume," Sean replied. "Should I believe someone whose paper graced the Golden Cauldron when they say such a thing? Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. This semester has become rather busy for me. Once my schedule lightens, I shall certainly assist you." With no serious matters to discuss, Andy chose to engage in casual conversation with Sean and the others. However, their idle chatter was soon interrupted when the compartment door swung open again, revealing Samuel standing outside. He nodded to those inside before addressing Sean. "Sean, come with me. Others are waiting for you." Sean understood that the others Samuel referred to were members of the Slytherin Brotherhood as preparatory organization, indicating they intended to convene before their journey to Hogwarts. "Sean, do you not require my company?" Jansen inquired. Shaking his head, Sean replied, "No need. This is the Hogwarts Express. Nothing untoward will happen here." The compartments at the front of the Hogwarts Express were primarily occupied by the heads of the student council and various house prefects, who were among the few students endowed with privileges at Hogwarts. The Slytherin Brotherhood had secured a compartment designated for prefects as their meeting venue. Samuel escorted Sean into the compartment, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers along the way, including the heads of various houses who noted their entrance into the Slytherin head's carriage. They were aware of the preparatory organization of the Slytherin Brotherhood, and upon witnessing Sean's arrival, some astute individuals began to draw connections. Compared to the ordinary compartments behind, this one was markedly more spacious and luxurious. As Sean surveyed the occupants, he noticed the former female president of the student council and the male head of the 7th year were no longer present, having graduated. However, new faces had emerged, including the expressionless Oliver Flitwick, who showed no reaction to Sean's presence. "Sean, welcome. Please, take a seat," spoke Irina, whose elevated status within the organization was evident since progressing to the 6th year. This was partly due to the graduation of several previous 7th year members who had held higher positions. Currently, the most influential voices in the organization belonged to Oliver Flitwick and Daphnia Shafik, the two 7th year heads of Slytherin. Daphnia's surname alone indicated her lineage from the esteemed pure-blood Shafik family, one of the 28. Sean glanced at Oliver and Daphnia seated on either side. He was already aware of their discord from the previous year, having heard whispers of a private duel between them over some matter, the outcome of which remained unknown to outsiders. Yet, it was speculated that Daphnia had emerged victorious, as Oliver had adopted a more subdued demeanor since that encounter. Once everyone had gathered, Irina cleared her throat and addressed the assembly. "Now that we are all present, I shall keep it brief. The 3 graduates from last year have officially joined the Slytherin Brotherhood, thanks in no small part to Sean's paper, which helped Slytherin achieve the honor of 7 consecutive championships. This is already common knowledge, and I see no need to reiterate it," she continued. While Sean's paper was significant, the achievement of 7 consecutive championships was predominantly due to the collective efforts of all the young Slytherins, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Irina cast a glance at Oliver, a faint smile gracing her lips. Oliver is correct. The 7 consecutive championships are indeed a result of everyone's hard work. However, as he mentioned, without Sean's paper, the title would likely have been lost under unjust circumstances. Sean's efforts and contributions should not be diminished, should they? Upon hearing this, Oliver shot a sidelong glance at Irina, then surveyed the room with an air of indifference, as if the true subject of contention was not Sean. He offered a thin smile, nodded, and fell silent. Irina continued to guide the meeting, swiftly steering the discussion toward the main agenda. This year's 2 5th-grade leaders have been selected, and their performance from last year, along with their family backgrounds, is well known to everyone. Thus, I now call for a vote. Do you all agree to their inclusion among us? As my words fell, Irina was the first to raise her hand, followed closely by Samuel, with most others, including Dofria and Oliver, also joining in. Only 2 individuals abstained, perhaps in opposition, perhaps resigned, or perhaps harboring some grievances against the 2. Regardless, their lack of support was inconsequential. The number of hands raised had already determined the outcome, and the 2 5th-grade leaders were smoothly welcomed into the fold. Sean had raised his hand in agreement when Irina did. Just as he had resolved at the end of the previous semester, he would wholeheartedly support Irina and Samuel in this reserve organization, while they in turn would assist him in swiftly attaining the corresponding status and influence within this group, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once the voting concluded, the 2 new 5th-grade leaders entered and introduced themselves to the others present. Even when addressing Sean, the young second-year wizard, they displayed a demeanor of considerable respect. not underestimating him due to his age. With the new members incorporated, Irina resumed her role as the meeting's chairperson. The subsequent matters, however, became somewhat tedious for Sean, primarily revolving around Slytherin's objectives for the year and various other miscellaneous topics. Whenever a vote was required, Sean followed Irina and Samuel's lead, and during non-voting moments, he adopted a meditative stance, contemplating issues related to potion making and alchemy, while time flew by swiftly. Sean, I finally found you. Harry and Ron are missing. They aren't on the train. Have you seen them? Chapter 101. The Diary, I Want a Human Memory, is quite extraordinary. For Sean, the Harry Potter books and films he had encountered in his previous life seemed like distant memories, almost belonging to another existence. Certain vividly detailed elements from the original text had faded from his mind, yet some obscure details remained etched in his memory. However, at this moment, he recalled Hermione's concerns regarding Harry and Ron, even remembering the time he watched the film and rented a pirated DVD, an event that felt like a lifetime ago. We was still quite young. Sean? Hermione gazed at him, exhaling slightly. Perhaps it was Sean's impressive performance in last year's final exams that had eclipsed her. Or perhaps the fact that his paper had been published in the Cauldron had fostered her trust in him, akin to her feelings toward Harry and Ron. Yet, despite her trust, she remained anxious about Harry and Ron's absence from the Hogwarts Express. Sean, do you know why they missed the train? Is there a chance they encountered an accident? Sean was certainly aware of this. He understood that it was Dobby's earnest effort to protect Harry. Dobby knew that Lucius Malfoy had delivered a certain dark magical object associated with Voldemort to Hogwarts, and he was aware that this object could lead to the tragic recurrence of certain historical events, resulting in numerous casualties. Hence, Dobby's intention was to save Harry, and his means of doing so was to prevent Harry from arriving at Hogwarts. However, even with this knowledge, Sean could not rashly disclose it to Hermione, for his persona was not that of a prophet. Such mystical matters were ill-suited for him. Perhaps in the future, he might masquerade as a seer when necessary, or fabricate a connection to a prophet known only to himself, but certainly not at this moment. Moreover, they were currently aboard train, with no feasible way to locate the others. Rather than succumbing to panic, it would be wiser to maintain composure and seek assistance from the professors upon their arrival at Hogwarts. What do you think, Hermione? Having been persuaded by Sean, Hermione managed to regain her composure. After expressing her gratitude to Sean, she departed with Neville. Although her rapport with Sean was amicable, she felt uncomfortable sitting among so many Slytherins in the vicinity of his compartment. Upon disembarking from the train, all upperclassmen, except for the first years, were to travel via the Thestral-drawn carriages. Noticing that Blaise, Andy, and Jensen had not seen the Thestrals, it was evident that they had not yet witnessed death before. In contrast, Sean had personally taken a life, having killed Quirrell, and thus could see the Thestrals. The luggage would be transported to their respective dormitories by Hogwarts house elves, while the young wizards queued for the carriages, heading directly from Hogsmeade Station to Hogwarts. Once they alighted and entered the Great Hall, finding their respective house tables, the young wizards engaged in casual conversation. Eventually, the doors swung open, and this year's first years began to trickle in. Observing the newcomers, Andy leaned toward Sean and remarked, Sean, I still remember on this day last year, when you kicked Malfoy in from outside. It truly astonished us all. We never imagined there would be a fight on the first day of school, before the sorting ceremony. Hearing Andy's words, Blaise chuckled and said, The moment I witnessed Sean deliver a thorough beating to the insufferable Malfoy, I knew he was a good person, someone with whom one could get along. Curse that mute brat. Your days are numbered. Malfoy muttered to himself, casting a glance at Sean, sneering before turning away, his expression devoid of emotion. As Sean watched the sorting ceremony unfold, with 3 individuals already sorted into Slytherin, he was observing the other first years when a familiar voice resonated from Professor McGonagall. Ginny Weasley. Upon hearing the name, Sean turned his gaze towards the red-haired girl who had already begun to exhibit the features of a budding beauty. In comparison to her cinematic counterpart, Ginny, the real-life version, was far more enchanting. However, Sean's attention was not solely drawn to her appearance. Rather, he vaguely recalled that the Diary of Voldemort, a Horcrux, was currently in Ginny's possession. That diary was something Sean coveted. Glancing at the undoubtedly Gryffindor-affiliated Ginny, he fell into contemplation until another name jolted him from his reverie. Luna Lovegood. Sean lifted his head and looked at her. While the real Ginny surpassed her film portrayal in beauty, the reality of Luna was quite different from her cinematic image. The true Luna possessed a wild mane of dark golden hair cascading down her waist, with very light eyebrows and slightly protruding eyes, giving her a perpetually astonished expression. Luna was not unattractive. In fact, she was somewhat appealing, yet her peculiar attire rendered her appearance decidedly eccentric, a stark contrast to the depiction in the films. Ravenclaw. With the Sorting Hat's resounding announcement, Luna made her way to the Ravenclaw table. Chapter 102. Blaze's Little Trouble. Sean, look, where is our headmaster going? Upon hearing Blaze's inquiry, Sean turned to the professor's long table and noticed that their headmaster had risen and departed from the table, exiting the great hall through a door at the back, presumably to attend to some matter. Typically, professors would not be absent during the welcoming feast, so the headmaster's departure likely indicated some unusual circumstance. Of course, it was equally plausible that he simply had an upset stomach. The thought of their headmaster's discomfort led Sean to envision the rather amusing scenario of him in the restroom, clad in robes, sitting on the toilet, wearing a face of cold indifference while exerting himself. Uft, Blaze, Andy, and Jansen stared at Sean in bewilderment. To them, it seemed that Sean was engaged in deep contemplation, only to dissolve into laughter at the unexpected exit of Snape. Sean shook his head, although he noticed the puzzled gazes from Blaze and the others. He felt no need to explain. After all, how could he convey that he found humor in the imagined sight of Snape in such a predicament? Such an admission would surely label him as peculiar and perhaps even insane. The feast commenced. Sean served himself a piece of roasted leg of beef. The outer portion cooked to his preferred degree of doneness, and he savored the meal with satisfaction. In contrast, Blaze preferred his beef cooked less, a culinary choice that Sean found hard to appreciate. The new password was pure, indicating that the ideology of blood purity remained firmly entrenched within Slytherin. In truth, Sean, the son of mute parents, despite his lineage, is considered pure blood due to his ancestry. Both of his grandparents were wizards, with his paternal lineage tracing back to the esteemed Burstead family, one of the 28 pure blood families. Consequently, Sean, possessing the corresponding bloodline, is regarded as pure blood himself. Otherwise, despite his accomplishments, it would have been improbable for him to be accepted into the Slytherin Brotherhood's reserve organization, where a significant majority are staunch blood purists. Upon returning to his chamber, Sean immediately noticed Culkern emerging from his newly enlarged serpent nest. Since Culkern's growth, Sean had ceased to carry him around. In his younger days, it was manageable to conceal him within his garments, but now that Culkern had grown, it became too conspicuous. This change left Culkern quite displeased, sulking for a couple of days. After summoning a house elf from Hogwarts to prepare a drink, Sean settled at his desk, ready to immerse himself in his studies. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Rising to open the door, he was greeted by Blaze, who entered with a hint of excitement, exclaiming, "Sean, have you heard about the Savior and his entourage?" Sean was aware of the situation but feigned ignorance, responding with a puzzled shake of his head. "No. What has happened with Harry and the others? I heard they missed the Hogwarts Express, and the Savior's companion stole a Muggle car to fly to Hogwarts, only to be spotted by Muggles. It seems the Savior and his companion are facing expulsion." Chuckling and shaking his head, Sean remarked, "Blaze, why do you harbor such disdain for them?" "Because they are Gryffindors, and last year they nearly thwarted our quest for a 7th consecutive championship. That is indeed unfortunate." "Blaze, is there something amiss? I sense you wish to linger here." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Blaze's face. He cleared his throat and asked, "Sean, could I possibly spend the night here? What is going on? You sound as if someone is pursuing you." Scratching his head awkwardly, Blaze replied, "If you must know, my ex-girlfriend has been waiting outside my room, and I desperately want to avoid any entanglement with her." "But you two have broken up, haven't you?" "Yes, we have. But she just approached me, claiming she wishes to reconcile. I told her it was over and that I had no feelings left, but she seems to think otherwise. Besides, she is a year ahead of me. So, you feel you cannot contend with her?" Nodding awkwardly, Blaze admitted, "That is indeed the case. Sean, just for tonight. Let me hide out here. You can evade the first day, but not the 15th, what does that mean?" Upon hearing this, Blaze lamented, "Sean, is it so undesirable to share a bed with me?" With a roll of his eyes, Sean drew his wand and pointed it at Blaze. Instantly, Blaze felt as though an egg had shattered above his head, a chilling liquid cascading over his entire body. Soon, he realized that he had become completely invisible. "This magic is remarkable. Do teach me when you have the time. If you have the leisure, I would not mind instructing you." "All right, you may leave now. I did not cast this spell on you for long. If you prolong your stay, beware of the spell dissipating when you step outside, exposing your whereabouts. Off you go." Watching the door swing open and then close, Sean, as the caster of the spell, could distinctly sense Blaze had vacated his room. He sighed helplessly. It was only second year, yet Sean felt that Blaze was destined to falter in matters of the heart. Ironically, he had a penchant for upperclassmen, and one must remember, this was Hogwarts, where magic was taught, Unlike the mundane schools outside, upperclassmen were not as easily approached as one might imagine. Chapter 103. The classes commence. Early the next morning, Sean and the composed Blaze arrived at the Great Hall together to partake in breakfast. As last year, halfway through their meal, a multitude of owls soared in from outside. Initially, Sean paid little attention to the owls until he noticed a particularly large one, a robust owl, which prompted him to set down his cutlery, preparing to receive whatever it had brought. With a thud, the hefty owl landed on the table before Sean. Thankfully, Sean had cleared the area beforehand, ensuring the owl's landing did not disrupt anything. "Here, have something to eat," he said, placing a small bowl of nuts and smoked fish before the owl, which immediately bowed its head and began to feast. Meanwhile, Sean took hold of the package delivered by the owl and began to unfold the letters within. As he read, an unusual expression crossed his face, gradually transforming into one of delight. Observing Sean's reaction, Blaze and the newly arrived Jansen exchanged curious glances, particularly Blaze, who inquired with intrigue, "Sean, what has happened?" "You seem quite pleased." Setting the letter aside and refolding it carefully into its envelope, Sean looked at Blaze, a clear smile gracing his features. "I just received a letter from home. My mother is over a month pregnant. I am soon to have a brother or sister. That is truly splendid news. Perhaps in a few years, your sibling will also attend Hogwarts, and they will come to realize just how remarkable their older brother is here," Blaze remarked, eliciting laughter from both Sean and Jansen. Lowering his gaze, Sean tucked the letter into his pocket and retrieved a familiar bag from the package. Indeed, it was the bag Aldrich had prepared for him during their time at Beauxbatons, imbued with the undetectable extension charm. As Sean embarked on his journey to Hogwarts, he left behind the pair of shields and the chain hammer, which were undergoing repairs and upgrades by the elven alchemist. Consequently, he did not bring them along. This time, upon receiving a letter from Sean's parents, Aldrich included a note informing Sean that the items were ready and sent them along with an expanded space bag, delivered by Rob. It was evident that this year would require action, and Sean had already prepared himself for it. Just as he stowed the items away, a voice filled with fury suddenly erupted from the Gryffindor table. Sean looked up and saw Ron, his face a picture of despair, staring at the howler in front of him. The deafening voice unmistakably belonged to Mrs. Weasley. Under the weight of her wrath, not only the Gryffindor lions fell silent, but even the Slytherin snakes paused in their chatter, waiting in hushed anticipation for the howler to conclude. It must be said that an irate parent holds a certain power over children, regardless of whether they are their own or not. Even a furious Gryffindor parent could instill a sense of awe in the Slytherin lot. Once the howler's reprimand to Ron came to an end, it turned to gently congratulate Ginny on her acceptance into Gryffindor. Only then did the howler subside, transforming back into a mundane letter that fell into Ron's hands. Finally over, Ron sighed. "To be honest, I had some grievances with my mother, believing she could improve in certain areas. However, in light of this, it seems my mother has been quite gentle with me. If I had a mother who sent howlers directly to school, I would surely be too embarrassed to show my face." Sean smiled at Blaze and remarked, "Every mother is unique, and mothers are human too. They have their shortcomings. As long as you're certain of their love for you, it is essential to be forgiving of their flaws, just as they have been forgiving of ours." Sean had long been aware that Blaze harbored some resentment towards his mother, yet such matters reside deep within one's heart, often kept secret. Thus, Sean felt compelled to offer a word of consolation, acknowledging that this might not bear much weight, but as a friend, he deemed it necessary to express it. Perhaps influenced by Sean's words, or perhaps grasping his intent, Blaze offered a slight smile, but, unusually, chose not to speak. Instead, he quietly finished his breakfast. Once the last morsel was consumed, Blaze returned to his usual self, rising alongside Sean to bid farewell to Jansen, who was heading to another class. The two then made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Upon arriving, they discovered a transparent box placed on their table, within which rested a beetle the size of a thumb. Undoubtedly, this beetle was to serve as the learning tool for that day's Transfiguration lesson. The little wizards gradually arrived in the classroom, where Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe, stood at the podium, quietly observing the second-year students as the lesson commenced. "I believe there is no need for introductions, so let us commence today's lesson." Professor McGonagall lifted a beetle from the podium and, under the watchful gaze of the students, transformed it effortlessly into an exquisite, antique-looking agate button, cradled delicately in her hand. Before each student lay a beetle, and I require you to transmute it into a button of your choosing. The more intricate and refined, the better. For exceptional performances, I shall award an additional 10 points. Upon this declaration, Not only did Blaze and several other young wizards glance curiously at Sean, but even Professor McGonagall found herself involuntarily looking in his direction. Noticing the attention directed at him, Sean cleared his throat, opened a transparent box, retrieved the beetle within, and raised his wand, gently tapping the creature. Instantly, the beetle began to spin rapidly, transforming into a silver button adorned with fragments of emerald, exuding opulence and embodying the aesthetic of Slytherin. Chapter 104. The Complexity of Transfiguration. It was an impeccably crafted button, suffused with the essence of Slytherin. Sean perceived that Professor McGonagall did not entirely approve of the Slytherin motif of the button. Had it been a golden button with red gemstones, he might have received a more enthusiastic reward from her. However, he feared that should he pursue such an endeavor, he would find himself at odds with the Serpent King of his own house. Professor McGonagall examined the button created by Sean with meticulous scrutiny, even discerning the serpentine patterns along its edge. Slytherin, 10 points. In matters of awarding points, Sean felt that his house head could learn a thing or two about fairness from Professor McGonagall. Yet, this was merely a small aspiration, a humble suggestion that need not be voiced. It was a matter of respect towards his house head, certainly not cowardice. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. This is well-deserved, Sean. However, might you further transform this button? At her words, Sean paused momentarily, then nodded, inquiring Professor McGonagall, what would you like me to transform it into? Returning the button to Sean's hand, Professor McGonagall instructed, first, please turn it into a playing card, if you will. Of course. Sean placed the button on the table, and, with a gentle flick of his wand, the button began to spin, morphing into a king card depicting a young wizard encircled by a white serpent. A snake. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's command once more, Sean continued the transformation. With a graceful wave of his wand, the card began to dance, elongating from tail to head until it transformed into a slender silver snake. Blaze, who had been mesmerized by Sean's display, immediately recognized that the little serpent bore an uncanny resemblance to Culkin. As Sean extended his hand, a small snake slithered onto it, gently weaving around his 5 fingers. Witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall's stern expression softened momentarily, revealing a rare hint of satisfaction. Nevertheless, she continued to address Sean, instructing him to transform the snake into a box as splendid as possible, emphasizing that a larger size would be preferable. Upon hearing her words, Sean understood that he was now facing the final test. He slowly rose, pointing his wand at the serpent resting on his hand. With a graceful arc of his right hand, he waved the wand overhead, and the snake immediately soared from his grasp, landing on the ground beside him. Its body coiled and morphed into a silvery green vortex, yet it did not instantly transform into a box. Instead, it gradually expanded, first to the size of a fist, then to that of a human head. At this juncture, a look of seriousness crossed Sean's face, and his hand holding the wand trembled slightly. In Transfiguration, the challenge of transforming a living creature into an inanimate object is significantly less daunting than that of animating a lifeless form. The latter requires not only a change in appearance, but also the infusion of magic to bestow life, a feat that rivals the complexities of transforming between living beings. Conversely, the transformation of a living being into an inanimate object does not concern the entity's essence, as it merely involves a physical alteration. Furthermore, the scale of transfiguration is typically constant. For example, a fist-sized stone can easily be turned into a mouse, but transforming it into a tiger necessitates profound mastery of the art. Similarly, changing a large tree into a needle demands extraordinary talent. At this moment, Sean's trial revolved around the size variation in transfiguration. As for more advanced transformations, such as Voldemort's fiery serpents or Dumbledore's water prisons, these represent the pinnacle of transfiguration skills, an echelon still slightly out of reach for even Professor McGonagall, let alone Sean. In summary, the difficulty of transfiguration can be categorized from simple to complex, lifeless to lifeless, living to lifeless, size alteration, living to living, and finally, the intangible transformation of elements. This progression aligns with the 5 levels of transfiguration indicated on Sean's panel. Currently, Sean remains at the 2nd level of transfiguration, having mastered the transformation of living beings into inanimate objects. While he possesses the ability to alter size, it proves exceedingly challenging, and he remains quite unskilled, thereby not yet attaining the 3rd tier of mastery. As for Professor McGonagall, her expertise is evident, whether in her ability to transform living beings into other living forms, as exemplified by an animagus, or in her capability to awaken the statues of Hogwarts, imbuing them with life as guardian sentinels. All attest to her reaching level 4 in transfiguration, just a step away from achieving level 5. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vortex ultimately expanded to the size of a pumpkin before finally coming to a halt, transforming into a silvery box adorned with emeralds. In truth, such an effect could have been achieved by employing transfiguration to conjure a box the size of a fist and then enlarging it with a spell. However, the true test lay in the sheer mastery of transfiguration, and thus, one could not resort to such a shortcut. Professor McGonagall gazed at the box before her, a faint smile gracing her face, clearly expressing her satisfaction with Sean's prowess in transfiguration. For a student who had only just begun their second year, achieving such a level of skill was exceedingly rare in McGonagall's teaching career. Sean had undoubtedly earned the right to join her Transfiguration Club, an impressive feat in transfiguration. At your age, it can be deemed nothing short of perfection. With these words, Professor McGonagall stepped closer and whispered to Sean, "Come find me after class. I have something to discuss with you." Nodding at Sean, she then turned her attention to the transfiguration of the other students. Several other talented young wizards had also completed their transformations and were awaiting McGonagall's evaluation. Yet, with Sean's remarkable achievement preceding them, it would be nearly impossible for them to earn extra points unless they surpassed Sean in transfiguration. As for McGonagall's earlier remark, Sean recalled that at the end of the previous semester, she had encouraged him to practice transfiguration during the holidays, at least to maintain his skills, likely in preparation for today's assessment. Sean had not disappointed her, successfully passing the evaluation, and he surmised that the after-class meeting was likely regarding his potential membership in the Transfiguration-related club. Chapter 105, A Sudden Inspiration Regarding Mandrakes. Upon exiting the Transfiguration classroom, Sean immediately headed toward the greenhouse outside Hogwarts Castle with Blaise, who had been waiting outside. Today's herbology lesson was to be held in Greenhouse 1, and their conversation with Professor McGonagall had slightly delayed them. Thus, they needed to quicken their pace to avoid being late. "Sean, how did it go? Did Professor McGonagall invite you to join her club?" "Speaking of clubs, Sean, what is the name of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club?" "The Fur Club," Sean replied. This was the name of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. Not all clubs organized by Hogwarts professors are named after their respective subjects. For instance, while Snape's Potions Club is aptly named, many professors, such as Horace Slughorn, the former potions master, have clubs with names that bear little relation to their subjects. McGonagall's Transfiguration Club follows this pattern, as she named her club after her favorite type of wood, the fir tree, which is also the material of her wand. "With this, won't your evenings become increasingly scarce?" remarked Blaise. "If it were me, I could never endure the days filled with classes followed by club activities at night. People are different. While you find such a lifestyle unbearable, I find it rather enjoyable." Two individuals exchanged laughter and conversation before departing from Hogwarts Castle, making their way directly to Greenhouse 1. Along the journey, Sean spotted Harry and Ron in the distance, their faces displaying a mix of exasperation as they approached the castle. However, pressed for time to attend class, Sean merely nodded in acknowledgement and hastened to the greenhouse. Upon arriving at Greenhouse 1, Sean found that the majority of second-year Slytherin and Ravenclaw students had already gathered. They had received an earmuff from Professor Sprout. As Sean donned the protective item and surveyed the array of flower pots within the greenhouse, he quickly deduced the day's lesson: Mandrakes. Hearing Professor Sprout's announcement, the young wizards gradually positioned themselves in front of the pots. Sean and Blaise located two pots, nestled in a corner, and quietly awaited the commencement of the lesson. "Today, we shall be repotting Mandrakes. Can anyone tell me the characteristics of Mandrakes?" But the Ravenclaw students were swift, as Sean's arm was barely raised, for 5 Ravenclaws had already raised their hands, with a girl among them seizing the opportunity. Mandrakes, also known as mandrake roots, possess the ability to restore those who have been transfigured or cursed back to their original state. They are a highly effective restorative agent. However, it is crucial to note that the cries of mandrake can be fatal, and one must exercise utmost caution when handling them. Perfect as always, Catherine. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Catherine Bishop, a second-year Ravenclaw, was a key contributor to her house's points in class. Sean often found it difficult to earn points in herbology and charms, primarily due to her presence. Last year's final grades placed her third, trailing only behind Sean and Hermione, largely because her practical exam scores in potions and transfiguration were slightly lower, creating a gap between her and the top two. In truth, aside from these subjects, Catherine was not vastly inferior to Sean and Hermione. "Sean, did you know? In July, someone from the Bishop family became a reviewing editor for the premier journal on transfiguration, Animagus. Previously, they had another family member become a reviewing editor for the Cauldron. This eventually led to their entrance into the Wisengamot. Their family has a long-standing tradition in Ravenclaw, boasting considerable academic prowess." Listening to Blaise's words, Sean nodded and quietly remarked, "It is only natural to perceive the strength of their family in academics through Catherine." As he spoke, Sean caught a glimpse of Catherine glancing in his direction, though she quickly turned her head away, seemingly just a casual gesture. Although he suspected that her glance was intentional, Sean harbored no particular thoughts about it. Whether she looked or not was of little consequence to him. In truth, Sean did not place much significance on his position as the top student of the academic year. He merely engaged in his studies and examinations with a sense of normalcy, achieving first place without any deliberate striving for it. Consequently, he found himself indifferent to the accolade. As he idly pondered, Sean mechanically followed Professor Sprout's instructions and began repotting the mandrake. Even through ear protection, the cries of the humanoid-rooted mandrake were still excruciatingly piercing, and it was no surprise that they could be lethal. This must be akin to a form of natural soundwave magic. Regrettably, the mandrake lacked the sentience to provoke a duel, for if he could somehow amplify its cries, it would undoubtedly constitute a remarkable spell. Wait a moment. Soundwave magic, effective against humans, but what about against a basilisk? One would be ineffective, but what if there were 17 or 18? With this thought, Sean gazed at the ugly mandrake, which was struggling slightly in his grasp, and firmly placed it into the pot, compacting the soil around it. Having completed this task, he stepped back slightly, allowing Professor Sprout to inspect his work. Once she confirmed that there were no issues, he stood still, lost in contemplation regarding his earlier musings. A multitude of mandrakes accompanied by the cacophony of a dozen roosters. One could glare, while the other summoned with sound. Sean was eager to ascertain whether the basilisk's gaze was superior or if his soundwave attack would prove effective. Chapter 106, Reshaping Thoughts? After finishing his steak, Sean concluded his lunch. He turned to Blaze and inquired, Blaze, is the next class defense against the dark arts? As for the potions that Andy needed, Sean resolved to address that on Saturday. This academic year, he needed to acquire the diary and confront Lockhart, leaving him with little time. Thus many matters had to be postponed or set aside. Taking a brief respite and glancing at the time, it was nearly time for class. Sean and Blaze rose and proceeded directly to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Upon exiting the Great Hall, Sean noticed a first-year student wielding a camera, eagerly pursuing Harry and his friends for photographs. Meanwhile, Malfoy, accompanied by his cronies, sought to confront Harry. A year had passed, yet Malfoy's obsession with Harry remained fervent. The moment he spotted Harry within his line of sight, he rushed forward to cause a commotion, vying for Harry's attention. Had either of them been female, the outcome might have been quite different. With fervor, Malfoy hurried towards Harry, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe. He could discern that Harry was not fond of being photographed. Yet due to the presence of first-year Gryffindor, he had to temper his temperament, attempting to be as accommodating as possible to this first year named Colin Creevey. Therefore, Malfoy decided to ridicule Harry from Creevey's perspective, certain that the effect would be splendid. However, as Malfoy approached Harry, he caught sight of Sean passing between them. Instinctively, Malfoy pinched his nose and instinctively stepped back, colliding with Goyle's abdomen. Casting a fleeting glance at Malfoy, Sean chose not to engage him further. Instead, he greeted Harry and noticed Colin, who was incessantly snapping photographs with his camera. Frowning slightly, Sean held no prejudice against Gryffindor. Yet Colin's relentless pursuit of capturing images without regard for others' willingness reminded him of the paparazzi from his past life, a notion he found quite distasteful. However, given that both Harry and Colin belonged to Gryffindor, and with Harry saying nothing, Sean felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. He merely urged Harry to hasten their departure for class and left the Great Hall ahead of him. Upon hearing Sean's words, Harry quickly realized that to evade Colin, he merely needed to head to the classroom, as their differing year groups would prevent Colin from following him. Briefly informing Colin of his intent to attend class, Harry disregarded Colin's attempts to accompany him and hurried after Sean with Ron and Hermione. Sean, thank you once again for your help, Harry expressed. Such trivial matters hardly constitute assistance. However, Harry, mere tolerance and indulgence will not transform you into a good person or one whom others admire. For even if you have been accommodating countless times, the moment you choose to resist or refuse, you may instantly be perceived as a villain in their eyes. Harry paused, instinctively sensing that Sean was alluding to Colin, yet his intuition soon suggested that Sean's words carried a broader implication. Contemplating this, Harry inquired, Sean, what do you think I should do? Be a person of principle, Sean replied with a smile. Act according to your own beliefs and adhere to your principles. Do not engage in actions that contravene your own values. For instance, if you dislike having your photograph taken, simply tell him so. If he ceases his unsolicited photography, you may continue your friendship. However, should he disregard your counsel, you must take measures to uphold your principles, ensuring he understands the consequences of violating them. Do you comprehend? Then, Sean, if it were you, How would you respond if Colin violated your principles by photographing you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a boisterous voice interrupted, and Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from the classroom. He glanced at Harry and then at Colin, who was trailing behind, and promptly inserted himself between them, enveloping Harry in a warm embrace and flashing his brilliant smile, wholly oblivious to Harry's discontent. He declared loudly to Colin, "Photography. I absolutely adore it. It appears that you, too, Harry, enjoy it. Excellent. Let us capture a delightful duo portrait. Come now, Mr. Creevey, I shall provide both of you with autographs shortly." As Harry watched Lockhart embrace him, he instinctively attempted to wriggle free. At that moment, Lockhart leaned in and whispered a piece of advice. "Harry, I have provided you cover in front of young Creevey. If he captures us both in a photograph, your classmates will not perceive you as overly arrogant, will they?" As he spoke, Lockhart made a gesture as if to take a photograph. Harry observed Lockhart and Colin, sighing as he resigned himself to the situation. Thinking it was merely a photograph, what harm could it truly cause? Yet at that moment, Harry suddenly noticed Sean standing nearby and recalled Sean's earlier words. A frown creased his brow as he abruptly seized Lockhart's arm, pushing him aside while shielding himself from Colin's camera, resulting in Colin capturing only the hand that obscured Harry's face. Having done this, Harry turned to Lockhart and stated plainly, "Professor, I do not enjoy having my picture taken. I never have, nor do I wish to draw attention to myself." He then shifted his gaze to Colin, adding, "Colin, I welcome you to Gryffindor and would be glad to be your friend. However, I must insist that you refrain from taking pictures of me in the future, all right?" With that, Harry disregarded Lockhart and Colin's reactions and strode into the classroom. As Harry entered the classroom, Lockhart's face was flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his jovial demeanor, chuckling about the youthful shyness of young people, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Observing this, Sean, accompanied by Blaise, also entered the classroom, pondering the intriguing possibility of reshaping some of Harry's thoughts, which might prove beneficial for his future plans. Chapter 107, Gilderoy Lockhart. The second-year students from Slytherin and Gryffindor gradually settled into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Sean and Blaise occupied seats in the middle of the front row, quietly awaiting the commencement of the lesson. At this juncture, Lockhart paused, maintaining his characteristic smile as he surveyed the second-year students from both houses, eagerly anticipating their laughter. However, apart from a few of Lockhart's admirers who found his humor exceedingly simplistic, the majority remained unamused. Among this select few was Hermione, whose admiration for Lockhart was evident to any observer. Lockhart, seemingly oblivious to the lack of laughter, continued to beam the nearly silent students, his smile growing increasingly radiant as he declared, "I see that many of you have purchased my complete works. Splendid. I thought we might begin with a brief quiz today. Do not fear. There is absolutely no need for trepidation, as I simply wish to ascertain whether you have read my books and grasped their essence." Lockhart retrieved a stack of papers from the lectern behind him and distributed them to the front row, instructing them to pass the papers back. Once all students had received their copies, he promptly announced, "All right, you now have 30 minutes to complete this quiz. Begin." Blaise perused the examination paper, only to discover that it was entirely comprised of inquiries pertaining to Lockhart himself, such as his favorite color and his aspirations. This revelation left Blaise utterly exasperated, and he immediately turned to Sean to share his disdain. However, upon turning, he was taken aback to find his good friend and brother-in-arms. Sean, who was not one to mince words and would rather strike than engage in idle chatter, writing on the paper at an astonishing speed. "Are you serious? You can't possibly be a fan of that Lockhart fellow, can you?" "Of course not. In the brief time I've been exposed to him, any residual admiration I may have harbored has completely dissipated. I even question the authenticity of Lockhart's purported experiences. I am not suggesting that those experiences are fabrications. I merely doubt whether they are truly his, as he bears no resemblance to the persona depicted in his writings. He exhibits a complete lack of awareness regarding his surroundings, and some of his qualities are inferior to mine. Hence, I suspect that the tales in his book might well be the experiences of others that he has usurped." Blaise observed as Sean spoke, effortlessly completing the questions. Contemplating for a moment, he hurriedly transcribed the answers from Sean's paper. He didn't require a high score, but a 0 was out of the question. As half an hour elapsed, the papers were collected one by one, and Lockhart began to scrutinize them in front of all the young sorcerers, making a series of tootang sounds as he did so. At this juncture, Lockhart once again directed his gaze at the students and mischievously winked at them, nearly causing Blaise to retch, while Sean let out a resigned sigh. Truly eccentric. Suddenly, Sean heard Lockhart call out his name. "Mr. Sean Burst and Miss Hermione Granger, where are you?" Upon hearing her name, Hermione immediately raised her hand high and straight, resembling a flagpole, as though fearing Lockhart might overlook her. Sean, on the other hand, merely lifted his hand slightly, just enough for Lockhart to notice. Upon spotting Sean and Hermione, a smile spread across Lockhart's face as he declared, "Excellent. You two are truly remarkable. You answered all my questions. You know that my secret ambition is to eradicate all evil in the world, and that I wish to market my own line of hair care products. What splendid young men and women you are. Consequently, your paper has garnered a perfect score of 100. Such an impressive 100. He continued thus. Each of you has earned 10 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor respectively. This was undoubtedly the most tedious class I have ever attended, even more so than Professor Bin's History of Magic, which at least allowed me to sleep soundly. Yet, Lockhart's voice was so loud that slumber was an impossibility. Rest assured, you shall soon witness some amusement, I promise." Upon hearing this, Blaise immediately turned to Sean, his expression inquisitive as he whispered, "I knew it. You wouldn't delve in a Lockhart-esque book for no reason. What are you planning?" "There is nothing much to say. This is the defense against the dark arts class. As the professor, it is only natural for him to diligently instruct us in the art of dark magic defense. If he were to display any negligence, it becomes my responsibility as a student to remind him of his duties as a professor of the subject, ensuring he fulfills the role adequately." Blaise observed Sean, a hint of schadenfreude gracing his features, while his gaze towards Lockhart grew increasingly malevolent. Chapter 108. Sean's Flattery. "Now, everyone be vigilant. I am your professor for defense against the dark arts, and my task is to teach you how to confront those perilous and malevolent entities. I shall now unveil to you the most terrifying creatures of the magical realm. Fear not, for I am here to safeguard you from harm. I implore you to remain composed and witness how I handle these wicked beings." As he spoke, Lockhart placed a large cage draped in cloth upon the podium. With an air of mystery, he leaned closer to the students, whispering, "I must ask you not to scream, as it may provoke them. Therefore, I request silence as I introduce this terrifying creature, the Cornish pixie." At Lockhart's proclamation, Sean could distinctly hear the sound of laughter resonating from various corners of the room, so pronounced that even Lockhart could not convince himself it stemmed from fear. He surveyed the students below, theatrically exclaiming, "Do not underestimate the Cornish pixie. They are as cunning and terrifying as little demons." With a flourish, Lockhart lifted the cloth from the cage. Sean gazed into the enclosure, observing the pixies with their ashen skin, pointed faces and ears, and piercing yellow eyes, emitting shrill cries that indeed bore a striking resemblance to the fiends of legend. Doubt crept in. Were these creatures truly related to demons? What might one gain from dueling such beings? As Sean's excitement grew, Lockhart abruptly flung open the cage door. The Cornish pixies, akin to little devils, erupted from their confinement, scattering the students' belongings and hurling objects indiscriminately. A few pixies seized Neville by the ears and hoisted him onto the chandelier above the classroom. Lockhart raised his wand, poised to embarrass himself as usual. Yet Sean was evidently unwilling to grant him that opportunity. To Sean, each of these Cornish pixies represented a worthy opponent in dueling, a chance to hone his skills and talents. With a flourish, Sean drew his wand and swept it before him. Instantly, the books and quills that had been thrown about by the pixies ascended from the floor and desks, swiftly transforming into diminutive hawks, which soared towards the mischievous creatures. The spell, known as the Bat Bogey Hex, effectively transmuted objects into animals to counter targets, proving particularly effective against beings such as the Cornish pixies. Eagles soared gracefully, their sharp talons effortlessly capturing the diminutive Cornish pixies, slamming them to the ground with a force that rendered them utterly dazed. Some of the more unfortunate pixies met a grisly fate, ensnared by two or more eagles, torn asunder, their dismembered remains and blood cascading down from the sky. Staining the earth below, as Sean reached to close the cage, he glanced at the visibly bewildered Lockhart and stifled the urge to check the notification panel that had alerted him over 10 times. With a smile, he addressed Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, I beg your pardon for my hasty use of magic to deal with these Cornish pixies. Surely, you must possess a more prudent method to resolve this situation." Lockhart's face instantly brightened with his signature smile, nodding vigorously. "Mr. Sean burst, one of only 2 students to achieve full marks. It seems your understanding of me surpasses the confines of mere examinations. Though unspoken, I indeed have more appropriate solutions to handle these pixies, ones that are certainly more refined than your recent display, which, I must say, bordered on the excessively brutal." Observing Sean, Lockhart felt a twinge of discomfort as the conversation shifted from flattery to a potential confrontation. Noticing Sean step back, preparing to assume a stance, Lockhart hastily interjected. Mr. Sean burst, the essence of magic can be perilous. I fear for your safety. That is, without affording Lockhart a chance to decline, Sean promptly replied. Professor Lockhart, as you mentioned, my previous spell was relatively gentle. I believe it poses no threat to me. Furthermore, should any harm befall me, I bear no grievances. Hogwarts boasts a hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey possesses remarkable healing skills. I assure you, all shall be well. Besides, I believe everyone is eager to witness your prowess. Professor Lockhart. At this juncture, Sean shot a knowing glance at Blaise, then at Harry and Ron, who immediately grasped the cue and erupted into applause to cheer on Lockhart. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy and the recently subdued Millicent, still unfamiliar with Lockhart's true nature, were puzzled by Sean's sudden audacity. Yet, since Sean seemed eager to be on the receiving end of Lockhart's teachings, they readily joined in the applause, spurred on by the unfolding spectacle. As the clapping grew from a few to a majority of the students, Lockhart, though feeling a twinge of guilt, found his vanity fully ignited. Given the circumstances, retreat was not an option. With a flourish, he drew his wand, lifting his chin slightly, declaring, "Since you, Mr. Sean Burst, and the others wish to witness my abilities, I shall not disappoint you. However, do be cautious. Do not allow me to cause you too much harm. Professor Lockhart, please proceed." Paski Pixia, Besht. Lockhart's incantation faltered as Sean swiftly brandished his wand, pointing it at him. With the utterance of a spell, a crimson beam shot forth, striking Lockhart squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward into the cabinet, silencing the classroom in an instant. Chapter 109. The Bone Extraction Spell. As all present were astonished by the fact that Lockhart had been sent flying without even making a move, Sean had already activated his panel. Ignoring the abilities bestowed upon him by the Cornish pixies, he scrolled to the very bottom to examine the skill he had extracted from Lockhart. Victory in Duel. Randomly extract one ability from opponent. Extracting. Extraction complete. Acquired. Writing skill LV4. His eye twitched slightly as Sean expressionlessly closed the panel. He stepped forward, swiftly approaching Lockhart, who lay among the wreckage of the cabinet, questioning his existence. Sean seized him and, with an expression of admiration and reverence, began brushing off the dust and debris from Lockhart's attire. Professor Lockhart, you truly care for us students so deeply that you are reluctant to use magic on us. I had no idea of your profound affection, and I sincerely apologize for casting a spell on you first. Is there truly such an interpretation? A look of bewilderment crossed Lockhart's face, quickly replaced by his signature radiant smile, revealing his familiar pearly whites once more. He nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. Indeed, you are the student in the second year who knows me best. You have grasped my thoughts perfectly. I'm truly touched, thus we should abandon this. No, Professor Lockhart, I have erred once more, and I must make amends. Please, allow me to stand here. You may cast the spell first. With your magical prowess, I am certain you can strike the right balance, teaching the students present while ensuring my safety. Given your experiences in the adventures chronicled in your books, this should pose no difficulty for you, correct? At this juncture, Sean cast a knowing glance at Blaise and Harry, who once again understood his intent and began to rally support for Lockhart. At that moment, the students could largely be divided into three factions. The first faction comprised Lockhart's devoted fans, who still held trust and admiration for him, albeit with a few doubts. Yet under Sean's somewhat plausible flattery, it aligned with their perception of Lockhart. The second faction firmly believed Lockhart to be an imposter and a fraud, convinced that Sean was deliberately setting him up, reveling in Lockhart's continued embarrassment. The third faction found themselves straddling the line between the first two. They were uncertain of Lockhart's authenticity, yet did not regard him as particularly extraordinary. They opted to remain observant, naturally supporting the ongoing duel between Sean and Lockhart. Thus, when Blaise and Harry led the cheers, the majority of students erupted in applause once more. Lockhart, caught in a predicament, found Sean's heartfelt words compelling and not deceitful. With a lingering sense of vanity, he ultimately chose to engage in another duel with Sean. Mr. Lockhart, you are indeed correct. This presents no challenge for me. Thus, let us commence our duel once more, allowing me to impart to you the art of employing magic with a certain gentleness to vanquish one's foes. Lockhart brandished his wand, striking a pose reminiscent of a theatrical performer, as he fancied himself an elegant magician. Pescapixi Pesternami. A splendid, golden beam shot forth from the tip of Lockhart's wand, aimed directly at Sean. Armored protection. Without a moment's hesitation, Sean swept his wand in a fierce arc before him, conjuring a shimmering blue-white halo, an iron armor charm. The golden light collided with the protective aura, but stirred not a single ripple, as though a mere breath had been blown upon it. The golden glow, much like Lockhart himself, appeared magnificent yet proved utterly ineffective, a facade of splendor concealing hollow substance. Observing Lockhart's apparent hesitation, Sean, of course, would not grant him the opportunity to retreat. Victory in this duel was imperative to acquire Lockhart's abilities. Sean must strike decisively. Levitation flip. A translucent energy burst forth from Sean's wand, striking Lockhart and sending him spiraling through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Silence enveloped the defense against the dark arts classroom once more, soon to be shattered by a chorus of laughter. If the earlier incident had been a mere fluke, it was now abundantly clear to all that Lockhart was truly inept. Aside from a handful of die-hard admirers, such as Hermione, the majority had surmised that Lockhart was nothing but a charlatan. Disregarding Lockhart, Sean swiftly reopened his panel, scrolling to the bottom, eager to see the ability he had drawn. Victory in duel. Randomly acquire one ability from opponent. Drawing. Drawing complete. Acquired. Bone extraction, curse LV1. Ah, not the forgetting charm. However, bone extraction curse? What on earth is that? Just as doubt crossed Sean's mind, detailed information regarding the curse manifested in his consciousness. Originally intended as a bone-repairing spell, the bone extraction curse had been mislearned by Lockhart, whose careless study had distorted it into a dark magic that forcibly extracted bones, transforming a healing charm into a thoroughly malevolent incantation. Fortunately, the injuries inflicted by this curse could be remedied by the bone regeneration spell, rendering them relatively manageable. Well then, this could be considered a fortuitous surprise. Glancing up at the groaning Lockhart, who was struggling to rise from the ground, admiration once again graced Sean's features. He hastened to Lockhart's side, extending a hand to assist him in standing. As Lockhart hastily departed, Sean let out a resigned sigh. Even the most inept wizard possesses a repertoire of at least a dozen spells, not to mention abilities beyond magic. To extract precisely what one desires in just one or two attempts requires either an extraordinary stroke of luck or relentless effort. It appears that Sean, for the time being, must resort to continuous duels to procure Lockhart's forgetfulness charm. Chapter 110. The weighty expectations of the headmaster to assert dominance over the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor on the very first day. Such is unmistakably your style. Sean. Upon hearing Sean's words, Blaise shook his head and remarked, "It's still a bit early. I plan to head to the library with my girlfriend. We intend to study together and strive for excellence." Observing the somewhat erratic behavior of Blaise, Sean suddenly realized that this new romantic involvement might not endure. Blaise is certainly not the type to sit quietly in a library for long. His current willingness to study alongside his girlfriend is merely a reflection of their infatuation. However, Blaise's periods of enchantment are notoriously brief, and it is highly likely that he will soon disappoint his senior. Shaking his head in resignation, Sean bid farewell to Blaise and proceeded directly to the Potions Club located in the dungeon. Originally, the club comprised 5 members, but with the graduation of one, namely the female president from Slytherin, only 4 remained. Upon entering the classroom of the Potions Club, Sean noted that only 4 desks were left. "Hey, Sean, you're here. I heard about your exploits in the defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. Well done." Raising his hand in greeting, Sean responded, "Let us not dwell on this afternoon's events. I was genuinely curious about the capabilities of our new defense against the dark arts professor, but as I suspected, he turned out to be another slacker." Slacker. Although the term was unfamiliar to him, Sean could grasp its meaning, perhaps due to his Chinese heritage. With a chuckle, he shifted the topic, asking Wong, "You're also in your 5th year, right? Are you starting to prepare for the OWL examinations? Do you feel confident?" At this, a hint of exasperation crossed Wong's face as he replied, "I have a modicum of confidence, but I'm not particularly strong in certain subjects. So achieving all OS seems unlikely. My parents expect me to obtain all OS to facilitate my entrance into the Ministry of Magic and eventually take over their positions. Your potion skills are exceptional. The rest of your subjects should be satisfactory as well. Shouldn't they? I lack confidence in Transfiguration and Ancient Runes. I'm probably only capable of earning an E in those," Wong admitted. An O represents the highest grade, while an E is the 2nd tier, equivalent to excellent and good respectively. While he might be commendable for many, Wong's family only deems O acceptable. Thus, his concern lies not in passing the exams, but in the inability to achieve a full set of O grades. It must be noted that Wong is undoubtedly the top student in his grade, much like Cedric, who has just entered the 4th year, and Sean, who is in the 2nd year. Sean engaged in conversation with Wong, and gradually, others began to arrive. Among them were the fourth-year Ravenclaw student, Buckeyke, and the sixth-year Slytherin student, Jennifer Frilly. These four constituted the entire roster of the Potions Club at present. They gathered in the club, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Severus Snape entered the room, his billowing black robes trailing behind him. Standing at the podium in the Potions Club classroom, Snape surveyed Sean and the others before addressing them. My expectations for you this year remain unwavering. By the time you graduate in your 7th year, I hope each of you will have published a paper in a potions journal. While I do not insist that you publish in the Golden Cauldron, you are required to publish in a lesser journal, such as Essence of Potions or White Smoke. Otherwise, do not claim to have attended my Potions Club. However, there is one exception. Sean, catching the gaze of his head of house, recognized that familiar, hollow, and indifferent stare, causing his lips to twitch slightly as a sense of foreboding washed over him. As he anticipated the impending doom, Snape turned to Sean once more. Sean, you are the exception. You must publish at least 2 papers in the Golden Cauldron before your 7th year. Otherwise, do not assert that you participated in my Potions Club. 2 papers? This is unbearable. Feeling the weight of his headmaster's profound expectations and affection, Sean suddenly contemplated transferring to Beauxbatons. Transferring to Gryffindor now seemed futile. Such deep and heavy favoritism warranted Sean considering an international transfer. Understood, although reluctant, Sean dared not voice any objections. He was acutely aware that even the slightest complaint would result in Snape increasing his paper requirement to 3 or 4. In matters of being unreasonable, Sean was certain of his head of house's capabilities. Very well, let us now commence our discussion on potion brewing techniques. As the meeting concluded, Buckeyke was the first to depart, seemingly somewhat socially anxious and uncomfortable in crowded places. Jennifer Frilly, on the other hand, approached Sean alongside Wong, but refrained from speaking immediately, patiently waiting for Wong and Sean's conversation to conclude. Wong noticed this as well. He did not linger, exchanging a few brief words with Sean before nodding to Jennifer and leaving. Sean observed that while Wong appeared equitable on the surface, he seemed less fond of Jennifer. Once Wong had departed, Jennifer smiled at Sean and said, Sean, let's have a chat. Jennifer, what is it you wish to discuss? It has been a year. Why are we still so distant? Jennifer smiled again and continued, Sean, I heard you joined the Slytherin Brotherhood's reserve organization. Indeed, that is the case. You ought to have mentioned that earlier. Oliver is also part of that organization. I could ask him to look after you more. Oh, I misspoke. It should be that you both take care of each other. After all, you're technically cousins by blood, are you not?